Chapter 1 The Grievance Sophor, Tiberi paid 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Having not perished alongside death a myriad paid soft he heavens. One shoot brutally obliterated, yet how? With the bewildered gaze, Chen surveyed his surroundings, his eyes eventually resting on his own hands. This body. Heferod his brow slightly, sensing an overwhelming weakness. His martial foundation felt as insubstantial as serratless floating weed, utterly feeble. Am I back in the past? Suddenly, Suchen's pupils constricted violently as she caught sight of his own pale, youthful visage in the mirror within them. He took in the environment around Heimdall that pertained to himself. Memories, long sealed away, surged forth within his mind. Southern region, Qingzhou City. The four great families, the Su family. Chen, the most formidable genius in the establishment of Su family. The fastest warrior Toriach Dan formation realm in Qingzhou City, his potential was terrifying. Later, for Lu Qingyao, Hanatan Lyergic tet the direct invitation from Southern region's foremost power, the Qingfeng Academy. Beautiful so still it he on Lyerth graded dragon soulful from the Su family, resulting in severy injurious from the backlash of Tiefmalice formation. He became ethemium of Su family, a source of mockery. Ande, suchen, wit visions of upright futura, dregedis in jot bodi toteren dets faustpoint wit hildoschildotos vitat, Liu Qingyao, oping to geter. Little did Heck know, after obtaining the dragon soul pill, Lu Qingjao Nedruth lesson crippled him. She then entered the Qingfeng Academy. From that moment in, his life fell into darkness, and he lost everything. Even regrets swift novavel. A torrent of painful memory surged within him. He Lu Qingyao, in the past, though I could lead you, I ultimately allowed to succeed ba. Despite having endured countless tribulations, the heroine's experience soft to pass still ignorant and incontrollable for Yan murderous intent within him. For Lu Qingyao, he had sacrificed his reasons to construct therates, leading to his own foundation being damaged. For Lu Qingyao, he betrayed his family and relinquished altate was rightfully his. Yet what was the outcome? The Su family, who had regarded high mass their hope, lost their youngest and formation warrior. Lu Qingyao, who had successfully entered the Qingfeng Academy, became a brimming with ambition, subsequently leading to the complete annihilation of Su family, sparing no Teventhi infants in swaddling clothes. Moreover, she did not forget this crippled Wasta, personally seeking to eliminate him. Lu Qingyao, a cold-blooded and heartless viper. Upon his fortunate survival and subsequent rise, Su Qin obliterated Lu Qingjao and all associated with her. He became the supreme sword god of the heavens. Yet, reflecting upon the foolish mistakes of his past, he was left with an overwhelming sense of regret and remorse. Standing atop the heights, the endless solitude made him ponder if only could start new. Now, having been granted asking chance at life, you, Lu Qingyao, and your little family, along with your backers, shall meet here demi-seat my hands on some more. That grievance if I ester years shall bear a paid 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Those around us shall perish before our eyes. Su Chen's gaze turned frigid, his murderous intent raging within him like Yadam pest. To him, annihilation was not surprised by this outcome, for she, Lu Qingyao, still aspired to be virtuous person, to embody thought pure and unblemished white lotus. Hescoffed cold lion depart etherum. Chapter 2 Any Onuho Harbor's ulterior motives must pay the price. In his previous life, Su Chen had experienced said countless schemes and deceptions. Thus, when theater party suddenly appeared dance with lit parted with Sachagali, has a thruff at a glance. He understood that these individual hailed from the Qingfeng Academy, and although Lu Qingjao was malicious, she always self few cards of her sleeve, resorting to any means necessary to achieve her goals. Therefore, Su Chen contemplated toying with them, gradually instilling hope before plunging theme in toad-spare. Thought would be far more entertaining. Su Chen executive created 9 heaven sword control technique, his figure moving so swift light had tight seem tovanish. In the blink of an eye, he had leap had severe dos and zange away such speed could not be much a devon but those off transformation realm. Moreover, his perception had amplified severe dozen times, enabling him to a sense where the person had fled. The Earth Grid Elixir, Dragon Soul Pill, TSK, Lu Qingjao Trilipos SS remarkably means. Were it not for Mijani or brothers as strictors, it might have claimed it for Mijelf. However, Having gallied with Lu Qinjiao and Mijani your brother, such elixirs will eventually come away the future eyes what truly matters. As the individual sprinted away, Hega's box inhibitioned, a fervent glint igniting in his eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rather sharp sword rustled from the side. His gaze abruptly sharpened, sensing a formidable threat, and instantly unleashed his elemental energy to defend. Puffed! Yet, the sword was overwhelmingly tyrannical, swiftly piercing through T-barrier formed by his elemental energy. The individual how piercing scream a collapsed to the ground. Su Chen appeared before him, swiftly removing his masked revelous visage. Warrior, doyanit no that I am a disciple of Qingfeng Academy. Mijani or brother is Thealdis Sinoflin family. Ah! Before her cold finish, Su Chen pressed his futantith wound, eliciting a cry of agony. Su Chen summoned the box from affair and drew the blood from Themon's wound, forceful transfer and jitan the box stoko alessi into a bill. Hath then discarded the box. After completing the actions, Su Chen departed. Hegna thought with Lu Qinjia's suspicion, Arif twould inevitably form between him. Who earth is this person? I am a master at pill formation realm, yet aways enjoyed Biamir's word aura? Cold it feels so hails from Qingfeng Academy. Themon's expression fluctuated, Beautiful observing that Su Chen hadn't claimed the pill, Heffel to sensio of relief. It seemed that the assailant had been wary of his senior brotherlin. Russell. At that moment, Lu Qinjia rushed over, her face filled with urgency. Upon seeing her senior brother injured, her expression shifted, and she inquired. Zhou Tai, are you alright? Zhou Tai's complexion was Baelish swallowed apple, then shook his head, saying, I'm fine. What about Dragon Soul Pill? Lu Qinjia pressed further, her thoughts consumed by the Dragon Soul Pill. Zhou Tai handed the box to Lu Qingyao. Dragon Soul Pill, it's Finali in hand. It was worth me while Lido fin affection before it was to Su Chen for selling. The string twills of a sesame payment for smiles. Lu Qinjia clutched the box, a fervent smiles pleading gay cross her face, revealing her ambition to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Witnessing Lu Qinjia's demeanor, Zhou Tai shook his head inwardly. These women had previously pursued Su Chen, the most prodigious genius of Jingzhou City. Now that she had what she desired, she was quick to discard him. How utterly pragmatic. Yet, that Su Chen was foolish enough to reject Qingfeng Academy's invitation and even relinquish the only earth-grade elixir for Miss Family for hairways indeed a waste of a talents. Zhou Tai sneered inwardly, harboring contempt for Su Chen. Zhou Tai, what transpired? Where is Dragon Soul Pill? Suddenly, Lu Qinjiao appeared the box and lifted the blood pool formed from the sensio of tablet off taxial platform. With a sudden pop, the blood pill shattered, spraying just intense across Lu Qinjia's body and face. Her blood splattered by a gradual internet blink, then morphed into a frenzied expression, her face contorted with malices hefficade sinister glaring Zhou Tai, shrieking what they viewed on. Zhou Tai shart sank, Asensio funius upon. Hurriedly explained the events that had transpired and insisted that he had not chet Dragon Soul. This Dragon Soul Pill was seized by a roan hand from Su Chen. How can you claim ignorance? Could it bet that Su Chen consumeth Dragon Soul Pill? Lu Qinjia stone turned for Jidas he questioned, her frustration boiling over as he felt a effort shakamatonot, igniting gaitas for vengeance. Zhou Tai plead gravely, that is a possibility. Lu Qinjia's smile turned cold, for she instinctively believed Su Chen would not dare to keep the Dragon's Soul Pill for himself or wise, he would not they've gonna through it he trouble bring and jitto her. Yumanchan be in Gombu shed could that they've been at the hands of Tapperson. Zhou Tai nodded. Lu Qinjia's allegro increasing lie sinisters has scrutinized Zhou Tai's wound. You're injurious nothing more than a slight lie severe abrasion, yet Simeon Kudi solis snatched Dragon's Soul Pill fromia, a pig discipline off Qingfeng Academy. Do I truly believe a thought possible? You are, after all, a disciple of Qingfeng Academy. And this blood pool is disguised with our blood. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tai's expression darkened considerably. What do I mean by that? Lu Qinjia's voice grew colder as Hua pet the blood from her face with her sleeve, stating with an unwavering calmness, whatever I, Lu Qingyao, desire, I shall obtain. Any no playstrix must pay the price. Having delivered this proclamation, Lu Qinjia cast a glance at Zhou Tai before departing. Zhou Tai's expression turned grim. Had not forgotten that Lu Qinjia was favored by senior brother Lin. If this woman were to utter words, you had better note enter Qingfeng Academy. Meanwhile, not far away, Su Chen observed Lu Qinji and Zhou listening to their conversation and witnessing Lu Qinji's true nature unveiled. He shukished with a smile, self-deprecatingly acknowledging his own foolishness. No matter how youthful and impetuous she had been, it was her life senseless to forsake everything for a woman. However, now everything could be gained while was still salvageable. With this thought, Su Chen displayed as my leaned headed toward the family. The family was one of the four great clans of Qingzhou City, and with him present, the family was thriving, subtly on the verge of becoming the foremost clan. Yet, in the grand scheme of southern domain, it was be a tattering matter. Yes, with him, Su Chen hair. The family would soon atomlize and the pinnacle of southern domain. Even in the vast regions beyond southern domain, the family was destined to shine brightly. Fourth family had him. In countless years to come, he would become the supreme word master of Temeria Dream. The strongest word deity among them. As Su Chen approached the family, Heba held the faces of toast within, their likeness merging with the memories that ched deep within him. This stirred a complex array of emotions within Yishiart. Amidst his intricate mindset, Su Chen felt a twinge of homesickness. Reaching the summit, where the hate Sarely, it appeared as ling and admirable to others. Yet, only could fathom Thessel to that accompanied achievements no matter how height he glades, without a known to share them with, they held little significance. He gazed at those in the distance, his shirt stirring, and his smile grass at his lips. He had once been sore deity, yet no felt as if he were reunited with a family. He no longer felt alone. In this life, his father and kin were still present. Suchen, how darüber du setze Tiere verlüses. Do I not realize that they ton lie the family had disqualified tautalized him? Do not think thoughty our exceptional talent grants you free reign. This time, we shall see how you explain yourself. The grand elder, Su Yuanshan, approached him swiftly, bellowing with fury. His visage was contorted with rage. Up and seeing this face, which had a hansadist, Su Chen regarded it with a sense of familiarity. For although grand elder Su Yuanshan student at a different side from Miss Family had never betrayed Su Family herself to undermine him, even during Su Ken's trials. Instead, after Su Chen had departed Su Family and his father was left in despair, he had helped manage the family, restoring to its former glory. Thoth heaved and grumbled and spoke harshly. His intention should always been for the well-being goft hecklin it was more Yamato of pride or lingering grievance saying Hishiart. Thus, this venerable elder, when Lu Qinji dispatched a mysterious to annihilate Su Family, waste the first to charge forth, ready to lay down his life for his skin. Had carved a bloody path for the injured generation of Su clan, even though ultimately, ended in failure. Reflecting on this, a faint smile graced Su Chen's face. How can you still smile? I wonder what countenance our father possesses to maintain his position as the family head. Su Yuanshan uttered coldly. Yet, Su Chen merely smiled and replied, second granduncle. Su Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback indeed. He was the biological brother of Su Chen's grandfather, thus earning theoretically off second granduncle. He quickly composed him, sneering gissily, your calling grandfather rice off no consequence. Consider how you shall explain this should they dragon's soul pilbelost, no materi our prodigious talents, you shall face either consequences. Few. Second granduncle, do I not wish to bring I through to the transformation realm? Before Su Yuanshan could finish his retort, he was struck dumb with this scurry, his expression momentarily frozen, before he erupted into a furious yet making laughter. What nonsense serious spouting. At this moment, Su Chen extended. Chapter 3, Rebellion and Impetuosity. Su Tianzhan. Although your son is the most formidable genius of the Su family, he has become arrogant due to his innate talent, indulging in reckless behavior. You are undoubtedly aware of the origin of that dragon soul pill, which was procured at the cost of our ancestors' lives. Su Chen is now missing, and if this matter is not handled properly, our Su family may become the laughingstock of Qingzhou City. The Grand Elder is on his way back. You must find a way to explain this to him. Brother, this is all your fault. Su Chen is such a foolish child. Within the grand hall of the Su family, the expressions of the 5 elders were grim. Some were reprimanding Su Tianzhan, the family patriarch and father of Su Chen, while others chose to remain silent. Those aligned with the patriarch sighed in regret, lamenting that despite Su Chen's extraordinary talent, he seems to lack wisdom. engaging in such foolishness. This thought, even Su Tianzhan's own brother, Su Tianlei, could not suppress his disdain. Sitting at the head of the hall, Su Tianzhan frowned deeply, his countenance far from pleasant. He had never anticipated that his child could be so reckless. The Dragon Soul Pill is not merely a low-grade elixir. It possesses immense significance, bestowed by the esteemed North Xian sword sect. The foremost sword faction in the southern region. Centuries ago, the ancestors of the Su family were distinguished disciples of the North Xian sword sect. After departing from the sect, they established the Su family. And it was during that time that the Dragon Soul Pill was obtained. It served as a vital link between them and the North Xian sword sect, intended for critical moments, yet now it has fallen into the hands of Su Chen. The thought of this only deepened Su Tianzhan's discontent. Currently, the most pressing concern is to locate Su Chen and to deal with his uncle, Su Yuanshan. After all, when Su Chen's grandfather held the position of patriarch, Su Yuanshan was notoriously discontented. Following his rise to Grand Elder, he remained resentful. Should their actions falter, they would undoubtedly be targeted by Su Yuanshan. Given the gravity of the situation, it seems likely that Su Yuanshan will seize the opportunity to undermine them, potentially leading to the expulsion of their branch from the Su family. At that moment, someone entered the hall, bowing respectfully, announcing, "The Patriarch, the Grand Elder, and Su Chen have returned. Finally, they've been found. I wonder what arrogance Su Chen will display this time. If he is not reprimanded, who knows what trouble he might cause. The primary concern is that Dragon Soul Pill. It must not be lost." The elders aligned with Su Yuanshan glared ominously, their voices laced with fury and a sense of exasperation. For in the light of Su Chen's brilliance, the Su family's business had flourished considerably over the years, even promising to elevate the family's overall strength. They had come to view Su Chen as the next patriarch. And this subtle shift had gradually led to a complete integration of the Su family. Yet now, their envisioned future patriarch had engaged in such reckless behavior. How could they not be incensed? Su Tianzhan spoke solemnly. "Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation. However, I must first ascertain the specifics of the situation." Upon hearing Su Tianzhan's words, all fell silent, although the Grand Elder and a minority of others were dissatisfied with his leadership. The majority still acknowledged him. "Brother, Chen is too willful. He previously rejected the Qingfeng Academy, and now," Su Tianlei sighed. Su Tianzhan remained silent as he exited the hall. Just outside the entrance, two figures approached, Grand Elder Su Yuanshan and his son, Su Chen. Upon seeing Su Tianzhan, Su Chen's hands trembled slightly, his eyes glistening with emotion. After an eternity, his father stood before him once more, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. In a previous life, he had been cast out, only to return upon hearing of the Su family's plight, only to find that his father had been slain, his body gruesomely displayed at the family gate, blood congealed and darkened, staining his garments. The sight of his father's lifeless form, hair matted with blood and clinging to his face, had been a harrowing experience, leaving Su Chen's heart in tatters, filled with endless regret and impotent rage. Yet now, he stood before his father once more, memories flashing through his mind like lightning, all the regret and heartache transformed into a complex mix of emotions, tinged with exhilaration. Su Tianzhan's face was darkened by disappointment and anger as he fixed his gaze upon Su Chen. About to speak when Su Chen suddenly knelt before him, bowing deeply, his voice, though calm, betrayed a slight tremor. "Child has been unfilial and headstrong, possessing merely a modicum of talent, yet has disappointed my father, my uncle, and my kin. In the future, I shall lead our family to greatness." Hearing these words, so earnest and sincere, had an air of redemption about them, causing Su Tianzhan to pause. The anger and disappointment within him began to dissipate, ultimately transforming into a sigh that resonated deep within. What more could be done at this juncture? Moreover, if his son truly recognized his errors, there was still hope. He was about to respond when two elders aligned with Su Yuanshan interjected. "Su Chen, you speak so lightly of this. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the repercussions your actions have wrought? Your behavior threatens to render our Su family a laughingstock in Qingzhou City. The voice belonged to Su Yuanshan's son, the third elder Su Tianfeng, who coldly interrogated him. And what of the dragon soul pill? Still kneeling, Su Chen straightened his back and replied slowly, I have consumed the dragon's soul pill. Gasps of shock rippled through the assembly. How utterly brazen! Do you believe that your innate talent grants you carte blanche to act as you please? Su Tianfeng faltered momentarily, before erupting in fury. His energy surging, Su Chen regarded him calmly, stating, Third uncle, it would be wise to refrain from further hostilities. You are not my match. Su Chen was already at the late stage of the Dan formation realm, while Su Tianfeng, despite being an elder, was merely at the mid-stage. Enraged, Su Tianfeng retorted, You rebellious child, do you intend to defy your elders, showing no respect whatsoever? You have been harmed by the family's array and are in a weakened state. How do you presume to challenge me? As he spoke, he attempted to strike. Boom! A fierce gust swept through the hall as a figure was sent flying, none other than Su Tianfeng. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The assailant was Su Yuanshan. You have broken through to the creation realm? Su Tianzhan's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Su Yuanshan, who stood expressionless behind Su Chen, having remained silent since entering. His words shocked everyone. Su Yuanshan has attained the creation realm? The martial arts hierarchy consists of the body refinement, qi condensation, Dan formation, creation, spirit fire, and nirvana realms, with Su Tianzhan and Su Yuanshan as the two-peak Dan formation realm cultivators. The Su family had secured its status as one of the four great families of Qingzhou City. Now, with Su Yuanshan's breakthrough, the family would undoubtedly solidify its position as the foremost family in Qingzhou City. This realization brought joy to some while stirring anxiety in others, for if the Grand Elder's strength surpassed that of the Patriarch, who would lead the family, Su Yuanshan, maintaining an impassive demeanor, remarked, It was your son's actions that provoked my breakthrough to the creation realm. Su Tianzhan, the assembly. If mere annoyance could elevate one to the creation realm, they would gladly remain perpetually irked. At this moment, Su Yuanshan continued, unperturbed, having broken through to the creation realm, I find myself in good spirits. I was merely jesting the crowd. Su Chen chuckled inwardly, surprised to discover this side of his second uncle, previously unnoticed. Su Yuanshan paused before declaring, Su Chen has consumed the dragon soul pill, which seems to have awakened certain abilities within him. He possesses knowledge of specific techniques that assisted me in my breakthrough to the creation realm. Upon hearing this, Su Tianzhan and the others' eyes widened in shock. All gazes converged upon Su Chen, their hearts churning with tumultuous emotions. It's Su Chen who enabled Su Yuanshan's breakthrough. Su Chen proceeded to reiterate the rationale he had previously shared with Su Yuanshan, stating, The dragon's soul pill contains a legacy likely left by our ancestors. My inadvertent consumption has granted me access to these teachings. Such legacies can be utilized by all members of the Su family. Thus, it follows that my father and several elders could also attain the creation realm. Or, even higher, the assembly. For Su Chen, enhancing the family's foundational techniques to several times their original potency was not a challenge. After all, he was the sword god, capable of facilitating the breakthroughs of all. This could serve as a means of recompense. Indeed, the contention among family members has little merit. Su Chen fixed his gaze upon Su Tianzhan and the others, resolutely stating, The Su family is my home. Our home. I shall ensure that every member has the opportunity to reach greater heights. The creation realm is merely the first stepping stone. I will atone for my misdeeds. At these words, Su Tianzhan's eyes glistened with emotion. His son had finally matured. Su Tianfeng rose from a distance and quickly approached, supporting Su Chen while brushing the dust off his clothes, smiling as he said, Ah, how young you are! Who hasn't gone through a phase of youthful recklessness? It's truly no big deal. The crowd cast scornful glances, yet their hearts remained profoundly shaken. Chapter 4 of the Heavenly Cauldron Refining Divine Technique. Su Chen addressed his second uncle, saying, Your physique tends towards the robust, making you particularly adept at cultivating the physical body. This three mysteries body refinement technique is very suitable for you. By practicing this method, you can forge a powerful physique, even at a minor achievement. With your prowess at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, you would be able to withstand a few strikes from the transformation realm. Within the Su family's secret chamber, Su Chen was accompanied by his father, Su Tianzhan, as well as Su Tianlei, Su Tianfeng, and three other elders, all masters of the foundation establishment realm. And of course, aside from Su Tianzhan and the second elder, Su Yuanshan, who were at the pinnacle of that realm. Su Tianlei was the strongest among them, having achieved great success in foundation establishment. The others were at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. Su Yuanshan's son, Su Tianfeng, was merely at the mid-stage, possessing mediocre talent and lacking diligence, relying instead on managing the family's numerous enterprises to procure resources. Thus, 3 days after Su Chen's return to the Su family, they were all filled with excitement as they gathered in the family's training chamber, awaiting the legacy of the ancestor contained within the Dragon Soul Pill, bestowed upon them by their historically most gifted member. As Su Chen spoke, he produced a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Su Tianlei, who, with a face full of excitement, eagerly accepted it and began to peruse its contents. Then, Su Chen turned his gaze towards Su Tianfeng. Third uncle, you have reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment by consuming numerous medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, Su Tianfeng's expression stiffened slightly, forcing a smile without rebuttal. Su Chen continued confidently. Thus, your body has accumulated a great deal of medicinal power that you have yet to refine. Moreover, as the saying goes, medicine is 3 parts poison. Over time, your meridians may exhibit signs of blockage. The technique I am providing you will not only allow you to refine the residual medicinal power, but also improve your constitution, transforming you into a true foundation establishment martial artist with no excess. Su Chen, I truly cannot thank you enough, Su Tianfeng said, his eyes reddening and his lips parched, expressing genuine gratitude tinged with shame. Who does not aspire to rise above and avoid the scorn of others? Moreover, he questioned himself, if he were to receive such fortune, he would undoubtedly use it to unify the Su family and settle scores with those who had previously opposed him. Yet, Su Chen chose not to act in such a manner. Instead, he generously shared these treasures with them, displaying a magnanimity far greater than that of his third uncle. In the days following, Su Yuanshan, his father, privately marveled more than once at Su Chen's actions. Acknowledging a vision far beyond their comprehension, constrained as they were to the petty squabbles within the Su family, in contrast, Su Chen's sights extended beyond the confines of the Su family, beyond Qingzhou City, and even to the vast expanse beyond. Trembling, Su Tianfeng held the 9-fire refining Yuan classic in his hands, his heart ablaze with excitement. According to Su Chen, this was a mid-grade earth-level technique. It was on par with that of Su Tianlei. Compared to the Su family's clan techniques, it was indeed superior. Martial arts techniques are categorized into various levels: spirit, earth, heaven, and imperial, each further divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate tiers. A mid-grade earth-level technique is by no means insignificant. In Qingzhou City, it would be regarded as an unparalleled technique. Should other martial artists learn of this, they would undoubtedly be envious. Thus, Su Tianzhan solemnly warned everyone, what Chen imparts is an entirely different earth-level technique. One can only imagine the terrifying nature of what Chen has obtained. If this information were to leak, not only would Chen face great peril, but our Su family could also face annihilation. You all must be aware of the stakes involved. Therefore, we must maintain a low profile and avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing Su Tianzhan's words, the others nodded in agreement, their joy palpable as they felt fully satisfied. Su Tianzhan glanced at Su Chen and said, everyone, Chen's fortune is a stepping stone for the rise of our Su family. We rise and fall together. If Chen ascends, it will undoubtedly benefit you all. Besides, you are all of the same generation as Chen, and we share a blood bond. Rest assured, head of the family, we understand, Su Tianfeng and the others replied. Fully aware of the implications, however, their gazes turned fervent as they looked at Su Chen. Realizing the truth in Su Tianzhan's words, Su Chen was indeed a part of the Su family. If he rose, all members of the Su family would flourish. This earth-level technique was merely the beginning. Su Chen spoke gravely, uncles and elders. The techniques I have shared with you all include corresponding methods for concealing your aura, allowing you to mask your presence from others. It is advisable not to act before the Su family faces any troubles to avoid attracting unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, all present nodded solemnly. After a few more instructions from Su Tianzhan, Su Tianlei and the others eagerly departed to their private training chambers to practice the techniques bestowed by Su Chen. Father, this is the technique I have prepared for you. With only the two of them remaining, Su Chen contemplated for a moment before producing another scroll and presenting it to Su Tianzhan. Su Tianzhan was momentarily taken aback, as Su Chen had just given him a technique. Su Chen explained, "The one I just provided you felt too low in rank." Su Tianzhan's expression grew complex as he said solemnly, "Chenner, tell me honestly, what you gave me is not an earth-level technique. Is it? You are merely saying that to the elders?" Su Chen did not hesitate and nodded. "What I am giving you is an imperial-level technique." Upon hearing this, Su Tianzhan's pupils constricted violently, his hand trembling as he nearly dropped the scroll he had just received. His breath quickened. An imperial-level technique. Not to mention in Qingzhou City, even throughout the southern region, such techniques were exceedingly rare. He was certain that even within the northern Xian sword sect, the foremost sword sect in the southern region where their ancestors had once resided, the imperial-level techniques would be regarded as the sect's treasure, not something that could be casually brought out by their ancestors. Yet, what had Su Chen just claimed? An imperial-level technique, which he deemed too low. The gravity of the situation struck him, and he felt the scroll in his hand burn with intensity. Reflecting on this, his gaze grew increasingly complex as he looked at his son, suddenly perceiving that Su Chen seemed to have transformed into a different person, appearing significantly more mature. Su Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, "Father, I have my own opportunities, but I cannot disclose them to you, lest they interfere excessively and cause you harm. The technique I am giving you not only conceals its brilliance, appearing merely as an earth-level technique, but its essence is profound, capable of comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth. Only through gradual cultivation will its true radiance be revealed. By that time, you may not only be unrivaled in the southern region, but you could also become the foremost expert." As Su Chen spoke, he retracted the previously mentioned imperial-level technique and handed another scroll to his father, Su Tianzhan. Su Tianzhan glanced at the title, Heavenly Cauldron Refining Divine Technique. As he perused the contents, he became utterly absorbed in it. Su Chen observed, a smile gracing his face. This technique was one he had obtained from a powerful divine realm being he had slain. With this technique, Su Tianzhan would be capable of reaching the divine realm level, a pinnacle of the celestial realms. His father's life would be substantially safeguarded, seeing Su Tianzhan begin to break through to the transformation realm. Su Chen stepped out of the training chamber. Upon exiting, he encountered a steward from the Su family approaching. "Young Master Su," the steward greeted upon seeing Su Chen. Su Chen asked nonchalantly, "What is it?" "Miss Lu Qingyao has arrived." This statement ignited a surge of killing intent within Su Chen, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. Lu Qingyao had arrived. Chapter 5. The Left Qiu Royal Family. Lu Qingyao, a ruthless woman who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals, was here for a reason. Su Chen knew well that her intentions were to ascertain whether he had consumed the dragon soul pill or if he remained as easily manipulated as before. "I understand you may leave," Su Chen said coolly. The steward nodded and promptly departed. Su Chen contemplated for a moment before seeking out Su Yuanshan. "Is Lu Qingyao here?" Su Yuanshan cast a casual glance at Su Chen. As the Su family's grand elder, he was well aware of the family's every move. Su Chen nodded and replied with a smile, "I would appreciate it if second uncle could convey a message to her." Upon hearing this, Su Yuanshan appeared thoughtful before nodding. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Su Chen's courtyard just as Lu Qingyao approached. Today, she donned a light white gown that accentuated her ethereal demeanor, her beauty truly breathtaking. "Who goes there?" Su Yuanshan inquired calmly. Lu Qingyao furrowed her brow slightly before bowing to Su Yuanshan. "I am Lu Qingyao, here to pay my respects to the grand elder of the Su family." Upon hearing Lu Qingyao's words, a cold glint flickered across Su Yuanshan's otherwise expressionless face, a hint of anger rising within him as his fists clenched silently, channeling his inner strength. "You are Lu Qingyao." Lu Qingyao smiled and said, "Great elder, we have met before." Su Yuanshan replied in a calm voice, "Indeed, you have come right to my door this time. Hand over the dragon's soul pill." Boom! As his words fell, a wave of imposing aura surged forth from Su Yuanshan, causing Lu Qingyao to stagger backward repeatedly, her complexion paling slightly. A flicker of malice crossed her eyes, yet her expression remained innocent as she hastily replied, "Great elder, what do you mean by that? I do not possess the dragon soul pill. Otherwise, how could I still be at this level of cultivation?" Her strength was still at the Dan building stage. Su Yuanshan coldly stated, "Do not feign ignorance. On that day, Su Chen stole the dragon's soul pill solely for you." Heh, truly a femme fatale. No wonder she could deceive that foolish Su Chen, leading him to abandon his position as the young master of the Su family, even enduring an attack from 5 elders of the Su family for her sake. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyao's mind stirred. Su Chen truly did not consume the dragon soul pill. It was indeed that fellow Zhou Tai who had hoarded the dragon and tiger pill, deliberately putting on a show here. With this thought, Lu Qingyao concocted a plan in her heart, maintaining her guise of innocence, seemingly shocked by Su Yuanshan's words. "What? How could you do this? What has become of Su Chen? He is your family's genius. Moreover, we truly do not know the whereabouts of the dragon soul pill. I only know that Su Chen stole it for me, but I never obtained it. Had I known he would go to such lengths for me, I would have certainly dissuaded him and urged him to return the dragon's soul pill." Lu Qingyao waved her hands in protest, making a nauseating display. "Great elder, please do not be angry. I will return to the Lu family now and bring numerous rare treasures to the Su family as compensation. Although it cannot compare to the dragon soul pill, it can at least alleviate some of the losses. Please do not punish Su Chen." Lu Qingyao's face was filled with concern, and before Su Yuanshan could respond, she hurriedly departed, not even pausing to see Su Chen. Observing Lu Qingyao's demeanor, Su Yuanshan sighed inwardly, and oh wonder she could deceive Su Chen so thoroughly. Had Su Chen not disclosed the full story, surely no one would have seen through her ruse. This woman is far too cunning. After watching Lu Qingyao leave the Su family, Su Yuanshan returned to the courtyard where Su Chen resided. "Second uncle, your cultivation has become increasingly profound. It has only been a few days since we last met, and you are nearly at the mid-stage of the creation realm." Su Chen smiled as he saw Su Yuanshan arrive. Su Yuanshan's expression remained stoic, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth indicating a suppressed smile, yet he refrained from expressing it. He glanced at Su Chen and said, "Were it not for your heavenly-grade cultivation method, I would not have progressed so swiftly." Upon saying this, Su Yuanshan recalled the day when Su Chen had directly gifted him a heavenly-grade cultivation method, leaving him utterly astonished. Such a technique could only be possessed by the most elite factions in the southern region. He had not anticipated Su Chen would simply offer it. Tio put it plainly, it was Su Chen who had brought about his current achievements. The Lu family is the top family in Hongfeng City, and by comparison, they are indeed significantly stronger than the Su family. Su Yuanshan suddenly asked, "How do you plan to handle this?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen did not hide his killing intent, speaking coldly. "Kill Lu Qingyao?" Su Yuanshan inquired further. Su Chen shook his head. Su Yuanshan frowned and remarked, "Lu Qingyao is a woman of deep schemes. Previously, you were deceived by her into refusing the invitation from Qingfeng Academy, which turned the Su family into a laughingstock. Now, with the matter of the dragon soul pill, you have seen her true nature, yet you still intend to spare her." Su Chen chuckled. "Second uncle, What are you thinking? What I mean is, starting with a Liu family, first eliminate them, then extinguish her perceived hopes. Only when she is completely broken will I take her life. I ask that not a better approach. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanshan's expression shifted. He had navigated the world for many years, yet seeing Su Chen's smile sent a chill down his spine. From Su Chen's grin, he perceived an extreme and icy killing intent that made him feel a pang of sorrow. Su Yuanshan patted Su Chen's shoulder, his aged voice carrying a hint of tenderness as he earnestly advised, Su Chen, you are still young and impetuous. It is natural to be swayed by the charms of women. However, there are plenty of good women in this world, such as your mother. He paused for a moment before continuing. Once you enter Qingfeng Academy, you will encounter many extraordinary women there. Do you understand? Su Chen smiled and replied, Second uncle, rest assured, I understand quite well. Noticing this, Su Yuanshan nodded, a flicker of confusion passing through his gaze as he departed. He was somewhat puzzled as to why, upon inadvertently mentioning Su Chen's mother. Su Chen did not press for further details. Watching Su Yuanshan's somewhat flustered retreat, Su Chen smiled. He had long been aware of his mother's circumstances, having lived through a previous life. Yet, some matters could not be rushed. They required a gradual approach. Though it may sound fantastical, such was the reality. His mother had an extraordinary background, having come from beyond the southern region and, by a twist of fate, had become involved with his father, resulting in his birth. Now, she had been taken back by his uncle's family. While Su Chen was not anxious, he had his own plans in mind. However, the thought of this matter brought a flicker of coldness to his expression. Some issues must ultimately be resolved. In the ensuing time, Su Chen immersed himself in meditation within his courtyard. His training encompassed not only the sword energy derived from the 9 revolutions sword god technique, but also the refinement of his physical body and roots through his own sword energy. As he had lived a previous life, his foundational roots remained from that era. Although his talents could be considered above average within Qingzhou City and even in Qingfeng Academy, they paled in comparison in the southern region and beyond. Such aptitude might allow for rapid progress in the early stages, but the challenges would become increasingly formidable as one advanced. Based on Su Chen's calculations, if he were to cultivate methodically without a formidable opportunity to support him, his current talents would only allow him to reach the creation realm or the spirit fire realm at best. However, having returned to this life, equipped with the self-created 9 revolutions sword god technique, an extraordinary method that transcended all conventional cultivation systems, it became a cultivation method exclusive to him. Not only could it manifest invincible sword energy, but it also allowed for the continual refinement of his physical body, cleansing and rebirthing his roots, thereby unlocking his potential, a truly terrifying prospect, if it were said that, with the consumption of the Dragon Soul Pill, he could slay those in the creation realm. Then now, he could easily annihilate them as one would a mere chicken or dog. This was the extent of Su Chen's prodigious capabilities. Moreover, sword cultivators grew increasingly formidable with each battle. Their strength far surpassed that of other martial artists. Currently, his father had fully broken through to the creation realm, while his second uncle and other elders had also reached the pinnacle of the Dan building realm. Even his third uncle, Su Tianfeng, had stepped into the realm of great perfection, which was commendable. As it stood, the overall strength of the Su family had transcended being merely the strongest in Qingzhou City. They now ranked as the foremost family among hundreds of surrounding cities. A glimmer of sword light flickered in Su Chen's eyes as he easily discerned the circumstances of Su Tianzhan and the others. 2 in the creation realm and 5 martial artists at the pinnacle of the Dan building realm that in Qingzhou City. The families of Hongfeng City primarily relied on Dan building realm warriors as their backbone, and only a few families had members fortunate enough to break through to the creation realm, becoming figures of ancestral stature. However, for the now thriving Su family, this was entirely insufficient. This was all thanks to Su Chen, who had brought immense fortune to the Su family. Of course, for Su Chen, this was merely the beginning. Days passed, and Su Chen remained within the courtyard. Su Tianlei and Su Tianfeng had successively emerged from their seclusion. While his father, Su Tianzhan, continued his closed-door training, he was not only consolidating his foundation in the creation realm but also comprehending the heavenly cauldron refining technique that Su Chen had bestowed upon him, a formidable super-cultivation method. It could be said that although Su Tianzhan had just stepped into the creation realm, casually slaying a dozen or more peak experts in the creation realm posed no challenge whatsoever. A benefit derived from this technique. Young Master, members of the Lu family have arrived 0.5 days after Lu Qingyao's departure. The Lu family indeed came calling. A flicker of sword light crossed Su Chen's eyes as he pierced through layers of buildings. Spotting the members of the Lu family gathered in the reception hall, with Lu Qingyao among them, at present, Su Tianfeng and Su Tianlei were meeting with them. Considering this, Su Chen pondered for a moment and then made his way toward the grand hall of the Su family. The Su family was reasonably well regarded, considered a prominent clan in Qingzhou City. Inside the grand hall of the Su family, a middle-aged man clad in the attire of the Lu family sat at a chair. Sipping tea from the table beside him, he spoke with an air of calmness, yet his tone bore an undertone of scrutiny and arrogance. The other martial artists from the Lu family exhibited a similar demeanor. Their expressions indifferent, gazing with detached observance, as if they were merely passing through the Su family without any intention of engaging with Su Tianlei and his companion. This attitude stemmed from the fact that the Lu family, due to Lu Qingyao, had caught the attention of a young master from another family who had bestowed upon them numerous cultivation resources. As a result, apart from the Lu family's elder, 2 other high-ranking members had broken through to the creation realm, causing the Lu family's strength to surge. Now standing as the foremost family in Hongfeng City, this encounter allowed them to witness the Su family, whose strength was comparable to that of the Lu family, naturally instilling a sense of superiority within them. Upon hearing the words of Lu family's third elder, Lu Machen, Su Tianlei and Su Tianfeng exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of displeasure in the other's eyes. Su Tianlei remarked coolly, "You have traveled from afar merely to deliver such words." Lu Machen scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, and replied with a faint smile, "We have heard that the young master of the Su family, Su Chen, is acquainted with Qingyao. Thus, we came to observe, Qingyao, being generous, has procured some elixirs and rare materials for Su Chen. One might consider it a form of compensation, given their acquaintance. After all, they had known each other for some time. Furthermore, Su Chen had shown considerable dedication to Qingyao, even going so far as to deplete his own vitality to elevate her cultivation, cleanse her marrow, and refine her foundation. Naturally, our Lu family is not one to be stingy." As he spoke, an elder beside Lu Machen produced a multitude of rare materials and elixirs from a spatial ring, nearly overwhelming the grand hall of the Su family. Upon witnessing this, Su Tianlei and Su Tianfeng's expressions darkened profoundly. These so-called rare materials were quite ordinary, with only a scant few reaching the spiritual grade. The elixirs, while somewhat acceptable, were still rather commonplace, easily purchasable, a mere assortment of supplements. Was this truly the sincerity of Lu Qingyao? They had come to realize the stark reality of Lu Qingyao's intentions, not to mention the dragon soul elixir that Su Chen had provided. Even if he had expended his own energy to assist Lu Qingyao in refining her foundation, such a monumental favor would only be extended by one's closest kin. Yet here, Lu Qingyao seemed to regard it as worth so little. Su Tianlei was enraged, a formidable aura emanating from him. The other members of the Lu family were momentarily taken aback. The pinnacle of the pill-constructing realm, such strength would place him among the top 5 in the Lu family at present. What were the Su family attempting to accomplish? Lu Machen and his companions regarded him with cold expressions, directly confronting him. In Hongfeng City, no one dared display anger towards them. They had personally come to pay a visit and bestow gifts. Yet this was the treatment they received. How intolerable! Su Tianlei's voice was frigid as he declared, his body trembling like the tolling of a bell, accompanied by the howling of wind and thunder, filling the space with an overwhelming pressure. Lu Machen laughed coldly. In what way have we wronged your Su family? At that moment, Su Tianfeng patted Su Tianlei's shoulder, as he managed the Su family's affairs. He understood the intricacies involved and knew he must temper Su Tianlei's demeanor for Su Chen's sake. Su Tianfeng smiled lightly. Su Chen has indeed been diligent in his care for Qing Yao, and he has invested his genuine feelings in refining her foundation. Even within your Lu family, few would be willing to undertake such a task, would they? Yet, Su Chen has done so. The bond between them is not something that can be measured by such trivial matters. Is it? Hearing this, Lu Machen's expression shifted. Could it be that Lu Qingyao, from the Lu family, was the one with the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog? He sneered openly, dismissively stating, "Is it that the Su family finds these offerings insufficient? Let me assure you, they are more than adequate. Moreover, Qingyao has her own opportunities. If Su Chan were to be so impulsive as to refine her foundation and something were to go awry, our Lu family would not let it rest." Su Tianlei's fury reached its zenith, a scornful smile breaking upon his lips. "Ah, so you truly excel at turning the tables. Lu Qingyao, you have now forsaken Su Chen, seeking out others to elevate your own status. Indeed, you are quite adept, yet perhaps in the eyes of others, you are merely a plaything." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyao, who had remained silent, flashed a venomous look. As if struck at a vulnerable point, she turned her gaze towards Lu Machen, who understood her intent and, in a fit of rage, shouted, "You Su family, how audacious!" With that, he prepared to strike, his own pinnacle strength in the pill-constructing realm coalescing into a punch aimed at Su Tianlei. Su Tianlei snorted coldly and met the blow with his own fist. The clash produced a thunderous sound, sending Lu Machen reeling backward. "You have gone too far." He was momentarily stunned, then filled with rage. At that moment, Lu Qingyao seemed to realize something, narrowing her eyes and, with a melodious voice, remarked, "It seems that Elder Su Tianlei has consumed the dragon's soul elixir, which has granted him such strength." Chapter 7. Martial Arts Conference. Lu Qingyao's words were undeniably venomous, appearing innocuous while concealing a blade within. Had the elders of the Su family not been privy to the truth, such a statement could have sown suspicion among the upper echelons of both families, leading to their disintegration. "What do you mean by that?" Su Tianlei did not conceal his murderous intent, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Qingyao, a formidable pressure bearing down upon her. Lu Qingyao's complexion shifted slightly. Though she was young and regarded as a prodigy, a pill-constructing realm warrior, she was still vastly inferior to Su Tianlei, who had reached the pinnacle of the realm. Faced with such intensity, she immediately regarded the Su family as mortal enemies. "Elder Tianlei, do not let your anger consume you," Su Tianfeng interjected calmly. "Lu family's guests, we appreciate your goodwill. We will accept these offerings. But if there is nothing further, please take your leave." This was a clear dismissal. Lu Machen exchanged glances with his companions and, with a slight bow, replied, "If the Su family does not wish to welcome us, then we shall take our leave." Suddenly, Su Tianlei and the others turned their attention to a figure approaching in the distance. "Su Chen, why have you emerged?" Su Tianlei inquired with a furrowed brow. Approaching them was Su Chen, clad in white robes, his expression placid, revealing no discernible emotions. Only upon seeing Lu Qingyao did a faint smile grace his face, though the true meaning behind that smile was known only to him. "Su Chen," he greeted her, casting a brief glance her way. "What is it? Have you forgotten me after just a few days apart? I heard you sought me out recently." His question was clearly rhetorical. At his words, Lu Qingyao's expression shifted slightly. Her demeanor remained soft and gentle, yet an unintentional air of cold detachment began to emerge. Or perhaps she had ceased her pretense and revealed her true feelings. To her, while she had not openly severed ties with Su Chen, he no longer held any value and thus was not worthy of her further display of emotion. Consequently, she offered no response. Beside them, Lu Machen, with an air of superiority, regarded Su Chen with condescension and remarked with a smirk, "Su Chen, You truly are less impressive in person than in reputation. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have heard Lu Qingyao speak well of your family, but seeing you now, it appears that reputation does not hold true to reality. Just how did you come by such a sense of superiority? Was it not you who was just struck back by my uncle with a single punch? Are you truly at the pill-constructing realm? At his words, the mockery on Lu Machen's face evaporated. His expression stiffening and becoming rather unpleasant. Had he just been ridiculed, the Su family truly was formidable, while he was nothing within the Lu family. Lu Machen forced a smile that did not reach his eyes, saying, I've heard that the young master of the Su family has refused admission to the Qingfeng Academy. How audacious! My Qingyao has been favored by an esteemed individual and has been directly admitted to the Qingfeng Academy. Henceforth, you two shall exist in entirely different worlds. 5 days from now, the Qingfeng Academy will once again recruit disciples. I wonder if the young master of the Su family will still be able to gain entrance. He added, I look forward to your performance in 5 days. With that, Lu Machen took his leave, accompanied by Lu Qingyao and the others. How surprising that even the Lu family is filled with such sycophants. Su Tianlei remarked with contempt as he spat on the ground after they departed. Su Tianfeng's expression turned grave. Lu Qingyao is far more cunning than we anticipated. She truly is a formidable character. Once she enters the Qingfeng Academy, she will undoubtedly rise to power, and with her cunning, I fear the Su family may encounter some trouble. As he spoke, Su Tianfeng turned to Su Chen, asking, Su Chen. In 5 days, the Qingfeng Academy will hold its martial arts conference, where the talented youth from Qingzhou City and the surrounding 56 cities will gather. This time, you should take action and bring a few capable family members to join the Qingfeng Academy. At this, Su Chen did not respond directly, but said, while the Qingfeng Academy is indeed a top institution in the southern region, that does not necessarily mean it is the best fit for our Su family. However, attending the martial arts conference could provide our family's younger generation with valuable experience. With that, Su Chen turned to leave. Seeing this, Su Tianlei and Su Tianfeng exchanged glances, both perplexed. What was Su Chen's true intent regarding the Qingfeng Academy's martial arts conference? His thoughts were crucial to the resurgence of the Su family and could greatly influence their current trajectory. Let us prepare the family members. They should also dedicate themselves to rigorous training during this time. Su Tianlei concluded before departing. The following day, Su Tianfeng sought out Su Chen in his courtyard, sipping tea with a faint smile. It seems we are nearing the crux of the matter. Hearing Su Tianfeng's earlier statements, a smirk crept upon Su Chen's lips, his expression bearing an air of chilling resolve. Truly a reflection of Lu Qingyao's nature. She is inherently distrustful, believing only in herself, even when she is convinced that I have become a waste. She still seeks to collaborate with you, probing for truths and fabricating schemes to entice you with the position of family head and other treasures, hoping to turn you into her insider. Su Chen let out a cold smile and remarked, she certainly has an eye for people. Su Tianfeng's face flushed with embarrassment, and with a light cough, he said, Su Chen, the situation has changed in the past. It was my uncle's limited perspective, focusing solely on the Su family, and that was my fault. What do you think I should respond? Su Chen replied with a grin, since she has bestowed treasures upon you. You might as well accept them. Even if they are dubious pills, with the techniques I have given you, you can refine them directly for your own use. Such an opportunity should never be turned away. You could even concoct some half-truths to amplify her support for you. Wouldn't that be splendid? Upon hearing this, Su Tianfeng's face broke into a smile as he nodded. Su Chen, your words have enlightened me. In that case, I shall follow your advice. Su Chen nodded. Currently, my father is in seclusion, and the other elders are immersed in their techniques. My second uncle is busy training the Su family's disciples. So you are the one managing affairs. I suspect you will encounter some matters in the coming days. Su Chen's words left Su Tianfeng momentarily taken aback, yet Su Chen merely smiled, saying nothing further. From his understanding of Lu Qingyao, Having Su Tianfeng act as an insider was merely one part of her grander scheme, as long as the dragon's soul pill was not in her possession. She would continuously test the waters, just as expected. At that moment, a steward from the Su family entered, his expression grave as he spoke in a low voice. Young Master Su, the third elder, the other three major families of Qingzhou City, the Li family, Zhao family, and Wang family, have come calling. Chapter 8. From this day forth, only the Su family shall remain. The Su family of Qingzhou City, along with the Li, Zhao, and Wang families, have stood strong for over a century, cementing their positions among the top powers of Qingzhou City. At one time, each of these families had claimed the title of the foremost family in Qingzhou, with the Li family currently holding that honor. Thus, the conflict between the Li and Su families has been particularly fierce, marked by generations of overt and covert rivalries, even to the point of deadly confrontations. In the past decade, the emergence of Su Chen, the youngest ever to reach the foundation establishment stage, has instilled a profound sense of crisis within the Li family. Consequently, they have attempted to assassinate Su Chen on multiple occasions in recent years, with several of their own perishing at his hands. A bloody struggle indeed. Now, with the Li family allied with the other two major families, their visit is not merely to probe Su Chen, who is undoubtedly their strongest adversary outside the Su family, but also to assess the benefits Lu Qingyao might be reaping in the shadows. Rumors have circulated that Su Chen has stolen the dragon's soul pill, rendering himself a. Thus, the three families have come to test the waters, and they also wish to mock the Su family. If Lu Qingyao's claims hold water, they could seize the opportunity to temporarily unite and annihilate the Su family, dividing its spoils amongst themselves, utterly extinguishing it. After all, this is a golden opportunity. I hear that the young master of the Su family has carelessly lost the dragon soul pill and has even suffered serious injuries. Our three families have known the Su family for quite some time, so we thought we would come and check on you. You don't mind, do you? In the grand hall of the Su family, a middle-aged man with a thin mustache squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. He was Li Shiwan, the head of the Li family, a pinnacle cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. Opposite him, Su Tianlei maintained an indifferent demeanor. Upon hearing this, he remained silent. Beside Li Shiwan, a plump man clad in a golden robe chimed in. Regardless, the Su family is still one of the four major families of Qingzhou City. Such an incident is something we would rather not witness. However, we must thank the Su family for producing such a remarkable individual, allowing the rest of us to take heed. Upon hearing these words, Su Tianlei's expression turned icy. He slammed his hand against the armrest of his chair and stood abruptly, an aura of fury emanating from him as he bore down on the plum man. Zhao, are you seeking death? Yet, Zhao Jianshan, the head of the Zhao family, remained unfazed, still smiling as he replied. Su Tianlei, is this how your Su family treats its guests? Is this the extent of your hospitality? At that moment, another incredibly gaunt middle-aged man rose to his feet. He was Wang Sheng, the head of the Wang family, who stated coolly, "Very well, since the Su family does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. Farewell." The heads of the three major families departed as swiftly as they arrived, leaving Su Tianlei feeling frustrated. With no outlet for his anger, though his temper was notably volatile, he understood the delicacy of the situation and did not wish to expose the Su family's vulnerabilities over trivial matters. With a sullen face, he headed towards Su Chen's courtyard. Just as he exited the grand hall, he encountered Su Chen and Su Tianfeng approaching. "You just returned?" Su Tianfeng furrowed his brow and inquired. There was no conflict, was there? Su Tianlei's face was ashen as he replied grimly. "Those fools came merely to mock Su Chen and the Su family, but just as I was ready to explode, they left. I truly wonder what their purpose was in coming here. If it was to probe the Su family and Su Chen, they did not even see Su Chen." Su Chen responded slowly. "Someone came to find me earlier, observing from the shadows, but they left shortly after." Upon hearing this, Su Tianfeng's expression changed slightly. "What? Someone was here just now? I didn't sense anything at all." did they manage to discern our family secrets? Chen shook his head. You all concealed yourselves quite well, except for my second uncle. None of the others revealed their cultivation levels, so it was impossible for him to perceive anything. His exploration of our family's condition was merely superficial. In his eyes, I remain the wasteful young master of the Su family, and aside from my second uncle, the others are merely insignificant foundation establishment cultivators. Su Chen's words relieved Su Tianlei, who sighed. As long as nothing was discovered, that is sufficient. It seems they came simply to mock us before leaving. Observing this, Su Tianfeng hesitated, casting a glance at Su Chen but ultimately refraining from speaking. In his view, the three families' visit was fraught with malice. Moreover, with the Su family in its current state, and Su Chen rendered they would no longer hold back. It was likely they would directly act against the Su family. After all, although there had been conflicts in the past, they had always refrained from taking extreme measures due to Su Chen's rapid rise, the youngest to reach the foundation establishment stage in Qingzhou City. They feared that if Su Chen ascended to an even higher level, it would be foolish to form enmity with the Su family then. However, if Su Chen truly had been rendered and the Su family remained in its weakened state, the prospects would indeed be grim. Fortunately, with Su Chen's emergence, the Su family's strength had surged, now bolstered by two powerful cultivators. Not only was the Su family the foremost power in Qingzhou City, but it also possessed the capability to sweep through dozens of surrounding cities and their factions. Su Chen, tell me, what do you intend to do? Are we merely waiting for the three families to strike? Su Tianlei inquired softly after departing. Su Chen smiled. We'll take it one step at a time. In the following 2 days, news of Su Chen's alleged theft of the Dragon Soul Pill and his subsequent downfall circulated throughout Qingzhou City, subjecting the Su family to ridicule. The Su family disciples appearing in Qingzhou City found it difficult to hold their heads high, filled with anger upon hearing such remarks. In their eyes, Su Chen had brought shame upon the Su family. Yet, due to his exceptional talent, he still retained considerable prestige within the family, resulting in only a few harboring resentment. The majority lamented the plight of a once great talent, now ensnared by emotional turmoil. As the moonlit night descended upon Qingzhou City, within the Li family's domain, over 20 formidable presences lay in wait, all at the foundation establishment stage. Within a room, the heads of the three major families convened. Alongside a diminutive, withered elder who emitted an even more terrifying aura, Zhao Laogui, you truly have broken through to the creation stage. Luck is on your side. The diminutive elder's gaze flickered as he glanced at the frail elder beside him and spoke nonchalantly. Zhao Huai, the former head of the Zhao family, chuckled. Thanks to the assistance of a benefactor, I was able to break through to the creation stage just as my time was drawing near. Wang Sheng, the head of the Wang family, interjected. After we annihilate the Su family today, you too may have a chance to reach the creation stage. Zhao Huai's words prompted Wang Sheng to bow and pledge. From this day forth, the three major families of Qingzhou City shall stand united. My Wang family will undoubtedly align with the Li and Zhao families. Observing this, Li Kun, the former head of the Li family, exuded a murderous intent as he coldly remarked, the Lu family has shown commendable sincerity. We shall seize this opportunity to eradicate the Su family. Suddenly, a series of sounds resembling flesh being sliced echoed from outside the room. Li Kun and the others changed their expressions dramatically. At that moment, a figure had unexpectedly appeared in the room. With a calm demeanor that concealed a murderous intent, he smiled and declared, to annihilate the Su family? Alas, from this day forth, Qingzhou City shall belong solely to the Su family. Chapter 9. Annihilation. The departure. Su Chen, it's you. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Shiwan, the head of the Li family, was instantly struck with horror. Disbelief etched across his face as he bellowed, how can this be? You are supposed to be a cripple. Zhao Jinshan also felt the hair on his neck stand on end, his face ashen. Trembling as he stammered, you weren't incapacitated. You killed all the foundation-building warriors from my three families. Behind Su Chen, through the slightly ajar door, he beheld the courtyard cloaked in darkness, littered with corpses lying in pools of blood. The heads of the other three families were engulfed in a chilling dread, utterly incredulous. Outside, there lay the elders from their three families, all foundation-building martial artists, who would have imagined that Chen had eradicated them all. Was this even humanly possible? Even a master of the transformation realm could not achieve such swift annihilation of a group of foundation-building warriors, yet the evidence stood before them, forcing their reluctant belief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just days ago, I secretly investigated you, and your aura was incredibly weak, your roots damaged. How could you possess such terrifying power? Xiao Huai's expression grew grave as he roared in the room. He had been the one covertly observing Chen from the Su family. With his mastery in the transformation realm, he had been able to easily probe the depths of foundation-building warriors. But had he misjudged? His heart bled at the thought. All the foundation-building warriors of the Zhao family, save for him and his son Zhao Jinshan, had been slain. A deep sense of dread and regret washed over him. Chen, do you realize what you have done? You have completely offended our three families and torn the facade of civility. At this moment, Li Kun, the former head of the Li family, wore a twisted expression. His eyes filled with malice and fury as he growled like a beast. Are you seeking to ensure that our three families remain at odds with you until death? Chen regarded him with a look of bewilderment. You have conspired to eradicate my Su family, and yet you speak of tearing the facade. Li Xiuan's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Chen, do you realize we have backing? My Li family is a branch of the Li family from the southern region. If you eradicate us, the southern region's Li family will not let you go, even if you possess the strength of the transformation realm. Chen replied nonchalantly, Is this what you consider a last word? Then you should prepare for your departure. Join forces, and let us fight. Li Kun and Zhao Huai unleashed their powerful energies, their faces contorted with rage, charging towards Chen, followed closely by the other heads of the three families. Chen remained unfazed, casually pointing a finger, and a sword chi whistled forth. In the blink of an eye, it sliced through Zhao Huai's neck. His face froze in shock, his body halted abruptly before his corpse tumbled past Chen, crashing heavily against the doorframe. Bang! In that instant, Chen seized Li Kun, who was diminutive in stature, by the neck, lifting him effortlessly as one would a chick. At that moment, the heads of the three families felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, crack, the sound of a bone snapping echoed, leaving them in despair as they beheld Li Kun's lifeless body drop from Chen's grasp, crumpling at his feet. A master of the transformation realm had been effortlessly slain by Chen. Swish, swish. Two streams of sword chi erupted from Chen's fingertip, piercing through the foreheads of Zhao Jinshan and Wang Sheng in an instant. The two men fell without uttering a single scream, lifeless on the ground. Only Li Xiuan remained, no longer resisting, standing frozen in place, trembling all over as he fixed his gaze on Chen, asking in a detached tone, Is this amusing to you? You possess the power to annihilate those in the transformation realm. Yet you choose to conceal it, masquerading as a cripple to endure ridicule. Chen looked at him and replied coolly, Are you lamenting my failure to inform you of my strength? Is that what led your three families to swell with arrogance and seek to extinguish my Su family? Had I revealed my capabilities earlier, you would not have dared to act against me, correct? Li Xiuan retorted, Damn it. Had I known of your strength, even a fool would not have sought death, as he attempted to voice more. A sickening sound of flesh being pierced filled the air. His face abruptly froze, eyes wide with rage as he collapsed to the ground, the light in his eyes fading swiftly. Chen cast a casual glance at him, reaching out to seize the spatial rings of these individuals from afar. With a wave of his hand, a sword chi transformed into flames, igniting the interior of the room in a fierce blaze. In an instant, Chen's figure vanished from sight, as if he had never been there, and all that transpired was of no concern to him. The annihilation of the three families had been anticipated by Chen. In his previous life, The Su family had been destroyed, and he had been hunted relentlessly, with the shadows of these three families ever present. Today's actions were merely a trivial repetition of a past grievance. The following day, the entirety of Qingzhou City was thrown into turmoil. The Li, Xiao, and Wang families had lost a total of 23 foundation-building warriors overnight, all found dead within the Li family estate. Moreover, they discovered the long-missing corpses of Li Koan and Zhao Huai, former heads of their families. How terrifying must the force that could execute such a massacre be? In an instant, the other factions in Qingzhou City grew anxious and fearful. The populace gripped by dread. After all, the silent extermination of so many experts from the three families was utterly chilling. As night fell, rumors swirled, some attributing the massacre to the Su family, given that they were the only major family in Qingzhou City that had not been eradicated. Others speculated that the three families had turned on one another, while some suggested they had offended a power they should not have. In any case, the narratives were varied and numerous as the night progressed. The three families were enveloped in terror, plunging into despair. This was an exceedingly brutal world. Without the protection of their family as experts, they resembled dying tigers, stripped of their capacity for resistance, left at the mercy of the hungry wolves eager to feast upon their flesh. Such was the harsh reality. Amidst this chaos, the Su family emerged as the greatest beneficiary. Su Tianfeng dispatched numerous experts to forcibly seize over half of the assets belonging to the three families. Other factions felt discontent, but dared not protest. The remaining spoils were more than sufficient to satisfy their needs. Was this your doing? In Su Chen's courtyard, Su Yuanshan, having been disturbed from his seclusion, gazed at Su Chen and asked nonchalantly. Su Chen smiled and nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Even though he had anticipated Su Chen's involvement, the acknowledgement left Su Yuanshan gasping in disbelief. How could a single individual, having taken down 2 transformation realm experts and over 20 foundation-building warriors, accomplish such a feat? Su Chen remarked, "This is merely a prelude. Next, we shall attend the martial arts conference." Chapter 10. Barking without capability on the way to the martial arts conference. Su Tianlei's daughter, Su Chen's cousin Su Xia, curiously inquired, "Brother Su Chen, I heard the martial arts conference hosted by Qingfeng Academy gathers most of the young talents from the Qing nation, and the competition is quite fierce. Did you encounter such a situation the last time you attended?" Other Su family disciples looked at Su Chen with curiosity. After all, he was the youngest foundation-building warrior in Qingzhou City, actively sought after by Qingfeng Academy. It should be noted that Qingfeng Academy is the foremost cultivation institution in the Qing nation, renowned far and wide, with branches even in other countries. It is an immensely formidable force, and few geniuses are recruited by such a giant. Su Chen turned to Su Xia and the others, smiling as he replied, "Hee. Although I went to Xiantai City last time, I did not participate in the martial arts conference. I was sought after, but I declined." Su Xia and the others were taken aback. Generally, one must perform exceptionally at the martial arts conference to be recruited by Qingfeng Academy. Yet, Su Chen declined their invitation without even participating in the conference. To turn down an offer that countless geniuses strive for is an exceedingly rare occurrence within the Qing nation. Even now, the tales of Su Chen must still circulate in Xiantai City, one of the 4 main cities of the Qing nation that hosted the martial arts conference. Su Chen, last time you left a poor impression on Qingfeng Academy. This time, you must strive hard. If anything arises, you need to endure it. After all, you were at fault last time. Beside Su Chen stood a young man in black, bearing a striking resemblance to Su Tianfeng. He was Su Jn, the only son of Su Tianfeng. Unlike his father's mediocrity, he was the second most talented individual in the Su family after Su Chen, slightly older than him, and rather distinguished in Qingzhou City. His martial arts cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm. Su Jn's words elicited a slight smile from Su Chen, who replied, "Why do you say I was at fault?" Everyone was taken aback. Su Jn stated, "Because you declined the invitation from Qingfeng Academy." Su Chen smiled and remarked, "Countless young individuals have chosen Qingfeng Academy, but conversely, it is also Qingfeng Academy that has chosen us. This is a mutual selection. I decline the invitation from Qingfeng Academy out of my own volition. So how can there be any notion of wrongdoing? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. His words resonated with undeniable logic, rendering them unable to refute him, yet the reality remained unchanged for many. Joining Qingfeng Academy is a matter of pride, and being sought after by the Academy is indeed a joyous occasion. Nevertheless, each person's choice is distinct. Chen has never believed that his refusal was in any way erroneous. It is simply a matter of mutual selection. Brother Chen, last time you mentioned that my martial art, Qingfeng hand, lacks sufficient power. Could you offer me some guidance? Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, the vivacious Su Xia hurriedly sought to engage Chen once more. Chen smiled gently and proceeded to provide her with instruction. Observing this interaction were Su Yuanshan and the two elders accompanying them, who watched with faint smiles and remained silent. They did not contest Su Chen's earlier statements and truth. They surmised that, given Su Chen's exceptional potential, joining Qingfeng Academy would be inconsequential. Countless individuals aspire to join, primarily in pursuit of the cultivation resources. Chen must have already stepped into the realm of transformation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have silently slain over 20 individuals in the Dan-building realm and 2 seasoned experts in the transformation realm overnight. Clearly, his fortune is formidable. Perhaps even a legacy bestowed upon him by his mother. Su Yuanshan gazed at Su Chen, who was instructing Su Xia and others, with a complex expression, pondering to himself, that woman is exceedingly enigmatic. Although she has never made a move since arriving at the Su family, appearing as an ordinary person, he recalled the events from over a decade ago when Su Chen was still in swaddling clothes. The true brilliance exhibited by Su Chen's mother compelled even those above the transformation realm to kneel in reverence. It was a sight he would never forget, had it not been for her unwavering stance. The Su family might have been obliterated long ago. Rumor has it that the Bei Xian sword sect, which still holds a tenuous connection to the Su family, suffered repercussions due to this. In the years since, they have nearly vanished from the southern domain. While it may sound exaggerated, Su Yuanshan firmly believes that those who came to take Su Chen's mother away displayed an aura far surpassing that of the transformation realm, a truly terrifying presence. It seems that Su Chen is indeed a blessing for the Su family, having matured significantly through his trials. Su Yuanshan pondered. The group traveled for 2 days and finally arrived at their destination, Xiantai City, one of the 4 major cities of the southern domain's Qing Kingdom. Wow, so this is Xiantai City. It exudes an air of grandeur far beyond that of Qingzhou City, exclaimed the younger members of the Su family, including Su Yuanshan and the 2 elders, who were equally astonished. Su Xia gazed at the colossal city that towered over Qingzhou City by more than 30 zhang, revealing an imposing and dignified presence. In comparison, Qingzhou City truly felt like a backwater. Although they were all at the condensation realm, they could sense that even the guards here possessed the cultivation of the Dan-building realm. Such standards far exceeded those of Qingzhou City, causing them to feel somewhat apprehensive. Su Chen chuckled, leading the group as they paid the toll and entered the city. Within Xiantai City, there is a branch of Qingfeng Academy, where they must acquire their identity jade tokens to participate in the martial arts competition. Having visited the branch before, Su Yuanshan guided the group towards it, only to find a long line already formed. Countless young people congregated here, their auras diverse yet equally formidable. Su Jin and the others felt insignificant amidst the crowd, which heightened their anxiety, as these individuals would be their competitors. It was astonishing to discover that there were no fewer than 20 prodigies from the Dan-building realm participating in the martial arts competition. Observing the scene, Su Yuanshan's expression grew serious as he silently contemplated the situation. He could see the multitude of talents present. If all were to be accounted for, the number would likely be even greater, encompassing individuals from various cities and families. A middle-aged man from Qingfeng Academy, whose strength reached the transformation realm, looked at Su Yuanshan and the others, casually inquiring. Su Yuanshan returned the greeting and produced an adequate amount of yuan stones, stating, "From Qingzhou City. The Su family, we have 6 participants in the martial arts competition." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell momentarily silent, all eyes turning toward them, their gazes imbued with various meanings. The middle-aged man paused with his brush, suddenly fixing his gaze on Su Yuanshan and the others, his expression turning sharp. With a faint, cold smile, he remarked, "Ah, so you are the Su family from Qingzhou City." He made no effort to conceal his animosity. "I heard that Su Chen lost a dragon soul pill belonging to your family and then became, hey, and now you dare to participate in the martial arts competition." Su Yuanshan and the others' expressions darkened at this remark, leaving them speechless. At that moment, a piercing voice rang out. "Oh, so it is the Su family, which even Qingfeng Academy cannot reach." The speaker was a young man in the mid-stage of the Dan building realm, standing with an air of arrogance, exuding an overwhelming sense of superiority as he regarded the Su family. Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he replied coolly, "Do you have a problem?" This declaration drew the attention of all present. "Didn't you look down upon Qingfeng Academy? What are you doing here? Just leave." The young man sneered. "You were reduced to, yet you still dare to come?" Su Chen responded indifferently, "If I were to vanish before you, would you take no action?" The young man continued to scoff disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. "If you dislike me, then strike me, boom." Before he could finish, he was sent flying. The crowd fell into stunned silence, many gazing at Su Chen in terror. With a single punch, he had sent a mid-stage Dan building genius flying. He had not been. Such an unusual demand had never been heard of before. Su Chen retracted his fist and muttered to himself, "With such limited capability, yet here you are barking like a dog, wasting my time." The expression of the transformation realm expert from Qingfeng Academy shifted as Su Chen turned his gaze toward him, asking, "Do you wish to refuse my participation in the martial arts competition?" Chapter 11. I stand with my hands behind my back, unaware of what constitutes a rival. Su Chen's words caused the middle-aged man's lips to twitch slightly. Being a figure of the transformation realm, he quickly composed himself, then offered a faint smile. Refraining from further hostility, he presented the jade tokens required for participation in the martial arts competition to Su Chen and the others. After all, he was indeed a prodigy, possessing the confidence to be somewhat arrogant. It was no wonder he had rejected Qingfeng Academy's overtures. The middle-aged man suddenly spoke earnestly, "However, I hope you can perform better this time. Although you declined last time, you have not surpassed the age limit, and there remains an opportunity for you to join Qingfeng Academy." His words incited a stir among the crowd, drawing envious and resentful glances. To offend Qingfeng Academy typically meant no chance of redemption, yet Su Chen, being such an extraordinary talent, had elicited their tolerance for a second chance. Such occurrences were rare, especially considering Qingfeng Academy's exalted status. Su Chen toyed with the jade token, smiling faintly, and offered no response. "Let us depart." At this moment, Su Yuanshan prepared to lead Su Chen and the others away. Just then, a cold voice laced with fury rang out. "Where do you think you are going? You struck a member of the Li family and expect to leave." The speaker was a middle-aged man with graying hair, exuding a formidable presence as a transformation realm expert. His eyes, filled with malice, locked onto the Su family group, then focused on Su Chen. "You think you can simply walk away after hurting someone? Do you not regard the Li family?" The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically at the mention of the Li family. "What? It is the Li family?" The Li family is one of the 3 foremost families in the Qing kingdom, second only to the royal family, with immense influence. Had the Su family truly offended them? This was disastrous. No matter how extraordinary Su Chen might be, he would face dire consequences. The Li family possessed no fewer than 10 transformation realm experts. Could the Su family withstand such might? Su Chen's arrogance had reached an extreme. He was foolishly unaware of the need for discretion. Now, both he and the Su family seemed doomed. The emergence of the Li family members instilled fear in the onlookers. The gazes directed at the Su family were tinged with schadenfreude. They relished the prospect of witnessing the rise of a potentially formidable family face obliteration. It was akin to ordinary people harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the affluent. Unable to bear witness to others' success, I already warned him to leave, yet he refused to listen and insisted on provoking me. I asked this my fault. Chen glanced at the Li family youth, who wore a menacing expression, and replied coolly. Beside him, elderly Mu's icy voice interjected, "My son demands your punishment. If he wishes for your demise, why do you not comply?" Chen replied nonchalantly, "Haha, I am not as foolish as your son." These words rendered Li Mu and the members of the Li family utterly frigid. This individual is audacious enough to provoke the Li family to their demise, a genius emerging from a small locality, yet so blind to the vastness of the world. Nevertheless, Li Mu had no intention of letting this affront go unpunished. Boom! In a fit of rage, Li Mu unleashed the entirety of his formidable presence, causing those nearby to kneel in terror. The full strength of his perfected creation realm was laid bare. Su Xia and the others turned pale, overwhelmed by a suffocating sense of dread. With a thunderous step, Su Yuanshan advanced, his strength reaching the mid-tier of the creation realm, merely 2 minor realms beneath Li Mu. However, he practiced the powerful techniques bestowed by Chen, granting him the extraordinary ability to slay opponents beyond his level. Consequently, he truly did not regard Li Mu with any seriousness, merely fearing the Li clan behind him. Su Yuanshan's actions startled the crowd. Was there truly a member of the humble Su family who had reached the creation realm? Li Mu narrowed his eyes, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "No wonder you are so arrogant. It seems your family has fortuitously produced a creation realm expert. Yet, you remain a mere frog at the bottom of a well. In your impoverished corner of the world, the creation realm may be unparalleled, but in the eyes of true powers, you are but a slightly robust Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Li Mu and said, "Do the members of the Li family always indulge in such trivial chatter? Shall we engage in battle, or would you prefer to leave promptly?" Li Mu sneered. "You are the one suggesting I take action." Boom! Li Mu moved, intent on personally attacking Su Chen. His son wore a sinister expression, relishing the thought of Su Chen and his companions meeting a gruesome fate. At that moment, a soft voice broke through. "This is the branch of Qingfeng Academy. Will you disregard the need for registration?" Upon hearing this, Li Mu's expression turned frosty as he cast a furious glance. Soon, his demeanor shifted, and he hastily moderated his aura, even adopting a somewhat humble posture as he saluted a woman clad in a purple gown who had appeared on the scene, Princess Qing. At this moment, even the middle-aged man from Qingfeng Academy in the creation realm rose slightly and bowed. The crowd watched, astonished, at the mysterious woman in the purple gown adorned with a light veil. Was this individual of significant standing? Had she intervened on behalf of the Su family? Su Chen observed, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He had not expected to encounter someone of such caliber in this small town of Shantai. "What are you staring at?" Upon seeing Princess Qing, "Why do you not pay your respects?" A figure in a black robe, masked and with a hoarse voice, coldly questioned, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Pressing down on Su Chen to assert dominance, Su Chen retreated a half-step, effortlessly dispelling the overwhelming pressure that far surpassed that of Li Mu. The princess's surprise was palpable as she regarded Su Chen. With a slight wave of her hand, the black-robed figure's aura immediately receded. "Thank you, Princess Qing." Su Yuanshan and the others bowed solemnly in gratitude. "You are the one who previously declined the invitation from Qingfeng Academy, Su Chen?" the princess inquired, her voice light and tinged with curiosity. "You possess quite an intriguing character," Su Chen smiled, stepping closer to the princess. Mere inches apart, the crowd's hearts raced. She was undeniably a person of high status, and such proximity could easily be seen as an affront. Simultaneously, they felt a tinge of envy. Su Chen was truly audacious. The princess was even more intriguing. She ventured out while her own circumstances remained unstable. With clear eyes, Chen gazed at the princess and remarked lightly. This statement was heard only by her and the black-robed figure. Upon hearing it, the princess visibly trembled. Chen sensed the murderous intent of the black-robed man locking onto him, before the princess could respond. Chen continued, "Although your intervention on my behalf is inconsequential, I appreciate your kindness. Therefore, should you wish to resolve your own issues, feel free to seek me out after the martial arts conference." Upon hearing this, a tempest of emotions surged within the princess. After a moment, she inclined her head slightly. Chen, I shall remember you. I am willing to befriend you. With that, the princess entered the Qingfeng Academy branch. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Envy and jealousy were palpable. What kind of charm did Chen possess that allowed him to forge a friendship with such a prominent figure in mere moments? As they observed the princess's departure, Li Mu's expression shifted, ultimately resulting in a cold snort as he remarked, "Chen, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, I shall not let you escape." Chen responded nonchalantly. "Feel free to come at me. I stand with my hands behind my back, never knowing what it means to have an opponent. A mere flick of my hand would be your utmost limit." The crowd gasped, while the Su family members shrank in embarrassment. Chen's words ignited a storm of indignation among the onlookers. In that moment, his arrogance was almost unbearable, prompting a desire to strike him down. Su Xia and her siblings were utterly stunned. Chen had previously portrayed himself as amicable and calm, never once uttering such bold declarations, especially not in front of so many witnesses, their faces flushed with shame. They lowered their heads, wishing for a hole to swallow them whole. The three elders, including Su Yuanshan, regarded Chen with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. His words were undeniably audacious, something not easily tolerated by others. Li Mu and his companions were equally taken aback, struggling to comprehend Chen's audacity. Did he truly believe he could claim invincibility in a gathering of the nation's greatest talents? To suggest that a mere flick of his hand could limit these prodigies was outrageously brazen. Had he truly let the association with Princess Qing inflate his ego to such heights? "Ha ha ha, Chen, you are indeed an amusing individual. I believe it won't be long before many talents seek to spar with you." Li Mu, surprisingly, exhibited no desire to kill Chen, his eyes now indifferent, as though regarding a lifeless entity. Indeed, with that proclamation, Chen had sealed his own fate. Countless individuals would likely seek him out, unable to tolerate his arrogance. Chen glanced at Li Mu, slightly furrowing his brow. "Are you not leaving?" Li Mu chuckled, turning away with his son and the members of the Li family. Others from various factions looked upon Chen with disdain, yet none dared to confront him. Despite his outrageous remarks, his strength was undeniably formidable, a true genius. He had sent Li Yunqing, a mid-tier Dan formation expert from the prestigious Li family, flying with a single punch, though many prodigies existed in the nation. Few could reach the Dan formation realm at such a young age. The Li family, with its rich heritage, produced several geniuses capable of achieving that level in each generation. Their cultivation techniques were powerful, and their talents were, without doubt, often capable of slaying opponents of higher ranks. Thus, every time Qingfeng Academy opened its doors to recruit disciples, members of the three great families were always present. This was why everyone believed Chen had provoked the Li family and would face dire consequences. Even if he were exceptionally gifted, it would not alter that outcome, for such incidents were not unprecedented. The Li family continued to thrive regardless. Chen, we are currently in public. Perhaps you should exercise caution in your speech and remain low-key. Within an inn in Xiantai City, Elder Wu could no longer restrain himself. Chen's earlier words had indeed provoked everyone present. Young and impetuous, who could possibly endure such taunts? Chen smiled and nodded. He had spoken those words partly due to a sudden recollection of a few rare friends he had made at the pinnacle of his previous life, one of whom had a penchant for such bravado. The outcome had been grim, leading to a fierce reprimand from Chen himself. Yet now, Expressing such sentiments felt quite exhilarating. He relished the sight of others glaring at him. Powerless to retaliate, having been reborn, his personality had subtly transformed. He was no longer the extreme and obsessive individual he once was. His current thoughts were simple. Aside from rectifying past regrets, he aimed to live this life true to his nature. Savoring the beauty of the world, seeing Chen nod, Su Yuanshan and the others exhaled in relief. If you encounter the Li family within Xiantai City, exercise caution. As they dined within the inn. Su Yuanshan spoke gravely. The Li family is no ordinary clan. It is one of the three great families of the Qing nation, with an incredibly rich lineage. Their ancestors were generals who fought alongside the founder of the Qing nation and were granted nobility. Establishing a deep connection with the royal family, the power dynamics, relationships, and networks above them are exceedingly intricate. As far as I know, the three great families each possess formidable warriors beyond the creation realm, which is the reason they remain unshakable in the Qing nation. This also indicates that the descendants of these families are often arrogant and prone to instigating trouble. I share this with you to emphasize that, unless absolutely necessary, you should endure and prioritize the greater good. As the eldest elder of the Su family, Su Yuanshan had devoted his entire life to the clan. He would not still hold his position at such an age otherwise. His words prompted Su Xia and Su Jin, along with others, to nod in agreement. In truth, ever since they stepped into Xiantai City, they had felt the stark disparity between themselves and the individuals from their own powerful faction. In Qingzhou City, they were distinguished and exceptional. However, within the confines of Xiantai City, they appeared rather commonplace, merely striving to become one of the countless aspirants to Qingfeng Academy. Su Chen, you must exercise caution. Refrain from revealing too much. You understand the principle of not flaunting wealth, do you not? Su Yuanshan remarked, directing his gaze towards Su Chen. His intention was clear. He must not expose the gifts bestowed upon him by his mother, lest chaos ensue. Su Chen smiled gently and nodded. Rest assured, Second Master, I will endeavor to maintain a low profile. Su Yuanshan nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a graceful young lady approached Su Chen, smiling as she inquired, "Are you Su Chen from the Su family of Qingzhou City?" Su Chen turned to her, smiling as he affirmed, "Indeed, that is I." The elegant young lady produced a letter and said, "This is a message from the Qing princess. She invites you and your kin to gather at Dragon Phoenix Tower, where many talented youths from the great factions of Qing Nation will assemble." Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, contemplating before accepting the letter. Upon opening it, he discovered several golden invitations within. He smiled and replied, "Please convey to the Qing princess that I shall attend." The graceful young lady bowed slightly before departing. Dragon Phoenix Tower caters exclusively to geniuses and is funded by Qingfeng Academy. Every time it opens, the offerings within are invaluable aids to cultivation, accessible only to a select few extraordinary talents. The Qing princess is indeed grand, even sending golden invitations, Su Chen remarked with a smile. Su Xia, gazing at the Dragon Phoenix golden invitation in her hand, curiously asked, "What does this golden invitation signify?" The Dragon Phoenix golden invitation represents the highest status at Dragon Phoenix Tower. Everything within is complimentary, available solely to the most elite talents in the Foundation establishment realm. Typically, these are internal invitations from Qingfeng Academy, reserved for a select few within powerful factions like the three great families, Su Chen explained. He then chuckled. "Su Xia, Su Jin, let us seize this opportunity. Indulge to your heart's content. Eat as much as you desire. The ingredients here are precious, perhaps things you have never tasted in the Su family, and it offers a chance to broaden your horizons. I shall take you on this delightful excursion." Upon hearing this, Su Xia and Su Jin exchanged nervous glances, filled with a mix of apprehension and eagerness. Ultimately, they turned to Su Yuanshan, who nodded in agreement. Their faces lit up with joy. Thus, Su Chen led the 6 most talented members of the Su family in the Qi condensation realm to Dragon Phoenix Tower. Chapter 13. Life and Death Together. Is this truly Dragon Phoenix Tower? It's magnificent. Su Jin marveled at the towering structure before him, each level adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings. Exuding opulence, the individuals entering and exiting were all poised and distinguished young talents, all cultivators in the foundation establishment realm, the strongest geniuses of this martial arts assembly. Let us proceed. Feel free to indulge. Accumulate sufficient energy, and practicing the techniques passed down in your clan will enhance your strength. Su Chen smiled, gesturing for Su Jin and Su Xia to enter the tower. Please present your Dragon Phoenix invitations. Two masters of the transformation realm stood at the entrance point. One of them regarded Su Chen with a hint of intrigue and spoke coolly. After Su Chen and the others presented their golden invitations, and they were verified. The transformation realm expert scrutinized Su Jin and Su Xia, frowning as he inquired, "You are merely in the Qi condensation realm. How did you acquire these Dragon Phoenix golden invitations?" Su Chen replied nonchalantly. "Are you questioning the authenticity of these invitations? Is it true that without being in the foundation establishment realm, even with this invitation, you cannot enter?" As he spoke, a unique aura emanated from Su Chen, causing the transformation realm expert's expression to shift slightly before he smiled faintly and stepped aside. "I was merely curious. My apologies. Please enter." Su Chen and the others exchanged greetings and entered Dragon Phoenix Tower together. "Brother Su Chen, they seem," Su Xia whispered, her typically lively demeanor subdued in this unfamiliar environment. Though it was merely the first day, she had already witnessed the stark differences between Qingzhou City and this place. The Su family felt exceedingly ordinary here. Su Chen chuckled lightly, responding casually. "The world is quite realistic. People often look down upon others through narrow perspectives. They will forever treat matters based solely on their own understanding. You must not adopt such attitudes. One should not judge by appearances. Perhaps an utterly ordinary person may present you with an opportunity you could hardly imagine." He continued, "What I mean to say is, it is best to treat everyone with an open mind and equality, regardless of whom you encounter." Upon hearing this, Su Xia and the others nodded in understanding as they entered Dragon Phoenix Tower. Su Jin and the others were instantly mesmerized. Inside Dragon Phoenix Tower, melodious music floated through the air, while in some corners, elegantly poised young women danced gracefully, captivating the eye. The expansive space was filled with an array of fruits, wines, and meats, available for all to partake freely. The guests mingled, sharing laughter and conversation with familiar faces. They hailed from various origins, yet most shared the common trait of being prodigies from powerful families. Their backgrounds formidable and prestigious, ranking among the elite of the entire Qing nation. These individuals glanced towards Su Jin and the others. A flicker of surprise crossed their eyes, as they easily sensed that Su Jin and the others were not particularly strong. Merely in the Qi condensation realm, this gathering of foundation establishment cultivators, Su Jin and his kin appeared somewhat out of place and conspicuous. "Do not feel burdened. Indulge in the feast. If anyone questions you, simply present your Dragon Phoenix golden invitations," Su Chen encouraged. "Consider this place as your home." Seeing Su Chen's casual demeanor as he tore off a piece of meat from a table and began to eat, Su Xia and the others gradually relaxed and began to feast as well, their eyes widening in delight. They devoured the delicacies voraciously, as the food was not only a first for them but also of such exquisite quality that even during festive occasions in the Su family, they would never have encountered. This starkly highlighted the disparity between ordinary families and top-tier factions. "Young Master Su, the Qing princess requests your presence." At that moment, it was the same elegant young lady who slightly bowed and spoke softly. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Lead the way." After a brief exchange with Su Jin and the others, he followed the graceful young lady away from the main hall. Moments later, Su Chen and the young lady arrived at the top floor of Dragon Phoenix Tower. Bang! As he stepped into a room, a sudden gust of fierce wind rushed toward him. A fist was hurtling in his direction. In that instant, Su Chen's expression turned cold. He raised his hand and effortlessly grasped the incoming fist. You were able to catch my punch so easily. It seems you have reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. The assailant, a man clad in black, exuded a chilling aura, reminiscent of someone forged in the crucible of battle. Upon seeing Su Chen catch his fist, he spoke with a hint of astonishment. Su Chen assessed him coolly, replying, "Your punch could indeed severely injure someone at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Do you harbor any animosity toward me?" At this, the black-clad man's expression shifted slightly. Crack. In the next moment, his face drained of color, contorted with pain as he felt Su Chen's hand, like a vice, crushing his fist with overwhelming force, sending waves of agony coursing through him. Struggling through the pain, he commanded in a low voice, "Release me." Su Chen casually released his grip, causing the man to stumble back several paces. Cold sweat beading on his forehead as he clutched his injured hand, his face alight with anger as he glared at Su Chen. It seemed he was about to say something, but Su Chen had already entered the room, casually seating himself as he remarked coolly, "If your skills are lacking, refrain from testing or instructing others. There will not be a next time." The black-clad man's expression shifted as he sensed a trace of lethal intent in Su Chen's tone. "Do you know who I am?" he asked with a warning edge. Su Chen merely smirked, responding nonchalantly, "Not interested in knowing. Do you not presume yourself to be so significant in the face of absolute strength? If you offend others carelessly, you may find yourself dead." The black-clad man's expression paled further as his gaze turned icy. Just then, the Qing princess entered the room, her demeanor transformed from the previous gentle and soft-spoken manner to one of regal authority, imbued with a hint of severity. "Tai Ge, step aside, leave the room," she commanded coolly. Upon hearing this, the black-clad man bowed silently and exited the room. The Qing princess, still veiled in light gauze, observed Su Chen with curious eyes. She inquired, "Did you annihilate the 3 great families of Qingzhou City?" Su Chen neither confirmed nor denied, slowly replying, "So the one who attacked me earlier was the young lord of the city lord's mansion in Xiantai City." "Oh, he is your subordinate. Did he feel threatened today, being in close proximity to me, perhaps feeling jealous?" With that, Su Chen rose, standing with his hands clasped behind him, casually stating, "Qing princess, you are both fortunate and unfortunate. Yet, your benevolent deeds render your fortune far outweigh your misfortune." The Qing princess narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Su Chen without uttering a word. Su Chen spoke softly, "In the Qing kingdom, at Qingfeng Academy, and even among more powerful factions, there are no cultivation methods suited for your unique constitution. You can only refrain from practicing and use this method to suppress it, but this will only allow you to live until the age of 30. In the end, you will perish due to the excessive accumulation of primordial energy within you." His words stirred a growing turmoil within Princess Qing. Indeed, he was aware. Su Chen smiled and continued, "However, I possess a method that will enable you to perfectly control your constitution. You have the potential to become the greatest master of the southern region." Upon hearing this, the princess's eyes flickered with intrigue. She noticed Su Chen gazing at her, yet he remained silent. After a moment, Princess Qing took a deep breath and slowly declared, "From this day forth, you, young Master Su Chen, shall be my dearest friend, and I shall steadfastly stand by your side through life and death." At her words, Su Chen smiled, and Princess Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She realized she had found her salvation. Approaching her, Su Chen remarked, "As friends, I naturally cannot stand idly by." With that, he pressed his finger against the center of her brow. Chapter 14. The Heavenly Spirit Body Boom. In an instant, as Su Chen's finger touched her brow, a cultivation method that perfectly suited Princess Qing was transmitted into her mind. An immense surge of primordial energy erupted from within her. Observing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of primordial energy that transformed into a radiant sword light. Enveloping the room, he examined Princess Qing with a faint smile. Truly, she was the heavenly spirit body, a favored child of heaven and earth, continuously absorbing the primordial energies of the universe. Had she been in the heavenly spirit sect, she would have received endless resources for cultivation. Alas, such a remarkable individual had fallen to this impoverished corner of the southern region. It was fortunate that she encountered me. Otherwise, her demise would have been inevitable. Chen mused, his gaze flickering with awe. He recalled encountering a formidable heavenly spirit body in the past, capable of wielding the primordial energies of multiple worlds with a mere gesture, an incredibly terrifying presence. The heavenly spirit body was renowned as the most potent constitution capable of harboring boundless energy. In terms of foundational strength, it ranked among the top 10. Boom, 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 as Princess Qing diligently practiced the method imparted by Chen. The overwhelming primordial energy within her transformed into the energy used by martial artists, and her aura surged higher and higher. In an instant, she broke through her boundaries. The primordial energy transmuted into martial energy. Princess Qing ascended to the qi condensation stage. Subsequently, her martial energy solidified into a core, absorbing the vast primordial energy within her, allowing her to reach the Dan formation stage. That fleeting moment. Her martial energy became even more formidable, revealing hints of terrifying depth. The wild and overwhelming martial energy surged forth, causing her garments to billow and ultimately shatter. The room was instantly filled with a bright glow. Boom! With a peculiar sentience accompanying her martial energy, Princess Qing astonishingly reached the transformation stage. Initial, intermediate, and then perfected, culminating in the pinnacle of the transformation stage, in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. She attained a level of genius that would ordinarily take a decade to achieve. Moreover, within her core, a vibrant flame flickered into existence. Half a step into the spirit fire stage, Princess Qing had actually reached the spirit fire stage. The so-called spirit fire is the nascent form of the spiritual body, also referred to as the fire of the spirit. At this level, a martial artist's vitality and other attributes are remarkably potent, far surpassing the transformation stage, marking a qualitative difference. After a considerable period, Princess Qing finally emerged from her immersion in the profound cultivation method. Her heart was in turmoil, causing her full figure to subtly tremble, inevitably drawing the gaze of onlookers. Princess Qing felt an overwhelming urge to cry. She was exhilarated, unable to fully contain her emotions even with her composure. To outsiders, she was the exalted princess of the Qing kingdom, the sole daughter of the regent, revered and possessing a lofty status, surrounded by admirers. Yet, who could fathom that beneath such a glamorous facade, should she fail to resolve her peculiar constitution, she would be treated as a mere tool for political marriage, ruthlessly cast aside. Moreover, her unique ability to incessantly absorb the primordial energies of the universe had caused her to accumulate an unfathomable reservoir of energy. Anyone who possessed her could bypass a decade of arduous cultivation. This meant that without sufficient strength, she would inevitably become a mere commodity, a perfect vessel in the eyes of others. In light of such an identity and constitution, countless individuals would greedily covet her, yearning for her. This was why Chen deemed her both fortunate and unfortunate. She was fortunate to hold such a status, yet unfortunate in her fruitless search, having exhausted countless methods that yielded no results. Even the pinnacle cultivation methods from the Qingfeng Academy headquarters could not transform her vast primordial energy into martial energy. This left her heart shrouded in despair, teetering on the edge of hopelessness. Yet, at that moment, Chen appeared like a ray of dawn, illuminating her darkness. Furthermore, he spoke the truth, granting her the cultivation method she had long sought in vain, overwhelming her with joy. This was truly a fortuitous encounter. She felt grateful that a seemingly casual action today had revealed genuine hope. In this moment, no one could comprehend the complexity of her feelings but herself. Princess Qing's exquisitely beautiful face bore an expression of disbelief as she raised her delicate hand, gazing in wonder, feeling as if she were in a dream. Indeed, you have reached the spirit fire stage, Chen remarked from the side. Snapping back to reality, Princess Qing looked at Chen and deeply bowed in gratitude. Young Master Chen, Your great kindness. Before she could finish, her body trembled as she realized she was completely unclothed. Feeling a sudden chill and a flash, she transformed into a streak of light, darting behind the screen in the room to quickly change into a flowing palace gown of cloud and moon hues, restoring her dignified and noble demeanor with an air of youthful grace befitting a princess. However, her gaze flickered with intense agitation, indicating her inner turmoil. After all, she had never before revealed herself in such a manner before a man. "Congratulations, Princess Qing, on your rebirth," Chen said with a faint smile. "You have just gained immense power. It is understandable that you cannot fully control it." With that, Chen continued to appraise Qing Wanyu, causing her to shudder slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Her voice, though melodious, carried a hint of embarrassment. "Young Master Chen, such behavior is rather unbecoming." Yet Chen chuckled. "In my view, to ignore your beauty would be the greatest disrespect. I shall consider this as your way of expressing gratitude." His words, though seemingly frivolous, did not provoke any sense of revulsion in the perceptive Qing Wanyu. Regaining her composure, she took a deep breath and once more expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Chen. Your immense kindness has indeed granted me a new lease on life." Qing Wanyu vowed that as long as she existed, neither Chen nor his family would suffer any grievances. "Should there be any needs, I shall spare no effort." After a pause, she added, "Young Master Chen possesses such fortune, yet still requires ample resources for cultivation. I will do my utmost to assist." Chen smiled at her words, recognizing that she viewed him as a powerful practitioner with great opportunities, yet he did not clarify. Nodding, he replied, "Focus on your cultivation. With your heavenly spirit body, even if you only unlock a fraction of its potential, you will be able to command the primordial energies of the entire southern region in an instant." Princess Qing's heart trembled at the thought. Commanding the primordial energies of the southern region? And this was merely by unlocking a part of her heavenly spirit body. "We have spent enough time in this room. It is time to venture forth," Chen declared, rising and walking out the door. As Qing Wanyu watched Chen's retreating figure, her eyes sparkled with determination, her hands gradually clenching into fists, lost in her thoughts. Nevertheless, she followed him out. Upon descending the stairs, her brow furrowed, and her gaze darkened as she observed the scene below. At that moment, she witnessed Chen casually raise his hand, slicing through the air with his sword finger, unleashing a gust of sword energy that roared downward. Chapter 15. Murder our dragon and phoenix gold tokens are authentic. "You are deliberately targeting us." On the second floor of the Dragon and Phoenix Tower, Jin's face paled as he gritted his teeth. Beside him, Xia bit her lip and softly added, "The two formidable individuals at the entrance have confirmed the authenticity of the Dragon and Phoenix gold tokens." Before she could finish, 3 young men with formidable auras at the Dan formation stage stood before them. One of the youths on the left sneered coldly, "Heh, the Dragon and Phoenix gold tokens are issued from within the Qingfeng Academy. Only the most elite talents at the Dan formation stage or the top figures from the vast powers of the Qing kingdom can obtain them. Yet you, the Su family, are merely a small clan residing in a corner. The strongest among you is, but at the pinnacle of the Qi condensation stage. Your kind, it appears, is utterly incapable of obtaining the Dragon and Phoenix golden tickets. Regardless of the circumstances, if even you were to possess such tickets, could we still rightfully claim the title of Dragon and Phoenix Tower?" Among the black-clad youths, a handsome young man adorned with an earring merely smiled faintly. "Pray tell, from where did you pilfer your Dragon and Phoenix golden tickets? Are you aware that your presence within the Dragon and Phoenix Tower is quite bothersome?" Boom! At that moment, a gaunt youth on the right unleashed a formidable aura, rushing forth like a torrent towards Jin and Xia. "Will you not speak the truth? Surrender your remaining Dragon and Phoenix golden tickets and crawl out of the Dragon and Phoenix Tower, and I shall grant you a reprieve from death." Pfft. This overwhelming aura proved too powerful for Jin and his companions, striking them like a heavy blow. The 4 clansmen behind Jin and Xia turned ashen. blood erupting from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground. Observing this, the youth on the right displayed a hint of disdain, coldly stating, "I offer you one final chance." A flicker of fury ignited in the eyes of Su Jin and his companions. Their fists clenched as they gritted their teeth. The dragon and phoenix golden tickets are genuine. They were bestowed upon Su Chen and us by a young girl. Yes, that's so. And where is this girl you speak of? The youth mocked coldly, striding towards Su Jin and seizing him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly as he sneered. "You wretches dare to set foot in the Dragon and Phoenix Tower?" At this moment, Su Xia rose from the ground, wiping the blood from her lips, her clear eyes scanning the onlookers. She then turned her gaze upon the youth, a mocking expression gracing her features. "I see it clearly now. You are here to support the Li family against us, the Su family. So, you three are merely the Li family's lapdogs, sycophants at best." At her words, the two youths behind her instantly darkened in countenance. While the one on the left revealed a murderous intent, he did not deny it, coldly retorting, "Country bumpkins should understand their place. You dare disturb our peace here. For your earlier affront, I shall cripple you and deliver you to the brothel in Xiantai City, where I'm sure they will admire your beauty." He approached Su Xia with a sinister grin, extending his hand toward her. A wispy aura akin to a wisp of green smoke descended upon the Dragon and Phoenix Tower. In an instant, to the stunned gazes of the crowd, a blade of energy effortlessly pierced through the youth's arm. The youth was momentarily taken aback, his face paling drastically as, in horrified disbelief, his arm fell limp to the ground. Thud! The sound of a severed arm hitting the floor echoed. Pfft! Blood gushed forth, a metallic scent permeating the air. Amidst the crowd's terrified expressions, the youth let out a harrowing scream, clutching his severed limb as his cries grew increasingly desperate. Witnessing this, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines, involuntarily gasping in shock. They found it hard to believe. Who had struck? This was the Dragon and Phoenix Tower, a domain of Qingfeng Academy. To act here was a blatant disrespect. The other two youths' expressions turned grim, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. The youth who had previously seized Su Jin released him, retreating in haste, a sense of foreboding rising within them. "Who is it?" the leading youth barked, casting anxious glances. I end this bewildering situation. Su Jin and the others were equally perplexed, until Su Xia murmured, "It is Su Chen." Is it really that Su Chen? He dares to act in the Dragon and Phoenix Tower. Upon hearing this, the leading youth regained his composure, narrowing his eyes with a cold smile. "Regardless of whether you possess the Dragon and Phoenix golden tickets, he will undoubtedly perish for daring to act here. No one can challenge the rules of Qingfeng Academy," the other youth bellowed. "Su Chen, come out at once, or else your siblings shall perish here." "What? To act within the Dragon and Phoenix Tower is to invite certain death. Yet you have already acted." A voice, indifferent and detached, resonated from above. The crowd turned to see Su Chen descending the stairs, his expression calm as he approached Su Jin and the others. He regarded the two youths with a dispassionate gaze, then a look of disdain surfaced on his face. "You consider yourselves geniuses. Yet here you are, willing to play the lapdogs. TSKSV, how far the Qingfeng Academy has fallen to accept such as you." Su Chen's words caused the two youths' faces to darken ominously. At that moment, the youth who had lost his arm erupted in a fit of rage. "Su Chen, no matter what, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. We merely questioned the authenticity of your Dragon and Phoenix golden tickets, and you resorted to such violent measures. Qingfeng Academy will never accept you again." Su Chen turned to him, his tone indifferent. "You can still speak. How foolish. Do you truly fear not for your life?" The youth, his face contorted in fury, lost all reason and roared, "You are too arrogant. You will certainly die. I refuse to believe you dare kill me here." Pfft! Before he could finish, a blade of energy pierced through his forehead, his expression freezing in place before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Silence enveloped the scene, the crowd gazing at Su Chen in shock. their scalps tingling as they gasped in disbelief. Who would have thought Su Chen truly dared to strike? The one he killed was an appointed genius of Qingfeng Academy. Su Chen, you truly possess audacity. The leading youth narrowed his eyes, clenching his fists as he glared at Su Chen. A person like you entering Qingfeng Academy is nothing but a calamity. Su Chen regarded him coolly. And so, what is the purpose of your barking here? Do you dare to act? At his words, the youth's expression soured, and he replied in a low voice, You are merely at the Dan building stage. We here are all appointed disciples of Qingfeng Academy. The To kill you, a violator of the Academy's rules, will not invoke any repercussions. Su Chen nodded, looking at Su Jin and the others. Listen closely to how hypocritical they are. They are clearly here to curry favor with the Li family, yet they still seek grandiloquent excuses. Do you understand how to deal with such people? Su Jin and the others remained silent. Su Chen stated calmly, Such individuals are like venomous snakes. If we offend them, we must eradicate them entirely. Boom! As Su Chen finished speaking, he casually unleashed several blades of energy that pierced through the foreheads and chests of the two youths. The atmosphere turned deathly silent, a chilling aura enveloping the space. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, descending upon the Dragon and Phoenix Tower. Su Chen, how bold you are. Chapter 16. The firmness of the Princess of Qing. This overwhelming aura was far beyond the realm of ordinary transformation. Merely stepping into the Dragon and Phoenix Tower rendered all the Dan building stage geniuses pale and breathless. Su Chen moved, an invisible field enveloping Su Xia and the others, shielding them from the oppressive force. A fierce wind howled. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe entered, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent directed at Su Chen. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, regarding him with indifference. And who might you be? The middle-aged man coldly replied, I am the steward of the Dragon and Phoenix Tower. This is my domain. You have committed murder in my Dragon and Phoenix Tower. And worse yet, you have slain an appointed genius of Qingfeng Academy. What punishment do you think is warranted? His voice boomed like thunder, the powerful aura surging towards Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. Ah, I see. You are the steward. Yet where were you just now? This incident could have been entirely avoided had these individuals not brazenly bullied the disciples of the Su family within your tower. And you chose to turn a blind eye. Furthermore, do these individuals truly possess the right to question the authenticity of the Dragon and Phoenix golden tickets? Even the two transformation stage disciples at the entrance said nothing. Oh, how convenient that those two transformation stage disciples are now absent. How fortuitous. Indeed, Su Chen chuckled coldly. The steward of the Dragon and Phoenix Tower remained expressionless, responding coolly. Regardless, the fact remains that you have taken a life. If being a genius allows one to flout the rules, then what purpose do the rules serve? Su Chen replied nonchalantly. So what is it you wish to convey? Do you intend to kill me? The steward narrowed his eyes. No, I will not kill you, but your arrogance is excessive. Your talent will bring you ruin. I will take you to Qingfeng Academy, and I suspect they will dispose of you. Su Chen responded calmly. You intend to take action? At this moment, Su Xia's expression shifted slightly as she hurriedly explained the events leading up to this moment, clarifying that the three youths had instigated the conflict and even attacked within the Dragon and Phoenix Tower. The steward of the Dragon and Phoenix Tower replied indifferently, Then it seems you have no grievances. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Xia and the others' expressions turned somewhat grim. How could they fail to recognize that this individual was deliberately seeking trouble? The steward of Longfeng Tower scoffed dismissively before turning his gaze towards the talented individuals present, calmly stating, Is what this young girl has claimed true? You are all witnesses. In response, not a single genius among them uttered a word. Even when the steward pointedly addressed one of them, this particular genius shook his head, saying, I have only just arrived at Longfeng Tower and did not witness the entire incident. I only saw Su Chen strike down these three geniuses upon my arrival. The steward of Longfeng Tower smiled faintly, directing his attention towards Su Chen. You see, If the truth of your sister's words were indeed accurate, they would testify on your behalf. Yet, they remain silent, fearful of your murderous intent. Unwilling to contradict your assertions, Chen glanced around and replied nonchalantly, "The silence of these individuals is of no consequence. Whether their words hold truth or not is irrelevant, as you do not care." The steward's tone grew increasingly frigid as he remarked, "Enough of this banter. Will you accompany me willingly, or shall I escort you by force? Although you possess considerable strength, having utilized your extraordinary skills to slay 3 geniuses of the Dan building stage, you remain inconsequential in the face of my peak creation stage prowess. What do you think?" Chen shook his head. "You may certainly give it a try." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the steward's eyes. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Chen in an instant. Striking with a palm, Chen countered with a punch, and the clash of their energies erupted, causing Xia and the others to stagger backward. The onlookers were astounded that Chen could withstand the steward's blow. After all, he was a formidable creation stage expert. Suddenly, the steward's palm was pierced by a blade of sword energy, blood gushing forth. His expression shifted, revealing a mix of shock and fury. "You are a sword cultivator." The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, gasps of disbelief reverberating around them. Another sword cultivator had emerged. The Qingfeng Academy would surely seek to recruit him. The steward of Longfeng Tower, having attempted to subdue Chen, now found himself in a precarious situation, having offended a talented sword cultivator. How could it be that Chen had reached the Dan building stage at such a young age, and was even able to contend with him? What a monstrous prodigy! Thus, the steward found himself in a dilemma. Chen, do not overstep your bounds. Come with me to Qingfeng Academy, where they will grant you leniency," the steward said in a low voice. Yet, Chen replied indifferently, "There is no need. You have 2 choices. Either take me away or leave on your own accord." Upon hearing this, the steward's face contorted with rage. Chen showed him no respect, refusing even a semblance of compromise. A sword cultivator deserves a swift demise. Such a blunt personality, lacking in social etiquette, is destined for ruin. If you remain obstinate, then I can offer you no salvation. The steward's tone softened as he attempted to make concessions once more, but Chen remained silent. Observing this, the steward's gaze turned icy with murderous intent. Since he had already incurred offense, he resolved to strike with lethal force. Intent on suppressing Chen, at that moment, a chilling voice interjected, "There is no need for you to persist any further." Steward of Longfeng Tower. Startled, the steward turned to see the Qing County princess. Her expression icy. "I am aware of the entire situation, and yet you have acted unjustly to curry favor with the Li family. You must remember that you are a representative of Qingfeng Academy. Enough. Depart at once and resign from your position as steward of Longfeng Tower. Let this matter rest." The steward's expression changed dramatically. He felt unwilling and resentful, as the benefits of his role were far too great. "Princess Qing, are you attempting to undermine the rules of Qingfeng Academy?" "I refuse to comply. However," the Qing County princess replied coolly, "if you refuse, then you shall perish here." As her words fell, a streak of light shot from her sleeve, piercing the steward's brow. His expression instantly froze, and the venue fell into a profound silence. The crowd was aghast, as if caught in a dream. The Qing County princess had intervened on Chen's behalf, killing the steward of Longfeng Tower. At this moment, even Jin and Xia were left utterly dumbfounded, their minds reeling from the shocking spectacle. How could it be that Chen had only just arrived, and now the Qing County princess had seemingly transformed as well? Was it possible that she had developed an interest in Chen? What merits could he possibly possess? Xia pondered this, her heart tumultuous with emotions, as she observed Chen and Qing Wanyu with scrutiny. To them, Chen was merely a genius at the Dan building stage. Could it be that his identity as a sword cultivator was the reason behind this? It seemed plausible, considering that sword cultivators were indeed rare and formidable, even within the vast Qingfeng Academy. However, the notion of the Qing County princess killing the steward of Longfeng Tower for a sword cultivator still felt exaggerated. After all, that steward was a peak creation stage expert, an individual of the highest caliber, even within the headquarters of Qingfeng Academy. Yet, he had been slain so easily, despite their myriad of doubts. The reality was undeniable. "Su Chen, are you unharmed?" Qing Wanyu approached him on the second floor, concern etched on her face. The crowd collectively mused. Does Su Chen appear to be in any distress? It was indeed his actions that had led to the death of a steward and 3 geniuses. Such an event was unprecedented within the esteemed Longfeng Tower of the entire Qing kingdom. Usually, conflicts would arise, but fatalities were unheard of, until today. 3 geniuses, all hailing from powerful factions within the Qing kingdom, had perished here. Their respective forces would undoubtedly seek retribution. Su Chen regarded her with a faint smile, replying, "Thank you for your concern, Princess. I am quite well." Qing Wanyu's expression grew complex. She had never anticipated that Su Chen was a sword cultivator. This implied that he was likely not the wandering cultivator she had initially assumed. There might be a formidable force or an incredibly powerful individual backing him, capable of nurturing such a prodigious sword cultivator. Only someone of great strength or influence could produce a talent of this caliber. Otherwise, he would not possess access to such formidable techniques, were it not for Su Chen's identity as a sword cultivator. She would not have gone to such extremes to assist him. However, upon realizing his identity, her hesitation evaporated, leaving no room for doubt as she fully committed herself to standing by Su Chen's side. Even if her status were to be impacted by the slaying of a steward from Longfeng Tower, she was resolute in her actions. Su Chen understood her motivations, yet he remained indifferent to her thoughts. In his previous life, he had traversed the long path of cultivation, encountering countless individuals and bizarre occurrences. Therefore, the techniques he offered Qing Wanyu were merely a spontaneous act of recognition towards a true prodigy. Devoid of ulterior motives, after all, what he desired was within his reach. He had no need to rely on others. Nevertheless, Qing Wanyu's intervention spared him some trouble, as any who sought to act against him would now have to consider her status. Moreover, as Qing Wanyu began to reveal her brilliance, she might soon ascend to the role of a true princess, one capable of wielding significant influence over the Qing kingdom. At that point, the Su family would undoubtedly benefit from her support, making their future endeavors significantly easier. A figure approached. Qing Wanyu, with her graceful demeanor and voice as soft as ever, seemed unaffected by the earlier incident involving the killing of the Dragon Phoenix Tower as steward. As her words fell, a man clad in black robes appeared beside her. "Princess," Qing Wanyu spoke calmly, "ensure this place is tidied up and let the master of the Dragon Phoenix Tower handle the matters here. He knows what must be done." "Understood." The black-robed man bowed and then vanished into thin air. Moments later, a middle-aged man entered, exuding a powerful aura, a true master at the spirit fire realm, and the entirety of the Qing kingdom. He ranked among the top-tier warriors. Within the Qingfeng Academy, he could easily serve as an instructor, guiding the disciples of the academy. Furthermore, the master of the Dragon Phoenix Tower was not just anyone. The lucrative nature of this position implied a notable background. Lin Jian respectfully greeted Princess Qing. Although he had heard from the black-robed man about the situation before arriving, seeing it firsthand still caused his eyelids to twitch involuntarily as he cast a deep glance at Su Chen. This individual was indeed a sword cultivator, and the fact that Princess Qing had gone to such lengths for him was remarkable. The act of slaying the steward of the Dragon Phoenix Tower was significant. Yet Princess Qing had still chosen to take action and clean up the aftermath. "You know what to do," Qing Wanyu said indifferently. Lin Jian nodded slightly and replied, "This matter has nothing to do with the Su family." Master Su Chen acted out of extreme anger and was merely defending himself. No one in Xiantai City can harm Master Su Chen or his kin. However, he paused before continuing softly. "Princess Qing, the 3 individuals slain by Master Su Chen were backed by first-rate forces in the Qing kingdom. specifically from the Li family's branch in Jinhe City, as well as two other major powers in Jinhe City. The latter two are manageable, each with only one transformation realm expert backing them. Yet, the Li family's branch in Jinhe City is quite significant, having gained recognition from the main family, and they will not let this go lightly. Qing Wanyu nodded slightly. So, what do you wish to convey? Upon hearing this, Lin Jian was startled. He realized Qing Wanyu was pressuring him to take a stance, suddenly, as he looked at the corpse of the Dragon Phoenix Tower as steward. He understood that Su Chen must hold a different significance for Princess Qing. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him to advance as well. After all, how could Princess Qing not comprehend the weight of the Li family and the consequences of opposing them? Yet, she was still willing to act in this manner. This line of thought was both profound and chilling. With that in mind, Lin Jian took a deep breath and solemnly declared, in Xiantai City, the Li family must not take action. Otherwise, they will face the consequences from the master of this tower. I stand by Master Su Chen through thick and thin. Chapter 18. Just the Li family. Qingwang trial. When Lin Jian's words echoed, everyone present couldn't help but be astonished, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves. They were not fools and quickly grasped the implications of Lin Jian's statement. The master of the Dragon Phoenix Tower was actually vowing to protect Su Chen. Was it solely because he was a sword cultivator? No, it was also due to Princess Qing's influence. In the Qing kingdom, Princess Qing held an exceptionally high status, and for her to go this far for Su Chen, even compelling a master of the Dragon Phoenix Tower to declare his allegiance, was unprecedented. In this light, it seemed that even under pressure from the Li family, Su Chen might not meet his end. For a moment, those talented individuals regretted their earlier silence, realizing that had they spoken up to support Su Chen or the Su family, they could have forged a beneficial connection. Yet, under the pressure from the Li family and the steward they had just witnessed, they chose to remain silent and stand by, allowing what could have been an opportunity to slip through their fingers. As they processed this, their expressions shifted. They were racking their brains, trying to figure out how they could at least contribute something at this moment. Their focus had shifted from Su Chen to the formidable Princess Qing standing behind him. Su Chen cast a dismissive glance at them, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Such thoughts, even if driven by some talent, would ultimately yield little achievement in their lives. Master Su Chen. Stay safe in Xiantai City, as long as you pass the martial arts conference and become a disciple of Qingfeng Academy. Even the Li family cannot easily touch you, Lin Jian advised gravely. Moreover, the more extraordinary your talent appears, the greater your leverage. With Princess Qing and myself negotiating on your behalf, even the Li family may be inclined to resolve matters amicably due to your potential and the attention from Qingfeng Academy. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly and replied, Thank you for your kindness, Master Lin Jian, but I believe the Li family will find it difficult to contend with me. The Li family might be respected within the Qing kingdom, yet in the vast southern region, they were merely average. Lin Jian fell silent at Su Chen's response. This youth was indeed exceedingly arrogant, dismissing everyone, even the Li family, as insignificant. What course of action did Su Chen intend to pursue? Lin Jian glanced at Qing Wanyu, noticing her lack of reaction, seemingly granting tacit approval to Su Chen's words, and then softly inquired, What do you propose, Su Chen? Su Chen replied indifferently, You need not concern yourselves with anything. If the Li family decides to act, let them. I do not mind if the Qing kingdom loses a family. This statement left Lin Jian momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was this youth truly contemplating the annihilation of the Li family? Was he insane? Or did he possess some form of assurance? Lin Jian's thoughts grew heavy, leaning towards the latter possibility. Su Chen likely had a powerful figure or terrifying force backing him, potentially one that was beyond the Qing kingdom's scope. Realizing this, Lin Jian felt a sense of relief in having decisively sided with Su Chen. At that moment, Qing Wanyu's eyes glimmered, her calm voice breaking the silence. This matter will inevitably spread, and based on my understanding of the Li family, they will not let it rest. I have no desire to engage in negotiations with them. Let us proceed as Chen suggests. If the Li family possesses any sense, they may yet have a sliver of hope. Otherwise, the landscape of the Qing kingdom may very well undergo a thorough overhaul. Qing Wanyu was now unwaveringly aligned with Chen. Seeing her steadfast stance left Lin Jian breathless, his heart trembling. Was Princess Qing truly willing to gamble on such a grand scale? Did she intend to topple the Li family? One could only hope that the Li family would not act recklessly. After all, as a millennia-old family in the Qing kingdom, they were particularly concerned with their reputation. This situation was unlikely to resolve peacefully. Chen remarked nonchalantly, "Let this matter conclude here for today. If the Li family decides to strike, I will not be deterred. They are merely a group of transformation realm cultivators." Lin Jian and the others were taken aback. Merely a group of transformation realm cultivators? Do you understand the weight of your words? Each of these individuals is capable of ranking among the elite in the Qing kingdom. To Chen, it seemed as trivial as slaughtering chickens. A mere afterthought. Qing Wanyu nodded slightly. "I will ensure that the Su family in Qingzhou City is well guarded. You need not worry." Chen smiled faintly, saying nothing further. If the Li family sent people to the Su family, it was uncertain whether the Su family would suffer losses. Thus concluded the farce at the Dragon Phoenix Tower. Chen departed with Su Xia and the others, all feeling as if they had just awakened from a dream. The Li family would undoubtedly retaliate, and many of their members held significant positions within Qingfeng Academy and throughout the Qing kingdom, such as the Duke of the North, within the upper chambers of the Dragon Phoenix Tower. Lin Jian slightly bowed and spoke solemnly. Moreover, the Li family has an ancestor at the Nirvana realm, one of the few formidable cultivators in the Qing kingdom. Qing Wanyu nodded slightly. The Duke of the North was one of the rulers safeguarding the borders of the Qing kingdom. A figure equal to the head of the Li family. The Li family's ancestor, having secluded himself for many years, had reached an exceptionally powerful level within the Nirvana realm, second only to the old king of the royal family. The Li family stood at the pinnacle among the three great families. Even the royal family of the Qing kingdom dared not offend them lightly, as their ties with the Li family were profound. However, since Chen had bestowed upon her such profound techniques, granting her hope and a path toward becoming a formidable warrior, Qing Wanyu felt a deep sense of gratitude and obligation. She firmly believed that Chen was backed by an immense force, one potentially beyond the Qing kingdom itself. With this in mind, Qing Wanyu inhaled deeply and stated softly, "Master Lin Jian, keep your vision broad. Even if the future is fraught with uncertainties and dangers, you will find yourself immensely grateful for the choices made today." Upon hearing this, Lin Jian was deeply shaken by Qing Wanyu's unwavering confidence in Chen. To him, Qing Wanyu resembled a reckless gambler, wagering everything on a singular chance. He nodded solemnly and said, "Princess Qing, I understand. Once a choice has been made, there is no room for regret. Moreover, my declaration today signifies a complete severance with the Li family. Rest assured, I will stand firmly by your side." Qing Wanyu glanced at him and replied, "Tomorrow, I shall set off for the capital to undergo the Qingwang trial. I leave everything here in your capable hands." Upon hearing this, Lin Jian's expression changed dramatically, and he could not help but exclaim, "The Qingwang trial? Chapter 19. Who dares to offend the Su family? The Qingwang trial is the highest place of inheritance within the royal family of the Qing nation. It encompasses the lifelong cultivation of the kings throughout Qing's history, as well as the legacy of the founding monarch, King Qing. Historically, most individuals ascended to the throne through succession, as the Qingwang trial is notoriously perilous, often leading to dire consequences. Consequently, anyone from the royal family who successfully passes the trial, regardless of gender, will directly become the next ruler of the Qing nation, with even the current monarch lacking the authority to dispute this. Yet now, this princess dares to reveal her intention to initiate the Qingwang trial. This revelation struck Lin Jian with profound shock. He could not fathom how, upon arriving in Xiantai City, the princess seemed to have transformed entirely. Suddenly, Lin Jian's complexion shifted wildly. A tempest of thoughts surged within him as he entertained a bold notion. Could this all be due to Su Chen? This implies that it is not merely Princess Qing supporting Su Chen, but her actions seem to carry an intent of deliberate closeness and camaraderie. Contemplating this, Lin Jian felt a shiver run down his spine. If that were the case, Su Chen is far more than just an unexpected dark horse in this martial arts tournament of Xiantai City. How well you slay those who dare to transgress. Within the inn, Su Yuanshan slammed the table, his aged face filled with indignation as he coldly declared, Su Chen is right. What is the Li family? Even if they seek to harm my Su family, they must pay a price. I will risk everything to cripple one or two of their transformation realm experts and show them what pain feels like. Initially, Su Jin and Su Xia, among others, felt anxious, fearing they would be reprimanded by Su Yuanshan. However, to their astonishment, Su Yuanshan unexpectedly supported Su Chen. This relieved them, yet worry soon clouded their expressions. For the Li family is one of the three great families of the Qing nation. When had they ever interacted with such a titanic force, especially in conflict? At this moment, an elder spoke up. His tone grave, elder. The Li family is a 1,000-year-old lineage in the Qing nation. Su Chen and the others have indeed acted recklessly, offending them. But given the situation, what should we do? Should we alert the head of the family and advise caution while preparing to hide some of our younger members? Su Yuanshan shook his head. It is too late. The Li family has surely set forth towards our Su family. The reason they have yet to strike is due to the presence of the Dragon and Phoenix Towers master here in Xiantai City. They will not act here. Upon learning the events at hand, Su Yuanshan was filled with astonishment. Su Chen possesses remarkable abilities, having completely won over the princess. He was not entirely clear on the princess's true identity. But based on the events of the day, she must certainly be a person of considerable status within the Qing nation. With her involvement, it would not be so easy for the Li family to target the Su family. Furthermore, the talent Su Chen demonstrated today was indeed formidable. To his surprise, he was a swordsman. This implies that perhaps those backing Su Chen could be individuals from the North Xian sword sect. Su Chen, how do you perceive this situation? Su Yuanshan suddenly inquired. Currently, due to the presence of the Dragon and Phoenix Towers master and unique circumstances of Xiantai City, the Li family is unlikely to take major action. However, this matter has already spread, creating ripples of unrest. They will not let this go easily, and a bitter rivalry with us is inevitable. That princess has promised to send experts to protect my Su family in Qingzhou City. Su Chen replied with a calm smile. Rest assured, second uncle. Even without the princess, the Su family is safe and sound. If the Li family intends to act, let them come. Upon hearing this, several elders exchanged glances. Their hearts unsettled. Su Chen's confidence was unsettling. Does he possess means to contend with transformation realm experts? Even as a swordsman, he is still merely at the foundation establishment stage. To hold his own against one or two transformation realm practitioners is already exceedingly terrifying. To even suggest defeating them is hard to fathom. Contemplating this, one elder asked, Su Chen, tell us honestly, what is your current cultivation level? Su Chen looked at this elder and smiled. Cultivation level is merely a reflection of one's strength reaching a certain degree. Is it truly that important? Should I wish, I could instantaneously attain a higher tier. Transformation realm, spirit fire realm, they are but trifles, the crowd. Su Yuanshan's lips twitched and he coughed lightly. Since you are so confident, Su Chen, we shall rest easy. Let us maintain a positive mindset and place our trust in Su Chen that in truth. He too is skeptical, for he is also a transformation realm practitioner. Su Chen chuckled, saying nothing further, as he gazed out of the window and suddenly remarked, You know, I've been contemplating whether I should leave Xiantai City now and provoke those transformation realm practitioners from the Li family to pursue me, allowing me to eliminate them all. The crowd, an elder besides Su Chen, hastily interjected, Su Chen, do not act rashly. Let us observe the situation. Su Xia and the others quickly nodded, fearful that Su Chen might recklessly venture out to lure the Li family's powerful figures into action. Though Su Chen may indeed possess the strength he claims to slay Transformation Realm and Spirit Fire Realm practitioners, they were unwilling to risk his safety. As dawn broke, several figures exuding formidable auras appeared, riding upon a flying beast, entering Qingzhou City. Among them, a middle-aged man clad in white looked down coldly at Qingzhou City, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he spoke icily. The Li family's branch here has been annihilated, along with 2 other families, while the Su family remains unscathed. This matter, even if it has no direct relation to the Su family, they have taken the lion's share of what was once ours. They believe they have reaped a bountiful harvest and have become the foremost family here. Little do they know, calamity is upon them, and this family shall cease to exist from this moment forth. Beside him, another middle-aged man scoffed, his voice brimming with malice. Enough talk. According to the orders from above, we shall obliterate the Su family, capture Su Chen's father, Su Tianzhan, and some key clan members, then destroy this place entirely as a burial for the remnants of our branch here. Very well, let it be done. He turned to a robust man beside him, Li Mu's younger brother, Li Zhong. Li Zhong coldly stated, "Let us strike together. Let it be swift and decisive." The first 2 nodded. Boom! They unleashed their overwhelming might, leaping from the flying beast and crashing into the Su family. Who dares to offend the Su family? The very annihilation of your Su family awaits. Chapter 20. Total Destruction. Li Mo, Li Jinyang, and Li Zhong are all formidable experts above the pinnacle of the Transformation Realm. Their momentum is terrifying, akin to a raging storm. The moment they descended upon the Su family, houses within a radius of several dozen feet collapsed in an instant, and those within were swept away, most flung into the air by the sheer force of their presence. They scrambled from the ruins, pale-faced and filled with dread as they gazed upon the 3 figures against the darkened sky. I asked someone truly attempting to annihilate the Su family. Moreover, their aura far surpassed that of the family head. Transformation Realm. These 3 are indeed Transformation Realm experts. Is this heaven's decree to bring about the downfall of the Su family? Immediately arrange for the clan members to disperse and flee. Su Tianlei and several elders, alongside a dozen or so stewards, quickly organized the clan to scatter and escape, for they were no match for 3 Transformation Realm practitioners. Li Zhong and the others cast indifferent glances at the terrified Su family members, their eyes flashing with disdain. To them, these individuals were as insignificant as ants. You 3 are truly deserving of death. Su Tianzhan, having cultivated the heavenly cauldron refining divine technique, had long since broken through to the Transformation Realm. And not just any Transformation Realm expert, though he appeared merely to be at the pinnacle of the Transformation Realm. With eyes filled with murderous intent, he coldly stared at Li Zhong and the others. The 3 of them paid him no heed. Li Mo scoffed disdainfully. You have merely fortuitously broken through to the Transformation Realm, and yet you act so arrogantly, truly believing yourself to be a personage of significance. Beside him, Li Jinyang coldly remarked, "Your son, Su Chen, has offended my Li family in Xiantai City and has even slain one of our prodigies. Such transgressions mean your Su family is now locked in a death struggle with my Li family." Upon hearing this, Su Tianzhan was taken aback. His son had just arrived in Xiantai City and had already slain a genius of the Li family of the 3 great families of the Qing nation. Su Tianzhan inquired. Li Zhong indifferently replied, "Indeed, if you are willing to submit and lead the Su family to bow to my Li family, becoming our servants, and allow your son Su Chen to join my Li family, we might consider sparing your lives. After all, your son..." He had not finished speaking when Su Tianzhan erupted into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Li Mo furrowed his brow and said icily from his elevated position. "Our Li family is magnanimous enough to spare your Su family, allowing you to serve us. This is a great favor bestowed upon you. Do not be ungrateful. What is your Li family even worth?" Su Tianzhan's laughter ceased abruptly, his face turning cold, eyes sharp as swords, fixed upon the 3. My son Su Chen would never initiate trouble. It is undoubtedly your Li family that provoked him, leading to his anger and retaliation. You are the ones who deserve death, and you three dare to trespass upon my Su family again. You shall also face the same fate. Submit to my Su family, and I may consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, you shall meet a bloody end. Su Tianzhan's words ignited furious anger in Li Mo and his companions. Utterly audacious. Boom, boom, boom. The three struck simultaneously, vowing to crush Su Tianzhan and make him wish for death. Su Tianzhan charged forward, and in an instant, they clashed, the force of their confrontation echoing like thunder, shaking the entirety of Qingzhou City. Other experts in the city were roused, gazing toward the Su family with expressions of alarm. Who dared to challenge the Su family? Could it possibly be the formidable beings who had previously decimated the Li family and the other two great clans? The newcomers must be of the transformation realm. Such terrifying momentum, each one of them a true powerhouse within the transformation realm. What could the Su family have done to attract such strength? Wait, who is that? Could it be Su Tianzhan? Is he also of the transformation realm? Hiss! Could it be that he annihilated the three great clans of Qingzhou City? A storm is brewing in Qingzhou. You have concealed yourself well. With your mastery in the transformation realm, you must be the strongest in Qingzhou City. No, Li Mo unleashed his energy, transforming it into countless shadowy fists aimed at Su Tianzhan. Was it you who annihilated the Li family? Li Zhong questioned coldly, wielding a massive sword. Disable him first. Li Jinyang resorted to his powerful secret technique. Attacking in fury, flame sun palm, waves of terrifying assault surged forth. Had this been before, Su Tianzhan would surely have faltered. Yet now, not only was he a master of the transformation realm, but he had also cultivated the supreme technique bestowed by Su Chen. The heavenly cauldron refining god technique, granting him power sufficient to contend with those in the spirit fire realm. Though these three were at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, they posed no pressure upon him whatsoever. Shall I show you what I am capable of? A flicker of fiery battle intent crossed Su Tianzhan's eyes as he mused to himself, eager to test the strength of his transformation realm abilities. After all, the technique he practiced might not even be found throughout the entire southern domain. With his prowess in the transformation realm, who could stand against him? Boom! Su Tianzhan unleashed a palm strike. His energy coalescing into a tangible imprint, streaking across the sky like a comet, and struck Li Mo directly. The latter let out a cold snort, meeting the palm with his fist, yet the next moment, his expression froze, an overwhelming fear creeping across his face. He was utterly unable to withstand this blow. In that instant, he suffered an unprecedented injury, his body trembling violently, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. Pfft! Blood sprayed from him as he was nearly incapacitated, sent flying like a bird with broken wings, crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater and raising clouds of dust. He lay there, unaware of his fate. This scene left the members of the Su family and onlookers in a state of shock, unable to believe their eyes. Their family head, Su Tianzhan, was truly so terrifying. At that moment, Li Jinyang and Li Zhong were filled with horror. Li Mo was actually no match for Su Tianzhan in a single exchange. This Su Tianzhan was so fearsome. Soon, however, their eyes glinted with insatiable greed. Such terror implied he possessed immense fortune, for it was impossible to reach such heights without it. Realizing this, Li Jinyang shouted, Su Tianzhan, "Do you know what you are doing? Quickly hand over your technique, and we will spare your life." Su Tianzhan remained silent, his figure transforming into several afterimages, almost instantly appearing beside Li Jinyang. Delivering a crushing punch, bang! Li Jinyang's body exploded at that moment, dying instantly. Witnessing this, Li Zhong felt as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. His fleeting greed was drowned by fear, his face pale as he transformed into a streak of light and fled. He knew staying here meant certain death. Su Tianzhan's expression remained indifferent as he concentrated his energy into a lethal beam, shooting forth like an arrow. In an instant, outside the Su family, a chilling scream echoed. Li Zhong was pierced through the heart by this beam of light, the force obliterating all traces of his vitality. Thus, the three formidable experts of the transformation realm who dared invade the Su family were annihilated. Chapter 21. Su Tianzhan's speculation. Though distant, the experts from various factions in Qingzhou City witnessed everything clearly. They were all shaken, gazing in disbelief at the Su family. Was that not Su Tianzhan? The head of the Su family, he had slain 3 transformation realm experts. Those 3 experts were no match for him in a single exchange. It seemed the head of the Su family had long since ascended to the transformation realm, having hidden his strength well, but this battle had exposed his true capabilities. The Su family had undoubtedly become the foremost power in Qingzhou City. They should find a way to pay their respects or arrange a marriage alliance soon. I believe my family possesses a treasure that could be gifted to the Su family. Previously, the experts of various factions in Qingzhou City felt dissatisfaction over the Su family's acquisition of the majority of the 3 great clans' assets. However, they were now left with only fear and respect, for after this battle, Su Tianzhan had established himself as the absolute strongest in Qingzhou City. Indeed, becoming a master of the transformation realm does not necessarily make one the mightiest in Qingzhou. Yet he had the record of slaying transformation realm experts. Even facing 3 foes simultaneously, he had obliterated them all. Such combat prowess was genuinely terrifying as the thoughts of various factions in Qingzhou City began to stir. Several figures quietly entered the city, their spirits also shaken. They had originally come at the behest of Qing Wanyu to provide support, hailing from the royal family of the Qing kingdom. They held a sense of superiority over the heads of ordinary families. Yet now, their disdain and arrogance had evaporated. The 3 transformation realm experts of the Li family were at their peak. Yet they were no match for Su Tianzhan. Did this not imply that Su Tianzhan could easily eliminate them as well? As they approached the Su family, they saw Su Tianlei and others standing before Su Tianzhan. Taking a deep breath, their scalps tingling in disbelief. Family head, you have broken through to the transformation realm? Big brother, you actually killed 3 transformation realm experts. The other elders were equally dazed, as if in a dream. Unable to grasp the reality of the situation that I in their eyes, the lofty transformation realm had initially seemed a disaster for the Su family, only to find that these 3 potential calamities had been eradicated by their family head. The sheer might of their family head was beyond comprehension. Su Tianzhan casually waved his hand, retrieving the storage rings of the 3 Li members from afar, then nodded slightly and said, Tianzhan, you all go comfort the clan members. I can handle things here. After saying this, Su Tianzhan vanished from sight. Seeing this, Su Tianlei and the others exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with ecstasy. The Su family now boasted a master of the transformation realm, one capable of easily slaying multiple adversaries of the same rank. The Su family would rise from this day forth, as Su Tianlei and the others went to reassure their kin and clear the debris. Su Tianzhan had already arrived outside the Su family, standing before the 3 subordinates of Qing Wanyu. Su Tianzhan gazed at them with indifference, noticing that they were 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 met his gaze, their hearts trembling, for that seemingly casual glance from Su Tianzhan bore an immense pressure upon them, making them regard him with increasing solemnity. I am Qing Tianlong, the governor of Qingyang County. Accompanied by Deputy General Qing Muin and Luo Tsong, we greet the head of the Su family. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, emanating a fierce aura. He was a general stationed in a county, a trusted confidant of Qing Wanyu. Behind him, a middle-aged woman and an elder also bowed in greeting. Su Tianzhan assessed them, sensing no malice from them, only a mix of fear and a desire for closeness. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled lightly and said, "You're the acquaintances my son made in Xiantai City," though he was unaware of the events that transpired in Xiantai City. He could piece together some clues. Qing Tianlong hurriedly replied, "We are under the command of the county princess, and the county princess shares a deep bond with young Master Su Chen." Upon hearing that the Li family sent people to trouble the Su family, We immediately set out. We encountered some demonic beasts while crossing the mountains, which delayed us. Please forgive us, head of the Su family. Su Tianzhan smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have already resolved this matter." Qing Tianlong spoke in a solemn tone. The Li family stands as the pinnacle among the three prominent families of the Qing kingdom, a lineage steeped in 1,000 years of history. Possessing profound heritage and extensive connections, engaging in a vendetta with them is perilous. They will undoubtedly dispatch even stronger adversaries to confront us. I suggest that the head of the Su family accompany us to Qingyang County, where safety will be more assured. Su Tianzhan, without a moment's hesitation, responded, "I appreciate General Qing's goodwill, but this place is the foundation of my Su family. We cannot possibly depart. If the Li family sends beings of the transformation realm, or even a couple of those in the spirit fire realm, I believe I can manage adequately." Upon hearing this, Qing Tianlong and his companions exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. To them, Su Tianzhan's confidence seemed inflated. He appeared to disregard even those in the spirit fire realm, yet they could not voice their concerns. After all, their esteemed county princess had repeatedly urged them to safeguard the Su family. The gravity of her written communication, albeit puzzling, compelled their obedience. Reflecting on this, Qing Tianlong declared, "In that case, I shall have Qing Muin and Luo Tsang secretly protect the Su family." Su Tianzhan waved his hand, smiling as he said, "There is no need for such measures. Our esteemed guests should be treated with the utmost hospitality. Just now, I happen to catch a wild delicacy. Shall we partake together?" At this moment, Qing Tianlong and his companions gazed at the fallen avian beast within the Su family estate, their expressions involuntarily twitching. Such a rare flying creature could traverse 1,000 miles without fatigue. Even within the Li family, it was an extraordinary find. They felt a pang of regret at its untimely demise at the hands of Su Tianzhan. Nonetheless, they followed him into the Su residence to share in the feast of the avian beast. As they journeyed, Su Tianzhan discreetly observed the expressions of Qing Tianlong and his companions, pondering deeply. It appeared that Chen had stirred up quite a commotion in Xiantai City, even garnering the attention of a county princess, who had gone so far as to send 3 beings of the transformation realm to support the Su family. The county princess. "It seems my wife mentioned something about a special child born to the royal family over a decade ago. Could it be her?" Contemplating this, Su Tianzhan couldn't help but smile. Clearly, his son was quite capable, having garnered such favor shortly after arriving in Xiantai City, far surpassing that of Lu Qingyao. It seemed that Chen had emerged from the shadows of emotional turmoil. The more he thought about it, the more at ease Su Tianzhan felt. As the sun shone brightly, Xiantai City was in a state of turmoil. The events of the previous night at the Dragon and Phoenix Tower, where Su Chen had slain the Li family's elite from Jinhe City and the 2 other factions, reverberated throughout the city. The news spread like ripples from a stone cast into a tranquil pond, provoking a fierce uproar. In an instant, the names of Su Chen and the Su family became synonymous with notoriety across Xiantai City. Many residents, upon hearing the name Su Chen, recalled the individual who had previously declined the invitation from Qingfeng Academy. Realization dawned upon them, accompanied by a sense of astonishment. Was Su Chen not mad? Had he truly lost his senses? How could he dare to act so recklessly? While it was understandable that he had refused the Academy's overtures, to now have slain the Academy's designated disciples, who were all of the Foundation establishment level, was unfathomable. Each of them had the potential to ascend to the transformation realm or even the spirit fire realm. It was astonishing that they had all perished at Su Chen's hands. Moreover, the Dragon and Phoenix Tower was a venue for Qingfeng Academy to host its most promising disciples, with the minimum entry requirement being that of the Foundation establishment level. This highlighted the Academy's regard for such talents. Yet, Su Chen had not only slain 3 of them but had done so within the very halls of the Dragon and Phoenix Tower. This was tantamount to a slap in the face to Qingfeng Academy. A voice circulated within Xiantai City, proclaiming Su Chen to be the nemesis of Qingfeng Academy. Having rejected their invitation was one thing, but to kill their designated disciples and inflict such losses was to position himself as their sworn enemy. The name of Su Chen resounded once more throughout Xiantai City. Young Master Su Chen. The Tower Master advises you to exercise caution. The Leaf family may not initiate the attack, but they will certainly mobilize the branch from Jinhe City and the powerful factions behind the two slain geniuses to deal with you. In an inn, a humble steward from the Dragon and Phoenix Tower warned Su Chen. He smiled in response, saying, "Thank you for the reminder. I will be vigilant. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." The steward departed swiftly, as if he feared being associated with Su Chen and drawing the ire of the Li family of Jinhe City, along with the other two factions. Had powerful beings of the transformation realm at their backs, but it seemed they had only sent one this time. That should be manageable, right? Su Yuanshan turned to Su Chen and asked, "You cannot be seriously contemplating taking the initiative to confront these three factions, can you?" Su Chen replied indifferently, "Even if we do not venture out, these three factions will not rest easy. They will come here seeking us." At his words, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Su Yuanshan's eyes. Suddenly, his piercing gaze shot toward the inn's entrance. "Stay here. I will go out to investigate." With that, he exited and Su Chen followed, instructing Su Xia to remain behind. Upon stepping outside, they found the streets devoid of life. A chilling atmosphere permeating the air, thick with an aura of impending violence. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras swept through the area, revealing 6 figures in front of Su Chen and Su Yuanshan. Among them was Li Mu. His expression cold as he fixed an unwavering gaze on Su Chen, his eyes betraying no hint of concealing his murderous intent. Upon hearing that Su Chen had slain the Li family's geniuses in Jinhe City and learned that Su Chen was a sword cultivator, he felt both shock and regret, but above all, a profound urge to kill. Su Chen's prodigious talent as a sword cultivator had set the stage for a severe conflict between their families. Leaving only one viable path, to eliminate Su Chen. Su Chen cast a calm glance at him before surveying the other 5.3 of them, their eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. War expressions of grotesque rage. These 3 were likely representatives of the 3 factions from Jinhe City, all at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Additionally, 2 others bore indifferent expressions, lacking overt hostility, but still exuding faint animosity towards Su Chen. Before either side could utter a word, the Tower Master of the Dragon and Phoenix Tower, Lin Jian, appeared. The 2 individuals present immediately altered their demeanor, bowing in respect. "Greetings, Tower Master." Lin Jian, his expression impassive, stated coolly, "Why are you 2? Instead of remaining within Qingfeng Academy to assess the talents participating in the martial arts tournament, here, the 2 individuals hailed from the Qingfeng Academy branch in Xiantai City. Before they could respond, the elder from the Cold Blade sect in Jinhe City, his voice heavy with sorrow, interjected, "I implore the Tower Master to seek justice for my grandson, who, along with the eldest disciple of the ancient Fist sect and the son of the Li family's patriarch, was slain by Su Chen. The Dragon and Phoenix Tower, a venue for Qingfeng Academy's designated disciples, has suffered a grave calamity. I ask that the tower uphold its rules and eliminate Su Chen. Failure to do so will surely undermine the authority of the Dragon and Phoenix Tower in Xiantai City." Upon hearing this, Lin Jian's eyes briefly darkened. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that they had reached this juncture. He could only resolutely stand by Su Chen's side. Maintaining a detached tone, he replied, "Last night, within the Dragon and Phoenix Tower, it was your 3 geniuses from Jinhe City who first attacked Su Chen's kin. They attended the banquet uninvited, presumptuously questioning the authenticity of the Dragon and Phoenix gold token. Moreover, they initiated hostilities against the Su family. Had it not been for Su Chen, the Su family's disciples would have suffered humiliation. Perhaps even worse, Su Chen's anger, resulting in his actions, could be understood as a youthful impulse. Hearing Lin Jian's remarks, Li Mu's gaze turned frigid, his fury igniting as he glared at Lin Jian. This was a blatant display of favoritism towards Su Chen. The transformation realm experts from the three factions were momentarily stunned, unable to believe Lin Jian's defense of Su Chen, as the Tower Master of the Dragon and Phoenix Tower, representing Qingfeng Academy and upholding its rules. How could he so casually dismiss the casualties? Their dissatisfaction boiled over, their eyes fixed on Su Chen, their murderous intent barely contained. Lin Jian, maintaining his composure, stated, "The demise of your three geniuses is a consequence of their own actions. They have no one to blame but themselves. Furthermore, Su Chen's actions were purely defensive and do not implicate him." The crowd reacted with disbelief. "What do you mean by self-defense? Is this truly what you wish to assert?" Their fury surged, yet they sensed the gravity of the situation. Just as they contemplated swallowing their indignation, a figure approached from a distance, holding an object aloft. Lin Jian gazed upon the scene. His expression shifted slightly, a sense of unease stirring within him. Before him stood a figure clutching a token, who spoke in a measured tone. "Su Chen, this matter pertains to you and the three major forces of Jinhe City. If it remains unresolved, I fear that within Xiantai City, unrest shall surely ensue. We can only maintain neutrality. Therefore, I urge you to leave Xiantai City, settle this issue, and return." Su Chen turned his gaze towards him, offering a faint smile as he inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The individual replied calmly, "I am Li Kong, the head of the Qingfeng Academy in Xiantai City." This, Su Chen nodded slightly. "I understand." He then looked towards Li Mu and the others, stating, "I shall grant you an opportunity. Come forth." With that, Su Chen proceeded towards the outskirts of Xiantai City. Chapter 23. You take the first step. As Su Chen moved towards the city's exit, Li Mu and the formidable figures from the three major forces of Jinhe City swiftly followed, anxious not to let Su Chen escape, their murderous intent escalating with each step. Observing this, Lin Jian turned to Li Kong, his gaze deepening as he asked, "Head Li, are you aware of the implications of your unilateral actions?" Li Kong replied with a calm smile, returning Lin Jian's gaze, "And are you aware that your blatant favoritism towards Su Chen, while disregarding the three prodigies who perished within your Longfeng Tower, has not gone unnoticed?" Lin Jian, his expression unreadable, retorted, "What worth are fallen prodigies? Su Chen is a swordsman." Upon hearing Lin Jian's words, the smile on Li Kong's face faded, an undercurrent of concealed malice flickering in his eyes. Despite being the head of the Qingfeng Academy's branch, he hailed from the Li family and had encountered countless talents. In his view, Su Chen was merely one among many. Yet, he had allowed his emotions to cloud his judgment, impulsively agreeing to Li Mu's request to expel Su Chen from Xiantai City. This left him feeling somewhat unsettled, yet he maintained his composure, coldly responding, "You are right, Lin Jian. What worth is a fallen prodigy?" Lin Jian remained silent. Turning to Su Yuanshan, he advised, "Elder Su, take good care of your family. No one in Xiantai City dares to harm you." Su Yuanshan nodded and returned to the inn. Meanwhile, outside Xiantai City, the three forces of Jinhe City could no longer contain themselves and launched a sudden attack. The Grand Elder of the Li family, Li Huang, radiated murderous intent, unleashing his yuan power into a dazzling blade of light aimed directly at Su Chen's back. The forces from the Cold Blade sect and the Ancient Fist sect followed suit, their yuan power manifesting as fierce blades and a powerful fist imprint. Together, the three of them could easily obliterate a fellow cultivator of the same realm, for this was their ultimate technique. "Su Chen, you must die. I shall tear your corpse asunder. My Ancient Fist sect has lost a prodigy after a century. You have no right to live." Their voices thundered as they unleashed their most potent skills, creating a cacophony of sound. In an instant, the three ultimate techniques descended upon Su Chen, the terrifying noise erupting outside Xiantai City as they overwhelmed him. I expected more strength. Turns out you are so easily vanquished." The Grand Elder of the Cold Blade sect sneered, exclaiming, To think he would perish so easily. It does not quench my hatred. The Grand Elder of the ancient Fist sect's voice dripped with venom as he roared. We shall eradicate the Su family, and I will torture his kin to death. I will even unearth the graves of his ancestors. As the three cultivators raged, the powerful figures within Xian Tai City, including several of the same realm, observed the scene with furrowed brows. Is Su Chen truly dead? Impossible. According to what my disciple reported last night, Su Chen possesses the strength to injure a cultivator of the same realm. Perhaps he is feigning death to escape, the onlookers murmured among themselves. Suddenly, their pupils constricted in horror. They witnessed a flash of sword light slicing through the air near the Grand Elder of the ancient Fist sect. Caught off guard, he instinctively sensed a wave of death approaching, causing him to tremble in fear. Before he could react, a sickening sound echoed as his flesh was cleaved. His aged face froze in shock as he looked down to find a gaping wound in his chest. Blood gushing forth and staining his robes, the vitality in his eyes extinguished, and without a sound, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This scene left the numerous onlookers aghast, their faces pale with disbelief. Had Su Chen truly struck down a cultivator of the same realm? Was he not merely at the Dan building stage, even if he were a swordsman capable of slaying those of higher realms? Could it truly be that simple to dispatch a cultivator of the same realm? Outside Xiantai City, in that fleeting moment, both Li Huang and the Grand Elder of the Cold Blade sect's expressions shifted dramatically, a chilling dread enveloping them as they became acutely aware of the danger surrounding them. This fool Su Chen merely pretending to be weak. Li Huang's scalp prickled with unease as he glanced at the lifeless body of the ancient Fist sect's Grand Elder. Feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him, their strengths were comparable. If his counterpart could be slain so easily, then surely he too was at risk of being killed by Su Chen. Su Chen lurking in the shadows implied that he intended to eliminate them, and such an endeavor would come at a great cost. Perhaps he was already drained of Yuan power, the Grand Elder of the Cold Blade sect. His face ashen, spoke grimly. Does your Li family possess any means of locating Su Chen? In response, Li Huang cast his gaze toward a particular spot beyond Xiantai City, where elder Li Mu was stationed. From that distance, Li Mu observed the unfolding events with clarity. The death of the ancient Fist sect's Grand Elder had shaken him, his eyes filled with fury and murderous intent. Su Chen's continued existence was a source of anxiety. He had to be eliminated. With this thought, he retrieved a hexagonal treasure mirror from his storage ring, its surface shimmering with ethereal light, clearly a precious artifact. After a moment's contemplation, he casually tossed the hexagonal mirror to Li Huang. As a beam of light arced from Li Mu's direction, Li Huang caught it, his expression transforming into one of elation. This is the spirit-seeking mirror of my Li family, one of the rarest heavenly-grade artifacts, capable of locating treasures and enemies. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder of the Cold Blade sect gazed at it enviously, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Quickly, seek out Su Chen's whereabouts. Li Huang's face twisted in malice as he grinned. This is the moment of Su Chen's demise. He shall have nowhere to flee. With that, he seized the corpse of the ancient Fist sect's Grand Elder, extracting a strand of sharp sword energy from the wound in his chest. Realizing it to be Su Chen's sword energy, this Su Chen harbors great fortune. This sword energy is exceedingly formidable. Li Huang sensed the power of the sword energy and spoke solemnly, before channeling it into the treasure mirror. The spirit-seeking mirror erupted with radiant light, and in the eyes of the gathered spectators, it began to drift toward Li Mu's position. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, the expression on Li Mu's face froze, only to be replaced by horror as he turned to look behind him, unleashing all his Yuan power to form layers of protective barriers. Just then, a fierce sword energy pierced through his defenses, striking directly at his brow. Li Mu lost consciousness. He glimpsed Su Chen's indifferent visage, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if slaying a cultivator of the same realm was merely an effortless task. In his final moments, Li Mu heard Su Chen's dispassionate voice. You take the first step. Your Li family shall soon follow you. Chapter 24. The Tremor Beyond Xiantai City. When Li Huang obtained the heavenly grade spirit-seeking mirror, his joy knew no bounds, for they could finally track down Su Chen. However, as the mirror emitted a surge of radiant light that arced through the sky, it veered towards Li Mu's location. This sudden turn caused the elation on Li Huang's face to freeze. An icy dread ascending to the top of his head, panic flooding his eyes, did I end that instant. Not only he, but even the Grand Elder of the Cold Blade sect, and those watching from afar, followed the radiant trail of the spirit-seeking mirror. Their faces paled, and they collectively gasped, rendered speechless. They beheld Su Chen, having appeared behind Li Mu without their notice. Before Li Mu could turn, Su Chen had already unleashed a streak of sword light. Piercing through Li Mu's brow, Li Mu collapsed, lifeless, as though he had never existed. This shocking scene sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, leaving them aghast. Su Chen is merely at the Dan building stage. How could he so effortlessly slay Li Mu? This was catastrophic. Su Chen had unleashed great chaos. Li Mu was the cousin of the Li family patriarch and a third elder of the foremost family in Qing country. With his death, the Li family would undoubtedly be enraged, vowing vengeance against Su Chen. Regardless of Su Chen's exceptional abilities, with such ruthless actions, he would never gain entry into the Qingfeng Academy, which was rife with connections to the Li family. Su Chen is indeed quite extraordinary, a true swordsman at that. However, to offend the Li family, which has stood for a millennium, for the sake of a swordsman with immense potential who is yet to become a true powerhouse. Even the esteemed Qingfeng Academy in the heart of Qing country must tread carefully. Wouldn't you agree? The powerful spectators from various factions couldn't help but have their expressions shift dramatically, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Pondering their thoughts, meanwhile, atop the city walls of Xiantian City, Lin Jian found himself somewhat dazed, tumultuous waves surging within him, and oh wonder the princess of Qing would resolutely stand by his side, at the pinnacle of the Pill Formation realm. She effortlessly slayed Li Mu, showcasing her formidable prowess. Reflecting on this, Lin Jian took a deep breath and then discreetly activated a jade talisman for communication hidden in his sleeve, its light flickering subtly. Messages were dispatched from his hand. At another point on the city walls stood Li Kong, the head of the Qingfeng Academy in Xiantian City, his gaze filled with a chilling murderous intent. Su Chen must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, with his ruthless nature, I too would find myself in peril, having held a high position for so long. He could not afford to lower himself to plead for mercy from Su Chen. Thus his thoughts turned to eradicating the threat at its root. With Su Chen's slaying of Li Mu, the enmity with the Li family was now irreconcilable. Contemplating this, a sinister expression crossed Li Kong's face as he turned to leave. Su Chen, how dare you kill Li Mu? You truly are mad. Li Huang's eyes burned with rage, his heart torn, as he incredulously bellowed, feeling an icy chill envelop him, a profound terror rising within. It was not merely due to Su Chen's overwhelming strength, but also because Li Mu's death was intricately tied to him, leaving him to reckon that his fate had been sealed. Su Chen retrieved Li Mu's storage ring and cast a distant glance at Li Huang. Without uttering a word, he transformed into a streak of sword light, this time taking the initiative to strike, his speed reaching its zenith as he charged toward Li Huang. Upon witnessing this, Li Huang felt his scalp tingle. Losing all desire to fight, and fled in haste, the Grand Elder of the Cold Blade sect, though reluctant, was compelled to flee as well after witnessing Su Chen's ferocity. Yet, Su Chen's gaze remained chillingly indifferent, his speed surpassing that of the transformation realm by an astonishing margin. The distance between him and the two transformation realm experts closed at a visibly alarming rate, instilling a profound sense of dread and despair within them. So young and already a swordsman, Su Chen harbored great secrets and opportunities. Should he be acquired, it could elevate his family to new heights. Li Huang's venomous roar echoed, attempting to incite the greed of the powerful spectators. However, having witnessed Su Chen's prowess and lacking any personal vendetta against him, Many were intrigued yet cautious, refraining from rash actions. "You speak too much," Su Chen replied with indifference, his sword pointing forward, surrounded by an aura of razor-sharp sword energy that, with a flick of his finger, shot forth like an arrow, piercing through the back of Li Huang's head in an instant. With a soft thud, Li Huang was silenced before he could even emit a cry, his body falling forward due to inertia. Without pausing, Su Chen drew near the Grand Elder of the Cold Blade sect, delivering a fierce strike of sword light that cleaved the elder in two, ending his life on the spot in a gruesome manner. Within mere moments, Su Chen had slain 4 transformation realm experts, leaving the onlookers in bewilderment. When did killing those of the transformation realm become so effortless? The transformation realm is a pinnacle tier, even among the 3 foremost families of Qing country, representing the backbone of power. The demise of any transformation realm expert is a considerable loss. Yet here was Su Chen, having slain 4, 2 of whom belonged to the Li family, utterly humiliating them and sealing a fate of enmity. They pondered how reckless Su Chen must be, seemingly indifferent to the formidable Li family behind Li Mu and Li Huang, who wielded immense influence in Qing country. Or perhaps Su Chen had a superlative powerhouse or a great force backing him. However, Su Chen remained oblivious to their musings and cared little for them. After confidently collecting the storage rings of the slain, he grasped the seeking spirit mirror in his hand. The materials of this mirror were quite commendable among heavenly-grade artifacts, yet in the hands of the Li family, it was truly a waste. "Let me refine you a bit," Su Chen murmured to himself, placing his palm upon the seeking spirit mirror. Streams of sword light transformed into intricate and gentle patterns, intertwining within the mirror, fundamentally altering its structure. "With my current strength, I can only elevate you to a king-grade artifact. Employing you to vanquish a few spirit fire realm foes will be a trivial matter." A glimmer of sword light crossed Su Chen's eyes as he observed the vast, interwoven patterns within the mirror, forming an incomprehensible sword formation. Nodding in satisfaction, should others hear Su Chen's words, they might deem him mad. Elevating the grade of an artifact was already a monumental feat, and to think a king-grade artifact could slay those of the spirit fire realm? Did he truly believe slaying the spirit fire realm was so simple? Yet, Su Chen possessed that very capability. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze toward the distance, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. There, several figures approached, riding upon a white crane. Among them was Lu Qingyao. "Is that him?" Su Chen, another swordsman, indeed a prodigy. If he could be of service to me. A youth clad in white robes, exuding a robust aura, stood atop the crane, with a strikingly handsome face and an imposing presence. He spoke with an air of confidence and dominance, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I've heard he is infatuated with you, even going so far as to steal a pill from his own family for your sake." Quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyao's eyes flickered momentarily, her lips pursed, lost in thought. "Lin Min, the unparalleled genius of the Lin family," he continued, hands behind his back, smiling. "Qingyao, do rest assured, I have faith in you and your decisions." Sometimes, wielding one's abilities is a form of strategy, devoid of any psychological burden. If this person can ally with me, it would be ideal. As he spoke, a spark of fervor ignited in his gaze. He had witnessed Su Chen's recent battle clearly. Effortlessly slaying those at the pinnacle of the transformation realm showcased the strength of a swordsman. Even he could not execute such decisive precision. Thus, in his heart, he deemed the opportunities surrounding Su Chen as his rightful claim to owe him. Such fortune should not fall into the hands of a mere scion from a minor family. It would be a calamity. Aside from him, no one else was worthy. Su Chen appeared gentle, yet he possessed an indomitable spirit, unyielding and resolute. Therefore, Lu Qingyao softly remarked, indicating her reluctance to subdue him. She was well aware that her relationship with Su Chen had evolved beyond the past, and any careless words from him could diminish her standing in Lin Min's eyes, detrimental to her ambitions. At that moment, a woman in red beside Lin Min cast a disdainful glance at Lu Qingyao. crossing her arms as she spoke coolly. Humph, a so-called genius from a minor family, and now he has obtained some fortune. How arrogant. Little does he know, calamity is looming, yet he still flaunts his might. Such fortune is beyond his grasp and will surely attract relentless pursuit. If he were to join the Lin family, we could offer him support, considering his status as a swordsman. Otherwise, he would be left with a path to death. A swordsman? An unproven swordsman is nothing but a joke, believing that slaying a few transformation realm experts makes him invincible. Her words dripped with the superiority complex of the Lin family, her demeanor haughty. Lu Qingyao offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. Redstream, we ought to value geniuses. After all, we all came from this stage, Lin Min replied with a smile, and O1 begins as a powerhouse. Hearing this, Lin Hongxi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she nodded, suppressing her sense of superiority. At that moment, they too entered the sights of various factions and powerful figures within Xiantian City. Are they from the Lin family? One of the three foremost families of Qing country. Is that Lin Min? It is said that he ranks among the top 5 prodigies in the Lin family throughout history, and at merely 25 years old. He has already reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Words spread rapidly, whispering of Lin Min's royal bloodline from the Qing royal family and his aspirations to challenge the Qing king trial to become the sovereign of Qing country. Over the years, he had courted talent and built connections, establishing himself as the most prominent young figure in Qing country, with few able to rival him. Lin Min's emergence instantly sparked a commotion. You must be Su Chen. The white crane halted before Su Chen midair. Lin Hongxi perched atop, looking down at him with an air of arrogance. Are you aware of what you've done today? Su Chen cast a fleeting glance at her, too weary to engage in conversation with such a fool. He turned and strode towards the Iron City. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hongxi's expression turned icy. She swiftly moved to block Su Chen's path and exclaimed with a delicate reprimand, "Did I give you permission to leave?" However, in an instant, a beam of sword light pierced through, striking her smooth forehead. A trickle of crimson cascading down, causing Lin Hongxi's fair visage to freeze in shock. A wave of terror washed over her, leaving her shivering and feared. Su Chen turned his gaze towards Lin Min and Lu Qingyao, who were upon the white crane, before brushing past Lin Hongxi with an indifferent remark, "Do not provoke my patience any further. The Lin family and the Li family are of no distinction in my eyes. Killing one more from the Lin family matters not to me." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the gentle smile on Lin Min's face gradually faded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Though it vanished almost immediately, he appeared before Su Chen with a congenial demeanor and said, "Brother Su, I have come here solely to make a friend. You have already offended the Li family. Yet the Lin family has never been on amicable terms with them." Before he could finish, Su Chen had already walked past him, seemingly ignoring his words. Lin Min maintained his gentle tone, continuing, "If Brother Su encounters any trouble, feel free to seek me out. My door is always open to you." At this moment, Su Chen paused briefly before continuing on his way, casually remarking, "Lin Min, your cunning is quite profound. It is rather intriguing. You and Lu Qingyao make a fitting pair." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyao, perched atop the white crane, felt her expression turn frigid for an instant, though it quickly transformed back into a gentle and serene facade. She even feigned innocence as she spoke. "Su Chen, I assure you, I did not take that dragon soul pill. I am at a loss as to why there is such a deep misunderstanding between us. But I will find a way to procure another Earth-grade pill as compensation for you." Her tone was earnest, and those unfamiliar with Lu Qingyao might have been deceived by her facade. Lin Min glanced at Lu Qingyao, and the suspicion in his eyes dissipated. Su Chen, however, remained silent, making his way towards the Iron City, his back turned to Lu Qingyao. Only those in close proximity could perceive the chilling malevolence lurking in his gaze. "Lu Qingyao, I shall not allow you an easy demise. Even without looking, I can sense the malice in your heart, You remain as ever, a heart of a viper." Soon enough, Su Chen reached the gates of Iron City. At that moment, Li Kong barred his way. stating coolly, Su Chen, your matters have yet to be resolved. You cannot participate in the martial arts conference. With that, he gestured with a token, and radiant streams of light emerged from the city walls, intertwining to form a luminous barrier that obstructed Su Chen's path. This was the city's defensive array. At that instant, a glimmer of murderous intent appeared on Su Chen's face. His subsequent utterance plunged the crowd into silence. Fear etched upon their faces, their skin crawling with dread. Li Kong, is it? Come down and meet your demise. Chapter 26. Within 10 moves, claiming your head, Li Kong was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly turning frigid. His gaze sharp as a blade, laced with a hint of murderous intent, fixated on Su Chen. What did you just say? Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Su Chen lifted his gaze to meet Li Kong atop the city wall. Speaking with indifference, you have repeatedly targeted me. We are now sworn enemies. Today, a battle between us is inevitable. Are you afraid to come down and face your fate? Li Kong replied in a low voice. Su Chen, I am the head of the Qingfeng Academy in Iron City, and I have always acted with impartiality. Acknowledge your talent. I shall overlook this matter today. I hope you will join the Qingfeng Academy headquarters in the future to fully exploit your potential. Do not act rashly. Though he yearned to eliminate Su Chen, he was wary of Su Chen's extraordinary talent and the formidable powers that might back him. Moreover, given his status, it was indeed inappropriate for him to take action, especially with so many eyes upon him. Thus, he refrained from anger and even attempted to reason with Su Chen, earning the admiration of the onlookers. Li Kong is truly cowardly. Why fear a mere Su Chen? In the distance, Lin Hongxi wiped the blood from her forehead, her countenance icy, her eyes filled with malice as she glared at Su Chen's retreating figure, gnashing her teeth in dissatisfaction with Li Kong. Beside her, Lin Min shook his head and remarked, Li Kong is merely retreating to advance. With his status, he is the head of the Qingfeng Academy branch, and he cannot afford to act recklessly. Furthermore, Su Chen's resolute attitude and his ability to easily slay those in the transformation realm, perhaps even posing a threat to those in the spirit fire realm, make Li Kong cautious, particularly due to the potential strong backing Su Chen might have. His actions place him in a position of reason. Should Su Chen press further, Li Kong could find an excuse to act against him. Lin Hongxi nodded thoughtfully, huffing, this Su Chen is exceedingly arrogant. He is nothing short of insane. I have never encountered a sword cultivator as deranged as him. Lin Min chuckled. Every genius possesses their own uniqueness. At that moment, Lu Qingyao approached Lin Min, her gaze fixated on Su Chen's back, her eyes flickering with intrigue. This Su Chen seemed utterly transformed. It appeared he could no longer be of use to me. Given his current disposition, should he learn of my past manipulations, he would likely turn against me. With this in mind, Lu Qingyao spoke up, Young Master Lin, it seems Su Chen has mastered an exceptionally powerful sword technique, which may have skewed his nature and led to his extreme temperament. I implore you to seek an opportunity to assist Su Chen. Consider it a small gesture of friendship from me. This way, he may avoid being exploited by certain forces or individuals. Upon hearing this, Lin Min was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances with Lu Qingyao and quickly grasping her intent. He then smiled and replied gently, Qingyao, you are indeed considerate. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on Su Chen and assist him when the opportunity arises. Lu Qingyao nodded in agreement. Their conversation appeared akin to that of a gentleman and a gentle, emotionally attuned lady. Lin Hongxi scoffed, I see that Su Chen's arrogance is beyond redemption. Suddenly, the situation shifted dramatically. A formidable and fierce aura erupted from within Su Chen, enveloping Li Kong in a shroud of murderous intent, as a thunderous roar resounded. Li Kong, cease your pretentious words. Your murderous intent towards me is evident to all. Su Chen spoke coldly. I have no desire to engage in your convoluted games. You incited Li Mu and others to confront me, and now, in denying me entry into the city, you have declared yourself my enemy. My target is not merely the head of the Qingfeng Academy, but you. the one associated with the Li family. The crowd erupted in uproar. They had not anticipated Su Chen's audacity. His words were unvarnished, brazenly laid bare for all to hear. It was truly insane. Li Kong's expression grew increasingly frigid as he stepped out from the city, his aura escalating with each stride. He was a formidable presence at the mid-level of the spirit fire realm, his power erupting like a volcano, soaring towards the heavens, far surpassing any practitioner in the transformation realm. Su Chen, though you possess talent, your reckless nature renders you a calamity. You have succumbed to madness. And now, I have no choice but to slay you. Li Kong's tone was glacial, his vital energy swirling around him, coalescing into a massive handprint that descended towards Su Chen. Su Chen, his expression unperturbed, moved forward to meet it, his right hand forming into a sword. With a sudden thrust, a piercing beam of sword light shot forth, materializing into a colossal sword of vital energy, its cutting edge suffused with a sharp intent that sliced through the enormous handprint. Boom! The sword light rampaged, obliterating Li Kong's descending handprint into a myriad of fragments that scattered through the air. The onlookers were left in shock. Su Chen had directly countered Li Kong's strike. Li Kong was a formidable spirit fire realm expert, one of the elite in the Qing nation, though only at the mid-level. He surpassed Su Chen by 2 entire realms. Yet, Su Chen had displayed such ferocity, shattering Li Kong's full-force attack with a single strike. This Su Chen was indeed formidable. I could not have achieved such a feat from a distance. Lin Min's expression shifted, his voice low and intense, the fervor in his eyes burning brighter, nearly overwhelming him. He mused internally. I must seize the opportunities that Su Chen embodies. At that moment, Li Kong's demeanor also shifted, his focus sharpening as he faced Su Chen directly. He could sense that Su Chen was akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating lethal sharpness, and he felt a hint of danger emanating from him. This Su Chen was a must-kill. Li Kong pondered silently, then took a deep breath, speaking coldly. Su Chen, since you remain obstinate, I have no choice but to eliminate you. Su Chen regarded him with disdain and remarked, enough of this nonsensical chatter. It seems you have resolved to confront me. Has your support arrived? As he spoke, Su Chen cast his gaze into the distance. Li Kong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Chen could sense the approaching members of the Li family. Su Chen, are you afraid? Li Kong squinted his eyes and slowly stated, perhaps I alone cannot kill you, but according to my senses, 3 spirit fire realm experts from the Li family are on their way. Together, you stand no chance against them. In response, Su Chen remained noncommittal, his demeanor unruffled as he replied, perhaps, but the scene they will witness upon their arrival will undoubtedly be your demise at my hands. Li Kong, enraged, bellowed, you are utterly audacious. Su Chen's tone grew increasingly calm as he declared, within 10 moves, I shall claim your head. Upon hearing Su Chen's proclamation, Li Kong nearly burst into laughter from fury. While the spirit fire realm experts in the Qing country were not numerous, they were certainly formidable. As the branch leader of the Qingfeng Academy, he possessed exceptional abilities, often finding himself unmatched even among peers of the same mid-tier spirit fire realm. Yet today, Su Chen boldly claimed he would kill him in 10 moves. Such audacity was nothing short of delusional. Have you truly become so obsessed with your training? Seething with rage, Li Kong laughed maniacally. And in an instant, his expression turned icy, even somewhat ferocious. His aura swelled, causing the ambient spiritual energy within 100 feet to tremble in response. This was the overwhelming might of the spirit fire realm, utterly terrifying and beyond the reach of the transformation realm. Great Void Divine Palm. With a thunderous shout, Li Kong unleashed a palm strike, his spiritual power coalescing into a colossal hand that spanned 100 feet. The intricate patterns on the palm were distinctly visible, radiating an aura of suppression potent enough to obliterate anything in its path, descending towards Su Chen. This was one of the premier high-grade martial arts techniques of the Qingfeng Academy, capable of subduing all, and Li Kong had chosen this move to confront Su Chen. It was said that Li Kong had once used this technique against a spirit fire realm expert from another nation, shattering his opponent's physical form with a single strike, showcasing its terrifying power. Su Chen was in grave peril. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyao, Lin Min, and Lin Hongxi were also observing this scene. Lin Min's expression was grave as he remarked, Li Kong is indeed a notable figure in the Qing country. I have personally witnessed him use this technique to demolish a mountain hundreds of feet tall. It is exceptionally fearsome. Even those of the same realm do not dare to underestimate it. For the great void divine palm strikes down with such force that it leaves nothing but silence in its wake. Su Chen, I fear there is no saving you now, at this moment. Lu Qingyao interjected. The branch leader Li Kong would not go so far as to annihilate Su Chen, for who wouldn't covet the immense fortune he possesses? Lin Min nodded. What is a mere high-grade martial art worth? Su Chen gazed at the overwhelming palm descending upon him, his eyes filled with scorn. Such a pathetic display did not even qualify as high-grade martial arts, since you have chosen to employ a high-grade martial art. Witness my technique, Su Chen murmured, and then abruptly raised his head, his sword finger slicing through the in an instant. A blinding beam of sword light erupted forth, accompanied by a resounding sword chant that reverberated in their ears, instilling a profound sense of dread. It felt as though Su Chen's sword strike could cleave them in two. The very fabric of the universe trembled violently, the void quaking as though it had been torn asunder by an unfathomable force. What kind of high-grade martial art could not resonate with the cosmos? This move of mine is called Ghosts and Gods Weeping. Su Chen regarded the astonished Li Kong with an air of indifference and continued. Boom! As his words fell, the radiant sword light collided forcefully with the massive palm, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Crack! In the next moment, that seemingly substantial hand began to shatter, its brilliance flickering uncertainly, becoming alarmingly unstable, and then trembled violently. With a resounding crash, that enormous palm was torn asunder by the sword light. With a swift whoosh, the sword light pierced through the palm, hurtling directly towards Li Kong. Upon witnessing this, Li Kong's pupils constricted sharply, and he shouted in desperation, pulling out a series of intricately patterned talismans from his storage ring, igniting them as flames coalesced before him, forming layers of protective barriers to shield against the incoming sword light. Su Chen was far too powerful. There was no way he could withstand this. This fellow is truly monstrous. Li Kong's visage contorted with terror, his heart filled with unwillingness and a hint of fear, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. Then, without further ado, he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. This scene left the onlookers, many powerful figures, utterly dumbfounded and incredulous. Su Chen had genuinely frightened Li Kong into retreat. The very notion of it was astonishing. They collectively gasped in shock. Just then, they witnessed Su Chen pursue Li Kong, his intent to kill unwavering. Numerous strong individuals felt their scalp tingle, and within the city, Lin Jian could hardly believe his eyes, feeling as though he were witnessing a ghost. Was the world truly changing? A genius in the Foundation establishment realm was chasing down a spirit fire realm expert. Su Chen, do not be overconfident. Ahead lies 3 of my family's spirit fire realm experts, one of whom has reached the pinnacle of the spirit fire realm, our family's grand elder. If you dare to pursue, your demise is inevitable. Li Kong was seething with rage, his fury palpable. As a spirit fire realm expert, he had never faced such humiliation, being forced to flee in disarray from a mere Foundation establishment child. Desperate, he resorted to threats in hopes of halting Su Chen's pursuit. However, Su Chen was resolute in his intent to kill and would not allow Li Kong to escape, concentrating a beam of sword light beneath his feet. He propelled himself forward, his speed increasing to the point where he closed the distance to Li Kong in the blink of an eye. Li Kong's expression shifted completely, fear flashing across his eyes as he acutely sensed the deadly aura approaching from behind. Coupled with the murderous intent emanating from Su Chen, Su Chen, you. Boom! Li Kong attempted to articulate his thoughts, but Su Chen unleashed a flurry of sword lights that pierced through his shoulders and limbs, instantly staining him with blood and inflicting moderate injuries. Just as he pondered whether Su Chen was hesitating to deliver a fatal blow, Su Chen appeared before him in an instant, extending a hand like an eagle's claw, and swiftly grasped his throat. At that moment, Li Kong felt Su Chen's palm emanate a piercing sword light that surged into his body, severely injuring his internal organs. He experienced excruciating pain akin to 1,000 swords piercing his heart. As Li Kong screamed in agony before the horrified gazes of numerous powerful figures, he cried out, "Su Chen, I am the branch leader of the Qingfeng Academy. You." Li Kong was utterly incapacitated, his face turning a ghastly shade of purple as he struggled for breath, managing to utter, "Pfft." Yet in the next instant, despair enveloped him. He felt the flickering spirit fire within him extinguished by a single sword strike. His cultivation was obliterated. He would never cultivate again, destined to become an ordinary man. Su Chen, you shall not die a good death. Li Kong writhed in agony, filled with resentment and fury. He could hardly believe that Su Chen had so swiftly dismantled decades of his cultivation. Su Chen regarded him with a dispassionate gaze, slowly stating, "Just in time for the 10th strike. I'll take your life." Li Kong ceased his struggles, fixating on Su Chen. Had Su Chen's earlier assaults on his shoulders and limbs counted as his consecutive strikes? Li Kong let out a bitter laugh, remaining silent, his heart consumed by endless despair and regret. "Spare me." From a distance behind Su Chen, a voice filled with fury resonated. Yet, as Su Chen released his grip, Li Kong plummeted from the air, crashing down to his death. "Su Chen, you are doomed." The voice behind him was saturated with murderous intent, a powerful aura rapidly closing in on Su Chen, accompanied by a sharp beam of sword light descending upon him. Chapter 28. I wished to watch the show. The sword light was resplendent and blazing, imbued with a sharpness that radiated killing intent, akin to a torrential flood, swiftly engulfing Su Chen in an instant. 3 figures materialized in the arena, hovering around Su Chen. Upon seeing the trio, the prominent figures within Xiantai City collectively gasped, incredulous. Outside Xiantai City, Lin Min's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that Li Kong would summon these 3. Lu Qingyao inquired gently, "Young Master Lin, who are these 3 individuals?" Her gaze flickered as she observed them. One figure, slender and clad in black robes, emanated a fierce aura, his brows resembling swords, exuding an intimidating presence, even without anger. He displayed an unwaveringly cold demeanor, showing no attempt to conceal his murderous intent. The other 2 were a man and a woman. The man donned armor, a commanding general, while the woman possessed a demeanor of grace, albeit her expression was equally composed, subtly conveying an air of nobility. That is the esteemed elder of the Li family, Li Qianlu, alongside the Grand General of the Qing nation, Huang Feng, who is the brother-in-law of the head of the Li family. He holds a significant position, commanding an army of 100,000 in the Qing nation. The woman, Lin Min, observed and remarked, "That appears to be the inner tutor of the Qingfeng Academy's headquarters, though I have never seen her before." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyao glanced at the woman clad in a dark long dress, her gaze flickering slightly as she pursed her lips, lost in thought. Is that truly Li Qianlu, the elder of the Li family, a pinnacle of the spirit fire realm, second only to the head of the Li family? And that armored man, he is Huang Feng, the Grand General of the Qing nation, rumored to be a genius emerging from the Qingfeng Academy, and the brother-in-law of the Li family head. Who is that woman? Her attire suggests she is indeed a tutor from the headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy. Many formidable figures were astonished, not expecting that the rare spirit fire realm experts had appeared due to Su Chen. Su Chen, I know you are not dead. Come forth, for you have nowhere left to run. Li Qianliu's gaze was frigid, radiating a chilling murderous intent as he spoke indifferently. With that, he suspended 3 small flags in his hand, casting them in different directions. 3 streams of light soared into the sky, intertwining into a luminous barrier that resembled an enormous bowl turned upside down, enveloping the area for dozens of miles. Upon witnessing this, Lin Jian's pupils constricted. It was one of the Li family's treasured artifacts. A top-tier, heavenly-grade yuan artifact, the 3 yuan Great Formation. Beside him stood a slightly portly middle-aged man, who was also intently observing the situation outside the Xian Iron City. Chen has truly stirred up trouble. And Li Kong did not anticipate summoning 3 Spirit Fire Realm experts. I wonder how he intends to resolve this predicament. Lin Jian turned to him, the lord of the Xian Iron City, and solemnly declared, "Regardless, these are key figures of the Qing County. Even if we cannot intervene, we should at least stand and express our stance." Hearing this, the lord of Xian Iron City looked at him with some astonishment. "Old Lin, are you willing to stake your own safety? Do you not realize that your stance will place you in opposition to the Li family?" Lin Jian's gaze flickered, and he calmly replied, "I am the master of the Dragon and Phoenix Tower of the Qingfeng Academy, a disciple of the 3 academy heads. Moreover, I have already expressed my position previously. What harm is there in reiterating it now?" He then cast a glance at the lord of Xian Iron City. "Furthermore, standing up at this moment is akin to providing timely assistance. Perhaps it may not have a significant impact, but at the very least, young Master Chen will see." The lord of Xian Iron City twitched his lips and remarked, "You are truly reckless. I have reviewed Chen's profile. He is a young alchemist of less than 20 years. A formidable swordsman with a record of multiple kills of those in the transformation realm and even spirit fire realm experts. Such a person." Lin Jian ceased his words. Upon hearing this, the lord of Xian Iron City pondered for a long time, his gaze flickering as if he had made a decision. Boom! At that moment, elderly Qianlu swung his sword once more, and the brilliant sword light descended like a roaring river of stars, devastating the hundreds of feet of mountains and forests below, leaving terrifying marks on the ground wherever it passed. The air was thick with the sharp, piercing aura of the sword. Chen, if you continue to hide, I shall see how long you can evade." Li Qianliu's gaze was icy as he spoke indifferently. "If you do not come out, I will head to your Su family." Whoosh! Before he could finish, a blinding sword light shot toward him from afar. Seeing this, Li Qianlu snorted coldly, waving his sleeve as an overwhelming force surged forth, transforming into a massive hand that grasped the incoming sword light. With a resounding bang, the sword light shattered, and the massive hand was left riddled with holes from the explosion. Upon witnessing this, the crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Chen was not so absurdly powerful as to easily pierce through an attack from a pinnacle spirit fire realm expert. At this moment, Chen revealed himself, standing atop a tree directly in front of Li Qianlu, looking down at him with indifference. Squinting his eyes, he spoke calmly. "Li Qianlu, is it? The moment you uttered those words, your death was sealed." In his rebirth, Chen's foremost concern was his family, the Su family. Thus, when Li Qianlu spoke such words, he struck a nerve, igniting Chen's murderous intent towards him. A mere child dares to speak so arrogantly. "I do not know how you managed to kill Li Kong, but it seems you have nearly exhausted your trump cards, have you not? Do you truly believe I would trust that you possess the strength to kill Li Kong with a single sword?" Li Qianlu sneered repeatedly. "You merely exploited the opportunities granted to you, perhaps a few remnants of sword energy left by a deceased expert. If you genuinely possess such strength, why not eliminate us all? This implies that your terrifying sword light has diminished, has it not?" Li Qianliu's reasoning was sound, evoking a sense of enlightenment among the onlookers. After all, it was indeed preposterous for Chen, an alchemist, to kill someone in the spirit fire realm. Chen chose to ignore Li Qianlu, then turned to the woman and asked calmly, "You hail from the Qingfeng Academy, do you not? Are you here to kill me? Or do you have other intentions?" Upon hearing this, the woman's brow arched, and she regarded Chen's nonchalant demeanor with displeasure. After all, within the Qingfeng Academy, her status was exceedingly high, and with her special identity, even the 9 academy heads treated her with utmost respect. She never anticipated encountering such an impudent and arrogant individual here. "I come from the headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy," the woman replied slowly. "I have heard that a prodigy capable of slaying those in the transformation realm has emerged in this place, so I came to take a look, that is all." After a pause, she continued. "In their eyes, perhaps your opportunity is remarkable. They seek to obtain it, all while pretending to have lofty reasons." Her words elicited a flicker of displeasure in Li Qianlu and Huang Feng's eyes. Even if she spoke the truth, was it wise to voice it? The woman continued, "Thus, in my view, your fortunes are merely sowed. As for what I intend to do, well, I wish to observe the spectacle." Upon hearing this, Chen nodded, saying, "Understood." With that, he turned his gaze toward Li Qianlu and Huang Feng, murderous intent escalating. In other words, only the two of you must die. Chapter 29. The ability to end one's own life. You truly are arrogant. Huang Feng exploded with rage upon hearing this, his aura surging like a dragon or tiger as he advanced toward Chen, wielding a long spear. His strength was significantly greater than Li Kong's. Reaching the pinnacle of the spirit fire realm, among the Qing nation's army, he was second only to the Grand Marshal and stood alongside the other three generals. Observing this, Chen's eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he moved, transforming into countless beams of sword light, boldly charging toward Huang Feng. "Is this a king-grade martial art?" The woman from the Qingfeng Academy watched Chen's actions, her expression shifting as a glimmer of light crossed her eyes. However, she quickly shut her eyes, her face contorting with pain. When she reopened her eyes, terror filled her gaze. "Is it truly a king-grade martial art? To transform into myriad swords, evading the gaze of others, this opportunity was extraordinary." She fell into deep contemplation, her mind in turmoil. King-grade martial arts are exceedingly rare even within the Qing nation. Any single king-grade martial art could incite a bloody storm, creating widespread commotion. Even spirit fire realm experts, or those in the nirvana realm, would be tempted, even greedy, vying to seize it. He certainly did not inherit the legacy of a deceased expert. His swordsmanship clearly indicated he had practiced since childhood, and his prodigious talent in the sword arts allowed him to wield such prowess. The fact that he could execute king-grade martial arts was terrifying. At this moment, the woman felt a surge of temptation. Yet she forcibly quelled the thought, striving to maintain her composure. Considering this, it was evident that he must have a powerful figure backing him, with a minimum strength at the nirvana realm level. Or perhaps he was affiliated with a formidable force, a prodigious swordsman, capable of an alchemist in the spirit fire realm slaying those in the spirit fire realm. Such an occurrence had never been heard of throughout the entire southern region. Even the one who claimed to be the strongest in the southern region could merely escape from the hands of a fully realized spirit fire realm expert. This indicates that not only is this Chen a prodigy, but the force behind him is even more terrifying. In light of this, it could be surmised that the force backing Chen is among the most elite in the southern region. The premier sword sects in the southern region include the Wanjian sect, Beixian sword sect, and Songjian mountain manor. The Beixian sword sect suffered a mysterious calamity over a decade ago and has since declined. It should not possess the resources to cultivate Chen. She understood well that to nurture a prodigy, one must not only have extraordinary talent, but also ample resources. The three southern region sword forces she contemplated were all capable of rivaling the true headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy. Situated in the heart of the southern region, according to intelligence, the current top sword sect in the southern region, the Wanjian sect, conceals a sword prodigy. Could it be him? Contemplating this, her eyes flickered, lost in thought. As she pondered these thoughts, Huang Feng had already engaged in combat with Chen for hundreds of exchanges. The armor of heavenly quality that adorned Huang Feng was marred with countless sword scars. In certain places, the sword qi had even pierced through his flesh, causing him to bleed and sustain injuries. Yet, Chen remained utterly unscathed. This disparity unsettled Huang Feng deeply, leaving him both astonished and enraged. Although he was a renowned general of the Qing kingdom, possessing formidable strength and having once single-handedly vanquished two formidable adversaries from rival nations, he found himself at a loss against a peak cultivator of the Dan building stage. The thought of this struck a blow to his pride. Midair, Li Qianliu's gaze was imbued with an intense killing intent. Astonished by Su Chen's innate talent and prowess in his eyes, the conflict between Su Chen and the Li family had reached a point of no return. Reconciliation was impossible. The notion of admitting that the Li family instigated this conflict was out of the question, for as a 1,000-year-old clan, the Li family upheld a reputation of immense authority and honor. Thus could not be seen as in the wrong. With this in mind, Li Qianlu coldly commanded, "Huang Feng, spare no effort. Unleash your ultimate skills and eliminate Su Chen." In his mind, eliminating Su Chen would naturally lead to the fortune that lay within him falling into the hands of the Li family. Upon hearing this, Huang Feng's lips curled in a grimace, nearly cursing aloud. How could he not have been using his full strength? Nevertheless, he took a deep breath, bit his tongue, and spat a mouthful of essence blood onto his long spear. Boom! The spear was instantly stained crimson, a surge of bloodlight soaring into the heavens, while his momentum escalated to a terrifying level. Was that an amplification secret technique? The onlookers were visibly moved, compared to various martial arts. Amplification secret techniques were exceedingly rare. Such methods could exponentially enhance combat prowess in an instant. At times, they were even more crucial than martial arts themselves. Lin Min sighed, saying, "It appears I can no longer assist Brother Su." Boom! Now that his strength had soared to the peak of the spirit fire realm, approaching consummation, Huang Feng roared in fury, gripping the blood-red spear, and hurled it forth. This strike, even Li Qianlu, the elder of the Li family, dared not receive head-on. Faced with this attack, even if Su Chen survived, he would be left crippled, making it all the easier for me to strike later. Li Qianlu hovered in midair, his gaze flickering as he mused inwardly. Thud! Before the eyes of the crowd, the spear transformed into an arrow, swiftly piercing through Su Chen's chest. Silence enveloped the arena. Was a prodigy of this caliber about to fall? Huang Feng's expression twisted into a snarl as he coldly laughed. "No matter your talent, fighting me to this extent is already commendable. Dying at my hands is no injustice." Thud! Suddenly, a spear erupted from behind, piercing through Huang Feng's chest, instantly staining his armor with blood. Huang Feng's face froze in shock as he stared down in disbelief at the familiar crimson spear. He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Li Qianliu's pupils constricted sharply as he witnessed the spear penetrating Su Chen's body. Yet the spear tip did not emerge from his back. In that instant, the spear tip appeared from Huang Feng's back, piercing through his chest. What kind of technique was this? A chill ran down his spine, leaving his scalp tingling. Such a bizarre method was unprecedented in his experience. Meanwhile, the woman from the headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy was momentarily taken aback, her eyes shimmering with astonishment upon realizing the truth. Her breath quickened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Su Chen had utilized a mirror to achieve this feat. Moreover, the intricate array patterns contained within this mirror were profoundly mysterious, as if it contained an entire space within. Thud! The spear that had pierced Su Chen's chest was grasped by him, pulled from his own body. Simultaneously, the spear that had pierced Huang Feng's chest was retracted. With a thud, Su Chen discarded the spear, embedding it into the ground nearby. Amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Su Chen's figure vanished into thin air, leaving only a hexagonal mirror suspended in place. The spectators were left in shock. It was the very spirit-seeking mirror that Li Mu had prepared to deal with Su Chen. This mirror possessed such capabilities. At that moment, Su Chen reappeared beside the hexagonal mirror, casually waving his hand to claim it. He looked up at Huang Feng, whose vitality was rapidly waning, his eyes vacant as he collapsed to the ground. In a calm voice, Su Chen remarked, "Your move was rather commendable, capable of bringing about your own demise." The crowd gasped. Chapter 30. Li Qianlu spitting blood. The arena was enveloped in a profound silence, as all observers were left in awe, their shock erupting into an uproar as they processed what had unfolded. What an extraordinary maneuver Su Chen exhibited, capable of directly slaying a fully realized spirit fire realm expert who had employed amplification techniques. No, as Su Chen stated, it was Huang Feng who had inadvertently brought about his own death with his strongest strike. In an instant, the various powerful figures regarded Su Chen with a mix of fear and trepidation. Such an enigmatic method rendered Su Chen nearly invulnerable. Who could hope to slay him? Even the mightiest of attacks might lead to one's own demise. This Su Chen possessed abilities that transcended the southern region. The woman from the headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy was equally astonished, her breath coming in rapid bursts, yet no one paid her any heed. She gazed intently at Su Chen, realizing that although he had utilized a peculiar mirror to orchestrate Huang Feng's self-destruction, the intricate formations within that mirror were beyond her comprehension. Even the foremost sect of formations in the southern region had never encountered such a powerful array. Moreover, to condense such a profound array into a singular mirror was an unprecedented feat. Perhaps even the esteemed elder of the foremost formation sect in the southern region would be hard-pressed to replicate it. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her expression shifted unpredictably. She believed she had seen through Su Chen and could manipulate him at will, yet it now appeared that he possessed capabilities that transcended her understanding, instilling in her a newfound wariness. How dare you slay Huang Feng? Do you not realize that he is the Grand General of the Qing Kingdom's Western Front? You dare to take his life. Li Qianlu was momentarily stunned by Su Chen's actions, but soon a torrent of emotions surged within him. Regret, fury, murderous intent, deep-seated wariness, and even fear. What had initially seemed a minor affair had escalated into a catastrophic loss for the Li family due to their typical modus operandi. In less than a day, they had lost several elders of the transformation stage, along with 2 high-ranking spirit fire realm experts at the hands of Su Chen. Such losses were a blow to their prestige. Moreover, whether it was Li Kong or the master of the Xiantai city, the head of the Qingfeng Academy, both had been carefully placed within the Li family's ranks. Huang Feng, once a promising talent who had risen from humble beginnings, had garnered the support and recognition of the Li family, ultimately becoming the Grand General of the Qing Kingdom. The Li family had invested considerable resources to elevate him to such a prominent position. Yet now, 2 high-ranking spirit fire realm figures had been slain by Su Chen. If word of this spread, the repercussions would be monumental. For the next century, rival factions would undoubtedly mock the Li family, a humiliation they could not endure. Thus, Li Qianluo's expression twisted into a mask of rage, his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent as he roared, "Su Chen, you are declaring war against the Qing Kingdom. You are placing your Su family in an irreparable predicament. Huang Feng is the Grand General of the Qing Kingdom's Western Front. Even if you relinquish your opportunities, it cannot be undone." Su Chen cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, choosing not to respond. Witnessing the disdain in Su Chen's eyes ignited a fury within Li Qianlu, nearly causing him to explode as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he bellowed, "Master Tai, what punishment should befall Su Chen for slaying a Grand General of the Qing Kingdom?" He turned to the master of Xiantai City, Tai Zhen, who stood atop the city walls. Tai Zhen's expression shifted. How could he not understand that Li Qianlu was attempting to draw him into this conflict? Regardless of which side he chose, a misstep could lead to dire consequences. He glanced at Lin Jian, who remained silent, his expression fluctuating. However, Tai Zhen's face hardened, determination overtaking him as he declared in a booming voice, "As far as I know, the Grand General Huang Feng was stationed at the critical western frontier of the Qing Kingdom. How could he have come to this place?" This retort left Li Qianlu momentarily stunned. A realization dawned. His face turned an ominous shade of pale. The woman from the Qingfeng Academy headquarters also looked on, her gaze inscrutable. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Then, Tai Zhen continued, "According to the military laws of the Qing Kingdom, without the royal edict, A second-tier Grand General may not act without authorization. Otherwise, he would be charged with treason. Moreover, the western frontier is situated over 3,000 miles from here, nearly crossing half of the Qing kingdom. How could the Grand General, as a pillar of the nation, not be aware of the laws? He is utterly loyal to the Qing kingdom, yet you, the Li family, claim that he was here and was slain by Chen. Oh, do you possess the authority to summon a Grand General of the Qing kingdom? If that is the case, your Li family indeed holds significant power in my Qing nation, with only the king possessing the authority to command the great general. It is remarkable that your Li family can summon him at will. Truly, you are a renowned family with a legacy spanning a millennium. Taizhen's words were gems of wisdom, each sentence underscoring a profound truth. His statement unveiled much. Between the lines lay the implication that this Qing nation does not belong to your Li family. Nor does the great general belong to you. If the general were to abandon his post at will, what then? Rebellion. Upon hearing these words, Li Qianliu's gaze turned icy, and he cast a sharp glance at Taizhen. Comprehending his intent, taking a deep breath, he spoke in a grave tone. It appears I have misjudged. The general of the West is not present here, merely a namesake who happens to be my Li family's son-in-law. With that, he turned to the woman from the Qingfeng Academy's headquarters and inquired, "Esteemed mentor, Li Kong, the head of the Qingfeng Academy, has been slain here, a genius who dared to defy authority. Severely tarnishing the Academy's reputation, it would be prudent for you to join me in apprehending Chen." At that moment, countless gazes converged upon the woman from the Qingfeng Academy's headquarters. However, Chen merely heard the woman click her tongue in disapproval, her brows knitting slightly as she replied coolly, "Who dares impersonate the head of my Qingfeng Academy? In the list of heads from various branches I have seen, there is no one by the name of Li Kong. Is he a member of your Li family?" Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving everyone aghast. Li Qianliu's expression stiffened. He was so enraged that blood surged forth, and he seemed to age decades in an instant. An aura of despair enveloping him. "You are all frightened by a mere young sword cultivator." The gaze of the woman from the Qingfeng Academy's headquarters turned frostbitten. "This matter pertains solely to your Li family. Why must you drag us into it? What are your true intentions? Are you also fearful of this young sword cultivator?" Li Qianlu retorted, his voice heavy. "My Li family is a millennium-old lineage in Qing Nation. We have encountered countless prodigies and have never feared a mere sword cultivator." At this juncture, Chen spoke indifferently. "You have spoken enough. Your time has come to an end. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to return and explain." With a swift motion, Chen summoned a treasure mirror, from which countless rays of sword light erupted, instantly enveloping Li Qianlu, the elder of the Li family. Chapter 31. The Nirvana Realm? Only a gatekeeper? In that fleeting moment, Li Qianlu was engulfed by the endless sword light, his anguished screams resonating outside Xiantai City. The eyes of many powerful figures mirrored the dazzling sword light outside the city, sending shivers down their spines. Merely witnessing it, they could feel the terrifying sharpness of the sword light. How much more for Li Qianlu, who was being consumed by the torrent of sword light? Hearing his cries, all present felt a chill run through their hearts, instilling fear of Chen within them. This wave of sword light exuded an aura of deadly danger that even I could sense. Was it a gift from the formidable figure behind Chen? Above Xiantai City, the city lord Taizhen gazed intently at the distant sword light, inhaling deeply before asking solemnly, "After all, no one anticipated that it was Chen who had modified the Li family's spirit-seeking mirror, refining it anew. Indeed, there was a superpower backing Chen, a force so formidable it might even surpass that of the Qing nation." Lin Jian, with a serious expression, remarked, "Aligning with such a prodigy is the right choice. The Li family has a complex web of influence throughout Qing nation, and even the king must show them deference. This has long drawn the king's ire, and now that the Li family is facing adversity, it may be precisely what he desires." Taizhen nodded, stating, In recent years, the Li family has grown increasingly audacious, even occupying significant positions within the Qingfeng Academy. The more aggressive they become, the more dissatisfaction they will provoke from both Qing Nation and the Qingfeng Academy. Chen is, fortuitously, the key. Boom. Meanwhile, outside Xiantai City, a figure streaked forth from the endless sword light, bloodied and in a state of utter disarray, his aura depleted to the utmost. It was none other than Li Qianlu, who had miraculously burst forth from the torrent of sword light. Without pausing, he cast a venomous glare at Su Chen and bellowed, "Su Chen, my Li family will not rest until one of us is dead. Just wait. Within Qing Nation, you will undoubtedly meet your end." Su Chen glanced at Li Qianlu without making a move, instead retracting the treasure mirror, allowing the fierce sword light to gradually dissipate. Suddenly, he turned to the woman from the Qingfeng Academy's headquarters and asked, "You hail from the southern region's Qingfeng Academy headquarters, specifically the headquarters of Qing Nation's Qingfeng Academy." The latter nodded, her clear eyes appraising him as she remarked, "Your mentorship does not originate from within Qing Nation." Su Chen nodded, then unexpectedly stated, "The Qingfeng Academy is a commendable institution, and its principles are quite admirable. However, the individuals who govern the academy..." Here, Su Chen shook his head. He recalled the days when he fled Qing Nation, wandering through various places, including a period spent at the Qingfeng Academy headquarters, where he trained. His impression of the academy was generally positive. Yet, after being wronged and joining the Beixian sword sect, certain individuals within the Qingfeng Academy continued to harbor grudges, as he had displayed remarkable talent, akin to a sword unsheathed, unsettling those around him. After much turmoil, Su Chen had ultimately toppled a significant portion of the Qingfeng Academy, slaying numerous past heads and even obliterating the Qingfeng Academy in Qing Nation. However, having been reborn, Su Chen was no longer the same as he once was. He had not experienced the events of his previous life and thus was not as extreme in disposition. His murderous intent had considerably diminished. Viewing the Qingfeng Academy from a different perspective in this lifetime, he was unlikely to repeat the annihilation of the institution, provided they did not provoke him. Moreover, approaching the Qingfeng Academy differently might yield better results. After all, his kin were still present, and his parents were alive. Compared to standing atop the heavens alone, nothing could be better than the current circumstances. The true high-ranking official from the Qingfeng Academy, Chen, raised an eyebrow and nodded in agreement with Su Chen's words, stating, "Rules are static, while people are dynamic. Countless systems and ideals may be commendable, yet their effects vary depending on the hands that wield them." Su Chen scoffed lightly, saying, "Perhaps to some, forces that benefit the populace have become their personal possessions." Upon hearing this, Qian's expression shifted slightly. She discerned Su Chen's dissatisfaction with certain individuals within the Qingfeng Academy. "You truly hail from the southern region. May I ask who you are?" Before Chen could finish, Su Chen interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Let us not speak of such matters. They bear no relevance to me. Miss Chen, you are a remarkable person. With my clear sword heart, I can perceive the righteousness and intricacies of human nature. If I were to encounter malefactors, they would be none but treacherous and deceitful individuals." Upon hearing this, Qian's demeanor shifted once more, and she spoke in astonishment. "You have actually cultivated a clear sword heart." Su Chen chuckled. "What difficulty lies in that? The attainment of a clear sword heart signifies a profound understanding of the sword path. Across the southern region, there are many sword cultivators, yet those who achieve a clear sword heart, especially prodigious sword cultivators at such a young age, are few and far between. In the vast expanse of the southern region, among countless warriors, one might struggle to find even a handful, in an instant." Chen felt a surge of interest and inquired, "Might you consider joining the Qingfeng Academy headquarters? I sense you understand our academy and appreciate that, despite its rigorous rules, it offers great freedom, existing solely to cultivate countless warriors." Su Chen met Qian's sincere and clear gaze, contemplating for a moment before smiling and responding, "I shall think it over. At his words, Chen smiled and retrieved a token from her spatial ring. Handing it to Su Chen, this is a communication token. Even across the entire southern region, you can use this spirit token to contact me. I shall await your response. Su Chen replied with a calm smile. Let us see how the situation unfolds. I have matters to address concerning the Li family in Qing Nation. However, Chen responded with a gentle smile. What does the Li family mean to you? In Qing Nation, they may reign supreme. Yet in the southern region, only their Nirvana realm ancestor can barely hold his ground. Even he, when placed in the southern region, would rank merely as second tier. Su Chen chuckled and glanced at Chen, saying, in the southern region, a Nirvana realm cultivator is deemed second-rate. Within your Qingfeng Academy, he would merely be a gatekeeper. Chen paused momentarily, then nodded with a smile, remaining silent. Her last shred of doubt dissipated at this moment. Su Chen's words indicated that he truly understood the magnitude of the Qingfeng Academy's existence. The Qingfeng Academy stands alongside the other 4 great academies in the southern region, collectively known as the 5 Academies of the South. With a legacy spanning over 10,000 years and countless powerful figures, while a Nirvana realm cultivator may be top tier in Qing Nation within the headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy, they would indeed serve merely as gatekeepers. Su Chen and Chen exchanged a few pleasantries before both entered the Iron City together. Chapter 32. The shock of all sides today as battle by young Master Su Chen will undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of the Qing Kingdom. When Lin Jian and Tai Jin saw Su Chen enter, they instinctively adopted a slightly humble demeanor. Lin Jian inquired, May I ask what plans young Master Su Chen has next? The trouble you stirred up is indeed monumental. Not to mention those several who reached the transformation realm, but even the 2 from the Qingfeng Academy and the Qing Kingdom who perished at your hands. Tai Jin nodded in agreement. Although he claimed to deny the existence of General Huang Feng, the West Town commander, it was merely a facade. Both the Qing Kingdom and the Qingfeng Academy were highly likely to seek accountability. Su Chen responded nonchalantly, That will depend on what your lord and the king decide. In any case, I am indifferent. Upon hearing this, Tai Jin and Lin Jian exchanged a glance, both sighing inwardly. They could sense that Su Chen was genuinely indifferent, as if everything were inconsequential to him. However, today's events would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the Qing Kingdom, the prominent families in the capital, as well as the higher-ups of the Qingfeng Academy might very well covet the immense fortune that Su Chen possessed, potentially prompting them to take action. In their eyes, Su Chen was merely a small figure who had stumbled upon great fortune and opportunity. If the true powers of the Qing Kingdom were to intervene, they could certainly suppress him. Suddenly, Lin Jian and Tai Jin exchanged another glance, seeing a glimmer of horror in each other's eyes. They recalled the recently fled Li Qianlu and speculated that it might not have been Su Chen's inability to pursue him, but rather that Su Chen was fishing, intentionally letting Li Qianlu escape, only to draw the entire Li family into a pursuit against him. What a cunning scheme! For the ancient Li family, which valued its reputation above all, it was plausible they would expend all their resources to confront Su Chen. This might even involve the king of the Qing Kingdom, who, if tempted, might join forces against Su Chen. Should it truly reach that point, the king of the Qing Kingdom would likely regret his decision far too late. Finding himself on a path of no return, thinking of this, their hearts quivered, stirred by tumultuous waves of anxiety. If this were indeed the case, Su Chen's murderous intent and desire for revenge were extraordinarily potent. Of course, if the king of the Qing Kingdom were to act with some rationality, he would refrain from such drastic measures, allowing only the Li family to suffer misfortune. No, I must send a message to the main family. Urging them to remain calm, Lin Jian thought to himself, as the master of the Dragon and Phoenix Tower, he hailed from the Lin family, one of the 3 premier families in the Qing Kingdom. Naturally, he did not wish to see his family, driven by greed, reach such a dire situation. Yuan Mountain, located within the Iron City, though not witnessing Su Chen's exploits firsthand, felt a whirlwind of emotions upon hearing the discussions around him and observing the cautious demeanor of the Su family members. He felt a mix of relief, elation, and concern. Chen had truly made a monumental impact, akin to a thunderclap that reverberated throughout the Qing kingdom. The Su family would now gain renown across the realm. Just days ago, they had merely been another small family among countless others in the Qing kingdom. Chen, what shall we do now? With our strength, we can never confront the Li family. Furthermore, while that Qing county princess holds a high position, she may not be able to sway the entire Li family to protect our Su family, an elder expressed anxiously. They were merely elders from a small family, their perspectives limited, and thus they worried greatly. Chen, perhaps you should leave for now. As long as you are present, our Su family remains safe. Su Jin and Su Xia, along with the others, anxiously urged Su Chen to depart. Yet, Su Chen responded with a calm smile, saying, "There is nothing to worry about. If death comes, we shall face it together." Seeing Su Chen's nonchalant attitude, Su Jin and the others became frantic. Su Chen, what foolishness are you speaking? You must leave at once. The Li family is too powerful. They are not something we can contend with, Su Yuan Mountain added solemnly. Su Chen, I know you possess deep fortune, but the Li family is indeed formidable. You need time to grow. If you leave, the Li family will not dare to act against the Su family. You can leave the Qing kingdom through the Qing county princess. I believe that within 10 years, you will certainly return as a strong figure. The genuine concern of these family members filled Su Chen's heart with warmth. In his previous life, though invincible, he had no one to share his thoughts with, no one to confide in. That solitude had been a torment for someone of his unparalleled strength, who still possessed a sense of humanity. Seeing them again in this life brought him immense joy, and he no longer wished to tease those family members whom he had long yearned for, who shared his bloodline. Rest assured, second uncle, the entire Su family cannot be brought down. This is merely the beginning of our rise. A merely family cannot take my life. Indeed, you all should participate in the martial arts tournament. With that, Su Chen turned his gaze toward Lin Jian. The latter understood and glanced at Chen, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, Elder Su, the martial arts tournament will proceed as planned. We will also post a notice. You will not be affected in any way. If you youngsters truly excel, you may even join our Qingfeng Academy. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan Mountain sighed in relief, looking sternly at Su Jin and Su Xia, admonishing, do not let Su Chen's astounding achievements lead you to arrogance. These feats were accomplished solely by him and have no relation to you. If you rely on your brother Su Chen and engage in reckless behavior, it would only bring shame upon him and our Su family. In such a case, how would we differ from the oppressive Li family? Upon hearing this, Su Xia, Su Jin, and the other family members nodded in agreement. The news of Su Chen slaying several in the transformation realm, along with 2 from the spirit fire realm, spread like wildfire throughout the Qing kingdom, its speed unprecedented. It was truly a case of 1 telling 10. 10 telling 100. Su Chen's name resonated throughout the Qing kingdom, echoing with grandeur. Barely 20 years of age, having reached the peak of the pill formation realm, he dispatched transformation realm adversaries as if they were mere weeds and compelled spirit fire realm experts to take their own lives. Each incident was shocking, leaving people in disbelief, not to mention within the Iron City. Aside from Su Chen, all other members of the Su family and those from other major factions treated him like a tiger. Adopting a cautious demeanor, even in Qingzhou City, the threshold of the Su family was trampled upon. All factions in Qingzhou City trembled upon hearing of Su Chen's exploits, feeling a profound sense of dread toward the Su family. Everyone in the Su family felt a wave of elation, walking with newfound confidence. Upon hearing this news, Su Tianzhan observed the complex expressions on the faces of Qing Tianlong and his companions. And he smiled faintly, remarking, "My son's bravery is not inferior to mine." Qing Tianlong and his companions exchanged glances. Chapter 33. The 20-year deadline. With that, Su Tianzhan Chan's gaze shimmered with an indescribable brilliance. As if he recalled something, and a smile graced his face. Reflecting on the day they first met, he remembered how headstrong he had been. A single night had paved the way for their subsequent bond. Indeed, it was quite a display of courage, not unlike his son Chen's extraordinary feats of slaying numerous powerful adversaries. After all, she hailed from the Zhuqiu royal family, a supreme power beyond the southern domain. Not only was the Su family insignificant, but even the top factions within the southern domain would bow before such individuals. Those beings, with a mere thought, could obliterate a force powerful enough to shake the southern domain. With this in mind, Su Tianzhan's smile gradually faded, and his hands unconsciously clenched. He recalled that day over a decade ago when Su Chen was still a mere child, only several years old. On that day, the sky was overcast, the air thick with tension, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The Zhuqiu royal family had come knocking, not to mention those disdainful figures who refused to meet him. Even a single member of the Zhuqiu royal family treated her with utmost humility, even fear, as they knelt before her servants. The mere presence of their aura was enough to render him breathless. Life and death rested within their whims. Had she not produced an imperial edict, akin to a royal decree, those individuals would have surely eradicated him and the Su family. Otherwise, the Su family, and indeed the entire Qing kingdom, would have been obliterated without a trace. After all, such terrifying powers valued their reputation above all else. Thus, the true figure from the Zhuqiu royal family, his maternal uncle, gazed at him with eyes as cold as a deity's. Uttering those chilling words, "Though you possess the imperial sister's decree, granting you temporary protection, those ancient relics shall not easily forgive you. If you are a man, do not hide behind the imperial sister's back." Regardless, even if you possess such intentions, you could not openly appear before the Zhuqiu royal family for 1,000 years. Within 20 years, if you and the imperial sister's child display exceptional talent and reach the Nirvana realm, I may bring him into our clan, allowing him to bear the Zhuqiu surname. However, this is all I can offer. Remember, only 20 years remain. After 20 years, the ancient relics of the Zhuqiu royal family will visit, cleansing this place that brought shame upon them. Such stark, grim words that maternal uncle had, for her sake, suppressed his inner fury and granted the Su family a slender thread of hope. Thus, it can be said that the esteemed brother-in-law was rather lenient towards him. After all, it was evident that she had enjoyed the adoration of several elder brothers, only to be thwarted by a mere insignificant figure. Who could endure such a fate? Consequently, Su Tianzhan harbored no resentment towards the Zhuqiu royal family. He lacked the grounds for such feelings. His only grievance lay in his own limitations. Despite years of arduous training, he found himself confined to this state. 20 years had passed, and now less than half a year remained. In 2 months, it would be Chen Er's birthday, yet Chen Er was still far from the Nirvana realm. Contemplating this, Su Tianzhan felt an immense pressure. Despite Su Chen's illustrious reputation and his ability to contend against various forces, even slaying formidable opponents within the Qing nation, the arrival of a powerful figure from the Zhuqiu royal family would bring about true despair. He mused that perhaps it was time to share some information with Chen Er. At that moment, Su Tianlei entered and spoke solemnly. "Head of the family, the Lu family, has arrived. And members of the 3 great families of the Qing nation, the Lin family. These individuals were affiliated with the Su family. If they were to take the stage, would we engage in battle or refrain?" With the presence of the formidable Su Chen, these individuals had found protection. Otherwise, given the abilities of the Su family members, only Su Jin and Su Xia might barely qualify for the top 100 in the martial arts tournament. Indeed, this time, nearly 20 individuals at the Transformation Realm were participating in the martial arts tournament in Xiantai City. Not to mention the numerous peak-level Qi condensation experts. Within the martial arts arena of Xiantai City, a multitude of gazes focused on Su Chen and his companions as they entered and took their seats. Their eyes reflected both trepidation and fear. while glances towards Su Xia and others betrayed resentment and unwillingness. With Su Chen present, they genuinely hesitated to unleash their full power against Su Xia and her companions. Concurrently, several mentors from the Qingfeng Academy in Xiantai City stepped forward, involuntarily casting glances towards Su Chen. Then, a man in gray robes spoke in a deep voice. The martial arts tournament shall now commence. He proceeded to outline the rules of the competition. For instance, only the top 100 would qualify to enter the Qingfeng Academy, and the same applied to the other 3 major cities. This meant that every time the Qingfeng Academy recruited new students, there would only be around 400 spots available. One can only imagine the level of competition. Soon, the martial arts tournament began. Su Xia and Su Jin were currently the strongest, having worked hard enough to approach the Dan building realm, while the others, including Su Lai, were slightly behind, yet still capable. However, securing a position in the top 100 remained a formidable challenge. Su Yuanshan engaged in conversation with 2 elders. He remarked calmly, "This is a trial for them, even if they face defeat. What of it? As long as they can identify their shortcomings and strive for improvement. That is already commendable." He then cast a glance at Su Chen. With Su Chen around, could the Su family truly fear not rising? At this moment, Su Xia and the others had already taken the stage. However, a peculiar scene unfolded. Even stronger opponents, including prodigies at the Dan building realm, hesitated to unleash their full might against Su Xia and her companions, opting instead to battle to a standstill before retreating. They seemed to glide effortlessly into the top 20 of the martial arts tournament. Witnessing this, unlike the other 2 elders, Su Yuanshan's expression darkened considerably. Such concessions meant that Su Xia and her companions' true strength had not been demonstrated. Meanwhile, elders from various forces or families whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing towards the Su family or comforting their defeated juniors. Before long, after a day of intense competition, the top 100 spots were essentially determined. As several mentors from Qingfeng Academy announced the results, Su Chen, who had heard a few words from Su Yuanshan, stood up, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As Su Xia, Su Jin, and the other clan members felt a wave of tension. For they knew their rankings had been too easily obtained. As Su Chen spoke slowly, "I will gauge my actions based on the strength of your opponents. If you are defeated, relinquish your position." At his words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. All factions were taken aback, their expressions a mix of complexity as they regarded Su Chen. They could see that Su Chen was not being ostentatious. Rather, it was a proud confidence in the Su family's capabilities. They were unwilling to attain a position in the Qingfeng Academy through such means, despite the precious nature of the slots, which countless talented individuals coveted. Su Chen turned to Su Lai, Su Xian, as well as Su Bei and Su Ling'er. The 4 of them were merely at mid to peak qi condensation stages. Su Chen inquired, "Who will step forward first?" For a moment, Su Lai, filled with determination, stepped forward. As Su Chen nodded, glancing at the talented individuals who had previously battled against Su Lai, and slowly said, "You may begin." "Give it your all." Su Lai let out a fierce shout and unleashed his martial arts towards Su Chen. As Su Chen raised his hand and delivered a strike, this Su Lai, a member of the Su family, was quite impressive, having reached the peak of the qi condensation realm, and his momentum suggested he could break through 3 barriers, ultimately facing off against the peak of the qi condensation realm. Is Su Chen employing the strength of the peak qi condensation realm? No, it must be even more formidable. Various factions began to murmur among themselves, deliberating the prodigy who would face off against Su Lai. At the peak of the qi condensation realm, fixed his gaze intently on the unfolding events. Bang! Su Lai was sent flying by Su Chen's palm, spewing blood as he fell to the ground. Although he struggled to rise, he was severely injured and unable to continue. Several mentors requested adjustments to Su Lai's ranking as Su Chen looked towards the mentors from the Qingfeng Academy and spoke indifferently. "Please adjust Su Lai's position accordingly." The gray-robed man smiled and replied, "The Su family upholds righteousness. We will strive to maintain fairness, which may entail adding a few more slots to accommodate other talented individuals who might otherwise be excluded from the top 100. Upon hearing this, those at the bottom of the rankings breathed a sigh of relief, as their greatest concern had not materialized. At this moment, Chen turned his attention back to Su Xian and the other clan siblings. Who will be next? I will, Su Bei replied gravely, stepping forward. His luck was decent. His strongest opponent was merely at the peak of the qi condensation realm, matching his own strength. Su Chen's calm demeanor belied the fact that he was utilizing the full capacity of the peak qi condensation realm, causing Su Bei's expression to harden. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his full strength, charging at Su Chen as if fighting for his life. After a few exchanges, Su Chen nodded and stated, "You will retain this ranking." Su Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Su Chen, please go easy on me, Su Xian, still clinging to hope, softly implored, a smile gracing her face. However, Su Chen replied coolly, "Very well, but if you ever encounter a life-and-death adversary, you may also ask them to go easy on you and spare your life." Upon hearing this, Su Xian's smile faded, and after a brief silence, she raised her head, her clear eyes filled with determination. Boom! She charged at Su Chen, unexpectedly unleashing a force even more powerful than before. As Su Chen raised an eyebrow, within 10 exchanges, Su Xian was defeated, yet she managed to preserve her ranking. Now only Su Xia, Su Jin, and Su Ling Er remain. At this point, Su Chen suggested they all take the stage together. The three were momentarily taken aback. As Su Chen stated calmly, "I will engage you with the strength of the mid-Dan building realm. If you can withstand 20 exchanges under my hand, you shall pass." Upon hearing this, Su Jin and the others turned pale. The strongest among them, Su Jin and Su Xia, were at the peak of the qi condensation realm. Yet they could not possibly contend against someone at the mid-Dan building realm. The experts from the various factions present were equally astonished. Did Su Chen intend to show mercy? However, they were mistaken. Su Chen initiated the attack. Although he did not employ his swordsmanship, his casual strikes sent the three reeling, utterly overwhelmed. Observers were left astonished by the pitiful state of Su Jin and his companions. Su Chen's strength was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Dan building realm. Was this truly what he referred to as the mid-Dan building realm? The gray-robed man winced, while other mentors from the Qing Feng Academy nodded in agreement. One remarked oddly, perhaps in his eyes, the mid-Dan building realm should indeed appear in this manner. In less than 10 exchanges, Su Jin, Su Xia, and Su Ling Er bore various injuries. They were being suppressed in a thoroughly humiliating manner. We must cooperate and join forces. Otherwise, we cannot withstand this rascal. Su Jin, growing frantic, cursed loudly. Thus, the three began to work together. Having grown up together, they shared a mutual understanding and some degree of tacit cooperation. In a moment of unity, they actually managed to fend off a few of Su Chen's strikes. However, within 3 to 5 exchanges, Su Chen swiftly countered and overcame them one by one. The weakest among them, Su Ling Er, was expected to be the first to fall, yet each time she faced peril, Su Jin and Su Xia shielded her, demonstrating the mutual support expected among kin. Upon witnessing the scene before them, the masters of various factions could not help but be moved by the sight of Su Jin and his companions, who, despite their dire circumstances, managed to support one another. They saw in the younger generation of the Su family the very essence of what they hoped their own kin could embody, a spirit of unity and solidarity. Bang! As Su Xia and Su Jin fell, it was only natural that Su Linger would also succumb to defeat. 18 moves. You merely managed to block my 18 moves, Su Chen remarked nonchalantly. Have you lost your senses? The corners of Su Jin's mouth twitched. They inwardly cursed, realizing that Su Chen's strength was undoubtedly beyond the mid-stage of the Dan building realm, likely at the level of great attainment. That they could withstand 18 moves was already commendable. Considering they were just 2 individuals facing Su Chen, who had fought with considerable ferocity, we are willing to forfeit our spots, Su Jin, Su Xia, and Su Linga said, though reluctantly, after a moment of steeling their resolves. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the man in the gray robe interjected, "Young Master Su Chen, there is no need for such measures. These three have already given their all, and your strength is clearly not that of a mid-stage dam builder. It is understandable that they could not withstand you, but the difference was merely 2 moves. Why not adjust their rankings slightly, so they may still enter the Qingfeng Academy?" Su Chen turned his gaze towards Su Jin and the others. After exchanging glances, they steeled themselves and bowed towards the man in gray, saying, "We appreciate your intentions, Master Mentor, but we have not fulfilled the requirement of 20 moves, thus we lack the qualifications to enter Qingfeng Academy." The entire assembly erupted in astonishment. They had actually declined. A look of gratification flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Su Yuanshan's gaze shifted to Su Chen, as if he had begun to form some conjectures. Chapter 35. The Undying Empress, the Flawless Sword Emperor, the Holy Son of Night Jin. The Su family truly was peculiar. Su Chen had rejected the overtures of the Qingfeng Academy, and yet his cousins had done the same. It seemed they were still somewhat wary, especially given the considerable influence of the Li family within the Qingfeng Academy. After all, Su Chen had slain the branch leader of the Qingfeng Academy. Such a transgression would not be easily overlooked. This indicated that Su Chen was indeed a person of clarity. The man in gray exchanged glances with the mentors from the Qingfeng Academy, all displaying expressions of helplessness. The Su family and the Qingfeng Academy shared a curious connection. Once again, the Qingfeng Academy had extended an invitation, only to face rejection, all from the same clan. However, they did not believe the Qingfeng Academy would make things difficult for Su Chen. Despite the latter having killed Li Kong, the branch leader of the Xiantai city, Su Chen was a prodigious sword cultivator with a mysterious backing. The Qingfeng Academy would not risk offending someone of such caliber for the sake of a self-serving branch leader. The two parties had yet to reach an irreconcilable state. Moreover, Su Chen had garnered the attention of a prominent figure from the headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy in the southern region. According to various rumors, Su Chen was likely to bypass the Qingfeng Academy in the Qing country and gain entry into the headquarters in the southern region. This was also the reason for their eagerness to recruit Su Xia and the others. Associating with such a unique family and character seemed to hold great potential benefits. Yet, to their surprise, Su Xia and the others still declined. Only Su Bei and Su Lai chose to join. It appeared they would need to provide more support in the future. Su Chen and his companions were invited by Lin Jian, while Su Yuanshan and the others directly took up residence at the Longfeng Tower. In front of Su Xia, Su Jin, and Su Linger, Su Yuanshan directly inquired of Su Chen, "Su Chen, do you have your own intentions behind encouraging them to leave the Qingfeng Academy?" Su Xia and the others turned their attention to him. Su Chen did not conceal his thoughts, nodding as he spoke. "In the future, my Su family will undoubtedly rise to prominence, and Su Xia, Su Jin, and Su Linger are considered the most exceptional talents of our generation. The Qingfeng Academy might provide them with resources and alleviate their arduous training, but they would also attract numerous sycophants. They would struggle to discern who is genuine and who is not." Su Xia and the others exchanged glances, falling into silence. Though still young, they were perceptive enough to understand that Su Chen's actions had already astonished various factions across the Qing country. If Su Chen remained unharmed, the Su family was destined to ascend. Those with ulterior motives would surely seek to approach them. Su Linger is the youngest among us, yet her talent is formidable and should not be wasted in the Qingfeng Academy. Su Chen suddenly stated, causing Su Linger to gaze at him in confusion. Was she truly the most talented? Su Chen smiled. Su Linger was indeed a pure body, but she had yet to find a suitable cultivation method, which limited her true potential. Nevertheless, she had already reached the peak of the Qi condensation realm at the tender age of 15, 3 to 4 years younger than Su Xia and the others. That speed was already remarkable. Su Yuanshan asked solemnly, "Su Chen, have you discerned something?" Su Chen nodded and replied, "If we are to speak solely of talent, Linger possesses the strongest aptitude. However, her overly innocent nature renders her susceptible to deception. which is why I wish to facilitate your departure from the Qingfeng Academy. He turned to Su Xia and Su Jin, stating, with your talents and the resources of the Qingfeng Academy, your arduous training would likely culminate in reaching the Nirvana realm at best. Su Xia and Su Jin exchanged glances, their hearts stirred at the mention of the Nirvana realm. Historically, only the ancestors of the Su family had achieved such heights. Since then, no one else had ascended to that realm. And the Su family had gradually declined, becoming a lesser force in Qingzhou City. To think that Su Chen claimed they could attain such a level. At that moment, Su Chen calmly declared, I possess an alternate path that can lead you beyond the Nirvana realm. In other words, if you embark upon this path and succeed, the Nirvana realm will merely be a transitional phase on your journey to the pinnacle. Boom! Upon hearing this, Su Jin and Su Xia felt as if struck by lightning, leaving them momentarily stunned. The Nirvana realm was merely a transition. Su Jin's throat felt parched, and he struggled to articulate his thoughts, having deduced certain possibilities. At this juncture, Su Yuanshan remarked, though Su Chen has faced his share of adversities, he has also gained enlightenment and opportunities. The changes within the Su family, including my own transformation to the creation realm, are all thanks to Su Chen. He possesses knowledge far beyond ours. Upon hearing this, Su Xia and the others involuntarily gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide as they struggled to comprehend the implications. Yet, reflecting on Su Chen's various achievements, they could not dismiss the notion. They had not anticipated that. In the blink of an eye, their Su family was on the cusp of soaring to greatness. Su Chen, what do you mean by this alternate path? Su Xia inquired. Su Chen replied calmly, the path of martial arts is seldom smooth. In comparison to resources, the tempering of one's heart is of utmost importance. Thus, the alternative path I propose is for you to become an independent cultivator, or perhaps a practitioner of arduous training. Upon hearing this, Su Xia and Su Jin exchanged glances. Practitioner of arduous training. Your talents are relatively average. Only through experiencing various trials can you refine your mindset, undergo rebirth through fire, and transform yourselves. Su Chen spoke slowly. But this path requires immense willpower. If you find yourselves unable to tread this route, I can recommend you to another destination. At this moment, Su Yuanshan added, you are descendants of the Su family. While you may not wish to lag behind, you must also act within your means. Sometimes, it is wiser to choose a more suitable path when faced with challenges that seem insurmountable. Su Jin and Su Xia remained silent for considerable time, fully aware that this was one of the most crucial decisions of their lives. Su Xia's face reflected determination as she solemnly declared, Su Chen, I choose the path of arduous training. Su Jin sighed. In truth, I am uncertain how to choose. Su Chen, please help me select a path. Su Chen nodded, understanding that Su Jin had long been influenced by their uncle, Su Tianfeng, who instilled in him the notion of protecting the family. This made it difficult for him to commit to the path of arduous training, indicating a lack of sufficient willpower to embark on that journey. With a flick of his hand, Su Chen infused 3 streams of light into the foreheads of Su Jin, Su Xia, and Su Linger. Su Xia suddenly experienced an epiphany, her eyes widening in shock. This is, Su Chen remarked, these are insights for you to utilize in your future endeavors. The world outside is fraught with treachery. You must remain vigilant. Su Xia nodded solemnly, vowing not to disappoint Su Chen's expectations. Her heart trembled as she comprehended the significance of her acquisition. She had received a top-tier imperial-grade cultivation technique, along with related martial arts. Furthermore, Su Chen had included hidden advice on how to navigate various challenges she might encounter. Additionally, there was a sword light that would grow stronger alongside Su Chen, though it would only awaken in moments of life and death. Su Linga trembled as she asked, Su Chen, where should I go to join the Xiantian Dao sect? Su Jin also turned to Su Chen in surprise, realizing that he and Su Linger had received the same cultivation technique. The spiritual light bestowed upon him not only contained a cultivation method but also guidance, indicating that once he reached a certain level of mastery, he could proceed to the Xiantian Dao sect. Su Chen explained. Once you reach a sufficient level of cultivation, the Xiantian Dao sect will sense your presence and send someone to escort you. Greetings. You should diligently cultivate yourselves. Upon hearing these words, Su Jin and Su Linger exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Due to Su Chen's actions, in the future, Su Xia and the others would establish their reputations, earning titles such as the Undying Empress, the Flawless Sword Sovereign, and the Holy Son of Night's End. Chapter 36. Attitude. The following day, Su Chen and his companions departed alongside numerous disciples who were granted admission to the Qingfeng Academy. They boarded the unique aerial vessel, the Qingyun boat, which could traverse 3,000 miles in a single day, boasting remarkable speed. The distance from Xiantai City to the capital was over 1,000 miles, thus making the journey to the capital a mere half-day affair. Once aboard the Qingyun boat, Su Bei and Su Lai felt an odd sensation. They noticed that the other disciples engaged in conversation, but kept their distance, as if they were eager to avoid any association with them. Brother Su Chen, what does this mean? Su Bei, the youngest of the two, asked with a hint of confusion upon witnessing this behavior. Su Lai remarked from the side, "Isn't it obvious? The events that transpired in Xiantai City over the past few days have left the Li family and Qingfeng Academy in a state of silence, leaving them perplexed and hesitant to approach us. I can assure you that if we reach the capital without anyone daring to confront us, these individuals will be eager to curry favor with us." As Brother Su Chen said, they are merely sycophants, driven solely by self-interest. With a hint of disdain, Su Lai continued, "Let us not dwell on this." At that moment, Su Chen smiled gently and said, "Once you enter Qingfeng Academy, you need not worry about any threats. I shall impart a technique that harmonizes perfectly with the academy, subtly altering your constitution and facilitating your martial path." With that, Su Chen flicked his fingers, and two streams of light entered the foreheads of Su Lai and Su Bei. After a moment of stunned silence, both brothers wore expressions of shock and bewilderment. "Brother Su Chen, what you have given us is," Su Bei began. But before he could finish, Su Lai swiftly slapped the back of his head, admonishing, "Be cautious, for walls have ears. What Brother Su Chen has bestowed upon us is a sign of his trust. So we must be vigilant and refrain from revealing this opportunity to anyone, lest we invite calamity. We must maintain a low profile within Qingfeng Academy." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Bei promptly covered his mouth, refraining from further speech. Su Chen, still smiling, advised, "Su Bei, while you are in Qingfeng Academy, heed Su Lai's guidance. He is your elder brother and possesses a bit more maturity. Exercise caution with everyone you encounter. Do not fall prey to deception, for human hearts can be treacherous. Indeed, being low-key is advisable, but do not allow others to perceive you as weak and easily bullied. If you continually concede, they will only become more brazen. At times, it is necessary to reveal your brilliance," Su Lai said earnestly. "Brother Su Chen, I understand," he replied with a serious demeanor. Sighing, Su Bei added, "Alas, Sister Su Xia and the others have returned, leaving only the two of us. We truly ought to be cautious. Brother Su Chen, what about you? You did not participate in the martial arts conference, yet with your strength, you certainly could have," Su Bei inquired. Su Chen chuckled softly. "We shall discuss that when the time comes." The three brothers enjoyed a lively conversation, while nearby, young disciples from various factions occasionally cast curious glances their way, their expressions a mix of envy and jealousy. The gazes directed at Su Chen were tinged with apprehension. After all, he was a formidable figure capable of slaying beings in the transformation realm from the peak of the Golden Core realm. What is the situation now? A man in gray robes observed Su Chen and his companions from the highest deck of the Qingyun boat, his voice barely above a whisper. Beside him stood several mentors from Xiantai City's Qingfeng Academy. One of the women spoke solemnly. "The situation from the capital's headquarters remains unclear. They must also be astounded by Su Chen's prowess. However, their opinions on how to handle him are divided. Some wish to suppress him within the capital. even resorting to employing unparalleled formations to seize the opportunities he possesses. Conversely, there are those who believe that Chen is a prodigy of swordsmanship. If they cannot eliminate him, it would be best to let the matter rest and seek to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, she added. The man in gray robes narrowed his eyes and asked, "Could it be that the Li family is instigating this? The Li family itself is stagnant, but those associated with the Li family within Qingfeng Academy are very active. They are likely attempting to persuade the Academy's powerful figures to suppress Chen." The female mentor responded, "Additionally, there are influences from the royal family of the Qing nation, as well as from the Zhao and Lin families." The man in gray robes chuckled coldly. The Li family is indeed calculating. Despite suffering significant losses and losing face, they still wish to enlist the support of the Qingfeng Academy and the royal family of the Qing nation. They cannot expect to have their wishes fulfilled so easily. The most probable outcome is that the Li, Zhao, and Lin families will join forces, potentially using some underhanded methods to suppress Chen, he continued. The other mentors nodded in agreement. Master Zhong, do you believe that Chen's ascendance is merely a result of serendipity? Or is he backed by formidable allies or a powerful faction? One of the mentors queried. Hearing this, the man in gray robes turned his gaze toward the questioner and replied, "A peak golden core cultivator slaying beings in the transformation realm is one thing. But for even those in the spiritual fire realm to perish by his hand, it is no mere coincidence. After all, Li Kang was killed directly by Chen. Is it plausible that such a genius could achieve this solely through luck?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the mentors grew serious. The man in gray robes spoke with conviction. No matter how talented a prodigy, without the guidance of a superlative master and ample resources, it would be impossible for one to reach such heights. Considering this, they all felt that if the three families dared to act against him, they might not see the light of another day. After all, to cultivate a monster like Chen, the formidable presence behind him must surely transcend the Nirvana realm. No one within the Qing nation could rival such a powerful ally, if Chen was indeed backed by a superlative force. What colossal entity could that be? Perhaps the entirety of the Qing nation combined would seem like mere ants in comparison. That notion was not entirely far-fetched. At that moment, they recalled Chen's rejection of Qingfeng Academy's overtures 2 years prior. Perhaps he was then receiving guidance from that formidable figure. The more they contemplated, the more plausible it appeared. If any of your friends or family consider moving against Chen, it would be wise to abandon that thought. Chen has already revealed his brilliance and terrifying potential. To confront him for the sake of some so-called opportunity could lead to their own ruin, the man in gray robes warned. His words resonated deeply with the mentors, who solemnly nodded in agreement and promptly retrieved communication jade talismans. The Qingyun boat sped through the skies, traversing the heavens for over half a day before finally arriving at the capital of the Qing nation. Most of the talented individuals from various factions gathered outside the capital displayed a mix of anticipation and trepidation as they gazed upon the sprawling city, which boasted a diameter of 100 miles. This was indeed the capital of the Qing nation. Brother Chen, is this the capital of the Qing nation? Is that the Qingfeng Academy over there? Su Bei, full of vitality, pointed from the boat to a location within the capital where a colossal ancient tree stood. Towering over 1,000 feet, that ancient tree, situated within the vast expanse of the capital, was indeed a sight to behold. Chen nodded with a smile. That is the foundation of Qingfeng Academy, known as the Qingfeng Spirit Tree, which gathers an abundance of celestial energies, 50 times denser than that of the entire Qing nation. Upon hearing this, both Su Bei and Su Lai were left astounded. At that moment, Chen's gaze flickered as he observed the 4 cardinal directions surrounding the Qing nation's capital. In each direction, powerful figures were watching closely. All of them were in the Nirvana realm. Chapter 37. Rising Tides. Is that Chen? A figure at the pinnacle of a luxurious estate within the capital, an elder clad in black robes, inquired of a middle-aged man before him. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes as he spoke. "Master, fortune often lies in peril, From what we know, Chen has not encountered any formidable allies. Otherwise, based on our intelligence, there would be some indication of it. Therefore, it is likely that he stumbled upon this opportunity by mere chance. The head of the Zhao family pondered briefly. The Zhao family held considerable influence within the Qing nation, and with his brother controlling the intelligence network. Their understanding of the situation surpassed that of the other two prominent families. Thus, the black-robed elder exuded confidence. However, he did not make a decision just yet, instead glancing toward his left. There, a stunningly beautiful woman with an ethereal presence, as graceful as a gentle breeze, stood. Jinger, what is your perspective? He asked. This was Zhao Qingjing, the most exceptional talent of the Zhao family, not yet 25, and already at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Rivaling Lin Min of the Lin family and Li Songling of the Li family, her intellect was remarkable, and she remained calm in the face of challenges, making her a likely candidate for the next head of the Zhao family. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qingjing replied, Father, I believe we should cultivate a rapport with Chen rather than conspire with the Li and Lin families. Upon hearing this, the elder in the black robe grew anxious and hastily exclaimed, My lady, while Chen may be formidable, his ability to barely slay those at the spirit fire realm is indeed his limit. Moreover, our intelligence is absolutely accurate. We have thoroughly reviewed various reports concerning the Su family in recent days. There is a 90% probability that Chen has gained a fortuitous encounter rather than having someone backing him. This implies that collaborating with the Li and Lin families is indeed a prudent course of action. Although it carries significant risks, fortune favors the bold. Should we seize the opportunity presented by Chen, we would ascend to greatness in an instant. The head of the Zhao family turned his gaze toward Zhao Qingjian. At this moment, Zhao Qingjian remained composed and remarked, Elder, are you so confident in your intelligence? Or is it that, due to your failed attempt to break through to the Nirvana realm and your dwindling lifespan, you have developed ulterior motives and urgently require a share of the fortune? At her words, the black-robed elder's expression shifted slightly, and he replied solemnly, I act solely for the Zhao family. Zhao Qingjian did not wish to dwell on this matter, and continued with her calm demeanor. What if there truly is a powerful figure behind Chen? What kind of formidable entity could foster a prodigious sword cultivator capable of slaying those in the spirit fire realm? If this individual wishes to remain hidden, can our Zhao family's spies truly uncover them? The black-robed elder fell silent. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Fanyun, gazed thoughtfully, remaining silent as he pondered. Zhao Qingjian pressed on. Additionally, while the Lin family may be blinded by profit, the Li family has no choice but to act. They have lost face and suffered grave losses, leading to an irreconcilable feud with Chen. Thus, they are compelled to proceed in this manner. If we involve ourselves, and should there indeed stand a powerful figure behind Chen, how shall we respond? Shall we bow in submission to him? In my view, given Chen's treatment of the Li family, coupled with the possibility that he is supported by such a formidable force, would he even regard our Zhao family? To me, Chen appears more like a prodigy, honing his skills in the wild. We must avoid entangling ourselves with him, at most maintaining a cordial relationship. As she spoke, Zhao Qingjian turned to her father and slowly said, Our Zhao family aided the establishment of the Qing kingdom alongside the Qing king. Not solely through remarkable achievements, but by adhering to our ancestral teachings, to remain sufficiently low-key and cautious, avoiding being blinded by greed. 6 centuries ago, the Qing kingdom boasted 6 prominent families. Now, only 3 remain. Everyone knows the reasons for the demise of the other 3 families. We have already witnessed the consequences of such folly. Why must we gamble once more? Upon hearing this, Zhao Fanyun's expression shifted, and he produced a communication jade talisman. Under the watchful eyes of the black-robed elder and Zhao Qingjian, he took a deep breath and spoke. Brotherly, our Zhao family is currently facing certain matters and cannot lend our strength. I apologize for this. With that, he shattered the communication jade talisman, denying the Li family any opportunity for a response. Observing this, the The black-robed elder's eyes flickered with discontent, yet felt powerless. Zhao Qingjian cast him a glance and said indifferently, "Elder, a month ago, I was admitted to the headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy and will soon be heading to the southern region. The Academy has bestowed upon me a reward of 3 jiazi pills, each capable of extending one's lifespan by 60 years. I shall give you one." Her words. The black-robed elder was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with excitement, and he bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, my lady," as Zhao Qingjian had noted. He may deny it, but he was indeed nearing the end of his lifespan. With less than a decade remaining, and less than 10 years, he would exhaust his potential, his vitality dwindling, rendering his chances of breaking through to the nirvana realm exceedingly slim. Unwilling to succumb to old age, he had grown desperate, urging the head of the Zhao family to act in such a manner. Now, with Zhao Qingjian offering him a jiazi pill that could extend his life by 60 years, it was akin to granting him a new lease on life. Naturally, he was overwhelmed with gratitude. At that moment, Zhao Fanyan spoke. "Elder, you have devoted yourself tirelessly to the Zhao family. Your contributions are immeasurable. Henceforth, you shall resign from your position as elder and enter secluded cultivation, becoming our Zhao family's 3rd Nirvana realm powerhouse. Only through self-strengthening can our Zhao family continue to thrive." The black-robed elder immediately acquiesced. Zhao Fanyan and Zhao Qingjian exchanged a glance and smiled at one another. From this point forward, there would be no division between the head of the family and the elder, leading to greater unity. Meanwhile, the Li family appeared to be on the verge of decline. Should Su Chen indeed prove to be exceedingly powerful, the Lin family would also suffer repercussions. And that eventuality, the Zhao family would become the foremost family in the Qing kingdom. "Jiano, after this matter, would you visit this Su Chen on my behalf?" Zhao Qingjian nodded with a smile. Simultaneously, within the Li family, the atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive. The head of the Li family, Li Yu, dressed in a cloud-patterned robe, bore a grim expression as he crushed the communication jade talisman in his hand. The second elder, Li Qianshan, hastily inquired, "Head, did the Zhao family refuse to ally with us? These individuals are indeed difficult to deal with." The responses from the royal family of the Qing kingdom and the Lin family have been ambiguous. Li Yu's countenance grew increasingly sinister as he spoke gravely. "Yet Su Chen must die. Otherwise, our Li family will face calamity. We must eradicate him before he rises to power. This is our last opportunity." Li Qianshan replied solemnly. "According to the intelligence relayed by the Zhao family's elder, it is highly probable that Su Chen's fortune is self-acquired, with no powerful figure behind him. Regardless, we must take action." Li Yu declared, "You shall lead all capable members of the Li family to confront Su Chen. I will awaken the ancestral spirit and summon him to act, ensuring we capture Su Chen in one fell swoop. This is a critical moment for the survival of our Li family. We can no longer remain hidden." And the Great Hall, numerous members of the Li family promptly cupped their fists and replied, "Understood." Their faces bore expressions of murderous intent as they departed the Li family estate, heading straight for the entrance of the Qingfeng Academy, where Su Chen awaited. Chapter 38. Instant Kill Master. The top 100 talents from Xian Tai City have arrived, including 16 at the Dan Formation Realm and 29 at the peak of the Qi Condensation Realm, announced a gray-robed man, slightly bowing his head. Flanking him were the heads of the other 3 major cities in the Qing Kingdom. The head of the Qingfeng Academy in Xiantai City had already been slain by Su Chen. Behind him stood 100 prodigies, including Su Bei and Su Lai, who had emerged victorious from the martial arts tournament in Xiantai City. Following his report, a middle-aged man in green attire stood at the forefront of the Qingfeng Academy headquarters, clad with a long sword on his back, exuding a formidable aura and a stern countenance. This was one of the heads of the 9 courtyards of the Qingfeng Academy, Master Zhou Shi, a peak powerhouse of the Spirit Fire realm. Master Zhou nodded slightly, his gaze lingering momentarily on Su Bei and Su Lai before sweeping over the gathered crowd. He gradually spoke. "The talents we have received this time are indeed commendable. There are a full 7 at the peak of the Dan Formation realm. Now, I invite the deputy head of the 9 courtyards to receive these talents. At this moment, 9 other individuals of similar strength emerged from behind him and, with a flick of their hands, tokens flew accurately into the hands of their chosen disciples. 400 individuals were divided among the 9 courtyards. You are all geniuses at the Dan Formation realm and may select the courtyard for your cultivation, Master Zhou stated indifferently. This time, the dozens of Dan Formation geniuses from the 4 major cities and the capital exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with a mix of challenge and goodwill as they regarded one another. Subsequently, they began choosing their respective courtyards. Furthermore, Su Bei and Su Lai chose to enter the 2nd and 4th courtyards, respectively. Both of these courtyards are considered central within the Qingfeng Academy, and the individuals selecting them were a male and a female. From the whispers of those around, Su Chen understood that one hailed from the royal family, while the other was from the Zhao family. Now, we shall commence the assessment for this batch of new disciples, determining whether they will remain in the inner or outer academy. Master Zhou began to elaborate on the rules. Soon, Su Bei, Su Lai, and the others entered the Qingfeng Academy. Just then, Su Chen felt a gaze fixed upon him. Upon returning the look, he found Master Zhou Shi, who was speaking slowly. Su Chen, I understand you also participated in the martial arts tournament. And with your strength, you could easily claim the top spot. Why do you not join the Qingfeng Academy? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, about to respond when another academy head beside Zhou Shi interjected. Su Chen, the Qingfeng Academy is a place of integrity. A talent like you would be a great loss if you do not join. You should come in. The Qingfeng Academy will ensure your safety. Su Chen glanced over, then narrowed his eyes, smiling as he replied, Esteemed Academy Head, I shall refrain from joining the Qingfeng Academy. His words, the Academy Head beside Zhou Shi's expression shifted, and he looked at Su Chen with disappointment, saying coolly, If that is your choice, so be it. Su Chen, not entering the Qingfeng Academy will be your greatest mistake. You will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Just then, a voice filled with overwhelming fury erupted, followed by an oppressive and terrifying aura, crashing down upon Su Chen like a tidal wave. Su Chen felt a slight sense of pressure. 7 at the Spirit Fire Realm and 48 at the Creation Realm. They truly regard me highly. Su Chen's expression remained indifferent as he turned away, only to see figures surrounding him. At the forefront stood the 2nd elder of the Li family, Li Qianshan, a consummate master of the Spirit Fire Realm. The remaining 6 members of the Spirit Fire Realm were all at least at the mid-stage. Additionally, the 48 cultivators of the Transformation Realm present were all at the pinnacle of that stage. This represented the entirety of the Li family's foundation. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Shi's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, What is the purpose of the Li family being here? Li Qianshan thundered, The Qingfeng Academy need not concern itself with this matter. My Li family has an irreconcilable enmity with Su Chen. Within the confines of Qinghua, only one of us can exist. I implore the Qingfeng Academy to refrain from interference and any attempts at reconciliation. Zhou Shi replied indifferently, This is the entrance to the Qingfeng Academy, and you shall not act recklessly here. At these words, Li Qianshan's face turned ashen. He cast a subtly threatening gaze at Zhou Shi and said coolly, Zhou Shi, this matter pertains to my Li family's survival. I ask you not to obstruct us. Zhou Shi glanced at Su Chen and replied calmly, I am indifferent to the grievances between you and Su Chen. However, within this 100 meters, it is the domain of the Qingfeng Academy, and we do not wish to witness any conflict. Despite the rising tension among the Li family members, none dared to make a move. Their faces a mask of fury. Li Qianshan was similarly stifled. Just then, the Academy Master beside Zhou Shi suddenly changed his expression, producing a communication jade symbol and saying to Zhou Shi, Brother Zhou, the 3 Academy heads have summoned us back. Is the Academy closing today? Zhou Shi's expression shifted slightly as he turned to Su Chen and conveyed through the jade, Su Chen, I must apologize, but I can do no more. With that, He drew his sword and made a sweeping motion within 20 paces of the Qingfeng Academy's entrance, leaving a scar on the ground. Today, the Qingfeng Academy is closed. No one may engage in combat within 20 paces. A.S. Joshi spoke. He shot a glance at Su Chen, then led the Academy Master into the Qingfeng Academy. The doors of the Qingfeng Academy slammed shut, and the Qingfeng spirit tree within radiated an endless brilliance, casting a luminous veil around the academy. Su Chen, if you dare, do not step within this sword mark, Li Qianshan bellowed, exerting an oppressive aura towards Su Chen. Intent on preventing him from taking refuge behind the sword mark, fearing they would be unable to act against him, they still needed to maintain some respect for the academy master. Su Chen regarded him calmly before stepping into the sword mark, causing the expressions of Li Qianshan and the others to twist in anger. Su Chen then stated nonchalantly, I shall remain here, awaiting your full assembly before we proceed. Li Qianshan narrowed his eyes, fixating on him as he sneered. Are you suggesting that you will only act once all of my Li family is present? Su Chen nodded, replying, Indeed, I fear that a few of you might slip away, leaving me unsatisfied. Li Qianshan retorted, You little wretch, such audacity, beside Li Qianshan. An elder at the mid-stage of the spirit fire realm spoke icily. Suddenly, before he could finish, a beam of sword light pierced through his brow, freezing his expression and silencing his voice. Though he stood still, the vitality within him was utterly extinguished. Su Chen had effortlessly eliminated a mid-stage spirit fire realm elder before their very eyes. Chapter 39. 6 Supreme Nirvana Realm Experts. The Transformation Realm cultivators of the Li family were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The remaining 6 Spirit Fire Realm experts erupted in fury, eager to engage, but were forcibly restrained by Li Qianshan. He squinted, his gaze filled with wariness as he fixed his eyes on Su Chen, coldly stating, Su Chen, you truly are a grave threat to my Li family, slaying our Spirit Fire Realm experts at will. Are you truly merely at the Foundation establishment stage? Su Chen regarded him with indifference, responding, What distinction is there between the Foundation establishment, transformation, and Spirit Fire realms? To me, it is merely a matter of taking a few more steps or a few less. It holds no significance. Li Qianshan's lips curled slightly, and after a moment of silence, he asked Su Chen, Is there truly no room for reconciliation between our two families? Su Chen smiled lightly, dismissively waving his hand. I am indifferent. However, I have slain many of your transformation and spirit fire realm members. Can your Li family bear this burden? Are you willing to swallow this bitter fruit without seeking my trouble? Li Qianshan had no retort and fell silent, not to mention the spirit fire realm. Every transformation realm member had cost the Li family countless resources and sacrifices to nurture. And the entirety of Qinghua, they were the backbone. The loss of anyone would cause immense pain to the Li family, especially when it involved a spirit fire realm expert who held significant positions within the Qingfeng Academy and Qinghua. Such losses could be deemed unprecedented in the Li family's history, particularly at the hands of a mere pinnacle Foundation establishment youth. The conflict had escalated beyond the realms of right and wrong. It had become a matter of life and death. The Li family could not trust that Su Chen would not seek vengeance in the future. Their desire to strike was also tied to their family's honor. While Su Chen was indifferent, he would naturally retaliate if they dared to act against him. Hence, this situation could not end peacefully. Reflecting on this, Li Qianshan let out a quiet sigh, his gaze becoming complex and tinged with regret for having acted so impulsively to escalate matters to this point. With the Li family now at this juncture, there was no turning back. He could only hope that when the time came for his family's downfall, Su Chen might spare the younger members, who were innocent. This pronouncement, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Was Li Qianshan expressing defeat in this confrontation? Su Chen replied coolly, Even if I were to spare your Li family, should others wish to curry favor with me by eradicating your family, that would be of no concern to me. Hearing this, Li Qianshan's gaze flickered, his expression gradually hardening as he fixed his eyes on Su Chen. Su Chen, this situation can only be described as fate's cruel twist. Our two families are bound to an irreconcilable end. However, I can assure you that if you were to fall at the hands of my Li family, we would spare your Su family." In response, Chen replied indifferently, "Then you may test that. Should I extinguish your Li family within a single day?" At that moment, a voice, devoid of warmth, interrupted. "Extinguish my Li family. My Li family has endured countless tribulations over the millennia. Do you think it's so easy to extinguish us?" With a whoosh, a powerful gust swept through, and several figures appeared before them. Their auras were restrained, yet they contained an overwhelming strength that caused those covertly observing to pale. It was evident that the 6 individuals standing before Chen were all supreme experts of the Nirvana realm. Chen observed them, noting that at the forefront stood a middle-aged man alongside a gaunt elder radiating tremendous pressure. "Are you the head of the Li family?" Chen then turned to the elder, saying nonchalantly, "You are the ancestral figure of the Li family who has lived for over 200 years. Though he had encountered this figure in a previous life, Chen still recalled him vaguely. Liu narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, "Are you suggesting that you share some connection with my family's ancestor?" The gaunt elder, the Li family's ancestor, scrutinized Chen from head to toe before stating blandly, "Indeed, you possess an extraordinary demeanor. Yet, it is unfortunate that you have provoked my Li family. From which power do you hail?" Beside the Li family's ancestor stood a stout Nirvana realm expert who scrutinized Chen and inquired, "I am this old fellow's senior brother, hailing from the Xingyan sect beyond Xingwu. Do you not stir up trouble here?" Upon hearing this, the concealed experts could not help but gasp, their scalps tingling. Although the Xingyan sect was not as formidable as the top-tier forces like the 5 academies, the Wanjian sect, or the Beixian sword sect, it had stood strong for thousands of years in the southern region. They were now beginning to comprehend the gravity of the situation. This stout elder was indeed the strongest among them. Yet he remained cautious, urging Chen to reveal his background. This was also a test to ascertain whether Chen had powerful allies behind him. Chen regarded him coolly, replying, "The Xingyan sect has endured for 4,000 years. If I were to slay you, would the Xingyan sect seek vengeance on my behalf?" At this, the stout elder's eyes narrowed, glinting with an inscrutable light as he pondered. The Li family's ancestor then turned to his senior brother and said solemnly, "Senior brother, do not be deceived by his bravado. The more he acts nonchalant, the more it indicates his feigned calmness. He possesses great fortune. Should we acquire it?" Upon hearing this, the stout elder contemplated for a moment before stating coolly, "Chen, is it? Are you willing to apologize to the Li family, and we can let this matter rest?" The members of the Li family were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting as they struggled with their indignation. Chen replied indifferently, "If you intend to strike, then come forth. There is no need for further words." With a thunderous boom, as Chen's words fell, the Li family's ancestor and Liu, 2 Nirvana realm experts, unleashed an aura akin to a volcanic eruption. The other 3 Nirvana realm experts followed suit, while the stout elder from the Xingyan sect remained still, his gaze fixed on Chen as if seeking to glean something from his expression. 2 of the 6 had endured 3 Nirvana tribulations, while the others had only faced one. A flash of sword light crossed Chen's eyes as he shook his head. "Chen, since you are unwilling to reconcile, we have no choice but to settle this through our abilities. Today, you shall not escape, no matter what." The elder of the Li family spoke nonchalantly. "I was once a registered disciple of the elder of the Holy Cloud sect, who bestowed upon me a formation capable of subduing you. I have previously slain 5 powerful beings in the Nirvana realm with this very formation." At these words, the hidden observers stirred, their gazes filled with trepidation. Among the Nirvana realm experts of the 3 major families, the elder of the Li family was the most inscrutable. No one expected him to be so deeply concealed. Boom! At this moment, the elder of the Li family made his move, sending a suppression diagram soaring towards Chen. Chapter 40. The Li family no more. The formation diagram flew from the elder's hand, instantly hovering above Chen's head, unfurling before him. Boom! Within this diagram, countless luminous patterns intertwined, as if inscribing the stars of the cosmos within it. The moment it unfolded, a terrifying pressure surged forth, directly pinning Chen down. Such power left even the many distant observers astonished. The elder of the Li family had indeed invested heavily. This treasure had been brought forth. It is said that this diagram was a gift from the first generation of the Azure King to the Li family. Possessing unfathomable capabilities, I end the days when the ancestors of the Li family served as generals of the Azure Nation. This very diagram had been used to slay countless powerful adversaries, establishing great merit for the founding of the Azure Nation. This diagram could only be activated by 5 or more Nirvana realm experts, capable of instantaneously subduing a peak Nirvana realm powerhouse. The hidden experts, upon witnessing this formation, felt a surge of fervor. Even greed. This formation could be regarded as the Li family's ultimate treasure, a top-tier celestial-grade artifact, inscribed with countless formation patterns, truly formidable. Chen, I offer you one final chance, if you are willing to bury the hatchet with my Li family. I shall spare you, the elder of the Li family sighed, seemingly reluctant to kill Chen. The others exchanged glances, their thoughts unreadable. Chen glanced at him and replied indifferently, if I were willing to reconcile with your Li family, it would imply that I have no backing. You could seize the opportunity to subdue me. If I were to continue troubling your Li family, it seems you would have even more reasons to call upon others for assistance. TSK, what a clever idea. Presently, there are no fewer than 5 Nirvana realm experts observing from the sidelines, with various factions watching closely. Should I show any sign of weakness, they will aid your Li family in extinguishing me. Conversely, should they wish to seize me, a talented individual, to assist them in annihilating your Li family, they are all cunning old foxes. Having his thoughts laid bare by Chen, a glint of cold light flickered in the elder's eyes. He had not expected Chen to see through his intentions so readily. At this moment, Chen calmly stated, in my view, your Li family may not necessarily be able to eliminate me today. The head of the Li family, Li Yu, laughed in rage, asking, Chen, do you truly believe that with your peak foundation establishment strength, you can single-handedly vanquish my 6 Nirvana realm experts, along with numerous spirit fire and transformation realm powerhouses? If you can accomplish this, my Li family may very well bow down to you. If you are as formidable as you claim, it would not be out of the question for my Li family to submit to a prodigy. Li Yu's elder nodded in agreement, stating, Chen, do you have any means to counter this formation? Chen nodded nonchalantly. Naturally, with that, he flipped his palm, revealing a hexagonal treasure mirror that appeared in the arena. The elder of the Li family frowned, while Li Yu's expression darkened, and he said in a deep voice, Is that the spirit-seeking mirror of my Li family? Chen replied calmly, It was before. But it is not now. You intend to use this mirror against me. Li family? Chen nodded, boom. At that moment, the treasure mirror in Chen's hand transformed into a beam of spiritual light. Directly plunging into the formation, the patterns upon the formation instantly became chaotic, their brilliance flickering erratically, plunging into utter disarray, constantly shifting, with its aura growing unstable. Occasionally, an exceptionally sharp aura would emerge, resembling a sword formation. At other times, it would unleash a terrifying pressure, bearing down with suppressive force. The elder of the Li family's expression grew grave. He stared intently at Chen, speaking solemnly. Good. Chen, you intend to seize my Li family's formation? Chen smiled and replied, That sounds about right. If you all come at me in full force, then within 10 breaths, this formation will be under my control, and your 6 Nirvana realm experts will meet their demise here today. However, if you Nirvana realm experts wish to maintain the formation, these spirit fire and transformation realm individuals are no match for me. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Li family and the head turned ashen, their expressions darkening, and the faces of the other Li family experts were equally grim. They had not anticipated their most powerful trump card would be so easily restricted by Chen. Should they attempt to win by sheer numbers, The outcome truly remained uncertain. At this moment, the surrounding experts could not help but feel a chill run down their spines, gasping in disbelief. Earlier, they had heard of Chen's bizarre abilities, which could compel spirit fire realm experts to take their own lives, yet they had not expected his capabilities to be so exaggerated, capable of seizing the Li family's formation, if he truly succeeded. The Li family would likely face annihilation today. The elder of the Li family was now caught in a predicament. Chen then turned to the other Nirvana realm experts beside the elder, calmly asking, "How many of you are willing to leave now, and how many are willing to risk it all for fortune?" Upon hearing this, the Nirvana realm experts beside the elder exchanged glances. Hesitating, Chen's methods were truly too bizarre. Soon, one cloaked in black, a Nirvana realm expert, spoke gravely. "Young Master Su, we have been bewitched. We shall withdraw now, and hope you will not hold past grievances against us." With that, he disregarded the incredulous expressions of the Li family members and retreated. A rogue cultivator, he was free to come and go as he pleased. Shortly thereafter, another Nirvana realm expert attempted to leave. However, the elder of the Li family spoke solemnly. "Lin family member, do you think it is too late to leave now?" The Nirvana realm expert's eyes flared with anger as he glared at the elder of the Li family. Now that the opposing side had taken action, he found himself in an even more precarious position. He cautiously glanced at Chen, seemingly seeking his opinion. Yet, Chen merely lowered his gaze, remaining non-committal as to whether he would seek retribution against the Lin family later. Eventually, the Lin family's Nirvana realm expert gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Su, I have overstepped. I shall take my leave now, and come to apologize later." With that, he also departed. At this moment, only 4 Nirvana realm experts remained in the arena. Li Yu, the elder of the Li family, his senior brother, the corpulent Nirvana realm expert from the Holy Cloud sect, and another enigmatic Nirvana realm expert with an elusive presence. Chen now raised his gaze, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Fixing his gaze upon the grim-faced members of the Li family, he declared, "From this day forth, there shall be no more Li family." Boom! At that moment, Chen made his move, his foot striking the ground, causing numerous luminous patterns to emerge, enveloping the surrounding area within 100 jong. All the experts of the Li family and those in the Nirvana realm were ensnared within. The elder of the Li family and the Nirvana realm expert from the Holy Cloud sect's expression shifted drastically. A sword formation? Boom! The interwoven patterns on the ground formed a terrifying sword array, with sword chi surging forth, cutting down the transformation realm powerhouses in its path. This caused the elder of the Li family and the others to change countenance, filled with dread and regret. The corpulent Nirvana realm expert from the Holy Cloud sect bellowed, "Chen, I am a member of the Holy Cloud sect." Yet, he was pierced through the chest by a beam of sword light. Chapter 41. A frightening revelation. The sword light pierced through the chest of the Nirvana realm expert from the Holy Cloud sect, a crimson stain instantly soaking his robe. His expression turned ghastly, eyes wide with terror. He was in utter disbelief as he looked at the wound on his chest, then back at Chen. He could scarcely comprehend that he, a Nirvana realm expert, one who had survived 5 Nirvana tribulations, could be so grievously injured. Compared to the elder of the Li family and the other enigmatic Nirvana realm expert, he was far more powerful, as they had only weathered 3 tribulations. The physical body of a Nirvana realm expert was no longer merely described as indestructible. The essence of Nirvana was that one could absorb the energies of heaven and earth in an instant, rendering their body nearly immortal, capable of rapid recovery. In theory, even a powerhouse who had survived a single Nirvana tribulation should not be easily harmed. Yet, Chen had accomplished this. Within the sword formation he had arranged, the sword light was exceptionally sharp, directly inflicting injury upon him. Although his body, the wound from the sword light, was healing rapidly within this sword formation, The sword light was formless and remarkably swift, like a tempest ravaging all, and in an instant, even as the wound on his chest began to heal, new injuries were inflicted upon him. This sword formation placed his life in grave danger. Moreover, the elder of the Li family underwent a drastic change in expression, unleashing an overwhelming surge of primordial energy to protect himself as a layer of golden light enveloped his physical form. This was the nirvana body cultivated after enduring the trials of nirvana, an indestructible entity, indeed worthy of being called an unbreakable body. Liu and another powerful being at the nirvana realm also manifested their nirvana bodies. Charging ferociously towards Su Chen, they understood that as long as Su Chen was slain, the sword formation would be effortlessly dismantled. However, to their astonishment, their strikes merely pierced through Su Chen's physical form. Within the sword formation, Su Chen was but an illusion. Where had his true self vanished to? Liu's countenance turned ashen, increasingly aware of the eerie and terrifying nature of Su Chen's abilities. He bellowed, "Su Chen, if you possess the capability, face me directly in battle instead of hiding away." His voice carried a hint of desperation. The illusory Su Chen within the sword formation responded coolly. Laced with disdain, "You cannot even break through my sword formation. What use would it be for you to locate my true self? I have no desire to engage with you." Liu's expression grew even more grim, fury simmering within him with no outlet for release. Within this sword formation, the powerful beings of the Li family, those of the creation realm and spirit fire realm, were utterly trapped, unable to evade or escape, and were brutally pierced by the sword lights, meeting a miserable fate. At that moment, a mysterious figure of the third nirvana realm spoke with a somber tone. "Su Chen, I am willing to withdraw. I hail from the royal family of the Qing kingdom. Should you slay me, the Qing kingdom will not let this go unpunished." Behind the Qing kingdom, aside from the Qingfeng Academy, there looms the formidable Qingyun sacred land. You may not fear the Holy Cloud sect, but can you truly disregard the Qingyun sacred land? This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. They were astounded, for today, the Li family had laid everything on the line and revealed utterly shocking trump cards. The presence of this nirvana realm individual from the Qing royal family unveiled a significant secret: the Qingyun sacred land. This entity stands as one of the most ancient and powerful forces in the southern region, rivaling the 5 academies. The illusory Su Chen spoke again. "What arrogance you possess to believe that the Qingyun sacred land would intervene on your behalf against me, if they covet the so-called opportunities one possess. Let them come forth." This bold declaration left the onlookers feeling a chill run down their spines. Su Chen's words were no longer seen as mere arrogance. Perhaps he truly had access to an exceedingly terrifying power. Or else how could he be so well-informed and unafraid? Hearing this, the nirvana realm figure from the Qing royal family fell silent, feeling as though he had struck a punch against a cloud. "Su Chen, do you seek to annihilate my Li family before you are satisfied?" The elder of the Li family spoke in a hoarse voice, betraying a sense of age and resignation, resembling a lonely old man, evoking a sense of pity. Yet, Su Chen remained unresponsive. The sword lights within the formation rampaged mercilessly, with many of the creation realm strongmen being pierced through the forehead, collapsing into pools of blood. Slain on the spot, in less than the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea. Over half of the creation realm strongmen within the sword formation had perished, leaving only 3 to desperately hold on. As for the spirit fire realm warriors, only Li Qianshan and 4 others remained. The nirvana realm figure from the Qing royal family unleashed various hidden trump cards, astonishing everyone as he erupted with formidable power, forcing his way towards the edges of the sword formation. However, as he approached within 20 paces of the formation's boundary, he found himself ensnared by the terrifying sword lights that crisscrossed the area. Each attempt he made to break through was met with fierce resistance. Even with his nirvana body, it proved futile. He was like a caged beast, desperately attempting to escape from an iron cage. Yet the cage remained unscathed while he himself was left bloodied and battered. Fear began to creep into his heart, and he regretted his involvement in this affair. Meanwhile, the members of the Li family were pleading and begging for mercy. Even the elder of the Li family was willing to kneel and submit to Su Chen, recognizing him as their master. Yet, Su Chen remained silent, a testament to his resolute determination. The Nirvana realm figure from the Lin family, who had retreated earlier, felt a tremor in his heart. He exchanged a glance with the wandering Nirvana realm practitioner beside him, both seeing in each other's eyes a profound sense of relief. Thankfully, they had withdrawn in time. Otherwise, their fate would likely have been far more tragic than that of the elder of the Li family. In the distance, countless powerful beings watched with trepidation, eyes filled with deep apprehension as they regarded Su Chen. Seemingly striving to memorize his visage, such a person must not be offended. To their astonishment, this Su Chen was not only a young swordsman, but also the master of such a formidable sword formation. From a distant pavilion, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Fanyun, wore an exceptionally grave expression, yet he breathed a significant sigh of relief, murmuring, "The Qing kingdom is on the verge of a transformation." "Jenner, your insight is commendable." Zhao Qingjian gazed deeply at the sword formation, remarking, "It is evident that Su Chen must possess an incredibly fearsome backing. Such a sword formation could not have been set up by him alone. But he wields it effortlessly. With sufficient primordial energy, he can activate it." Zhao Fanyun nodded. "I wonder if the strongmen of Qingfeng Academy will intervene." Zhao Qingjian replied, "They will not, at this moment, within the supreme sword formation." The forces beneath the Nirvana realm of the Li family were completely obliterated. Only 4 Nirvana realm warriors remained, struggling to endure. Just then, a young man exuding an inexplicable royal aura appeared before them. Deeply bowing to Su Chen, he implored, "Young Master Su Chen, might you spare my Uncle Wang? The Qing kingdom is willing to offer a substantial price to apologize for his actions." The illusory Su Chen in the sword formation cast a fleeting glance at him, coldly uttering one word, "Scram." Upon hearing this, Qingling, the prince of the Qing royal family, felt his expression darken instantaneously. Regardless of his talent or status, he was the finest of the Qing kingdom, the most promising genius to surpass the trials of the Qing king. Under 25 years of age, he stood at the pinnacle of the creation realm, even on the cusp of the spirit fire realm. Although he benefited greatly from the royal family's resources, his own diligent cultivation and innate talent played a significant role. Anyone who encountered him outside would treat him with utmost respect. Yet here, he received nothing but a single dismissive word, "Scram." Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he recognized that confronting Su Chen head-on would yield no benefit. Thus, he spoke in a low voice. "Young Master Su Chen, this is but a trivial matter. Uncle Wang came to assist in consideration of the relationship between the Qing kingdom and the Li family, for the sake of the Qing kingdom's reputation. I implore you to spare him this once. After all, you are magnanimous. He poses no threat to you, so why persist in this matter?" Su Chen, however, no longer regarded him, nor did he respond. At that moment, within the boundless sword formation, a chilling wail echoed. Liu, the head of the Li family, was covered in intersecting sword wounds, battered and bloodied, a pitiful sight. His aura had waned to its lowest point. Gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death, the sound of his agony sent shivers down the spines of those present. This was the head of the Li family, a Nirvana realm powerhouse, one of the most elite figures within the Qing kingdom. Even the king of the Qing kingdom would treat him with some deference. Yet here, he was reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. The elder of the Li family, along with the Nirvana realm strongmen from the Qing royal family and the Holy Cloud sect, found themselves in an equally dire predicament. Their Nirvana bodies appeared dim, and their recovery slowed significantly, presenting a woeful and pathetic sight, as if they were being gradually drained of life. They could neither charge out nor discern Su Chen's true location, flailing about like headless flies within the sword formation. If this continued, their demise was inevitable. The prince of the Qing royal family, Qingling, spoke solemnly. What does young Master Su Chen desire? I can offer you 3,000 million primordial stones. All I can procure through my authority. This statement left the entire assembly in shock. 3,000 million primordial stones represented a considerable expenditure, even for the Qing royal family. This amounted to the collective income of the three great families of the Qing kingdom over several years. To think Qingling would be so generous, Su Chen merely chuckled, saying, 3,000 million primordial stones can buy the loyalty of a Nirvana realm powerhouse to serve you, struck at his core. Qingling's expression shifted, and he responded gravely, What else do you require? Su Chen replied nonchalantly, The total number of local Nirvana realm powerhouses in the Qing kingdom can hardly exceed 30, and this is after 2 centuries of accumulation. While your royal family may boast a fair number of Nirvana realm warriors, let's say you have 10, however, your royal family is rife with factions, and I suspect your brothers have their own warriors of this caliber supporting them. Hence your sense of pressure. Although you are currently in a position of advantage, gaining another Nirvana realm supporter would make you the greatest winner, wouldn't it? Qingling spoke resolutely. My uncle Wang is of my bloodline and has rendered me great kindness. I will not hesitate to save him. Su Chen regarded him with a bemused expression, inquiring, You wish to save him? At any cost. If he were to die, should I slay him? Would you seek vengeance against me? Qingling's gaze flickered as she spoke in a low voice. I am unaware of what the esteemed Su Chen desires. I believe that to you, Uncle Wang is as insignificant as an ant. And you harbor little intent to kill him, Su Chen nodded, acknowledging her words. Indeed, I possess little intent to kill. However, if an ant were to bite me, I could easily crush it, could I not? Qingling fell silent, even contemplating surrender. Yet, at that moment, Su Chen spoke again. In truth, sparing your Uncle Wang is not out of the question. Upon hearing this, Qingling's expression brightened. Yet, she soon heard Su Chen continue, This is quite simple. If you wish to save this Nirvana realm, you must exchange it for something of equal caliber. Qingling's countenance shifted dramatically, her heart sinking as she braced herself for Su Chen's exorbitant demands. However, for the sake of gaining Uncle Wang's support, she gritted her teeth and resolved to comply. Then, she heard Su Chen casually state, This is not difficult. You can have your Uncle Wang eliminate the Li family's patriarch, or that Nirvana realm individual named Li Yu, and I shall release your Uncle Wang. What do you say? This is my only condition. Upon hearing this, Qingling's expression morphed with turmoil. To save Uncle Wang would mean antagonizing the Li family. Yet, it dawned on her that the Li family was virtually extinguished now, and Su Chen's ploy seemed aimed at sowing discord. The Li family's patriarch was once a named disciple of a venerable elder from the sacred Cloud sect. While he might not recall it, should he remember, the troubles for the Qing royal family would escalate substantially. The other powerful beings observing in the shadows were equally astonished. What a terrifying scheme Su Chen had devised, compelling the Qing royal family to slay either the Li family's patriarch or Li Yu. It was indeed a ruthless stratagem. One must undertake such actions to survive. Was Su Chen reluctant to offend the sacred Cloud sect? Or was he merely toying with human nature in this cruel game? Meanwhile, within the Qingfeng Academy, the Dean Zhou and several other deans were observing the events unfolding outside. He discreetly glanced at the 3 lords who supported the Li family, eager to seize Su Chen's opportunities. The middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, the 3rd lord of Qingfeng Academy, now had a slightly flickering gaze, his expression shrouded in gloom. This outcome was one he had hoped to avoid. He even discreetly proposed that the Qingfeng Academy take action to subdue Su Chen, yet this idea received no response from the Grand Lord, for Su Chen had grown truly formidable beyond the mere description of a prodigy. His methods were enigmatic, his hidden cards innumerable. They couldn't even fathom how he could maintain such a powerful sword formation, the very heart of Qingfeng Academy, upon a vast leaf of the Qingfeng spirit tree. 2 figures sat cross-legged. One of them was Su Chen, and opposite him sat a middle-aged man with graying hair, who now gazed at Su Chen with a complex expression, exclaiming, Such a sword formation! The one behind you is remarkable. Su Chen smiled noncommittally and replied, I must thank the Grand Lord for granting me this convenient access, allowing me to harness the vast primordial energy within the Qingfeng spirit tree to sustain my sword formation. Annihilating several Nirvana realms, before him stood the Grand Lord of Qingfeng Academy, known as Yuan Yi. At this moment, Yuan Yi could only bitterly chuckle. To say he willingly opened this convenient door was an exaggeration. He understood that Su Chen had somehow seized temporary control of the Qingfeng spirit tree, utilizing its immense primordial energy to unleash the full might of his sword formation. He was astonished, and was about to intervene, when Su Chen suddenly appeared before him. Preventing his action, suddenly, Yuan Yi inquired, Young Master Su Chen, do you truly wish to annihilate the Nirvana realm of the Sacred Cloud Sect? That individual differs greatly from the Li family's patriarch. He is an authentic disciple of the Sacred Cloud Sect. If he were to be killed, the news would likely be detrimental to you. After all, the Sacred Cloud Sect, an ancient lineage spanning thousands of years, values its reputation above all. Su Chen chuckled lightly. Responding, having cultivated for over 2 centuries, he remains merely a steward who has survived 5 Nirvana tribulations within the Sacred Cloud Sect. To offend for the sake of a steward? I am indifferent. Should the Sacred Cloud Sect choose to act against me, I would simply annihilate them. Yuan Yi could only reflect on this. At that moment, Su Chen remarked nonchalantly, Let us observe the spectacle. I am curious to see if the Qing royal family dares to offend the Li family. Chapter 43. Should not survive. Do not believe Su Chen's nonsensical ramblings. We can break free. Su Chen's cunning stratagem left Li Yu in utter disarray as he shouted towards the Qing royal family's Uncle Wang. Qing Qingping's eyes shifted dramatically, pondering his choices, rasping, Might I inquire if the Li family patriarch possesses any means to assist us in breaking free? His words were clear. Without a viable option, he would have to resort to Su Chen's proposal. He had subtly marked Li Yu as his target. Liu sensed the veiled murderous intent in Qing Qingping's gaze, cold sweat trickling down his back, his heart gripped by fear, intertwined with boundless rage and regret. Why had he offended Su Chen? For the sake of his reputation and opportunities, he had dared to act against him, leading the Li family to their current plight. On this day, the entirety of the Li family's upper echelons was extinguished, leaving only him and the ancestor. Yet, the Li family was irretrievably lost. Even if they survived by a stroke of luck, there would be no substantial opportunities for resurgence. Furthermore, the Li family's rivals were numerous, and due to their millennia-old status, they had long been arrogant and oppressive, unaware of how many enemies they had made. They had relied on the Li family's vast influence, and others had dared not voice their anger. Now that the Li family found themselves in dire straits, it was only natural for others to step in and trample them further. With these thoughts, Li Yu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Meanwhile, the Li family's ancestor was battered and bruised, bloodied, his complexion ashen, his nirvana body nearing its limit, unable to withstand the onslaught of sword lights. Even if he wished to blame the younger generations, he could do no more than let out a bitter sigh. Gazing at his senior brother from the Sacred Cloud Sect, he lamented, "Brother, it is my fault. I have brought ruin upon you. Please, end my life and exchange it for a sliver of hope." The corpulent Nirvana realm expert from the Sacred Cloud Sect's expression shifted, caught in a web of endless conflict. Boom! At this moment, within the sword formation, Qing Qingping struck, wielding a long spear aimed at Li Yu. Upon witnessing this, Li Yu erupted in fury, engaging Qing Qingping in combat. His current state was one of utter madness, as if he were venting all of his pent-up emotions at once. The powerful beings observing the battle in the sword formation bore witness to the true clash of Nirvana realm experts. It was a revelation that left them inexplicably relieved. The prowess of the Nirvana realm was indeed astonishing. However, under Su Chen's sword formation, these Nirvana realms were reduced to a state of utter disarray, leading many to wonder if Nirvana realms were truly as formidable as they seemed. Qing Qingping sustained severe injuries, yet Li Yu was not faring much better, and the disparity in their strengths was glaringly apparent. Liu had only survived one nirvana tribulation, while Qing Qingping had triumphed over three, nearly paralleling the Li family's ancestor. Moreover, all of Qing Qingping's teachings derived from the royal family, far surpassing Liu's. Thus, the battle shifted from a fierce struggle to a one-sided rout. In less than 100 exchanges, Liu fell beneath Qing Qingping's spear. Despair engulfed him. He managed a bitter smile, casting a glance at Su Chen within the sword formation. And with venomous disdain, he declared, "You toy with nirvana realms as if they were ants, yet in the future, you shall undoubtedly face calamities 1,000-fold more tragic than ours. I shall await you below." With a sudden thrust, he grasped Qing Qingping's spearhead and drove it into his own chest, ending his own life before the onlookers. It seemed he sought to preserve the last shred of dignity for the Li family. Little did he realize that had the Li family not been so arrogant and oppressive, from top to bottom, they would not have met such a fate. In truth, Su Chen had never even considered seeking retribution against the Li family. For in his view, they were simply unremarkable. All that transpired was the Li family's own doing, with Liu's demise. "Might I inquire if young Master Su Chen will permit my departure?" Su Chen, within the sword formation, turned to Qing Qingping and replied indifferently, "It seems that Liu committed suicide rather than being slain by you. Does that count?" Qing Qingping's eyes flared with indignation. He felt as though Su Chen were mocking him. The other spectators also noted this detail. Indeed, Liu had taken his own life. Did that count as being slain by Qing Qingping? Qing Ling hurriedly interjected, "Young Master Su Chen, let us leave it at this. I shall offer you 50 million primordial stones. How does that sound?" Su Chen regarded Qing Ling, then nodded, saying, "Hand over the spatial ring you possess." With a flick of his wrist, Qing Qingping's spatial ring was forcibly taken from him. Qing Qingping felt a sudden pull, yanked out of the sword formation. Bewildered, he came to his senses and inhaled the air outside the formation greedily. How intoxicating it felt, the sensation of having survived a calamity. "Uncle Wang, let us return swiftly." Qing Ling grasped Qing Qingping's arm, urgently signaling him. Qing Qingping, regaining his composure, cast a glance at Su Chen within the sword formation, offering a bitter smile. Did he still possess the audacity to seek revenge? Today has arrived, and it is all the fault of the Li family. Reflecting upon this, a surge of murderous intent and greed arose within him, although the formidable members of the Li family have perished. The family itself remains a coveted prize. If divided, the royal family of the Qing nation would experience a significant resurgence in strength. He swiftly followed Qing Ling as they departed. Within the sword array, the ground lay strewn with corpses, blood staining the azure bricks beneath them. Only the Li family's ancestral patriarch and the corpulent Nirvana realm master of the Shengyun sect remained. The patriarch cast a desperate glance around, his gaze falling upon the lifeless bodies of his K.I.N. That moment, despair overtook him. With a primal scream, he erupted with an overwhelming surge of chaotic energy. The onlookers' faces paled, sensing an immense aura of danger emanating from the violent energy. The patriarch of the Li family was preparing to self-detonate his Nirvana body. Should he unleash such an explosion, everything within 1,000 feet would be obliterated. However, at that moment, the Nirvana realm master of the Shengyun sect acted decisively, severing the Li patriarch's head with a single strike of his palm, blood gushing forth and saturating the sword array. The terrifying momentum of the patriarch's corpse abruptly ceased, dissipating into nothingness with his demise. The self-detonation was naturally averted, akin to a deflated balloon. In that instant, the Nirvana realm master of the Shengyun sect held the Li patriarch's grotesque head before Su Chen and, to everyone's astonishment, knelt down, ingratiatingly proclaiming, "Young Master Su Chen, I have slain the loathsome patriarch of the Li family. Might you consider sparing my life?" The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with complexity. The path of martial arts is fraught with peril, and human hearts are often inscrutable. In the struggle for survival, even comrades may turn on one another. This Nirvana realm master of the Shengyun sect had served the Li family for a century. treated as a revered ancestor. Yet, in his quest for survival, he had severed the head of his own junior disciple. Such is the harsh reality. Chen gazed at him, his demeanor calm, and replied, "Just now. I merely acquiesced to the royal family of the Qing nation. I made no promises to you." Upon hearing this, the Shengyan sect's Nirvana realm master's already plump face froze in shock. Malice flickered in his eyes as he glared at Chen, gritting his teeth and demanding, "Are you intent on pushing me to my death?" Chen replied coolly, "In truth, you ought not to be alive." Chapter 44. The mere cave abode the Shengyan sect's Nirvana realm master turned ashen at these words, casting a furious glare at Chen, rendered speechless. In the distance, Qing Ling and others exchanged uncertain glances. Perplexed by Chen's declaration, at that moment, Chen casually raised his hand, causing the array diagram that once belonged to the Li family to glow brightly, shifting and transforming into a celestial eye that illuminated the Shengyan sect's Nirvana realm master. With a crash, tendrils of black mist began to emanate from his form, each strand coalescing into the outlines of infants, their cries echoing hauntingly, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Qing Ling and the others were visibly shaken. Even as mere observers, the sight left them profoundly unsettled. At a distance, Zhao Fanyan watched intently, torn by hesitation. He suspected the truth but dared not voice it. For a concerned behemoth like the Shengyan sect, Zhao Qingjian's gaze held a coldness as she remarked, "This is karmic retribution. Though it sounds absurd, it is very much a reality. The black mist represents his karmic debts, the outlines manifesting the sins he has committed." At that moment, Chen spoke, his eyes icy as he declared, "You should have perished long ago during the fifth Nirvana tribulation. Your inherent strength was insufficient to withstand it. However, you practiced a nefarious technique, utilizing the flesh and bones of infants for your cultivation, allowing you to survive." The Shengyan sect's Nirvana realm master's countenance shifted dramatically, casting a venomous glance at Chen before solemnly stating, "I do not comprehend your words." He was acutely aware of his actions. To cultivate such a malevolent technique was something that would render any practitioner, regardless of their allegiance, utterly reviled. Chen continued indifferently, "Whether you practice this wicked art or not is irrelevant to me. Had I not witnessed it, I would have remained indifferent. Even upon seeing it, had you not provoked me, I would have chosen to overlook it. Yet you have drawn my ire by revealing your karmic debts. And you have thoroughly displeased me. How can you still expect to live?" Upon hearing this, the Shengyan sect's corpulent master erupted in agitation, shouting, "I am an elder of the Shengyan sect, the son of a great elder of the outer sect. If you dare to slay me, he will undoubtedly take vengeance." His proclamation ignited gasps of astonishment and trepidation among the onlookers. They understood he hailed from the Shengyan sect, but had not anticipated he was the offspring of a significant figure therein. With such connections, would Chen truly dare to act? However, before the gathered witnesses, Chen merely regarded the rotund elder of the Shengyan sect with a calm gaze. He flicked his fingers, and a blade of light shot forth, directly piercing the elder's brow. The son of the outer sect's elder stood rigid, unable to move as he gazed fearfully at Chen, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Do you truly dare to kill me?" Chen remained silent, simply gesturing with his hand. In an instant, the elder's piercing screams filled the air. His corpulent form grotesquely revealed countless infant faces beneath his skin, a sight most disturbing. The black mist emanating from him recoiled back into his body, amplifying his wails as his once ample physique visibly withered, accompanied by the sound of flesh being devoured. This sight evoked horror and revulsion in onlookers, leaving them with a chilling sensation. Such was the consequence of one's own actions. A self-imposed demise. Chen possessed an extraordinary background, capable of turning the very karmic debts he had incurred against him. A terrifying prospect, were countless debts now gnawing at his flesh. With a resounding thud, the emaciated form of the Shengyan sect's outer sect elder's son collapsed, devoid of life, consumed entirely by those he had once wronged. Observing this, Su Chen casually retracted the array diagram of the Li Patriarch. The once vibrant sword array dimmed, as if it had never existed. The ground was left littered with the lifeless bodies of numerous top-tier members of the Li family, sprawled amidst the congealing pools of blood. This scene elicited a sense of dread and a melancholic sigh among the spectators. The so-called millennial-old family had been obliterated in a single day. 90% of its leadership had been annihilated. With even the Li Patriarch meeting a woeful end, such a reality served as a wake-up call. Perhaps henceforth, their own disciples should not be so arrogant and overbearing, but instead be subject to stricter guidance. In that moment, their gazes towards Su Chen were imbued with a profound sense of caution and fear. All of this had been instigated by this man, as Zhao Qingjian and other prodigies approached Su Chen. His figure seemed to dissolve like mist in the wind, vanishing without a trace. This was not his true form. He had simply disappeared, leaving no clue as to his whereabouts, eluding all attempts at pursuit. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Qingjian halted, sighed softly, and after offering a respectful bow to the Qingfeng Academy, turned to depart. Others followed suit. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Qingfeng Academy, beneath the expansive leaves of the Qingfeng spirit tree, Yuan Yi gazed intently at the unfolding events beyond the Academy's confines, astonished. A millennial-old family, once a titan in the Qing nation, now faces the annihilation of its upper echelons. The Li family will cease to exist. Even if some members survive, they will live in a state of mere existence, targeted by the very powers they once oppressed. Their future will be fraught with hardship. He continued, perhaps only when another prodigious talent with immense fortune emerges from the Li family will they be able to rise again and restore their former glory. At this, he turned his gaze toward Su Chen, his implication unmistakable. Did he intend to eradicate the Li family entirely? Su Chen, seated across from him, poured himself a cup of exquisite tea, taking a sip before nonchalantly replying, "That will depend on whether the Li family possesses the fortune to do so." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi fell silent for a moment before speaking again, his tone grave. The Shengyan sect is among the top-tier forces in the southern region. Their sect leader possesses profound martial prowess. Having reached the threshold of the cave abode realm, Su Chen nodded slightly. Beyond the Nirvana realm lies the Golden Body realm, the Ocean Transformation realm, the Void Clarity realm, and finally, the Cave Abode realm. Even among the most powerful factions in the southern region, the Cave Abode realm represents the pinnacle of strength, a select few capable of wielding such might. Yuan Yi looked at Su Chen, inquiring, "May I ask how you plan to confront this challenge?" Su Chen smiled and replied, "A mere cave abode is, to me, no different from a Nirvana realm." Chapter 45. All because of Su Chen. A mere cave abode. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yuan Yi's lips twitched involuntarily. Though he was the head of the Qingfeng Academy, possessing a status above most and strength far surpassing that of a Nirvana realm master, he was still merely at the fourth refinement of the Golden Body realm. The likes of the Ocean Transformation realm or the Cave Abode realm were beyond his reach. Even within the realm of transcending the sea, it remains a distant aspiration for him, a state of existence he may never attain in this lifetime. After all, it is only through the repeated forging of the Golden Body, crafted post-Nirvana, 9 times over, that one might possibly transform their essence into the ocean of Qi. This step has thwarted countless formidable practitioners at the 9-forged Golden Body stage. At this moment, Yuan Yi's heart was awash with complexity. What force did Su Chen hail from, that he so casually disregarded even the realm of cave dwelling? In this realm, even among the most elite of the Southern Domain's superpowers, such strength is truly exceptional, possessed only by a select few ancient relics, as well as contemporary lords, sect masters, and patriarchs. Yet, Su Chen scoffed at it all. Was this arrogance born of ignorance? Clearly not. This implies that he indeed possesses such strength or confidence, derived from the power that stands behind him. Having consumed much of the qi from the Qingfeng spirit tree within you, I cannot simply take it for granted. This particular technique, a pinnacle royal grade skill, is bestowed upon you. enabling you to reach the sea-transcending realm at an accelerated pace, or even attain the cave-dwelling stage, which is not beyond the realm of possibility, with a lift of his palm. A luminous orb hovered above Su Chen's hand. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi's expression shifted. A pinnacle royal-grade technique. Such a treasure was utterly absent from the Qingfeng Academy of the Qing Kingdom. The strongest they possessed was merely an elementary royal-grade technique transmitted from the headquarters. Young Master Su Chen, are you truly gifting this to me? Yuan Yi asked, disbelief evident in his eyes, which glimmered with fervor. Yet he refrained from immediately grasping it. Su Chen nodded, replying nonchalantly, you may remain within the Qingfeng Academy of the Qing Kingdom. I am aware that branches like yours are under significant pressure. Only those talented individuals who achieve commendable results can earn rewards of such caliber from the headquarters. Yuan Yi offered a wry smile, stating, the Qing Kingdom, in the grand scheme of the southern domain, is hardly a noteworthy nation. The talents emerging from here, when placed in the headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy, are rather ordinary, with only an occasional few shining brightly. Yet even they fail to compel the headquarters to bestow a technique of superior quality. Indeed, the limits of the Qing Kingdom are stark, with a population barely reaching tens of millions. The pinnacle prodigies they can send forth do not exceed 20. Furthermore, for nearly 5 centuries, the disciples sent to the headquarters from the Qingfeng Academy have been less than satisfactory, prompting dissatisfaction among the higher-ups there. In recent years, the annual resources dispatched to you have dwindled by 20%. Su Chen chuckled. In truth, compared to those nations whose quotas have been revoked, you fare quite well. Yuan Yi sighed in resignation, acknowledging, currently, the prosperous branches of the academy are becoming increasingly powerful, while those without resources are growing weaker. The competition has indeed become fierce. Should you become stronger, your prowess might secure more resources from the headquarters. Upon uttering this, Yuan Yi accepted the luminous orb, and as he sensed its contents, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. It truly was a pinnacle royal-grade technique. Such a treasure, even at the headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy, would be exceedingly rare. It could not be so generously bestowed unless someone formidable emerged from the Qing Kingdom's academy to assume a high elder position there. For a moment, Yuan Yi's emotions became exceedingly intricate. This was a pinnacle royal-grade technique, and Su Chen offered it as if it were a casual meal among neighbors. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Yi solemnly declared, Young Master Su Chen, I am at a loss for how to repay this great kindness. However, should you require my assistance, I shall exert myself to the utmost. I will ensure to look after your family members within the Qing Kingdom and those 2 members of the Su family in the academy. And I vow not to squander this grand opportunity you have bestowed upon me. Su Chen smiled lightly, replying, let fate decide. This is all trivial. Yuan Yi nodded, then suddenly inquired, Young Master Su Chen, have you perhaps met the esteemed Miss Chen? Su Chen affirmed, stating, indeed, she is quite remarkable. Yuan Yi replied gravely, that Miss Chen hails from the headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy and belongs to the Cold Gate lineage. The Cold Gate lineage refers to those not originating from the Academy's inner circles. Not second-generation heirs, nor from the prestigious families, but rather individuals of modest backgrounds who carve their own paths through diligence within the academy. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, such distinctions hold little significance for me. I do not wish to involve myself in them. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had misjudged Su Chen's intentions. Was he not attempting to cultivate relationships within the Qingfeng Academy? Su Chen stated coolly, for me, this life is about making friends and pursuing cultivation until I find myself unmatched. Beyond that, my needs are minimal. Yuan Yi mused, cultivating to a point of having no rivals. How does that differ from invincibility? Young Master Su Chen's ambitions are far beyond my imagination. After all, he is capable of bestowing a pinnacle royal-grade technique. Yuan Yi then asked, Young Master Su Chen, will you accompany Miss Chen to the headquarters this time? Su Chen nodded, responding, I shall go to observe and perhaps establish an identity. Yuan Yi slightly inclined his head. For a prodigy of Su Chen's caliber, even at the headquarters, he would undoubtedly stand out as the most exceptional. As a representative of the Qing Kingdom's Qingfeng Academy, it follows that the resources available from the headquarters would vastly exceed those of the past. Contemplating this, a smile graced Yuan Yi's face. Young Master Su Chen, within this academy, there are still many members of the Li family. What do you think? Yuan Yi unexpectedly posed this question, his words tinged with a hint of flattery. This was a starkly pragmatic yet genuine approach. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, I am indifferent. If they seek revenge, let them come. Yuan Yi nodded, understanding Su Chen's sentiment. Su Chen regarded him with a glance, remaining silent. However, on that very day, the Qingfeng Academy expelled the members of the Li family who had previously committed transgressions. Although Su Chen had not directly intervened, Yuan Yi took it upon himself to execute this action, banishing the Li family from the academy. Thus, in a single day, the Li family, once a colossal entity among the 1,000-year-old clans, had been reduced to a feeble family that could be bullied by anyone. All of this transpired due to Su Chen. That evening, Su Chen received a message. It was Qing Wanyu contacting him through a communication jade talisman. I have successfully passed the Qing Wang trial, reaching the pinnacle of the ninefold nirvana stage. Chapter 46. Still conservative, having survived the 9 nirvana tribulations to reach the 9th nirvana stage is commendable. Upon arriving at the capital of the Qing kingdom, Su Chen gazed at Qing Wanyu, whose powerful aura surged around her, and smiled faintly. Qing Wanyu removed the delicate veil from her stunning visage, revealing a captivating smile that lit up her features, her clear eyes fixed on Su Chen as she bowed deeply. Young Master Su Chen, your immense kindness will be forever etched in my memory. If given the chance, I shall undoubtedly repay it. Were it not for you, I would likely have been destined for a marriage alliance, unable to wield control over my own fate. My changed destiny is entirely reliant on you. Young Master Su Chen. Su Chen took a sip of fragrant tea and replied with a smile. Had it not been for your actions that day, even with your celestial spirit body, you would have had no connection with me. I would not have offered assistance. This is all a matter of cause and effect. Good deeds yield good outcomes. Qing Wanyu sighed sincerely, saying, I am immensely grateful for this. It has also led me to gain insight into many matters. Su Chen chuckled, aware of the insights she referred to. He then inquired, does Miss Qing intend to succeed to the throne of the Qing kingdom or pursue another path? After a moment of contemplation, Qing Wanyu gazed at Su Chen and stated, wherever you are, young Master Su Chen, I shall be there as well. My rebirth is a gift from you, and I hope you do not refuse. This is my desire. Su Chen met her earnest gaze. Perceiving her sincerity and heartfelt words, he smiled, saying, let fate take its course. Perhaps you may not encounter me in the future. Upon hearing this, Qing Wanyu's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly asked, young Master Su Chen, why is that? Su Chen explained, there are ancient traditions focused on those with unique physiques. They possess a certain awareness. Once they sense the existence of a special constitution, they will instinctively send powerful individuals to bring you into their fold, allowing you to accept their legacy, which would be immensely beneficial for you. For these ancient traditions, their inheritors are of utmost importance. Even if they harbor ulterior motives, they would never harm the inheritors. Qing Wanyu paused, asking, are you referring to the unique sex associated with my celestial spirit body? Su Chen nodded, revealing that beyond the southern domain, there exists an ancient sect with a lineage spanning over 100,000 years, filled with countless strong practitioners. They primarily seek out talents possessing exceptional roots or extraordinary physiques, with the greatest desire for those who can inherit the legacy of the celestial spirit body. This ancient Tao lineage is known as the Celestial Spirit Sect. Beyond the southern domain lies the Celestial Spirit Sect. Upon hearing this, Qing Wanyu's gaze turned complex as she remarked, indeed, young Master Su Chen is a prodigy. With such a terrifying background, the power behind him originates from beyond the southern domain. Everyone has underestimated you. Perhaps the forces supporting you are sufficient to sweep across the entire southern domain? Su Chen smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying, and replied, "Thus, Miss Qing, you might want to prepare yourself. The Celestial Spirit Sect boasts a remarkably long heritage. Should you inherit its legacy, you shall become the pinnacle of power in this realm." "Yes, at that time, if I have any need for assistance, you would be able to aid me," she said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Qinghuanyu pressed her lips together. She was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. "I believe that wherever young Master Su Chen goes, you will shine brilliantly. I suspect it won't be long before legends of you spread throughout the southern domain, and most martial artists will speak of you in their idle chatter. For you, the southern domain is merely a small pond. You are a true dragon, capable of soaring to the heavens if you so desire." Su Chen chuckled softly and said, "Let us hope so. Perhaps when you depart from the southern domain, when we meet again, I may still require your protection." Qinghuanyu replied earnestly, "Regardless of the time, I will always remember you. Young Master Su Chen, you are my benefactor, the one who granted me a new life and a fresh start. If there ever comes a day when you find yourself in peril, I will undoubtedly be by your side, unwavering and loyal. Yes, for young Master Su Chen, I will strive to become the leader of the Celestial Spirit Sect, utilizing the entire lineage's strength to support you." Su Chen waved his hand, indicating it was premature. "Let us focus on the present. I shall certainly do so," Qinghuanyu asserted. She spoke these words, and she would act upon them. In the days to come, her name would resonate throughout the realms. Whenever she heard news of Su Chen, she would pursue him without hesitation, following closely in his wake, striving to become a formidable force, forever at his side, assisting him in various matters. This astonished many powerful beings. A rare celestial spirit body of unparalleled strength, following someone with such fervor. Even 9 formidable beasts could not restrain her. That night, Qinghuanyu and Su Chen enjoyed the splendid moonlit scenery together at her residence, engaging in philosophical discourse and savoring fragrant tea. Meanwhile, the capital of the Qing kingdom was far from tranquil. The Li family, except for a few bloodlines that managed to escape, had been utterly annihilated. Their once grand and opulent estate had been reduced to ruins. Furthermore, the daughters of the Li family who had married out, as well as those holding various positions within the Qing kingdom, were all apprehended on various charges and imprisoned in the Qing kingdom's dungeons, with some never to emerge again. As everyone knew, the Li family had wielded immense power for a millennium, an indomitable force within the Qing kingdom. However, once they fell, it was as if a wall had collapsed, and everyone rushed to take their turn to kick. From that point onward, the Li family would never regain its former glory, relegated to a small corner of the Qing kingdom. Trembling in fear and competing with local families, in addition, numerous branches of the Li family faced retaliatory strikes, with 8 out of 10 being destroyed and the current head of the family slain, meeting a tragically grim fate. Yet, these were the consequences they deserved, for they had thrived on the power of the Li family, bullying other factions, and now it was time for them to taste the bitter fruits of their actions. Your celestial spirit body began to reveal its true nature even in the golden body realm, Su Chen said slowly. The celestial spirit body, with its unique constitution, allows you to possess a nearly immortal golden body during the golden body realm. Even when severely wounded, you can recover completely in a remarkably short time, and you can draw upon the world's vital energy to replenish your own depleting essence. This is the convenience granted to you by the celestial spirit body. And what of the sea transformation realm? Qinghuanyu inquired, looking at him. Su Chen met her gaze and replied, "The sea transformation realm involves opening up an expansive sea of energy within oneself, possessing a foundation of essence far beyond that of the golden body realm. However, the depth of essence in the sea transformation realm varies, though not by a significant margin. Yet, the sea transformation realm of the celestial spirit body is incomparable to that of other, more ordinary sea transformation realm practitioners. It is like comparing a firefly to the sun and moon. The disparity is insurmountable." Upon hearing this, Qinghuanyu's pupils constricted sharply. The difference truly that vast. Su Chen marveled. What I said is still quite conservative. Qinghuan Yu. Chapter 47. Are you worthy? Su Chen remained in awe of this rare and extraordinary constitution among the myriad peculiar bodies. He envisioned the true power wielded by a practitioner of the celestial spirit body, who could unleash a force that would take others of the same level everything they had to even hope to match. He had witnessed it firsthand. That celestial spirit body practitioner faced an onslaught from thousands of peers, caught in a deadly formation where all manner of hidden cards were revealed, attempting to exhaust her. Yet, the methods of the celestial spirit body were exceptionally monstrous, naturally attuned to various energies. With a mere gesture, she absorbed the formidable killing formation and suppressed those thousands of powerful beings. That battle showcased the terrifying potential of the celestial spirit body. As time passed, the gap only widened. This is why Su Chen mentioned that his assessment was still quite conservative. What he did not reveal to Qinghuan Yu was that once she stepped into the sea transformation realm, she would possess the profound foundation exclusive to those at the pinnacle of that realm, enabling her to unlock many miraculous methods akin to creating her own divine abodes. The following day, Su Chen exited Qinghuan Yu's residence. Just as he had not ventured far, a beautiful woman approached him, saying, "Zhao Qingjian, greetings to you, young master Su Chen." As Su Chen replied calmly, "I have no acquaintance with your Zhao family, nor any ties to you. What brings you to me? Do you think I have also harmed someone from your Zhao family?" Zhao Qingjian quickly waved her hand, saying, "Young master Su Chen, you misunderstand. Yesterday, witnessing your prowess truly astonished the entire Qing kingdom. That unparalleled, prodigious bearing is something we have rarely encountered. We consider ourselves fortunate to have seen it. May I invite you, young master Su Chen, to dine at my home?" To forge a connection, Su Chen regarded her and replied indifferently, "If I were to accept an invitation for a meal from anyone, how would I manage my time?" Zhao Qingjian hastily added, "We have secretly consumed most of the Li family's assets, acquiring numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With over 200 million yuan stones at our disposal, all of which we would gladly offer to you, young master Su Chen, such a sum of yuan stones you should keep for yourselves, as they are the fruits of your own labor," Su Chen stated, brushing past Zhao Qingjian as he departed. Zhao Qingjian watched his retreating figure, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. The thought of 200 million yuan stones seemed to him as mere refuse. And she couldn't help but reflect on the stark differences in perspective between people from different worlds. With a wry smile, she acknowledged that she had always been confident in her figure and appearance. Yet when young master Su Chen regarded her, there was not a trace of intrigue in his eyes, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. This young master Su Chen was proving to be more elusive than she had anticipated. "Zhao Qingjian, are you searching for Su Chen?" Suddenly, Qinghuan Yu materialized beside Zhao Qingjian, startled. Zhao Qingjian scrutinized Qinghuan Yu and then smiled, saying, "Congratulations on your great fortune, Princess Qing. It seems the matter of that peculiar constitution has been resolved." Qinghuan Yu cast her a fleeting glance, not bothering to conceal her thoughts. "Thanks to young master Su Chen's assistance, I have completely mastered this extraordinary body. From now on, no one can control my life." She paused briefly before adding, "Except for young master Su Chen." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingjian's gaze flickered intensely as many thoughts flooded her mind. She then looked in the direction Su Chen had departed, her expression complex. However, when she faced Qinghuan Yu again, envy danced in her eyes. To forge a bond with young master Su Chen was indeed a stroke of luck for Princess Qing, one that elicited admiration from those around her. Qinghuan Yu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she inquired, "It seems you wish to hand over everything acquired from the Li family to young master Su Chen?" Zhao Qingjian nodded, sighing, "Unfortunately, young master Su Chen seems quite resistant to me." Qinghuan Yu chuckled, saying, "Approaching him with overt intentions will naturally evoke his aversion." However, Zhao Qingjian, being a clever individual, immediately interjected, "I humbly request Princess Qing's guidance. From now on, my Zhao family will follow your lead, willing to become your greatest ally." Qing Wanyu inclined her head slightly, saying, I plan to arrange a gathering today. You should attend. And remember to bring everything you obtained from the Li family. Thank you. Princess Qing. The treasures from the Li family, though valuable, paled in comparison to what young Master Su Chen represented in Zhao Qingjian's eyes. Following her encounter with Zhao Qingjian, Su Chen met many others throughout the day, including several who were powerful beings of the Nirvana realm. He harbored an ardent desire for him. One might even say he was excessively ingratiating, yearning to forge a close bond or perhaps merely to become acquainted. However, Su Chen resolutely rebuffed him, his demeanor unwaveringly stern. On his journey to the Qingfeng Academy, he encountered a group from the Lin family, which naturally included Lin Min, Lin Hongxi, and Lu Qingyao. Upon spotting him, Lin Hongxi's eyes were filled with trepidation. Lin Min, in a state of despair, had relinquished any thoughts of competing with Su Chen, even going so far as to offer an apology and extend every effort to make amends. Yet, Su Chen merely smiled dismissively, remarking, To me, your trivial schemes are of no consequence. Lin Ming's lips twitched. The meaning of his words was unmistakable. Should you harbor intentions, do not hesitate to act, for the Lin family could very well become the second Li family. Young Master Su, your magnanimity leaves me immensely grateful. Henceforth, whenever the Lin family encounters young Master Su, we shall extend the highest courtesy befitting a guest. Su Chen responded with a faint smile, choosing not to speak. At that moment, Lin Min suddenly interjected, Qingyao, you and young Master Su share a deep bond, having known each other for quite some time. Why, today, do you remain silent? Su Chen also turned his gaze toward Lu Qingyao with a smile. Though within his eyes flickered an unfathomable chill, Lu Qingyao, her lashes casting shadows, lowered her head slightly and said, I am now worlds apart from Su Chen, yet I am exceedingly delighted by his strength and fortune. His well-being is paramount, and I can no longer assist him. I cannot even catch a glimpse of his figure, nor dare I speak to him. Her tone remained innocently defensive, as if she perpetually stood by Su Chen's side. However, the depths of her eyes glimmered with a calculating light, her heart seething with rage. How could Su Chen have grown so powerful? Curse be it, I seem to have missed out. Has he discerned my schemes against him? My intuition is inherently sharp. I sense his resentment and murderous intent toward me, but how can I diffuse this tension? Should I adopt a more discreet approach, or attempt to mend our relationship? Reflecting on this, Lu Qingyao suddenly declared, Brother Su Chen, my Lu family from Hongfeng City has once again visited the Su family. They intend for us to wed. Her words, Lin Min's smile faltered slightly. Yet, Su Chen laughed, turning to Lu Qingyao and bluntly asking, Do you believe yourself worthy? Chapter 48. Uncultivated realms. Su Chen's words rendered the atmosphere palpable with tension. Lu Qingyao's last vestige of hope dissipated, replaced by unending frost and fury. She had lived a charmed life, and no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner, especially not in front of an audience, uttering words that so deeply humiliated her. You, Su Chen, are merely a petty individual who has stumbled upon some opportunities. Since you cannot be of use to me and have dared to insult me today, then you shall be my sworn enemy. One day, I will trample you underfoot and make you regret speaking to me thus. I end that moment. Lu Qingyao's mind brewed with venomous thoughts, her head bowed and her eyes darkened with malicious intent. Yet, she concealed these thoughts within, lifting her gaze to Su Chen, watching him for an extended period. Then, she pressed her lips together and turned to leave, her silhouette appearing desolate and solitary, reminiscent of a heartbroken beauty abandoned by a scoundrel. Evoking a pang of sympathy, Lin Min glanced at Su Chen and clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell, stating, Young Master Su, I take my leave. Should you be interested, you are welcome to visit my Lin family. Indeed, due to young Master Su, my Lin family has acquired nearly half of the Li family's territory. However, I suspect you may not appreciate this, so we shall exchange the assets from the Li family at a fair price, offering you numerous rare treasures and 15 million yuan in stone. Su Chen nodded slightly before vanishing into thin air. Moments later, Lin Min released a deep sigh of relief. Lin Hongxi pursed her lips and remarked, "This Su Chen is indeed quite formidable and exceedingly proud, quick to offend others with his words. Such a disposition." Lin Min sighed, his gaze laden with significance as he replied, "Offend others? In the entirety of Qing country? Who has the audacity to claim he has offended them? He is akin to a fierce dragon. Even the royal family of Qing country would likely hesitate to provoke him, especially considering that the annihilation of the Li family was executed by his hand. And merely yesterday at that. Such a terrifying powerhouse must be courted. Even if we cannot befriend him, we must not offend him, lest we invite disaster upon ourselves." Upon hearing this, Lin Hongxi nodded slightly, lamenting, when did Qing country come to harbor such a superlative existence? Could the rumors be true that he hails from the southern domain or even beyond, from a powerful force? Regardless, it is no longer within our purview to meddle. Lin Min's eyes flickered as he stated, "Yes, let all assets acquired from the Li family be sent to the Su family in Qingzhou. These are rightfully young Master Su's spoils. Our acquisition of the Li family's estate is already quite fortunate. Akin to sipping from a pot of nourishing broth, we should not be overly greedy, lest we attract unwelcome attention. Furthermore, this will foster goodwill with the Su family, as Su Chen hails from the Su family. By cultivating a rapport with them, we indirectly cultivate a friendship with Su Chen, which can only yield benefits for my Lin family." Lin Hongxi nodded in agreement, and the two vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Su Chen had arrived at Qingfeng Academy. Chen appeared before him, her expression a mixture of complexity as she regarded Su Chen, saying, "I did not expect you to be so formidable, having even obliterated the Li family." Su Chen replied with a nonchalant smile, "With your discernment, Miss Chen, how could you consider the mere Li family worthy of attention? You must hold a prominent position at Qingfeng Academy in the southern domain, though you too are merely at the Nirvana realm." Upon hearing this, Qian's heart skipped a beat. She had taken numerous precautions to conceal her presence, employing various techniques to mask her aura and even adorning herself with treasures that obstructed others' perception. Yet, she never anticipated that Su Chen could still perceive her. With a light smile, Chen said, "Even if I possessed the cultivation of the Nirvana realm, I would be incapable of annihilating the Li family. Yet you, young Master Su, with your peak Dan building realm prowess, managed to orchestrate such a formidable sword formation and eradicate the Li family, even slaying several Nirvana realm powerhouses. Such an achievement is unparalleled in the entirety of the southern domain." Su Chen remarked, "To me, cultivation realms are merely that. I do not cultivate realms." At his words, Qian's smile faltered slightly, her gaze fixed intensely upon Su Chen, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. "Not cultivating realms. Every practitioner must operate within the confines of the martial realm framework, progressing step by step through the ranks of Nirvana, Golden Body, Sea Transformation, Empty Clarity, and even to the Cave Abode. Yet this Su Chen does not conform to this martial framework." The notion of not cultivating realms was foreign to her. She had never heard such a thing before and was profoundly astonished. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she pressed, "Young Master Su, what do you mean by not cultivating realms?" Su Chen responded, "For you, this concept is still too distant. The more you know, the less advantageous it will be for you, as you would be unable to bear the weight of such knowledge. Furthermore, there is nothing wrong with cultivating step by step. In truth, what Su Chen referred to as not cultivating realms signifies that the hierarchy of realms in this world cannot confine or limit him. Even at the Dan building realm, he could effortlessly slay those at the Nirvana realm and even higher-tier powerhouses. His Tao heart had been tempered through countless epochs, rendering it indestructible. Even the rules of heaven and earth, the martial realms, could not impose upon him an instinctive inability to escape this realm framework, akin to how one must eat and perform certain actions out of necessity. He had developed his own understanding. This was what he meant by not cultivating realms. To him, realms held no significance. His strength was defined solely by his own limits, unbound by the martial realms dictated by heaven and earth. Chen regarded Su Chen, her eyes reflecting a complicated mixture of admiration and intrigue. Young Master Su, you are far more enigmatic than I had imagined. I find myself quite curious about your background. Su Chen glanced at her and replied, Do not be curious about me. You may find it beyond your capacity to handle. Qian's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, Young Master Su, we are preparing to set off for the southern domain. Is it in 3 days? Su Chen inquired. Qian nodded. Yes, it is just a few days away. Do you have any matters to attend to, young Master Su? Su Chen replied. Indeed, I must return to the Su family to relay a few instructions and leave some contingency plans. In case those from the Xingyun sect or others come seeking trouble with my Su family, Qian asked, Shall we go together? Su Chen regarded her for a moment, appraising her, and remarked, You may serve as my attendant. Qian. Chapter 49. The current state of the Su family. Head of the family. The Lu family is indeed shameless. They once held themselves in high regard, but upon hearing of Su Chen's exploits, they have completely changed their demeanor, even going so far as to offer half of their resources in exchange for the marriage of Lu Qingyao to Su Chen. How absurd! Within the Su family, Su Tianlei looked at the increasingly formidable Su Tianzhan with contempt and remarked, Fortunately, you rejected their proposal. Head of the family, Su Tianzhan, with an air of indifference, replied, Ever since Chen vanquished the Li family, a multitude of powerful factions throughout the Qing kingdom have sought to ally with our Su family. Even if our strength is somewhat lacking, they still come to us, eager to curry favor. Su Tianlei nodded, sighing, Indeed, even distant relatives forged by our ancestors are now seeking us out. How pragmatic, Su Tianzhan stated. This is entirely normal. It resonates with the adage, when one is impoverished, no one cares. When one is affluent, distant relatives appear. Since Su Chen's obliteration of the Li family, the Su family has undergone a tremendous transformation. Even relatives linked to Su Chen's great-grandfather, some of whom have long since passed, have sought to reconnect. Particularly those who had once married into or allied with influential factions, they have all but trampled upon the threshold of the Su family, now displaying an enthusiastic demeanor despite their tenuous connections. Various lavish gifts have been bestowed upon the Su family, and if one were to convert these gifts into monetary value, their worth could easily equate to a decade's worth of the Su family's harvest. This illustrates the substantial influence that Su Chen's actions have wielded. Even the former guardians of the Su family, such as Qing Tianlong and Qing Muyin, now treat the Su family with utmost reverence, akin to how they would approach the monarch of the Qing kingdom, cautiously and obsequiously. All of this is due to Su Chen. Newly established family regulations have been disseminated to the entire clan. Has anyone violated them in recent days? Su Tianzhan suddenly inquired. With Su Chen's annihilation of the Li family, the Su family has become the most sought-after clan in the entire Qing kingdom. Moreover, the heads and leaders of various factions, accompanied by their talented disciples, approach the Su family with great courtesy, treating even the most ordinary clan members with respect. This has inevitably inflated the vanity of the Su family members, instilling a sense of arrogance within them. When they step outside, they carry an air of superiority. In recent days, there have already been several instances of Su family members abusing their newfound power. This prompted Su Tianzhan to hastily draft the latest family regulations overnight, aiming to prevent any misconduct among certain individuals of the Su family. Upon hearing Su Tianzhan's words, Su Tianlei remarked, On the surface, such incidents have become rare, largely curtailed. However, the major factions, in their eagerness to ingratiate themselves with the Su family, are still deferential to even our most ordinary members, while these commoners have not instigated any trouble. Their continued presence poses challenges for the enforcement of our regulations. Su Tianzhan nodded slightly and stated, From today onwards, we shall establish a Su family enforcement team. Any clan member who violates the regulations shall be punished in accordance with the law. Furthermore, we should incorporate additional clauses into our regulations. strictly prohibiting any unearned benefits and disallowing members from exploiting our family status to provide favors to others. The factions that seek to ally with us must also be properly managed. Most importantly, we must maintain oversight over the powers connected to you and the elders such as Su Tianfeng. Su Tianlei nodded. The Su family has undergone a profound transformation. The factions tied to his wife now actively seek to ally with them. While they may not match the Su family stature, they are nonetheless formidable. Having fully submitted to the Su family, they often leverage their relationship with elders like Su Tianlei to create disturbances, which complicates matters. Rest assured, I will manage the factions connected to your sister-in-law diligently, Su Tianlei assured. However, there is one more matter. These factions have requested to establish a commercial alliance centered around the Su family. Su Tianlei added. This remark caused Su Tianzhan to furrow his brow. He snorted coldly and said, "These individuals are indeed ambitious. However, the Su family is the Su family. We need only tend to our own affairs. As for the commercial alliance, we shall decline." Su Tianlei nodded, sighing. If the Su family were to rise opportunistically, we would inevitably become the second Li family, which would displease the royal family of the Qing kingdom and instill fear in other factions. Although our family appears powerful due to Su Chen, we are fundamentally weak. It is merely an illusion of strength. Should any crisis arise, these factions would quickly shatter, proving unreliable, Su Tianzhan asserted, even if we were to consider forming a commercial alliance. It should only be after Chen returns. We must understand the secrets he carries and be prepared. Su Tianlei nodded slightly. At that moment, a steward entered the courtyard, respectfully announcing, "Head of the family, second elder. Young Master Su Chen has arrived, accompanied by a remarkably beautiful young woman." Upon hearing this, Su Tianlei raised an eyebrow, while Su Tianzhan furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, "This fellow seems to have quite the romantic disposition. Doesn't he? He has befriended the Qing princess and now knows other women as well." "Father, it's not like that. My acquaintance with the Qing princess is merely a casual one, a meeting of kindred spirits." Su Chen interjected as he entered the courtyard. Beside him stood a woman clad in a light-colored gown, exuding an ethereal grace. None other than Qianqian, Su Chen introduced. "This is Miss Qianqian, from the headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy. In the southern region. I will soon be setting off with her to the southern region." Upon hearing this, Su Tianzhan expressed surprise. "You are going to the southern region?" Su Tianlei was elated, sighing, "Since one of our ancestors disappeared over 200 years ago, no one from the Su family has been able to visit the headquarters of Qingfeng Academy in the southern region. I never expected you, Su Chen, to have this opportunity." Su Chen smiled. "Just going to take a look." He then inquired, "I heard that the Lu family came by." Su Tianzhan nodded. "The Lu family did come, but I sent them away. They are nothing but a bunch of opportunists," Su Chen agreed. "Indeed, you did well. Father, it is best to steer clear of such factions as the Lu family." Su Tianlei frowned. Could it be that the Lu family harbors some secrets? However, Su Chen shook his head and said nonchalantly, "Not at all. It is simply that once we become acquainted, it would be less efficient to deal with them later." Su Tianzhan and Su Tianlei exchanged glances, puzzled. "What do you mean by less efficient?" Su Tianzhan scrutinized Su Chen closely, saying, "Chener, while you possess great fortune, Lu Qingyao merely seeks to exploit you. There is no need for such murderous intent. To annihilate an entire family at the slightest provocation is hardly different from a fiend." His concern stemmed from a place of care for Su Chen. He wished for his son to remain grounded. Su Chen chuckled. "Do not worry, Father. I have my own plans." Su Tianzhan exhaled, visibly relieved, and nodded. At that moment, Su Chen said, "Father, I have a gift for you." Chapter 50. A state of days before Qianqian, Su Chen produced a hexagonal treasure mirror, a modified version of the spirit-seeking mirror from the Li family. Qianqian's eyes widened as she sensed its presence, a royal-grade spiritual artifact. In the entirety of the Qing kingdom, there are no more than 5 such artifacts, and most are merely of moderate quality. Yet, upon examining the treasure mirror Su Chen presented, she discerned that it was at least a top-tier royal-grade artifact. Such a level would rank among the most elite within the southern region's Qingfeng Academy. As she sensed the vast world contained within the hexagonal mirror, an overwhelming energy resonated from it. The mirror's surface was shrouded in a mist, occasionally revealing faint glimmers of light. Truly extraordinary. Su Tianzhan accepted the treasure mirror, his expression reflecting the immense energy he sensed, leaving him astounded. Chen, this. Before Su Chen could respond, Qian interjected, head of the Su family, young Master Su Chen. I shall take my leave now. Please continue your discussion. With that, she exited the premises. Although Su Chen was unconcerned about her eavesdropping, she exhibited discernment, recognizing that such a precious artifact was a secret left by Su Chen for the Su family, a significant secret she preferred not to overhear. This girl possesses some intriguing qualities. Su Tianlei chuckled from the side, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. Su Tianzhan now turned to Su Chen, asking solemnly, Chenner, did this come from that powerful figure behind you? Su Chen remained noncommittal, merely stating, Father, second uncle, this is a royal-grade artifact. Upon hearing this, Su Tianzhan and Su Tianlei's eyes widened in shock. Su Tianlei's smile froze, and he stared at Su Chen, utterly astonished. A royal-grade artifact. In that moment, even Su Tianzhan felt the mirror's heat in his hands. This was unequivocally not something the Su family could possess at present. Despite Su Tianzhan's growing strength, having reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, such a treasure required at least a Nirvana realm expert to wield. Furthermore, the Li family had no possession of such an artifact. Their array was merely of quasi-royal quality. It can be said that if the major powers of the southern region were to discover that the Su family possesses a royal-grade primordial artifact, they would undoubtedly be consumed by greed and would dispatch formidable warriors to seize it. Su Chen, are you truly considering placing such a royal-grade primordial artifact within our Su family? Su Tianlei's voice trembled as he solemnly inquired. Su Chen nodded and replied, for our Su family to rise, it is absolutely indispensable. Upon hearing this, the two turned their gazes towards Su Chen. He continued, this treasure mirror contains numerous formations, including a set of the celestial star array. It remains in a concealed state most of the time, yet this array can transform the surrounding heaven and earth's primordial energy, as well as the light of the sun, moon, and stars, into power. Gathering it within the treasure mirror, should we encounter a formidable foe, it will awaken autonomously, activating the supreme sword array within, unleashing a piercing sword light capable of vanquishing adversaries, even if one were to face an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. You need only enter the treasure mirror. It will tear apart space and activate the teleportation array within, transporting you to safety. Su Tianzhan exchanged glances with Su Tianlei, who wore an expression of excitement and awe. Truly worthy of a royal-grade primordial artifact, possessing such terrifying capabilities, he marveled. Su Chen smiled silently, for although it was indeed a royal-grade primordial artifact, its core had been forged by his own hands. Transcending the constraints of its classification, Su Tianzhan spoke gravely. Chenner, do you mean to say that we may attract the attention of supreme beings seeking to trouble our Su family? Su Chen replied. It is prudent to take precautions to prevent future troubles. Moreover, the capabilities of this treasure mirror extend far beyond what has been mentioned. This, Su Tianlei eagerly asked, what other abilities does it possess? Su Chen chuckled, pointing a finger at the treasure mirror with a hum. The mirror expanded rapidly to a size of several feet, its surface rippling like a tranquil water surface. Su Chen led his father and uncle into it. Upon entering, Su Tianzhan and Su Tianlei were immediately enveloped by an overwhelmingly rich and almost tangible primordial energy that surged towards them. Before them lay a vibrant expanse, saturated with an exceptionally pure essence of heaven and earth. This sight left the two men in awe, their senses overwhelmed. As they stood transfixed, Su Chen then remarked, this space is infused with an immense amount of primordial energy, its richness exceeding that of the entire Qing kingdom by more than 50 times. and its purity far surpasses that of the numerous top powers in the southern region. Cultivating here for a month is equivalent to years of practice outside. Good heavens, Su Tianlei gasped, struck with astonishment. The primordial energy here is indeed dozens of times that of the Qing kingdom. If one could cultivate here continuously, the results would be nothing short of terrifying. Chinner, do you mean to suggest that we should cultivate here? Su Tianzhan asked, his expression tinged with excitement. Over a decade ago, he had been belittled by several of his brothers-in-law who spoke harshly and left him feeling despondent. Yet now, he saw a glimmer of hope. With the supreme techniques from his son and such a remarkable artifact to assist him, he even hoped to become the strongest in the southern region within 10 years. Indeed, Su Chen affirmed. Not only for you, but many elders of the Su family and even some talented relatives can cultivate here. Upon hearing this, Su Tianlei furrowed his brow and said with a significant tone, Su Chen, such a precious treasure may incite improper thoughts in some individuals over time. If any of our kin were to act foolishly, it could lead to betrayal. Su Chen smiled and replied, I have considered everything you mentioned. First and foremost, only my father and I will have control over this treasure. And I shall be the ultimate master. Furthermore, this is not merely a formidable artifact. Within the depths of this treasure mirror resides a spirit whose nature is impeccably pure and sensitive to human intentions. Should anyone harbor such thoughts, my father will know instantly. Additionally, the mirror contains numerous restrictions, one of which subtly fosters loyalty to the Su family, eradicating any inappropriate thoughts within its confines, with these safeguards in place. And since only members of the Su family will use it, there should generally be no issues. Nodding in agreement, Su Tianlei acknowledged the wisdom of Su Chen's words. Su Tianzhan, however, wore a complex expression as he looked at Su Chen and sighed. Chinner, you have truly grown up and are now able to assist the Su family. Rest assured, your father will utilize this mirror to elevate our family to become the foremost in the Qing kingdom. And even in the southern region, or beyond. At this point, Su Tianzhan hesitated before saying, Now, we must discuss your mother. Chapter 51. Mother Su Tianzhan's words caused Su Tianlei's smile to fade. Su Chen's gaze flickered momentarily. Recalling the gentle figure of his mother, and his previous life, he had endured many hardships in his youth, leading to a deeply ingrained bitterness that nearly extinguished his emotions. Thus, when he unexpectedly rose to power, he inadvertently offended the Zhuqiu royal family, creating a situation that could only be resolved through mutual destruction. The catalyst for that conflict had been his own actions, and he bore the blame. Yet, even when reunited with his mother, he had raged at her, expressing his resentment with cruel words that deeply wounded her heart. Nevertheless, his mother unwaveringly stood by his side, even scheming against the entire Zhuqiu royal family, which left them severely weakened and on the brink of annihilation by other powers. Yet at that time, he failed to comprehend her sacrifices and the depth of her love. Many years later, when he returned after a long absence, he found that his mother had passed away long ago, her spirit dimmed by his departure, leaving behind a solitary grave overgrown with weeds, neglected, and without offerings. His uncles had perished while protecting the Zhuqiu royal family. It was only then that Su Chen realized, even in her final moments, his mother had still been concerned for him. This revelation stirred the dormant emotions within him. And at a critical juncture in his previous life, his cold-heartedness had undergone a dramatic reversal. After breaking through to a new realm, he finally understood, but it was too late. He was left with only guilt, self-reproach, and endless regret. He had closed off his heart, ignoring too many precious things, focusing solely on himself, which caused many to drift away from him. Even the emotions he should have cherished slipped through his fingers. In the end, despite becoming a powerful being in the divine realm, he was still haunted by an unshakable loneliness. In his first life, fate had played a cruel trick on him, leading him to miss countless opportunities. Now, looking back, everything had changed. Even standing at the pinnacle as the supreme sword deity, he felt no joy, Devoid of any interest in the myriad of existence, I end this life. However, he was determined to reclaim everything he had lost, vowing to never let go again, regardless of the cost. Noticing the change in Su Chen's expression, Su Tianzhan sighed and said, "You have not mentioned your mother for quite some time, yet I can see that she still occupies your thoughts. Today, I feel it is time to speak of her." He then slowly recounted how he had met Su Chen's mother, their marriage, the birth of their child, and how she had departed from this world, as well as the tremendous power that lay behind her lineage. "Your mother once said she hailed from a land far removed from the southern region, a place called the Divine Emperor Domain, where any single power could easily sweep through the entirety of the southern region." Su Tianzhan lamented. "Moreover, they've given you a deadline. You must reach the Nirvana realm before the age of 20. Or else you will forfeit your right to live and your name will not be inscribed in the Zuoqiu royal family's genealogy, preventing you from becoming part of their lineage." However, achieving the Nirvana realm before the age of 20 is an unprecedented feat in the history of the southern region. He continued, "I imagine that even among the Zuoqiu royal family in the Divine Emperor Domain, such talents are rare." Su Chen nodded. Having visited the Divine Emperor Domain and encountered its prodigies, it was indeed not uncommon for individuals to reach the Nirvana realm by the age of 20. This was primarily due to the unique nature of the Divine Emperor Domain, where the primordial energy was not only exceptionally dense, but also infused with the very essence of its origin. Nevertheless, the deadline given by his uncles to reach the Nirvana realm by 20 was feasible, as it would be a testament to his training in the southern region, a place that the Zuoqiu royal family deemed insignificant. Achieving such a level under such harsh conditions would mark him as an extraordinary talent in the Divine Emperor Domain. The Zuoqiu royal family, with a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, was ancient and formidable, with numerous factions within. Su Chen's mother held a unique position and was greatly anticipated by her family, yet her personal desires led to the dilution of the Zuoqiu bloodline, which undoubtedly enraged them. Many of the elders were likely furious, and in their wrath, they might even seek to erase the southern region. However, his uncles bore the burden of this pressure. Only by Su Chen reaching the Nirvana realm at 20 could the elders find pride and nurture him as if he were a divine child, thus preventing ridicule from other powers in the Divine Emperor Domain. This understanding resonated deeply with Su Chen. Though you now possess the strength to vanquish those at the Nirvana realm, many of your abilities derive from the formidable figure behind you, do they not? Su Tian, the god of war, spoke with utmost gravity, inquiring whether that elder of yours could possibly rival the Zuoqiu royal family. Moreover, time is fleeting. In less than 2 months, the Zuoqiu royal family will dispatch individuals to confront us. Can you ascend to the Nirvana realm within such a brief span? To leap from the pinnacle of the pill formation realm across multiple major realms to reach Nirvana in 2 months is akin to chasing a delusion. Yet, he could not suppress his curiosity. With a serene smile, Su Chen reassured, "Father, do not worry, I shall take care of everything. Trust in me. Within a year, I will bring Mother back and reunite our family." Upon hearing this, Su Tian's heart surged with emotion, his eyes slightly reddening, filled with hope as he tremulously asked, "Is that truly the case?" Confronted with his Zuoqiu royal family, he felt a shadow of dread, a sense of helplessness. They were a behemoth, and in his youth, he had been unable to withstand even a mere breath from one of their lowly servants, feeling like an ant before them. This reality had lingered painfully in his heart. Su Chen nodded affirmatively, declaring, "It shall certainly be so. In truth, if Su Chen wished, he could summon his mother back even now. However, resorting to such methods would unveil too much, attracting unnecessary troubles that would be detrimental to both the Su family and the Zuoqiu royal family. Thus, he opted for a gradual approach. Though Mother had been stripped of many identities within the Zuoqiu royal family and faced oppression, her situation was largely nominal. She was still living reasonably well, albeit under house arrest. Witnessing the resolute glimmer in Su Chen's eyes, Su Tian felt a pang of guilt. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder and sighed. Chen, this burden rests upon you because of my inadequacy. Yet, I believe you can achieve it. Chen nodded with a smile and softly replied, in fact, with what I have provided for you, you too could reach the Zhuoqiu royal family within 10 years. After presenting an exquisite royal-grade artifact mirror to Chen privately informed his father, within this mirror, I have delineated areas for cultivation and a repository of scriptures. In the repository, there are numerous martial arts and techniques, ranging from Earth grade to Royal-grade. In the future, should any talented members of the Su family enter, they can select from various techniques suited to them. As this mirror is imbued with restrictions to ensure they choose the most appropriate path for themselves. Furthermore, at the deepest recesses of this mirror lies another space, one dedicated to honing strength. Chen glanced at Chen and asked, "Honing, do you mean?" Chen nodded, affirming, "Indeed, both you and the elders may enter. You need not worry about lacking opponents. You can challenge yourselves within, even engaging in life-or-death battles to uncover your shortcomings and unlock your potential. This way, you will not merely cultivate in isolation, oblivious to your deficiencies." Upon hearing this, Chen's expression grew grave as he nodded solemnly, saying, "Chen, I understand what you mean, but are you suggesting you'll be gone for an extended period?" After pondering, Chen replied, "I will not be away for too long, but it is likely that we shall see less of each other. I will be frequently traveling, and this is the foundation I leave for the Su family's growth." Chen acknowledged this, understanding the implications. "Father, I shall accompany Miss Qian to the headquarters now." Chen smiled. "Go ahead, and remember to be cautious out there. The hearts of men are treacherous. Be discreet and avoid unnecessary troubles." His tone brimmed with expectation and concern for Chen. Feeling warmth in his heart, Chen nodded and departed. Half a day later, Su Tian, Su Yuanshan, Su Tianlei, and several elders convened around the artifact mirror. Except for Su Tian and Su Tianlei, the other elders were overwhelmed with astonishment upon hearing the news. Su Feng exclaimed with fervor, "With such a treasure, our Su family shall surely rise." Poised to become the foremost power in the southern domain, Su Yuanshan, with a complex expression, solemnly remarked, "Such a significant treasure indicates that Su Chen's benefactor, perhaps a formidable force, must be an unimaginable entity." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he turned to his son and the other elders, coldly asserting, "Esteemed colleagues, this is the hope for our Su family's ascent. I implore you to refrain from disclosing even a word to anyone, remaining sufficiently discreet to avoid any missteps that could bring about our family's ruin." The elders nodded fervently, Su Feng reassured. "Rest assured, Father, we have glimpsed the potential to advance our martial realms through this mirror. This is our opportunity, and we would never speak of it. Moreover, I trust that Su Chen has left contingencies. Otherwise, he would not have confidently entrusted this artifact to us. Despite his mediocre talent, he had amassed strength through resources, yet his intellect remained sharp." Upon hearing this, the others discreetly turned their gazes towards Su Tian. Noticing Su Tian's silence, it was evident he had tacitly approved. Chen mentioned that the other side of this mirror houses a training ground. Su Tian surveyed the astonished faces of the Su family's higher-ups and smiled. "Shall we not venture in to test our mettle? I shall take my turn. Since stepping into the transformation realm, I have yet to truly engage in combat." Su Yuanshan's eyes glinted with fervor as he felt his blood surging. With a flick of his hand, Su Tian tore open a rift in space. The other elders' expressions shifted slightly, realizing that Su Tian was indeed the master of this artifact, bestowed upon him by Su Chen. With envy in their hearts, they marveled at how the head of the family had a son who far surpassed their own. "Enter," Su Tian said with a gentle smile. "I shall also partake in the trial." With that, he stepped into the rift. Su Yuanshan, Su Tianlei, and another elder followed closely behind, while Su Feng and the others settled into the cultivation area, greedily absorbing the rich and pure energy around them. They sensed they could break through today into the transformation realm, having gradually honed their skills to the pinnacle of the pill formation realm with the techniques Su Chen had provided. Is this the space for honing? Su Tian observed Su Yuanshan and the others entering different training spaces. Realizing this was indeed a vast arena for trials, suddenly, a shadow materialized before him. Exuding overwhelming energy, standing at the peak of the transformation realm, at that moment, Su Tian narrowed his eyes, a look of seriousness crossing his features. He had adjusted the difficulty of the trial, positioning his first opponent at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Moreover, he sensed a palpable aura of lethal danger emanating from this adversary. Clearly, this opponent was formidable, a true representation of the peak of the transformation realm. Without warning, the shadow lunged towards Su Tian, drawing a blade that unleashed a razor-sharp beam of light aimed directly at him. In an instant, he felt as though he had been struck with tremendous force. His body sent hurtling out of the trial arena, crashing back into the cultivation area. The others, meditating within, were momentarily stunned to see Su Tian being hurled from the rift, bewildered that he had failed so quickly. Furthermore, a severe gash marred Su Tian's chest, radiating a terrifying blade aura that sent chills down their spines. Struggling to rise, Su Tian caught sight of the complex and peculiar expressions on Su Tianfeng and the others, and a grimace crossed his face. Su Chen, did you truly intend to set me up for failure? Meanwhile, as Su Chen departed from the Qing kingdom aboard the Qingyan ship, a subtle smile graced his lips. His father was indeed audacious, daring to challenge an opponent at the peak of the transformation realm. It must be noted that such shadows are devoid of any weakness, a veritable embodiment of invincibility within their realm. While Su Tian was a formidable force in his own right, the constructs within the mirror were tailored to represent the strongest adversaries within their respective realms. Naturally, Su Tian was no match. Observing Su Chen's sudden smile, the curious Chen inquired, Su Chen, what brings you amusement? Su Chen replied, I recalled something quite humorous. Chen paused, her brow furrowing in curiosity as she asked, what is it that you find so amusing? In the southern domain within Tianyuan City, Su Chen glanced at her and shook his head. It is nothing. Reflecting on the past, he realized that he had longed to leave the Qing kingdom to explore the world beyond. Yet now that he had ventured forth, it felt as though not much had changed. Upon hearing this, Chen blinked and gazed at Su Chen, inquiring, has young Master Su ever left the Qing kingdom? Upon seeing Su Chen nod, Chen became convinced that, despite the formidable force behind young Master Su, he must have caught the eye of a top-tier powerhouse within that entity. Thus, Su Chen possessed such extraordinary abilities. However, since he had never ventured beyond the Qing kingdom, the resources and environment available to him for cultivation must have been limited. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, Su Chen had still reached an impressive level. One could only imagine the terrifying nature of his talent, which was likely rare across the ages. This time, the number of individuals heading to the headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy in the southern region was greater than in previous years. At that moment, Princess Qingluanyu approached Su Chen and seated herself beside him, softly speaking. Although she was the princess of the Qing kingdom, she was quite young and had effortlessly mastered her physique, earning her qualification to visit the Southern Academy headquarters on the Qingyan vessel. There were also some of the finest talents from the Qing kingdom, all under the age of 25 and having attained the level of transformation realm. Among them were figures like Lin Min and Zhao Qingjian from the Zhao family, while the genius from the Li family had already been disqualified and was now unaccounted for. Additionally, several princes from the royal family, including Qingling, were present, totaling 6 prodigies under 25 who had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Would you say that Princess Qingluanyu is the strongest among your group? Chen asked, casting a glance at Qingluanyu with a gentle smile, though a hint of solemnity flickered in her eyes. Despite Qingluanyu concealing her aura and suppressing her realm, Chen, being exceptionally adept at sensing, could perceive an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from her. Although she herself was at the Nirvana realm and quite young, not yet 30, her talent was already commendable. Yet even so, she still felt an immense pressure from Qing Wanyu, indicating that the princess was not only younger, but also considerably more powerful than herself. Reflecting on this, she turned her gaze back to Su Chen. According to her intelligence, Qing Wanyu's interaction with Su Chen was indeed significant. She had not only resolved the issue of his peculiar physique, but had even managed to gain control over it for her own use. If that were the case, it would be quite alarming. As he was a genius, one must befriend and not offend, of course. Su Chen was the most worthy ally, a prodigy who casually offered opportunities as if discarding refuse, even providing royal-grade artifacts without hesitation. The most crucial aspect was that he genuinely possessed the ability to offer what was most suitable to others. Young Master Su, we shall soon pass through the teleportation array before reaching the headquarters of the Qingfeng Academy, she announced. After 2 days aboard the Qingyun vessel, the party from the Qing Kingdom arrived at a grand city in the southern region. This city did not belong to any particular nation or sect. It stood independently and was quite prominent within the southern region. Every day, various martial artists traversed through its teleportation array to any location they desired. The force that governed this city profited immensely from the teleportation array, reaping substantial rewards each year. Tianyuan City, Su Chen exclaimed as he disembarked from the Qingyun vessel, gazing at the imposing cityscape in awe. Qian turned to Su Chen, asking, "Are you familiar with this city?" She was somewhat puzzled, as Su Chen had previously claimed never to have left the Qing Kingdom, and this place was at least 100 nations away. How could he possibly know? Su Chen replied with a faint smile. "I have heard of it, however." Qian's expression was one of disbelief. "I end my previous life. I fled from here to other places. She should still be here, right?" Su Chen mused to himself as he gazed at the vast city before him, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes and his past life. He had encountered opportunities, but had also faced relentless pursuit from various forces. On that fateful day, he was in a dire situation, his life hanging by a thread. It was she who offered him a glimmer of hope, allowing him to accompany her through the teleportation array to escape. However, after that day, he never saw her again. Nevertheless, Su Chen would never forget those who had helped him in his moments of despair. Sometimes, when one gains power and wishes to repay a debt, it is already too late. How terrifying Tianyuan City is. Even the guards here are at the peak of the spirit fire realm, some even half a step into nirvana. Their aura is exceedingly formidable, far surpassing those at the pinnacle of the spirit fire realm in our Qing Kingdom. The members of the Qing Kingdom, including Qingling, were astonished upon entering Tianyuan City. Their sense of superiority from the Qing Kingdom had completely dissipated, revealing the stark disparity between individuals and forces. In the Qing Kingdom, they were esteemed figures, yet here, they were merely ordinary individuals. This sense of disparity left them feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but Su Chen remained unfazed. Once inside Tianyuan City, Qian stated, "We will rest here for 2 days. Once we receive a response from the headquarters, we will actively connect to the teleportation array, thus saving on the expenditure of spirit stones." The group nodded in agreement. A curious prodigy inquired, "Instructor Qian, how long will it take us to reach the headquarters using the teleportation array?" All eyes turned to her, as it was their first time utilizing such a system, and they were quite intrigued. With a gentle smile, Qian replied, "Hee. The distance from here to the headquarters spans several million miles. It may sound far, but using a medium-sized teleportation array, we can arrive in half an hour." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their scalps tingling. Such a teleportation array must be quite expensive. Then, Qian shook her head, explaining, "Tianyuan City has always maintained a cooperative relationship with our Qingfeng Academy, allowing us to use their teleportation array at a significant discount. We only need to pay half the spirit stones, approximately, from here to the headquarters. Using it just once will require merely 50 million spirit stones." The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. 50 million spirit stones. You call that not expensive? They were well aware that without the partnership, the cost would have exceeded 100 million. It was common for powerful individuals and forces needing to traverse vast distances to afford such fees. While ordinary forces could not even contemplate it, Qinghuanyu added, moreover, this is using a medium-sized teleportation array. Typically, a small or micro-sized array would suffice. Qianqian nodded in agreement with a smile. That moment. Su Chen remarked, you all may rest for now. I shall take a stroll. The group looked at him, and Qianqian, slightly anxious, cautioned, young Master Su, please refrain from causing trouble. I and Tianyuan City. Various powerful forces and discreet experts come and go. If you provoke anyone, even a single individual might be far beyond the Nirvana realm. Su Chen nodded with a smile, assuring, rest assured, I will not initiate trouble. Chapter 54. The Luo Mansion. Thereafter, Su Chen separated from the group, carrying with him several 100 million spirit stones entrusted to him by the Lin and Zhao families through Qinghuanyu. Most of these came from the Li family, along with compensation from the royal family of the Qing kingdom. After all, his actions in the Qing kingdom had been quite ferocious, toppling the entire Li family, leaving the royal family feeling somewhat uneasy. They understood that if they were to eradicate the Li family, the losses would be monumental. According to his memories from his previous life, she should still be within Tianyuan City, only departing several years later. Walking along the bustling street, Su Chen pondered to himself. During that time, he had been in dire straits, his life hanging by a thread, and she, with her kind heart, had defied opposition to allow him to accompany them and teleport to safety. Yet, as soon as they arrived at their destination, he had immediately departed, never to see her again. However, upon reflection, Su Chen recognized that she had been entangled in some troubles of her own. Thus, Su Chen's luminous sword heart shuddered slightly, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. His perception enveloped the surroundings, and guided by the innate instincts of his sword heart, he made his way toward a particular location. After approximately an hour of walking, Su Chen beheld an opulent mansion ahead. This must be it, the Luo Mansion, he thought to himself. Today, business is being conducted at the Luo Mansion, and no idle individuals are permitted to approach. A middle-aged man, exuding a powerful aura and having reached the Golden Body realm, stood at the entrance of the Luo Mansion, his eyes betraying impatience as he coldly declared. Su Chen sensed the man's agitation and, smiling, remarked, you seem to be afflicted with an unusual illness, though not originating from within you. With that, he turned to leave. The middle-aged man, stunned by the boy's words, found himself unable to sense Su Chen's aura. This revelation startled him, prompting him to hastily approach Su Chen. Young master, please hold. Su Chen turned to face him, an indifferent smile gracing his lips as he replied, you just told me to leave. Now you want me to stay. Is the Luo Mansion charging fees as well? Luo Tianshan quickly shook his head, exclaiming, young master, that is not my intention. I am simply astonished that you can perceive the unusual illness afflicting me. Consider it a mistake on my part, mere idle chatter, Su Chen said dismissively, making to continue his departure. Yet, the more Su Chen behaved this way, the more anxious Luo Tianshan became. He was unable to sense the realm of the other party. The other person appeared strangely and could discern certain things at a glance, which left him feeling quite unsettled. And Tianyuan City, countless people came and went every day. Among them were not a few formidable beings who wandered the mortal realm. And encountering such an individual was indeed a matter of fate. If he were to let this opportunity slip away, would it not be a pity? Moreover, his ancestor of the Luo family had risen from obscurity precisely by receiving guidance from a certain powerful figure who wandered the mortal realm. His ancestor had offered a fruit to this individual, establishing a benevolent cause that ultimately bore good fruit, resulting in the present-day Luo family. I observe that your demeanor is extraordinary, and it seems you are fated to be associated with my Luo family. How about visiting my home as a guest? Luo Tianshan hastily proposed. Although he harbored little hope in his heart, he was unwilling to miss even the slightest chance. Su Chen paused and replied, if that is the case, I shall enter and sit for a while. Thus, Luo Tianshan led Su Chen into the depths of the Luo residence. This scene appeared utterly absurd and bizarre, yet it was indeed unfolding before them. Your demeanor is truly remarkable, and among the talented youngsters of my Luo family, there are few who can compare to you, Luo Tianshan remarked, almost inadvertently speaking with a touch of trepidation. Su Chen cast a glance at him and smiled, saying, "Is there truly anyone who can surpass me?" Upon hearing this, Luo Tianshan was about to speak. Just then, an elder with white brows like swords, exuding an air of authority without anger, strode towards them. "Tianshan, who is this?" inquired the white-browed elder, frowning. "Oh, he is." Luo Tianshan froze, then turned to Su Chen and asked, "What is your name?" "Young master," the white-browed elder interjected, "Su Chen," to which Su Chen replied, "You may simply call me Chen." Chen, the elder's brows furrowed. "Are you from the Chen family?" However, with so many Chen families in the southern region, he was perplexed. Suddenly, the elder's gaze pierced through Su Chen, a flicker of light crossing his eyes as he scrutinized him deeply. After glancing at Luo Tianshan, he gestured for Su Chen to enter. "As the guest has arrived, let us sit in the Luo residence." Luo Tianshan promptly led Su Chen further inside the Luo estate. The white-browed elder observed their retreating figures, his eyes filled with profound contemplation. Did he not perceive the strange aura surrounding this unparalleled individual? Was he friend or foe, or perhaps harboring ulterior motives? Could it be that he was merely a transcendent being who chose to appear for the sake of whimsy? He did not dismiss this possibility, but compared to the harsh and unyielding reality, one must wonder how many coincidences existed, how many exceptional beings could be encountered by mere chance. In the Day and Moon Empire, upon hearing Luo Tianshan's introduction, Su Chen shook his head. "I have not heard of it." Luo Tianshan, fixated on Su Chen's expression, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Su Chen's response. If he had not heard of the Luo family, it suggested he was not among those with ulterior motives. Likely not closely affiliated with them. In truth, Su Chen had been fleeing for his life in his previous life, and since escaping with the Luo family, he had distanced himself from the southern region. As for the Day and Moon Empire, he genuinely knew nothing of it and was indifferent. However, any nation in the southern region bearing the name of an empire must be a colossal entity, one of the pinnacle existences within the region. The distinction between a nation and an empire might seem trivial, yet the disparity in strength was vast. "Young Master Chen, to be frank, there is indeed a young lady in our Luo residence afflicted with an ailment. She is my niece." Luo Tianshan could not help but divulge. Su Chen regarded him for a moment, then raised his hand, swiftly coalescing a sphere of sword light in his right hand, which, rather than being sharp, exuded an aura of profound mystery. "What is this?" Luo Tianshan was taken aback. With a flourish, Su Chen pushed the sphere of sword light into his body. In an instant, Luo Tianshan was left astonished as he witnessed strands of eerie black mist manifesting upon his form. This black mist, in his perception, was filled with malice, seemingly capable of corroding all in its path, causing his complexion to change drastically. With a mere flick of his finger, Su Chen directed the strange black mist to converge towards his fingertip, ultimately suspending it within his grasp. "Young Master Chen, what is this?" Su Chen studied the peculiar black mist for a moment before saying, "This is a curse." Luo Tianshan gasped. "A curse?" Su Chen nodded, explaining, "It likely originates from your niece's parents, who, having committed numerous acts of violence, were cursed by someone with ill intent, causing the bloodlust they bore to manifest as an intense aura within them. This will torment their descendants with afflictions, leading to a tragic demise." Upon hearing this, Luo Tianshan's expression shifted dramatically. "I implore you, young Master Chen, please save her." Just as Su Chen was about to respond, a mocking voice echoed from nearby. "A curse? What curse? Does such a thing truly exist in this world? Miss Wushuang is merely afflicted by an unknown ailment. I, the old man, have a method to save her." Luo Tianshan turned to see a man in a black robe adorned with cloud patterns. his long hair cascading wildly and shimmering with an array of colors, resembling a flamboyant old trickster. He regarded Su Chen with disdain, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and scoffed, "You little brat, which family do you belong to? And what brings you here? Do you even understand the nature of the ailment afflicting Miss Luo Wushuang? To come here and make wild speculations about curses? I have been treating ailments for a century and have never encountered such nonsense as curses. What is labeled a curse is merely the result of some medium being grafted onto another." Before Luo Tianshan could interject, this Master Wang rambled on. Su Chen glanced at Master Wang, offering a faint smile. "What you say, Master Wang, does hold some truth. All so-called curses have their roots and causes, arising from a medium that leads to unfortunate outcomes for others, which is indeed a curse. However, the vastness of the cosmos is filled with wonders. And the curse I speak of is not of this nature." Hearing this, Master Wang furrowed his brows. "You little child, why do you not heed my advice and instead engage in this charade? Are you perhaps from the Color Gate?" The Color Gate was among the underbelly of the martial world, specializing in deceit. After all, not everyone comprehended that every path has its ultimate endpoint, tethered to the supreme road. Regarding Master Wang's words, Su Chen chose not to contest them, instead smiling. "It seems you, Master Wang, already possess a method of salvation. Pray, do proceed with your approach. I believe your methods may be rather unconventional." Master Wang replied nonchalantly, "For such peculiar ailments, one cannot rely on conventional treatments. Every affliction must have its own counterbalance." Su Chen nodded. Observing that Su Chen seemed to relent, Master Wang offered a disdainful snort. Turning away as he passed by, "This old man has some interesting traits," Su Chen remarked with a chuckle. Luo Tianshan's lips twitched, whispering, "This Master Wang hails from the southern region's Medicine Valley, not a martial practitioner. Yet his mastery of medicinal arts is unparalleled, reaching celestial heights. If not for the long-standing connection between my Luo family and him, we would struggle to enlist his aid. After all, this Master Wang is capable of healing even those at the cave-dwelling stage." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, nodding slightly. "Not too shabby." Luo Tianshan noted, "Master Wang is regarded as the foremost figure in the southern region's medicinal arts, yet in your words, he merely qualifies as not too shabby?" Little did he know that Su Chen's assessment of not too shabby was not a commentary on Master Wang himself, but rather on the realm of medicinal arts. The path of medicine, unlike martial or other mystical paths, does not focus solely on empowering oneself. Yet, this path commands immense respect, as practitioners possess the ability to heal various ailments through specialized techniques, often veiled in mystery. Furthermore, while those in the medicinal field may not possess the strength of other formidable practitioners, they undoubtedly lead long lives. As Su Chen observed this Master Wang, a healer devoted exclusively to medicinal arts, he was reminded of a peculiar individual he had encountered in his past life. Though lacking in strength, that person had lived long enough to accumulate vast knowledge, possessing insights into countless mysteries of the universe. Standing among the few who could perceive the essence of existence itself, each path could blossom into myriad flowers, contributing to the vibrant tapestry of the present cosmos, where myriad sects vie for supremacy. "Young Master Chen, please follow me. My niece, Luo Wushuang, is within that courtyard." Luo Tianshan gestured invitingly. Su Chen nodded and followed him to the courtyard. Soon, within the courtyard, Su Chen beheld someone he had only met once in his previous life, but who had carved a place in his heart. A person whose life he had once saved, Luo Wushuang. Now, Su Chen finally learned her name. Beneath a languid and somewhat withered ancient tree sat a petite girl clad in a black dress, her long hair cascading naturally. Her features were exquisite, yet her cheeks bore a sickly pallor, appearing gaunt and devoid of vitality. The sight alone evoked a pang of sorrow. Upon seeing Luo Wushuang, Su Chen momentarily lost himself. The girl before him gradually merged with a figure from his past, ultimately becoming one. However, in contrast to the last life when I first encountered her, this young girl appears even more youthful. and she does not seem to be in such a dire state that necessitates veiling her face with a light gauze. This moment, Master Wang furrows his brow, placing 2 fingers upon the delicate, fair wrist of Luo Wuxuang. How strange, I had administered some potent medications a few days ago, which should have significantly suppressed her condition. Why has it now intensified? Every organ, every meridian, even every inch of flesh seems to be permeated with that peculiar, sinister aura of illness. Is it possible that the prescription I provided was not sufficiently potent? Must I resort to employing even more aggressive remedies, attacking poison with poison? Master Wang murmurs to himself, a strange ecstasy dawning upon his countenance. I understand now. This is indeed the way forward. With that thought, he gazes at Luo Wuxuang and speaks gently. Little girl, I shall administer a more vigorous remedy to you shortly. This time, your affliction should improve significantly, and then we will proceed gradually until we eradicate the root of the disease. Beside them, Luo Wuxuang's voice is faint, imbued with a sense of frailty. A smile graces her face, her ethereal eyes fixed on Master Wang. Thank you, Grandfather Wang. Despite enduring the torment of illness since childhood, she maintains an optimistic spirit, a gentle resilience that resonates deeply with Chen, compared to the first meeting in her previous life, where she exuded a calm acceptance of death. This version of Luo Wuxuang is infused with vitality and spirit. In her past existence, she had resembled a mere shell of a person, resigned to fate. Perhaps it was the looming shadow of mortality that compelled the former Luo Wuxuang to grasp desperately at the last straw, igniting an overwhelming will to survive within Chen. Upon seeing the present Luo Wuxuang, Chen's eyes flicker with emotion. Good deeds from past lives yield rewards in this one. Young Master Chen, do you have any means? Luo Tianshan inquires softly, as Chen remains silent, moving to stand beside Luo Wuxuang, his gaze unwavering. Master Wang's brow furrows again. You, boy, do you truly wish to save her? Are you aware that a single misstep could cost her life? While having such intentions is commendable, one must also assess their own capabilities. Ignoring him, Chen continues to look at Luo Wuxuang. She, too, is momentarily taken aback, her delicate brows knitting slightly. This young master. Suddenly, Chen seizes her wrist. This young master, you. Luo Wuxuang gasps, her expression shifting to annoyance as she attempts to pull away. Yet, her frail strength is no match for Chen's grip. Soon, she ceases her struggle, realizing it is futile. Moments later, Chen releases her wrist. Young Master Chen, do you possess a solution? What are the odds? Luo Tianshan asks with palpable tension, having come to regard Chen as a lifeline. Though he knows hope is slim, he is unwilling to overlook any possibility. That moment, Chen raises a finger. 1 in 10? Luo Tianshan is taken aback, while Master Wang, visibly irritated, retorts, 1 in 10. Are you here to jest? I have at least a 30 to 40% chance of suppressing her affliction and allowing her to live for another 20 years. Chen then turns to Luo Tianshan, speaking slowly. A single day is sufficient for healing. Upon hearing this, the courtyard falls into a profound silence. Luo Tianshan's expression freezes, and Luo Wuxuang stands in a daze, staring at Chen. Master Wang, too, is momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he is overtaken by anger, his robes swirling as he exclaims, utterly preposterous. The illness afflicting Wuxuang is exceedingly bizarre. The most skilled healers across the southern region have tried every method and failed. Only I, through extraordinary means, have managed to alleviate Wuxuang's suffering, granting me time to contemplate a solution, and you, upon our first meeting, claim you can cure her in a day. If that is your assertion, I begin to suspect you must possess some miraculous antidote from your esteemed sect. Master Wang is genuinely furious. He has a deep connection with the Luo family and harbors great affection for Luo Wuxuang, treating her as if she were his granddaughter. Naturally, he does not wish to see her suffer. Yet, suddenly, a stranger appears, so casually asserting his ability to cure her. Does this not challenge the very essence of his identity as a master of medicine? This is akin to undermining his expertise and rubbing his face in the dirt. As these thoughts flood his mind, Master Wang's anger intensifies. When he hears Su Chen's words, Luo Tianshan's mind buzzes, rendering him momentarily blank, only to be followed by a wave of uncontainable joy and excitement, even bringing him to tears. Yet, before he can speak, Master Wang's voice cuts through, and he regains his composure. Casting a skeptical glance at Su Chen's assertion feels too simplistic, eliciting doubt. With a calm gaze, Su Chen addresses Master Wang. The unconventional approach you speak of involves forcefully administering potent drugs to Luo Wuxuang, thereby alleviating her ailments. This has allowed her to regain some strength over the past 3 months, rendering her condition less burdensome than before. Master Wang is taken aback, a cold smile escaping his lips. You possess some discernment, I see. Most ordinary healers would deem her frail constitution too delicate for strong medicine. This is common sense. I've taken the opposite approach, managing to stabilize Wuxuang's peculiar affliction. I now hold a 30 to 40% chance of alleviating her condition, yet you come here to disrupt my efforts. Su Chen shakes his head in silence, then turns to Luo Wuxuang. Do you trust me? Luo Wuxuang is caught off guard, her gaze meeting Su Chen's. In that moment, she experiences an unexpected sense of tranquility, akin to a ship adrift finally finding harbor, discovering a guiding light in the darkness. She does not ponder for long before responding. If the young master has a means of salvation, I am naturally willing to give it a try. Should you fail to restore me, then it is simply my fate. And if you are able to cure my affliction, the Luo family shall be eternally grateful and never forget your great kindness. Su Chen nods, a smile gracing his lips. In that case, let us begin. With that, he raises his hand. Just then, Master Wang seizes his wrist, his eyes filled with suspicion. What do you intend to do? Are you truly going to take action? If so, what method will you employ? Su Chen, unperturbed by Master Wang's repeated interjections and doubts, maintains his composure, recognizing that the old man is merely protective of his patient. Though somewhat obstinate, he is fundamentally good-hearted. Thus, Su Chen replies earnestly, the method I intend to use is not what you envision. I have stated that Wuxuang is afflicted by a curse, a force intertwined with her illness, ravaging her body and causing her suffering to escalate year by year, since it is not an entirely natural ailment. It cannot be resolved through conventional medical practices alone. The root must be severed. Master Wang furrows his brow, preparing to interject once more. At that moment, Luo Wuxuang gently interjects, Grandfather Wang, let him try. I believe in him. Though it is their first encounter, she inexplicably places her trust in Su Chen. Witnessing this, Master Wang's eyes widen in disbelief, and he sternly warns, Boy, if anything were to happen to Wuxuang, I will not let you off easily. Although I am merely a healer, my connections are extensive. I can summon even the leaders of formidable sects like the 10,000 Sword Sect and the Hidden Sword Villa. He continues to voice his concerns. Su Chen waves his hand dismissively. Please take him outside. Luo Tianshan understands and pulls Master Wang aside to a corner. Observing this, Luo Wuxuang feels a twinge of discomfort and softly inquires, Young master, how should I cooperate with you? Su Chen responds with a smile. You simply need to take a nap. Upon awakening, all will be well. Before Luo Wuxuang can ponder the meaning of his words, a flash of light darts before her eyes, and she loses consciousness. A slender beam of light, akin to a sword, pierces her brow, prompting her to close her eyes. Seeing this, Master Wang grows frantic, but Luo Tianshan firmly restrains him. Yet, Luo Tianshan's own composure is fraying. He is extremely tense, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chen and Luo Wuxuang, his hand clenched into a fist, palms slick with sweat. His heart races as he recalls Su Chen's claim of a one-day recovery. Although he finds it hard to believe, Su Chen's calm demeanor offers him a modicum of reassurance. In that moment, Su Chen flicks his fingers, unleashing several slender beams of light that resemble golden needles, which land upon Luo Wuxuang's vital acupoints. Master Wang, no longer agitated, watches in stunned silence as Su Chen's technique unfolds. After a brief interval, Luo Wushuang's body is adorned with these delicate beams of light, puncturing her acupoints in myriad locations. The final step is at hand. Su Chen's gaze sharpens as he pinches a sliver of light between his fingers, casually flicking it down from above Luo Wushuang's head. "Young man, what game are you playing? Do you not realize that by piercing this particular acupoint, even if the unparalleled maiden miraculously survives, she will inevitably transform into a living corpse?" Master Wang could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming loudly. At this moment, Luo Tianshan's gaze also shifted, his eyes filled with fury as he directed his attention towards Su Chen. Regardless of the circumstances, Master Wang is the foremost authority in the medicinal path of the southern region, possessing profound insights. Yet, with a casual wave of Su Chen's hand, a golden barrier emerged, separating him from the two men. Su Chen then spoke. "I have already stated that the unparalleled one is under a curse. This curse is entwined with her very existence, persisting until her demise. Therefore, I must induce a state of apparent death in her to uncover the root of the curse and resolve it entirely. This step is indeed fraught with peril, for even a slightest loss of control could lead to failure, rendering the unparalleled one unable to awaken ever again. However, I possess unwavering confidence in my ability to bring her back from the brink of death." With that, a glimmer of sword light descended upon Luo Wushuang's forehead. Yet, the situation persisted unchanged for an extended period. Luo Tianshan felt the life force within Luo Wushuang dissipating entirely, her heart no longer beating, her blood no longer flowing. This compelled him to anxiety, though he dared not reprimand Su Chen. Instead, his tone bore a pleading urgency as he implored, "I beseech you, young Master Chen, to do everything within your power." Su Chen remained silent, and the two men merely observed in silence. After approximately 2 hours had elapsed, Luo Tianshan could no longer contain himself, his fists clenched, ready to shatter the barrier that separated them. Just then, Luo Wushuang's delicate form trembled, and to their astonishment, numerous strange black markings appeared upon her fair skin, revealing her blood vessels. Before long, her entire body was enveloped by these black markings. Su Chen spoke softly. "The root of the curse has manifested. This is the death curse technique." Chapter 57. Master Wang knelt upon witnessing the black markings covering Luo Wushuang's body. Master Wang was momentarily stunned, then trembled as he spoke. "Wushuang's meridians and blood vessels are filled with this malevolent energy. I was mistaken. I believed I could suppress this strange affliction with potent medicine, only to realize that the affliction was consuming my medicine, creating the illusion of a delayed condition. If I were to administer further medication, it is likely that within a year, Wushuang will perish." Tears streamed down his face as he clutched his multicolored hair, his eyes filled with guilt and dread. Luo Tianshan's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Su Chen, urgently inquiring, "Young Master Chen, what is the death curse technique?" Su Chen replied slowly, "The death curse technique is a certain death curse, a vicious and terrifying art, with extremely stringent conditions for its casting, involving numerous factors. First, the person upon whom the curse is placed must have taken countless lives. Over 1 million, I would say. Such a killer is enveloped in a bloodthirsty aura. Yet within this aura lies the resentment of those who have perished at their hands. For an ordinary individual, this resentment may seem inconsequential, but when amassed, it becomes a formidable protective energy for the one who has slaughtered millions, instilling fear in all beasts and creatures." Luo Tianshan was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly stated, "My elder brother is the mightiest general of the Sun and Moon Empire, bestowed the title of Blood Slaughter King by the Emperor. He has fought for the Empire for a century, and the number of lives lost by his hand exceeds 3 million. Su Chen nodded and continued, "Your brother is indeed formidable, yet this has also made him subject to the most critical condition of the curse. Someone has forcefully reversed the overwhelming aura of bloodshed surrounding your brother, stripping him of his protective power, causing it to instead backfire upon him. rendering his temperament unpredictably violent, with erratic moods, and even leading him to lose control of his emotions. Luo Tianshan's expression grew increasingly grave as he realized the truth of Su Chen's words. The most insidious aspect of the death curse technique lies in the fact that it will extend to the descendants of the cursed individual, effectively cursing his own children. This is the second condition of the death curse technique. It is a cruel fate that ensures your brother faces utter extinction, while he himself descends into madness, becoming a mere husk driven solely by the desire to kill. Furthermore, your brother's offspring, namely Luo Wushuang, will not only meet an untimely demise, but will suffer excruciating pain and torment beforehand. This is the essence of the death curse technique. A vicious cycle. Your brother is destined to become a monstrous fiend, a harbinger of death, while his progeny endures years of suffering, ultimately succumbing to a horrific fate, their bodies decaying without a burial place. Hearing this, terror flickered in Luo Tianshan's eyes. Such a vile curse. Who could have cast it? As this thought crossed his mind, an overwhelming rage surfaced upon his face, which he struggled to suppress. I implore you, young Master Chen, save my brother and Wushuang from this torment, Su Chen calmly replied. Now that I have identified the root of the death curse technique, what remains is to dispel this malevolent energy. Boom! As Su Chen's words fell, he pointed a finger at Luo Wushuang's forehead, sending a beam of sword light deep into her mind. In that instant, the sword light surrounding her radiated brilliantly, intertwining like a tapestry of luminous threads. Forming an intricate and mystical pattern, Luo Wushuang's delicate form quivered as the pattern emerged and the black markings on her body began to recede, with strands of eerie black mist spilling forth from within her. Wherever this mist passed, the temperature of the courtyard plummeted, as if an icy wind swept through, accompanied by the mournful wails of countless souls, sending chills down their spines. Even the previously withered ancient trees suddenly wilted, turning pitch black. It was evident that the malevolent energy within Luo Wushuang was truly terrifying. Both Luo Tianshan and Master Wang felt their scalps tingle in fear. What kind of sorcery is this? Master Wang was astounded. This was his first encounter with such a technique. Luo Tianshan, equally shocked, glanced again, struggling to believe as he asked himself, is this a grand formation being deployed on a living being? At that moment, Su Chen's voice echoed. Regardless of the technique employed, if applied correctly, it can bring the dead back to life. I have arranged the 9-turn holy light formation upon Wushuang, using the acupoints throughout her body as the foundation of the formation, weaving a net to isolate and extinguish the power of the death curse technique. Furthermore, the sword light I infused within her will safeguard her heart and spirit, preventing her from being torn apart by these two opposing forces. For the clash of such extreme powers would surely lead her to unbearable agony. This is why I induced her into a state of slumber first. Now, Wushuang's body has become a battlefield. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianshan felt a surge of hope. He immediately knelt on one knee, solemnly declaring, Young Master Chen, please save Wushuang. The Luo family shall forever remember your great kindness, willing to traverse fire and water in your service. At this juncture, Su Chen addressed Master Wang. You should possess a special storage vessel, correct? Master Wang was taken aback, then hastily nodded, retrieving a unique glazed jade bottle from his storage ring. He stated, This is a treasure bestowed upon me by the 10,000 Treasures sect. A royal-grade artifact said to contain anything. Before he could finish, the royal-grade jade bottle had already been placed into Su Chen's hands. Su Chen easily activated the jade bottle, and its opening emitted a powerful suction force, drawing in the black mist that had spread throughout the courtyard. What followed was a remarkable sight. The black mist poured forth from Luo Wushuang's body, seemingly endless, while the jade bottle continuously consumed the dark energy. Su Chen placed the bottle on the ground and spoke slowly. Once the black mist enveloping Wushuang has been completely absorbed, I will set up several prohibitions, and she shall recover within the day. However, given that she has endured such torment for far too long, she will require ample rest and recuperation. Luo Tianshan's face lit up with excitement as he declared, "I shall certainly heed young Master Chen's arrangements." With a casual wave of his hand, the golden barrier dissipated. An intense chill enveloped them, causing both Luo Tianshan and Master Wang to shudder involuntarily. Such a technique was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Luo Tianshan steadied himself, his voice trembling as he spoke. Just then, Master Wang unexpectedly knelt before Su Chen, leaving Luo Tianshan momentarily stunned. Su Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise as he heard Master Wang bow, exclaiming, "Your skill is unparalleled. Transcending the martial path, while embodying the essence of medicinal arts, I humbly request to become your disciple, pledging my unwavering loyalty to your side." Chapter 58. The overjoyed Luo Tianshan. Master Wang's sudden action left Luo Tianshan utterly bewildered. Once he regained his senses, he was filled with astonishment, his expression transforming dramatically. Who is Master Wang? He is indeed the foremost figure in the Southern Domain's medicinal path, capable of resurrecting even the most formidable superiors in the cave-dwelling realm. Such an individual surprisingly wishes to take young Master Chen as his mentor? Master Wang, at this moment, gazes at Luo Tianshan with a somewhat complex expression. Kneeling on the ground, he straightens his back, bows his hands in respect towards Su Chen, and sincerely states, "Your methods, young master, are beyond my reach. Although I have not encountered your particular approach, I can discern that your martial arts, medicinal knowledge, and even your mastery of formations are all interconnected. You have the ability to transform decay into wonder, conjuring something from nothing, rendering you nearly omnipotent. With such extraordinary capabilities, I, the so-called first in the Southern Domain, am merely an amateur in your presence. My journey in the medicinal path has reached a bottleneck. However, witnessing your actions has inspired me. Therefore, I implore you to accept me as your disciple. I am willing to devote all my efforts in service to you." Su Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, "So, this is the reason you wish to take me as your teacher? I am not primarily a practitioner of the medicinal path," Master Wang solemnly responded. "Even without specializing in the medicinal path, you have achieved such remarkable feats. This level of skill is far beyond what I, the so-called first in the Southern Domain, could ever hope to attain. I have long been obsessed with the medicinal path. I earnestly request that you accept me as your disciple." Su Chen then turned to Luo Tianshan with a smile and inquired, "What do you think?" Luo Tianshan was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting as he sensed the peculiar gaze of Master Wang directed at him. In his heart, he perceived Su Chen as a youthful yet reclusive master, an extraordinary being hidden within the mundane world, akin to an ancient relic of profound wisdom. If Master Wang were to become his disciple, it would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity for him. Yet, he pondered the significance of Su Chen's inquiry, wondering if there was a deeper meaning behind it. Time was of the essence. He took a deep breath and replied gravely, "I believe that there is a certain affinity between young Master Chen and Master Wang. As Master Wang does not reside in the Luo mansion, today, young Master Chen's arrival fortuitously coincides with Master Wang's presence, and Master Wang has always been direct and unpretentious in his pursuit of the medicinal path. He is indeed a commendable individual." Without directly responding, Su Chen remarked, "In that case, I shall accept you as my disciple. However, you are not fully qualified, so I can only take you as a nominal disciple based on this fortuitous encounter. Are you willing?" Master Wang's face lit up with excitement as he fervently nodded. "I am willing. I am indeed willing." Luo Tianshan gazed at Master Wang with a mixture of complexity. The esteemed first of the Southern Domain was so overjoyed at being accepted as a nominal disciple that he resembled an elated child. If other powerful figures from the Southern Domain were to witness this scene, they would likely be rendered speechless in shock. "Very well, henceforth you shall be my nominal disciple," Su Chen stated calmly. In an instant, Master Wang prostrated himself, bowing 9 times to the ground, a gesture that signifies the highest respect in this world for a mentor. "Disciple Wang Sun greets you, Master." Master Wang proclaimed, Chen nodded and placed his right hand over Wang Sun's 9-colored long hair, saying, I have little to offer you. What I now present is a medicinal tome acquired from a medicinal path expert I vanquished. It should serve you well. As Su Chen's words fell, a faint glow emanated from his palm, enveloping Wang Sun's head. In an instant, Wang Sun's body trembled, and a moment later, he abruptly raised his head, staring at Su Chen in utter astonishment, rendered speechless by the shock. And master, what you have given me is... Before he could finish, Su Chen interrupted, speaking slowly. Focus on your training. You are rather lacking. Disciple will earnestly obey your command. Wang Sun exclaimed, his heart surging with excitement, akin to a beggar who suddenly becomes a sovereign, overwhelmed with joy and astonishment 100-fold. For Su Chen had bestowed upon him a royal-grade cultivation method. The inheritance of medicinal knowledge is exceedingly rare, as many are engrossed in martial pursuits. A medicinal technique of this caliber is virtually unseen in the southern domain. Yet, Su Chen had casually given it to him, akin to granting him a second lease on life. How could he not be elated and exhilarated? At that moment, the strange black mist surrounding Luo Wuxuang had been completely absorbed. The removal of this peculiar energy rendered her appearance ethereal, her skin as pale as jade, and surprisingly, a flush of color returned to her previously pallid face, as if she had regained some vitality. Luo Wuxuang was now tranquil with her eyes closed. Young Master Chen, this Luo Tianshan, no longer curious about Wang Sun's acquisition, quickly inquired, deeply concerned for his niece. Su Chen picked up a jade vial from the ground and remarked, the illness plaguing her has been entirely extracted. The power of the curse, akin to water without roots, will gradually dissolve under the influence of the formation I set upon her, ultimately vanishing without a trace. However, this curse will rely on Wuxuang's vitality to revive. Therefore, until this curse is completely eradicated, she cannot awaken. Luo Tianshan asked gravely, Young Master Chen, how long will it take? It will take 3 days. She will awaken on her own. Su Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianshan let out a sigh of relief and then deeply bowed to Su Chen. Thank you, young Master Chen. Should you require anything, my Luo family will certainly do our utmost to assist you. Even at the risk of life and limb, Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating lightly, It is merely fate. When the time is right, I acted upon my inclinations. This was but a matter of convenience. If I were unwilling, even if the first power of the southern domain offered everything for my assistance, I would not acquiesce. Luo Tianshan promptly bowed again. The great favor of young Master Chen will forever be remembered by the Luo family. If you do not mind, please stay at my Luo mansion for a few days. We shall ensure you are well entertained. Hearing this, Su Chen turned to him and smiled. That sounds splendid. I happen to be somewhat hungry. Upon receiving Su Chen's agreement, Luo Tianshan was overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of getting closer to this extraordinary individual. He quickly added, Perfect, my Luo mansion happens to have a master chef renowned for his culinary skills. Young Master Su, you must try his dishes. Su Chen nodded with a smile. As Su Chen departed the courtyard, Luo Tianshan could no longer contain his elation, his face betraying boundless excitement. Such a remarkable figure must be seized by our Luo family, much like our ancestors did in the past. With this thought, Luo Tianshan retrieved a mirror. As he infused it with his energy, ripples began to form, ultimately revealing the image of a dignified beauty in palace attire. She bore a resemblance to Luo Wuxuang, yet her expression appeared weary and devoid of much cheer. Tianshan, what is it? Is it that Master Wang could not cure Wuxuang? If that is the case, then bring Wuxuang back. We may yet give up, but to see her once more is a blessing. This, her voice turned hoarse and resigned. Luo Tianshan quickly interjected, No, sister-in-law. Wuxuang has been saved. No, Wuxuang's ailment has been cured. Then you shall set forth shortly. The palace-clad beauty nodded, sighing. Then she froze, and after a moment, slowly lifted her head to gaze at Luo Tianshan, her voice trembling and her eyes reddening as she asked, What did you say? Wuxuang as well. Indeed, Master Wang is the foremost master of the medicinal path in the southern domain, capable of achieving what even the so-called medical saints beyond the southern domain could not. Yet, Master Wang has succeeded in healing her. I must reward Master Wang generously, exclaimed Luo Wuxuang's mother, Chu Yunluo, filled with excitement, her voice choked with emotion. After all, Wuxuang's ailment had also been her heartache. Watching her suffer from illness since childhood had been a torment for her as well. Luo Tianshan quickly shook his head, saying, "It was not Master Wang who healed her, not Master Wang." Chu Yunluo was taken aback, hastily asking, "Then who?" "My daughter Wuxuang has encountered such fortune to meet an extraordinary being who could heal her." "Tianshan, you must first keep this extraordinary individual close. I will set forth at once to Tianyuan City." Luo Tianshan nodded, equally excited. "Sister-in-law, I understand. Young Master Chen has agreed to stay at my Luo mansion for a few days, allowing me to host him properly. He should not be leaving anytime soon. You can come and personally express your gratitude to this extraordinary being." Chu Yunluo quickly agreed. "I will come right away. By the way, may I see Wuxuang now?" Luo Tianshan directed the mirror towards Luo Wuxuang and said, "Young Master Chen mentioned that Wuxuang needs only to wait for about 3 more days before she can completely sever her affliction and recover, never to be troubled by this curse again. Well, how splendid it is." Chu Yunluo was in a flurry over there, hastily stowing away the transmission mirror. She was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. "My daughter is finally saved, no longer tormented by that wretched affliction. I must visit that esteemed figure and present additional offerings, something of great value. What should I offer?" In her resplendent palace, Chu Yunluo paced back and forth, speaking to herself. Soon, a spark of inspiration lit her eyes, her face alight with excitement as she declared, "I have it. I can present this item to that esteemed figure. What is it compared to my daughter's life?" With this thought, she retrieved a talisman. With a few deft taps on the talisman, a phantom of a palace materialized before her. She deftly manipulated the palace's illusion, and ultimately, within its confines, she beheld a fruit entwined with dragons and phoenixes. Adorned with intricate patterns, the dragon and phoenix sacred fruit, an extraordinary treasure, not only in the Luo family, but throughout the Sun Moon Empire. Such a precious item was rare and hard to come by. This treasure had been inadvertently acquired by her father during his travels beyond the southern region and was subsequently bestowed upon her as a dowry when she entered the Luo family. She reached out to touch the dragon and phoenix fruit, only to discover that intricate light-patterned seals surrounded it, impeding her grasp. Her brows furrowed, and her expression soured. Although this fruit had accompanied her as part of her dowry, the patriarch of the Luo family had decreed that its use required her consent. Yet, just a few years had passed, and that old coot of the Luo family already sought to claim it for himself. Indeed, this fruit was immensely beneficial for cultivation. Even an ordinary person consuming it could cleanse their marrow and veins, transforming into a prodigious talent. For cultivators, it was a rare treasure that could significantly extend one's lifespan and even defy death. Employing the talisman, she formed a hand seal. Retrieving the item, the air shimmered with waves, accompanied by the resonant sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries. The dragon and phoenix sacred fruit appeared in her hand, and a smile graced Chu Yunluo's face. At that moment, 2 figures appeared outside the palace. 2 elders, one tall and one short, each exuding an imposing and majestic aura, their forms shimmering with faint light, as if the very void around them were in flux, transforming into illusory caves, embodying a sense of clarity. These were the 2 clan elders of the Luo family, second only to the supreme elder and the family head, both at the brink of the cave-dwelling realm. Chu Yunluo's brow furrowed as she calmly inquired, "Do the 2 elders not know the rules about intruding into my palace?" The 2 elders disregarded her words, their eyes fixated on the dragon and phoenix sacred fruit in her hand. The tall elder squinted and asked, "Madam, where do you intend to take this fruit?" Before Chu Yunluo could respond, the shorter elder, with a hoarse voice, slowly remarked, The dragon and phoenix sacred fruit is one of the Luo family's most extraordinary treasures. It cannot be moved lightly, lest we prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Madam's unilateral decision to take it may not be appropriate. Feeling a wave of revulsion at the pompous elders, Chu Yunluo replied coolly, "The dragon and phoenix sacred fruit was given to me by my father. I possess the right to utilize it without needing to consult anyone." The old patriarch has affirmed this. Do the two elders not acknowledge it? The tall elder replied indifferently, "Not so. It is merely that this item is of utmost importance. We are curious about your intended use. Unless it is a matter that can only be resolved with the dragon and phoenix sacred fruit. To speak plainly, the peculiar affliction of Wu Shuang is extraordinarily unique. We have previously extracted some of the essence of the dragon and phoenix sacred fruit. Yet it proved futile, only exacerbating the terrifying malady. Have you forgotten?" He surmised that Chu Yunluo's utilization of the fruit was closely related to Luo Wushuang, and they had long coveted this fruit. Unwilling to see it leave their grasp, Chu Yunluo replied with indifference, "I have my own means. There is no need for you to inquire further. Please mind your own business." With that, she stored the dragon and phoenix sacred fruit and departed past the two elders. Witnessing this, a flicker of coldness crossed the eyes of the two elders. Would they allow her to leave with the dragon and phoenix sacred fruit so easily? The tall elder scoffed. "Impossible. If we were to refine this fruit together, we could become the strongest individuals in the Luo family. We cannot let her take it so effortlessly. We will follow her secretly and see what she intends to do." The shorter elder nodded. "The dragon and phoenix sacred fruit is ours by all means." They exchanged glances, each seeing the glint of greed in the other's eyes, and then their figures vanished from sight. Chapter 60. Fateful Encounters. Su Chen had stayed in the Luo residence for 2 days. Luo Tianshan treated him like a revered ancestor, attending to him with utmost respect. Meanwhile, Wang Sun had been sequestered in the Luo family's cultivation chamber. Not making an appearance, Luo Tianshan seized this opportunity to shadow Su Chen. "Mr. Chen, what is the nature of this curse? You mentioned that it would turn my brother into a mindless husk. Is there any remedy for it?" As they walked towards Luo Wushuang's courtyard, Luo Tianshan slightly bowed, his tone cautious. Su Chen replied slowly, "This curse is intertwined with a profound resentment and bloodthirst, ensnaring your elder brother. Over time, this bloodthirst will influence him, making him prone to rage and bloodlust. To save him is more challenging than saving Wu Shuang." Upon hearing this, Luo Tianshan's expression shifted, and he hastily inquired, "Why is that?" Su Chen explained, "You mentioned that your brother is a powerful figure at the cave-dwelling realm." Luo Tianshan nodded. "His strength is formidable, and his will is resolute. It will be difficult to dispel this curse. This bloodthirst will subtly convince him that he is right. Do you think he would heed the words of outsiders?" Su Chen continued, "Moreover, he is the first to be cursed, the direct victim. To save him, one would have to strip him of his cultivation, cleansing the bloodthirst entirely. Do you think he would willingly accept that?" Luo Tianshan's face turned ashen, not to mention whether his elder brother, Luo Tianhe, would agree to such a fate. Forfeiting his cultivation would mean the Luo family losing a cave-dwelling realm powerhouse, an immense loss. The Luo family had only just begun to rise, thanks to Luo Tianhe and the old patriarch, becoming one of the top 3 families in the Sun Moon Empire. If he were to be rendered powerless, the family's influence would plummet, leaving them vulnerable to other factions. Luo Tianshan felt a sense of desperation and asked urgently, "Is there truly no other way?" Su Chen remained silent as they entered the courtyard. Upon seeing Luo Wushuang still suspended in midair, surrounded by a faint golden light, a protective barrier created by Su Chen's sword array, he spoke after a moment, "Your brother must care deeply for Wushuang." "Correct?" Luo Tianshan nodded solemnly. "For Wushuang's sake, my brother would even kneel before ancient sects skilled in healing, enduring humiliation. Thus, if Wu Shuang desired anything, her brother would certainly comply." Su Chen nodded. "That simplifies matters." With that, he directed his sword to point at Luo Wushuang's brow, gently saying, The method of rescue has been imparted into Wu Shuang's mind. Once she awakens, she will naturally know what to do. Luo Tianhe asked hastily, Mr. Chen, are you leaving already? It's only been 2 days. Su Chen nodded. He had received word from Qianqian that he would depart today for the headquarters of Qingfeng Academy. Seeing this, Luo Tianshan felt a pang of reluctance, wishing to extend his hospitality further, yet he did not dare to delay in that case. May I ask for a means to contact you? Su Chen glanced at him. Smiling, there is no need for that. If fate permits, we shall meet again. After a moment's thought, he looked at Luo Wushuang and added, when she awakens, if she inquires about me, convey this message to her. Luo Tianshan solemnly replied, I will certainly do so. At that moment, a gentle voice floated in from outside the courtyard, asking, is this Mr. Chen? Su Chen turned to see a noble and graceful woman in a light-colored gown entering. Her demeanor dignified. She regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, then exchanged glances with Luo Tianshan before bowing slightly. I am Chuyan Luo, Wu Shuang's mother. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Chen, a smile graced Su Chen's face as he replied. Greetings. Wu Shuang is quite lovely and possesses excellent character. At his words, a smile also appeared on Chuyan Luo's face, and she quickly added, I just heard that you are leaving. Su Chen nodded. The gentleman traverses the world with ease and grace, and the Luo family cannot hinder him. However, the immense kindness of the gentleman deserves our gratitude. This is the sacred dragon and phoenix fruit, a precious gift bestowed upon me by my father on the occasion of my marriage. I humbly present it to you. Esteemed Art, As Chu Yunluo spoke. She gently touched a golden fruit that emanated a faint luminescence, revealing ethereal dragon and phoenix patterns, adorned with delicate, naturally formed motifs of light. Utterly mysterious, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the sight of such a treasure, a sacred item of the highest rank, a rarity in the southern region. Are you truly offering this to me? Chu Yunluo nodded with utmost sincerity. Upon witnessing this, Luo Tianshan's expression shifted, his gaze becoming complex. What a remarkably astute sister-in-law Chu Yunluo is. Daring to present such a treasure, she is wagering that this gentleman, Su Chen, is indeed a true recluse of the world, hence offering her finest possession to forge a connection. Su Chen smiled, accepting the dragon and phoenix sacred fruit from her hands. If this is the case, I shall graciously accept it, Su Chen remarked. This fruit is indeed remarkable. Should you encounter any difficulties, I can lend my assistance once, and if your family faces any issues, I may consider offering help as well. At these words, Luo Tianshan was deeply moved. Does this mean that young Master Chen is willing to genuinely know them? Meanwhile, Chu Yunluo felt a sense of relief wash over her, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she replied. Sir, you flatter me. This is not a transaction. It is merely a token of gratitude for my daughter Wu Shuang, who has endured immense suffering. We cherish her more than life itself. So what is this dragon and phoenix sacred fruit in comparison? Su Chen regarded her with a hint of surprise, stating, My assistance is purely spontaneous, with no expectation of reward. You have your own intentions, and we indeed have our own principles. This fruit is not a bargaining chip for further aid from you. It is simply a gesture of thanks to you, Mr. Chen, Chu Yunluo declared. Su Chen smiled and accepted the dragon and phoenix sacred fruit. Just as he was about to speak, an elderly figure of diminutive stature suddenly appeared outside the courtyard. Casting a cold glance at Su Chen as he rasped, Madam, if this fruit is to be used on your kin, we have no grounds for objection. However, with Wu Shuang's conditions still unclear, how can you take the Luo family's treasure? Upon seeing this elder, Luo Tianshan's expression grew solemn, while Chu Yunluo's demeanor turned icy. She immediately summoned a bronze mace, coldly stating, Luo-san, do you truly wish to force my hand? Boom. A fierce aura erupted from her, revealing that she was a formidable powerhouse, having reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, a half-step into the void enlightenment. Chapter 61. Kill and seize treasures. The clan guarding mace, Tianhe actually bestowed this treasure upon you? The expression of the Luo family elder, Luo-san, instantly darkened, his eyes flickering as he fixated on the bronze mace in Chu Yunluo's grasp. Chu Yunluo calmly replied, "My husband has stated that should he be away or in seclusion, I wield this mace as if he were present. Does Luo-san, the clan elder, dare to disregard the words of the clan leader?" Upon hearing this, Luo-san's face became increasingly ashen. He had never anticipated that Luo Tianhe would entrust the clan-guarding mace to Chu Yunluo. To see the clan-guarding mace is akin to encountering the clan leader himself. Furthermore, any member of the Luo bloodline is subject to the mace's suppression, although Chu Yunluo is merely half a step into the void enlightenment. With this mace, she could forcibly diminish his realm in such a case. Before Chu Yunluo, he would also merely be at the half-step void enlightenment, in a contest of strength. The outcome remains uncertain. Moreover, he did not wish to escalate matters. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly stated, "Madam, I act solely for the sake of the Luo family. The dragon and phoenix sacred fruit is of paramount importance. It is akin to the lifeblood of our Luo family. If you were to give it to an outsider—" He glanced at Chen, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, continuing, "Currently, Wushuang seems to be fine, but who knows what means he has employed? Can we be certain that he has merely subdued that peculiar affliction? Besides, Wushuang has yet to awaken. At this moment, Luo Tianshan could no longer contain himself, speaking with a measured tone. Elder Luo, do you imply that Wushuang must awaken? Are you not aware that the bizarre aura within her has vanished without a trace? Furthermore, I witnessed with my own eyes that it was Mr. Chen who employed special means to forcibly extract that strange aura. And his methods are beyond our comprehension. Do you not let the value of a single dragon and phoenix sacred fruit lead you to offend him?" His words were laden with threat and warning. Luo-san's gaze flickered slightly as he replied solemnly, "One must always guard against others, Madam Tianshan. The world is fraught with peril, and human intentions are inscrutable. This fruit is of utmost importance. Moreover, Wushuang has yet to awaken. Correct? Such a malady, even the renowned medicinal sanctuaries beyond the southern region could not remedy, having never encountered it before. Yet now, suddenly, an individual appears and claims to have healed Wushuang, if such a capable person truly exists. Why would they care for a mere dragon and phoenix sacred fruit?" Chu Yunluo's expression turned frigid, and she was about to respond when Chen interjected slowly, "Are you suggesting that a true master would not require such treasures? Or do you believe that if they cannot, I surely cannot either?" Luo-san replied nonchalantly, "That is not my meaning. This matter is significant. If you have indeed thoroughly cured Wushuang, we would naturally be overjoyed and treat you as a distinguished guest. However, may I inquire as to your origins and the superpower that you represent?" Chen smirked. "Are you now probing into my background? The world is vast and full of wonders. Even if I were to tell you, you might not comprehend." Subsequently, Chen turned to Chu Yunluo and Luo Tianhe, saying, "My esteemed hosts, I must take my leave." With that, he departed from the Luo residence. The gentleman walked slowly. At the entrance of the Luo residence, Luo Tianshan bowed respectfully. Beside him, Luo-san watched Chen with a cold gaze, snorting disdainfully, putting on airs, thinking that with the arrival of an elder, he could flee. This man is suspicious. Luo Tianshan's expression darkened as he turned to Luo-san. "Warning, elder, do not provoke this individual." Just then, Luo-san suddenly smiled, saying, "Rest assured, the first tenet of the Luo family's teachings is to treat all people and matters with equality and caution, avoiding unnecessary conflicts. I am well aware of that. Since it is Madam who personally presented this fruit, I have no further objections. I shall take my leave now." With that, Luo-san's figure vanished from sight. Seeing this, Luo Tianshan's expression slightly shifted, and he hurried back to report the matter to Chu Yunluo. Chu Yunluo, while attending to her daughter's garments, did not turn around but replied coolly, "Some wish to court death, and we cannot dissuade them. If that gentleman is indeed a true master and kills Luo-san, it would be his own doing, and we shall owe him no apologies." Upon hearing this, Luo Tianshan nodded. a cold smile gracing his lips, remarking, "These old fools are insatiably greedy. Their presence in the Luo family is a curse, if it is through the gentleman's hand that we can remove him. It would also alleviate a potential threat for our Luo family." Chu Yunluo replied calmly, "I am glad you understand." Meanwhile, on the path to the central teleportation array of Tianyuan City, Su Chen suddenly halted. In an instant, the bustling streets around him vanished, the sky darkened, and the surrounding void quivered, transforming the environment entirely. Su Chen found himself ensconced within a valley shrouded in darkness, a half-step into the cave-dwelling realm. Effortlessly altering the void to draw one into his own domain, Su Chen's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly stated, "Boom." Suddenly, a bolt of thunder struck down upon Su Chen's head. He produced the jade vial given to him by Wang Sun, opened it, and a terrifying force erupted from the vial's mouth, forcibly devouring the lightning. During the night, Su Chen had modified this vial. It was now truly capable of consuming all. "You possess quite an impressive collection of treasures." An icy voice, laced with insatiable greed, reached his ears. Su Chen turned to see Luo San standing before him, fixated upon him with unwavering intensity. "Now I believe your origins are indeed extraordinary, possessing numerous treasures and a measure of strength. However, regrettably, that dragon and phoenix sacred fruit is something I must obtain. Moreover, I have already offended you, and we are now in a state of enmity. Today, it is either you or me." Su Chen nodded, stating, "Your demise is inevitable." Luo San continued to sneer, "This is my domain, albeit only in its initial form and lacking true essence. However, the fact that I could so easily draw you into it indicates that your strength is at most that of the void enlightenment. Within this domain, I am the sovereign." Boom. Before Luo San could finish a sentence, his expression suddenly froze in horror, exclaiming, "What are you doing? What is that?" Su Chen had once again opened the jade vial, and an endless torrent of eerie black mist enveloped the entirety of Luo San's domain. At that moment, a bolt of thunder transformed into a pitch-black serpent, roaring forth and swiftly engulfing Luo San. A chilling scream echoed in the air. Chapter 62, A Bounty Fulfilled. "No, no. What is this? Even my physical form can be corroded." Luo San shrieked in agony as the black lightning struck him, leaving his flesh torn and mangled. The eerie black aura that emanated from the bottle enveloped him like a terrifying mist, corrupting his flesh at an astonishing rate. Accompanied by a repulsive stench, Luo San was now a mere mass of rotting flesh. And even the vast essence within him could not restore his body. One could only imagine the ferocity of such a bizarre black energy. Su Chen observed with an indifferent expression, showing no signs of surprise. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The death curse on Luo Wushuang was an extraordinarily dreadful and malevolent spell. This power lay dormant within her, feeding on her vitality, blood, and the medicinal strength supplied from the outside, allowing it to grow stronger while tormenting Luo Wushuang, patiently awaiting the moment it could reach its peak, leading to her tragic demise. Once the death curse erupted completely, Luo Wushuang's fate would be no better than Luo San's. "What exactly are you? Why is it so domineering that even my own domain can be eroded?" Luo San shouted in terror, desperately rummaging through his spatial ring for various life-saving and detoxifying elixirs. However, these remedies were utterly ineffective. Their medicinal properties were devoured by the strange black energy corroding his flesh, only serving to bolster its audacity. In the blink of an eye, Luo San's flesh had completely decayed, leaving only a small portion of skin while the rest was reduced to mere bones. Moreover, even his bones were being corroded by the eerie black aura, the poison seeping deep within, causing him unbearable agony. "No, no, I don't want to die here. Help me. I don't want to die. I was wrong. Truly wrong. My lord, I am willing to recognize you as my master." Luo San, gripped by despair, knelt on the ground, unable to harness his strength as his energy was also being invaded by the strange black aura. Su Chen regarded his pitiful state, a mix of human and ghost, and could not help but display a look of disdain, retorting, "You of all people, think you are worthy to be my servant. You are not." Upon hearing this, the last shred of hope within Luo San was utterly shattered. A grotesque expression twisted across his remaining half of a face, making him appear terrifying. He bellowed, "If you wish for my death, then you shall perish as well." Boom! As his words fell, he produced a piece of talisman paper from his spatial ring, infused with a terrifyingly sharp aura, as if it sealed a blade of energy. Pfft! Before Luo San could throw the talisman, Chen flicked his finger, and a golden sword light pierced through Luo San's forehead, annihilating his very soul. Luo San's body stiffened instantly, and then fell silent. Every trace of life within him was completely devoured by the bizarre black energy. A formidable half-step domain realm powerhouse, a pillar of the Luo family, was thus slain by Chen. Chen reached out. Retrieving Luo San's spatial ring and the talisman, he casually glanced inside. There were over 10 billion essence stones, along with various cultivation methods, martial arts, and numerous elixirs. However, the most precious item was undoubtedly the talisman. Within it resided the might of a top-tier ability from those above the domain realm, capable of severely injuring or even slaying a domain realm cultivator. A rather noteworthy find. Chen tucked the talisman away. He surveyed the dark valley filled with the ominous black aura. Such energy was indeed exceedingly domineering, capable of erasing anything in its path. With a swift motion, Chen drew his finger across the air. Tearing open a rift, he stepped through, returning to the bustling streets of Tianyuan City. He gazed at the vial in his hand, which contained the remnants of Luo San's devastated domain realm and the even more potent black aura. If given time, this black energy would consume more entities, growing stronger, potentially giving rise to a true sentience, a formidable and malevolent entity. Chen stored the jade vial and walked through the streets as though oblivious. Soon reuniting with Chen and the others. "Young Master Su, you seem to have been living quite the carefree life these past few days," Chen remarked, scrutinizing him with a knowing smile. Chen chuckled, replying, "It's been quite pleasant, with satisfactory gains." Chen nodded, noting the influx of various individuals in Tianyuan City, including many powerful figures and female cultivators, all of whom were rather striking upon hearing this. Qing Wanyu and the others turned their attention to Chen. Zhao Qingjian glanced at herself, seemingly not lacking in comparison. Chen's lips twitched. "Shall we set off directly now?" Chen nodded. "Yes, let us first head to the central teleportation array of Tianyuan City." Under her guidance, Chen and his group arrived at the city's central location, where a vast square lay before them. Adorned with numerous teleportation arrays, activating them merely required sufficient essence stones. Miss Chen, a middle-aged man, standing beneath a flag bearing the emblem of the Qingfeng Academy, greeted her with respect. "Manager Chen, please activate the teleportation array." Manager Chen glanced at the group, pausing briefly on Chen before nodding and producing a special stone brimming with essence, placing it into a slot beside one of the arrays. Buzz! The engraved runes on the ground lit up instantly, and the air shimmered with energy. Boom! In an instant, the array erupted with blinding light, forming a pillar that shot skyward. This is the teleportation array. From here, we can head directly to the Qingfeng Academy." Zhao Qingjian and the others displayed expressions of anticipation and nervousness. Chen waved her hand. "Let us go." The group stepped into the teleportation array. Whoosh! The light emitted by the array vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the runes etched on the ground. "I believe I have encountered this person before when delivering goods to the Luo residence. The master of the Luo residence treats him with utmost respect." Manager Chen thought deeply, then took out a communication jade. "Master of the Luo residence, it is I." When Chen and the others opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a vast martial arts arena. The atmosphere was lively, filled with numerous young individuals possessing formidable auras, all clad in the attire of the Qingfeng Academy. Clearly, they were students of the academy. As Chen's group appeared, the students turned to observe them. "Sister Qian, are these the prodigies from the Qing nation? They seem rather impressive," one of the students remarked. It's quite surprising that such a small place as the Qing nation harbors a few peak transformation realm talents. They've certainly had some luck this time. The students, who were either training in the arena or returning from their own adventures through the teleportation array, scrutinized Chen and the others with a mix of expressions. Most wore an air of superiority, as if looking down from their status as senior disciples of the Qingfeng Academy. Under their gaze, Zhao Qingjian and the others felt a sense of pressure, as they were astonished to see that the weakest among them were at the spirit fire realm level. There were even several youths radiating a terrifyingly strong aura, undoubtedly true Nirvana realm cultivators. Such young Nirvana realm practitioners did not exist in the Qing nation. In this gathering place for the talents of the southern region, the Qing nation felt insignificantly small, utterly incomparable. Do not mind them. They are merely disciples who have been in the Qingfeng Academy for 3 years, a generation above you. 3 years ago, they were just like you, Chen said, sensing the pressure on Zhao Qingjian and the others. Now, we will head to the Qingfeng Square to gather. There, arrangements will be made for your entry into the respective academy, and you will undergo a talent assessment beforehand. After saying this, Chen led Chen and the others through the arena. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at the central square of the Qingfeng Academy. Here, figures were bustling about, each exuding a notable aura, all at the transformation realm level, and among them were 7 prodigies at the early to mid stages of the spirit fire realm. They wore calm expressions, but a hint of arrogance lingered, being some of the top talents summoned to the Qingfeng Academy from the southern region. Under 25 years of age, and already at the spirit fire realm, was indeed impressive. Chen, you have arrived. We were just waiting for you. A middle-aged man at the forefront smiled, his gaze filled with a subtle fondness for her. Chen nodded nonchalantly. We can begin now. The middle-aged man nodded and then stepped aside with her. Standing before the entrance of the Qingfeng Academy, Chen, should I tone it down a bit? Qingwanyu softly inquired, for she was merely in her 20s, yet possessed the unparalleled strength of the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. Such prowess undoubtedly placed her among the most exceptional disciples within the esteemed Qingfeng Academy. It was truly dazzling. Chen smiled lightly and whispered something in her ear. Qingwanyu nodded slightly. Realizing that this method could indeed serve to conceal certain aspects, that moment, before the square, a woman appeared seemingly out of thin air and spoke. Welcome to Qingfeng Academy. You shall all become disciples of our esteemed institution, and we will assign you to the most suitable academy based on your innate talent and physical attributes. She spoke eloquently, outlining the academy's regulations, which essentially stated that Qingfeng Academy was divided into 9 major halls. She then proceeded to introduce the situation of the 9 halls, highlighting who among them was the strongest. Following this, the academy was delineated into inner and outer halls, with the inner hall further classified into inner disciples, elite disciples, core disciples, and true disciples, among others. Additionally, the top 20 talents based on this assessment would be rewarded generously. Unbeknownst to the candidates, formidable figures from Qingfeng Academy were observing, seeking promising talents to recruit as disciples. After a brief interval, the woman from Qingfeng Academy announced, "We shall now commence the talent assessment. Please proceed to the designated areas according to the tokens in your possession." The crowd nodded and began to disperse, making their way towards the 18 massive pillars surrounding the square. These pillars were adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes and embedded with 9 luminous crystals. It was evident that the better one's talent, the more crystals would illuminate. Chen, with your prodigious talent, I am certain you can ignite all 9 crystals, remarked Zhao Qingjian, who stood beside him with a light-hearted laugh, before Chen could respond. A youth from another team, at the peak of the transformation realm, scoffed and said, "This lady must think highly of him. I do not intend to belittle this brother, but as far as I know, only the most outstanding disciples of each generation can ignite 6 crystals, and those who do so typically serve as gold medal mentors within the academy, becoming formidable figures. Ignite 7 crystals indicates the potential to become a hall master. While 8 crystals suggest the qualifications of a principal, AS for 9 crystals, throughout the Academy's millennia-long history, those who have accomplished such a feat are exceedingly rare, leaving an indelible mark in the annals of Qingfeng Academy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingjian smiled and said, "I believe Su Chen can achieve that." Su Chen glanced at her but remained silent. The other youth beside him observed him with some surprise, saying, "I am quite eager to see that." "You are Su Chen, correct? I am Luo Wei, hailing from the Sun and Moon Empire." Su Chen nodded. "Greetings. It seems we are fated to meet. Let us interact more." Luo Wei smiled and nodded, while the other young men from the Sun and Moon Empire regarded Su Chen with a hint of disdain. Qing Nation? Never heard of it. Only the word empire can slightly pique their interest. Boom, not far ahead, one of the stone pillars gleamed with 7 radiant crystals, eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd, as most were left in admiration and envy. Beneath that pillar stood a poised young man, his demeanor calm as if performing a matter of course, yet his eyes sparkled with joy and pride. Wu Zizhao of the Martial King Empire has ignited 7 stars and may select any hall to become a personal disciple. Announced an elder beside the pillar, his gaze warm and smiling. Wu Zizhao bowed and stepped aside, revealing himself as the 3rd prince of the Martial King Empire, indeed formidable, at the initial stage of the Spirit Fire realm. "Remarkable!" exclaimed Qingling from the side. Boom, boom, boom. The pillars continued to light up, but most ignited only 1 to 3 crystals, with few achieving 4 or more. Those reaching this level would enter the inner hall as elite disciples, creating a lively atmosphere punctuated by exclamations of astonishment. The remaining 6 from the Spirit Fire realm also ignited 7 crystals, inciting envy among the spectators. "Greetings, Elder. I am Qingwanyu from the Qing Nation," said Qingwanyu. Bowing slightly, in front of her stood an elderly man clad in black robes, who raised his head slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his otherwise indifferent face as he appraised her. Before saying with a smile, "Focus your mind and place your hand on the sensing stone," Qingwanyu nodded and placed her right hand upon it. Buzz! The pillar shuddered. 1 crystal lit up, followed by the 2nd. 3rd and 4th. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Luo Wei's expression gradually turned serious. Soon, the 7th crystal ignited, causing the Academy elders to exhibit signs of astonishment. Yet it did not end there. The 8th crystal followed. And then the 9th. The sound of a resounding dragon's roar and phoenix's cry echoed through the air as the pillar before Qingwanyu was enveloped in ethereal dragon and phoenix apparitions. Stirring the winds and clouds of the heavens, everyone stood transfixed, gazing in disbelief at this spectacle. Even Wu Zizhao and the other 7 who had ignited 7 crystals wore expressions of shock. Fixated on Qingwanyu. 9 crystals, stammered the elder, visibly shaken. With a rustle, over 20 powerful figures surged forth from the Academy, their imposing presence gravitating towards Qingwanyu with fervent gazes. The woman who had spoken earlier gently addressed her. "You are Qingwanyu, correct? I am the 3rd Hall Master of the Academy. Would you be willing to join my tutelage?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. The 3rd Hall Master of Qingfeng Academy, a genuine powerhouse of the Cave Abode realm, stood among the pinnacle of strength in the southern region. To have her actively recruited disciple was extraordinary. Even being a nominal disciple under her would spark envy among countless Academy disciples. Qingwanyu's terrifying talent, having ignited 9 crystals, rendered the strong figures of the Academy restless, each vying for her favor as a disciple. Such a prodigy, if all went well, could surpass even the Cave Abode realm and potentially reach the level of the founding ancestor of the Academy. To be her mentor would surely bring them fame across the land. Who would have thought that a prodigy capable of igniting 9 stars would emerge from the Qing Nation? Luo Wei muttered. Dumbfounded, the talented youths from the Sun and Moon Empire beside him fell into a contemplative silence, their pride evaporating into thin air, replaced by profound respect and a desire to curry favor. Wu Zizhao and the others, who had previously been honored to be selected as disciples by a hall master, now found their expressions shifting dramatically, their hearts filled with disbelief and reluctance. "Never did we expect to share an era with such a true phoenix," remarked another youth in the mid-stage of the spirit fire realm, awe evident on his face. He had been the most talented among the seven, having faintly ignited the seventh crystal, yet he felt vastly overshadowed by Qinghuanyu. Beside him, a young woman in the initial stage of the spirit fire realm displayed a flicker of jealousy, her voice low and bitter. "What use is talent? In this world, strength reigns supreme. If one were to offend the wrong person, it would all be for naught. Moreover, such an existence will undoubtedly attract animosity from various factions in the southern region, who will see her as a thorn in their side, eager to eliminate her." The youth who had been in awe of Qinghuanyu's talent paled slightly, about to respond when a piercing gaze from a white-robed elder beside Qinghuanyu swept over, commanding, "Who dares to utter such words? Wishing to see our Qingfeng Academy deprived of its top talent?" The woman's complexion turned ashen, her eyes filled with fear as she stammered. Realizing her folly, the elder fixed her with a cold gaze and said, "Harboring jealousy is of no benefit to Qingfeng Academy. Thus, you should take your leave." The implication was clear. She was to be expelled from the academy. Countless disciples watched in shock, some with sympathy, while others reveled in her misfortune. To be on the verge of becoming a core disciple and then expelled within a day was unprecedented in the academy's history. "No, please, elder, the woman, in a state of panic, had not anticipated that her careless words would cost her a bright future. Regret consumed her as she knelt before the powerful figures and Qinghuanyu, pleading for mercy. Qinghuanyu remained unmoved. She was not one to pity those who wished her ill. "Begone," commanded the white-robed elder, and with a flick of his sleeve, the woman vanished from sight. Chen glanced over, shaking his head lightly. Women are often envious, but to voice it openly, did she truly believe she was of any significance? This scene caused the other 6 prodigies of the spirit fire realm to exchange wary glances, their expressions shifting as they regarded Qinghuanyu with newfound caution. They understood that she had become a forbidden topic among the Academy's strong figures. To utter a word against her would likely bring dire consequences. At this moment, these formidable individuals were surprisingly gazing at Qinghuanyu with an air of peculiar deference, all hoping to have her join their ranks. The numerous disciples in the square were envious, their eyes turning green with jealousy. They realized that if they had the fortune to be accepted by any of these powerful academicians, their lives would undoubtedly be far better than those of their peers, as they would be privy to abundant resources. Yet it was now these mighty figures who were vying for Qinghuanyu's favor. Qinghuanyu fell into contemplation, aware that if not handled delicately, this situation might provoke the ire of the other academicians. Among them were even former heads of the academies and ancient, reclusive superpowers, old monsters from bygone eras. After pondering for a moment, Qinghuanyu bowed to the third academy head, Gong Lingzhu, and declared, "Third academy head, I am willing to become your disciple." Gong Lingzhu was momentarily taken aback, and then an expression of unrestrained joy spread across her face. She had not anticipated that Qinghuanyu would acquiesce to her. After all, many present were her seniors. Upon hearing Qinghuanyu's response, the other ancient figures could not help but display traces of disappointment. Sighing softly, some with narrower minds cast discontented glances at Qinghuanyu. At this juncture, Qinghuanyu spoke. "It was my teacher who first sought to accept me as a disciple, and all of you seniors are esteemed figures of the academy, my teacher's predecessors. I believe it would be inappropriate to overstep. Regardless, I am a part of Qingfeng Academy, and wherever I go, I will always be a disciple of Qingfeng Academy." Hearing Qinghuanyu's sincere words, the powerful figures could not help but smile, nodding in approval. Subsequently, many of them bestowed precious treasures upon her before taking their leave, though some might have remained concealed in the shadows. Qinghuanyu officially became a disciple of Gong Lingzhu. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, revealing boundless envy. Zhao Qingjian exclaimed in awe, "I never expected that the young lady Qing would be such a prodigy, truly a hidden gem." She then glanced at Su Chun beside her, Knowing that it was he who had enabled Qing Wanyu to harness her extraordinary constitution, bringing her back from the brink of death. Boom, boom, boom. Those yet to be tested continued with their evaluations. Crystals were lit one after another, yet after Qing Wanyu, no one else managed to ignite more than 6 crystals. This left the other elders and hidden powerhouses feeling rather bored, akin to having tasted gourmet delicacies and finding it impossible to return to mere sustenance. Thus, Su Chen noticed that some powerful figures, after observing for a moment, began to depart. Soon, it was Su Chen's turn. Su Chen, hailing from the Qing nation, he announced. The elder nodded and instructed, "Place your hand upon the sensing stone." With a smile, Su Chen complied, resting his palm upon the stone pillar. However, after a moment, not a single crystal illuminated. In fact, no reaction occurred whatsoever. Observing this, the elder furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Su Chen from head to toe, and inquired, "How did you manage to get in?" The inability to ignite even a single crystal indicated that this individual possessed no fundamental qualifications to enter Qingfeng Academy. Su Chen replied, "Perhaps the sensing stone is simply incapable of detecting my talents." This remark left those nearby in stunned silence, with Luo Wei gaping at Su Chen in disbelief. Why would he utter such audacious claims? The elder was momentarily taken aback, then said, "What did you just say?" "I seem to have experienced a ringing in my ears," Su Chen reiterated. "Perhaps the sensing stone cannot perceive my talents." The elder's expression darkened significantly as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Su Chen, a powerful aura pressing down upon him as he spoke in a low voice. "You little rascal, are you here to cause trouble? Try again. Should you fail once more, then you need not return." After all, Qing Wanyu could shine so brightly as a fellow student from the Qing nation, yet you are expected to represent all the new disciples of this generation. This statement elicited laughter from the surrounding disciples. Some relishing his misfortune, Su Chen nodded, conceding, "Very well, I shall try again." He then placed his hand back upon the stone pillar. Crack! Still, not a single crystal lit up. However, the stone pillar shuddered violently and began to crack. Bang! The next moment, the pillar shattered completely, plunging the area into silence. Chapter 65. Unconventional methods in taking disciples. The elder stared wide-eyed at the mound of shattered stones that had once been the sensing pillar. Was it truly possible for a disciple to break such a structure that had taken millennia to forge? He could hardly believe that this individual had managed to shatter the sensing stone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that moment, several previously appearing academicians manifested themselves, surrounding Su Chen. Yet, unlike the fervent and flattering demeanor exhibited towards Qing Wanyu, they now emanated an overwhelming pressure akin to mountains, their gazes deep and inscrutable as they scrutinized Su Chen. If Su Chen were merely a cultivator at the initial stage of the transformation realm, he would likely feel suffocated and immobilized under their intense scrutiny. You, a mere novice in the transformation realm. "How could you shatter the sensing stone?" inquired the white-robed elder, placing a hand on Su Chen's shoulder, his tone grave. Su Chen smirked and replied, "Respected elder, I mentioned earlier that perhaps my talent is so exceptional that even the sensing stone cannot perceive it. If forced, it would naturally result in backlash." Preposterous. Our Qingfeng Academy has stood in the southern region for countless years, producing innumerable strong individuals, many of whom still thrive in this world as formidable powers. "Do you truly believe your qualifications surpass theirs?" A red-haired elder scoffed, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Su Chen. Clearly, few believed Su Chen's words. The other disciples exchanged bewildered glances as Su Chen's confidence struck them as excessive, even audacious. Faced with so many powerful figures, his calm demeanor surpassed that of everyone present. Unfazed, Su Chen shrugged and remarked, "If you do not believe me, then I am at a loss. I must see what your origins are. Could you possibly be an insider for our academy's great rivals?" At this moment, a middle-aged man spoke coolly, then summoned a mirror exuding unparalleled power. This mirror could penetrate illusions and reveal the essence of all things. It was typically employed to identify weaknesses in powerful cultivators, even those beyond the cave-dwelling realm, and it could also ascertain qualifications, possessing strength far exceeding that of the sensing stone. With that, he directed the mirror towards Su Chen and shone it upon him. Boom! A beam of light cascaded onto Su Chen, and in that instant, a dazzling sword light erupted from him, soaring to heights of 1,000 feet, piercing the heavens with an overwhelming sharpness. At this moment, Su Chen resembled a divine sword halfway unsheathed, its brilliance blinding, rendering all unable to open their eyes. Witnessing this, the onlookers were visibly shaken. The elders, previously appearing so stoic, now wore expressions of shock as they beheld Su Chen's radiant sword light, their hearts trembling. Could such power truly be possessed by someone at the initial stage of the transformation realm? Crack! A crisp sound of shattering interrupted the tension. My mirror has cracked. The middle-aged man's face transformed in horror, his wails echoing with despair, akin to one mourning a lost parent. The surrounding powerful figures were equally astonished, for the mirror in his hand now glimmered dimly, riddled with cracks, having lost all its potency after merely illuminating Su Chen. This mirror had been infallible, having defeated countless cave-dwelling realm cultivators over generations. Su Chen, is it? I now believe your claims. Your talent is indeed formidable enough that even the sensing stone could not perceive it. The middle-aged man fixed a cold gaze on Su Chen and continued. However, this mirror is a treasured artifact of our academy, an imperial-grade primordial item. Because of you, it has shattered. How will you compensate for this? Before Su Chen could respond, the middle-aged man added, Very well, our Qingfeng Academy shall accept you as a disciple. But you must acknowledge me as your teacher without objection. With that, he produced a token inscribed with Su Chen's name and handed it to him. The swiftness of his actions left everyone dumbfounded. Su Chen was equally taken aback. The middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stating coolly, From this day forth, I shall be your teacher. Remember, my name is Nanfeng. You young man are being unreasonable. The individual hasn't even agreed, yet you insist on taking him as your disciple. The white-robed elder, witnessing this, turned red with fury and bellowed, You truly lack respect for us. Do you wish to provoke a fight? With that, he rolled up his sleeves, ready for confrontation. The expressions of the other academicians shifted dramatically as they seemed to grasp something, their faces turning furious. One elder, employing some unknown technique, managed to seize the shattered mirror from Nanfeng's grasp. Upon seeing the reflections revealed within, his expression morphed, his eyes reddening with rage. Nanfeng, you rascal, you truly dare to intercept us old geezers. Nanfeng, prepare to meet your end. The powerful figures erupted in outrage, their voices raised as they prepared to confront Nanfeng. Noticing this, Nanfeng's expression shifted as he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. Su Chen, you shall enter the academy first. Someone will guide you to my residence. At this moment, the formidable individuals, tinged with a sense of urgency and frustration, rushed towards the direction of Nanfeng. Boom! Before long, an astonishing battle erupted outside the academy. The voice of Nanfeng could be heard, exclaiming, Elders, seniors, no matter how one views Su Chen, he has indeed entered our Qingfeng Academy. This is simply unacceptable. Following this, an unknown elder roared with fury, as if confronting an enemy responsible for the loss of a wife and child. I shall strike you down. You unworthy descendant. The commotion over there plunged the disciples present in the square into a profound silence. The other elders cast complex glances at Su Chen, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Could this Su Chen truly be as he claimed? Otherwise, why would it provoke such a fierce conflict among the elders? After all, during the incident with Qing Luanyu, these seniors had remained remarkably composed. The other disciples, rendered utterly numb, could hardly believe their fortune. On this day, they witnessed a series of extraordinary and breathtaking events. Soon, hushed whispers filled the air as they began to inquire about the nature of the Qing nation. What exactly was this Qing nation? How could two such prominent figures emerge in succession? In response, Su Chen remained indifferent. as he followed Chen into Qingfeng Academy. Chapter 66. Can I kill him? Surely, Su Chen, now should be referred to as Su Chen Shidai, as they traversed the path to Qingfeng Academy. A flicker of complexity crossed Chen's eyes as she smiled gently and said, Su Chen Shidi, are you aware of the current situation regarding our Qingfeng Academy among the 5 great academies of the Southern Domain? Upon hearing Chen's sudden inquiry, Su Chen chuckled and replied, To my knowledge, Qingfeng Academy ought to be the foremost among the 5 academies. Chen was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile. Indeed, Su Chen Shidi, you are quite well informed about the circumstances of our Southern Domain. Su Chen smiled silently. He recalled from his previous life that during this period in the Southern Domain, Qingfeng Academy was the strongest, with millennia of accumulated heritage and an unending array of tactics and trump cards, far surpassing what the other 4 academies could fathom. They believed Qingfeng Academy possessed only 3 or 4 layers of hidden strength, yet they were unaware that it had over a dozen, each more astonishing than the last. According to his knowledge of the timeline, not long after, the other 4 academies would secretly unite to besiege Qingfeng Academy, a conflict that would fundamentally alter the landscape of the Southern Domain. Numerous factions would participate, and everyone assumed Qingfeng Academy would undoubtedly face defeat, given that the other academies appeared to be relatively comparable. However, unexpectedly, even with the involvement of the other 4 academies and several other top-tier forces, they could not prevail against Qingfeng Academy. That battle ultimately solidified Qingfeng Academy's position as the preeminent institution among the 5. To avoid annihilation, the other 4 academies had no choice but to be absorbed by Qingfeng Academy. Becoming part of that time, Su Chen had his own grievances with Qingfeng Academy due to the Qing nation, which also led him to participate significantly in the events. However, he later found himself pursued and fled from the Southern Domain. One could say that prior to his time in the Southern Domain, he had lived a miserable existence, constantly hunted, which rendered his previous self increasingly extreme and radical. Yet in this lifetime, he had adopted a different mindset and joined Qingfeng Academy. This transformation evoked a sense of nostalgia within Su Chen. In the past 3 centuries, Qingfeng Academy had gradually risen to prominence, each generation producing powerful individuals, with prodigies emerging from the academy, each a formidable force. This led to increasing apprehension among the other 4 academies. Over the past century, the rivalry had intensified, both overtly and covertly. In fact, many disciples from previously obscure academies had been secretly killing off powerful individuals from other institutions. Chen's expression grew serious as she spoke. 10 years ago, the second-ranked Dongha Academy seemed to have gained the support of a significant power, and its strong practitioners have been breaking through continuously, showing signs of potentially surpassing Qingfeng Academy. They have persistently provoked Qingfeng Academy over the past decade. I estimate that in about a month, Dongha Academy will send another team of geniuses to engage in discourse and competition with us. As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Su Chen. Observing this, Su Chen smiled faintly and remarked, I suppose Qingfeng Academy has been concealing its true strength all this time, dispatching only mid-tier geniuses or newcomers to make appearances, leading others to mistakenly believe they are our top disciples. Taken aback, Chen replied, Su Chen Shidi, you must have some deep connections with certain high-ranking members of the academy to know such things. Su Chen smiled enigmatically, choosing not to explain further. He suddenly inquired, what about my esteemed teacher, the one named Nan Feng? What is his situation? Chen replied, Nan Feng is a newly appointed gold medal mentor at our Qingfeng Academy. Having reached the level of Kongming realm in strength, he is the head of the 4th court, the strongest among the current academies. However, he is somewhat peculiar. Despite being a gold medal mentor, he does not accept disciples, only appearing when he is called upon to share his insights on martial arts. You are his first disciple. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Kongming realm, a smirk crept onto his lips. This seemingly unassuming mentor was indeed intriguing. Despite being powerful, surpassing most of the formidable practitioners from other academies, he maintained such a low profile. Su Chen Shidi, It is customary for the first disciple to receive numerous resources from the academy. Chen remarked with a smile. You are indeed fortunate, Chen responded. This mentor Nanfeng is rather fortunate as well. Upon hearing this, Chen paused for a moment, then nodded, casting a glance at Chen. Your perspective is quite astute. He is indeed lucky, having witnessed Chen's extraordinary abilities in the Qing nation, including his various sword formations and techniques, even gifting out royal-grade elemental artifacts without a hint of hesitation. She couldn't help but wonder if such nonchalance was typical for someone of his age. Either he was an impulsive youth, or his level of understanding was fundamentally different. Chen leaned towards the latter explanation. When you became a disciple of the academy, you had already surpassed the majority, becoming a true inheritor of the inner court, in response. Chen glanced at the token Nanfeng had given him, which indeed marked him as a true inheritor. Qingfeng Academy classified its disciples into various levels: inner court disciples, elite disciples, core disciples, true inheritors, and the highest rank, the Holy Son, for instance. Qing Wanyu had become the direct disciple of the third court's master, Ling Zhu, naturally holding the status of a direct inheritor, whereas Chen, despite being under Nanfeng's tutelage, was not a direct disciple. Thus his highest rank remained that of a true inheritor. However, for Chen, this distinction was largely inconsequential. As a true inheritor, one could enjoy a monthly allowance of 100,000 stone and receive 3 Earth-grade Yuan Dan, along with corresponding privileges and an exclusive cave dwelling. Chen provided Chen with this information and subsequently led him into the fourth court. As Chen sensed the atmosphere within the fourth court, it was indeed the strongest among the 9 courts of Qingfeng Academy at present. A mere sweep of his senses revealed many young talents at the Nirvana realm and even beyond. His presence immediately drew the attention of others. Chen has come. Is she here to select a cave dwelling for this disciple? In a grand hall within the fourth court, a middle-aged man appraised Chen from head to toe, smiling as he asked. Chen nodded. There are currently 124 6th-grade cave dwellings and 79. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Chen interjected. Elder Zhou, are there any 9th-grade cave dwellings left? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Chen with a smile. Only 1 9th-grade cave dwelling remains. Chen turned to Chen and said, Chen Shitty, you should choose that 9th-grade cave dwelling. Chen chuckled, preparing to respond, when a faint voice echoed from outside the hall. I will take that 9th-grade cave dwelling. Chen frowned slightly as she looked outside. Lin Tu, you already possess an 8th-grade cave dwelling. Why do you still want it? Entering the hall was a young man whose aura was potent. A practitioner at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm, he cast a disdainful glance at Chen, his eyes filled with contempt. A mere newcomer disciple thinks he deserves a 9th-grade cave dwelling? Chen retorted coldly. Lin Tu, are you looking for trouble? Lin Tu snorted dismissively, crossing his arms as he regarded Chen. Newcomers should take their time. There's no need to rush. You won't be able to handle a 9th-grade cave dwelling. Chen regarded him with a sidelong glance, then pointed at Chen beside him and asked, Do you have feelings for her? Lin Tu narrowed his eyes. Chen continued nonchalantly, Is it because of your affection that you possess such a sense of possessiveness? Unable to tolerate any man appearing by her side. Thus, you deliberately come here to stir up trouble, to love a woman without the courage to do so openly, resorting instead to such self-righteous bravado. How foolish. Boom! Lin Tu's gaze turned icy, his aura erupting. When did it become your turn, a mere newcomer disciple, to lecture me? Chen turned to Chen and asked, Can I kill him? You would also be rid of a nuisance. Chapter 67. A sword. Upon hearing the words, Chen expression shifted subtly. She understood that Chen was indeed capable of such actions. Beside her, Elder Zhou's gaze flickered as he turned to look at Chen. Remaining silent, just how audacious could this new disciple be? He was merely at the creation stage, yet he dared to proclaim the intent to slay one at the Nirvana stage. The disparity between their realms was immense. Ha ha ha. I have roamed the southern region for several years and encountered all sorts of individuals within the academy, including many madmen, but I never anticipated encountering such a newcomer today. Lin too was momentarily taken aback, his fury transforming into a chilling smile, his eyes icy as he glared. A mere newcomer dares to claim he will slay me. Perhaps there is indeed an extraordinary side to you. One that allows you to achieve such feats against opponents of higher realms? Yet, who among those admitted into this academy couldn't reach such heights? If you intend to compare me with the other loose cultivators of the southern region, then you are truly courting death. Before Chen could speak, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Tu's eyes as he coldly declared, "Since you are so rampant, even seemingly possessed, with such a heavy heart for murder, I shall grant you an opportunity. Ascend the life and death platform. If you manage to kill me, I, Lin Tu, shall utter no further words." Seeing this, Chen nodded. Meanwhile, Chen grew anxious and warned, "Chen, you have just arrived at Qingfeng Academy. Do not cause such a ruckus. This will surely displease the higher-ups of the academy, who may deem you excessively arrogant." Chen waved his hand dismissively, replying indifferently, "I care not for the opinions of others, be it Qingfeng Academy or any other faction. They are all of little consequence to me." At her hearing, Chen fell silent. She could discern that Chen truly was unconcerned about these matters. After all, he had the backing of a formidable entity, one that belonged to a power even beyond the southern region. He genuinely had no reason to care. Lin Tu's imposing aura pressed forward as he coldly stated, "Chen is it? Since you initiated this, let us see who will descend from the life and death platform today." With that, he began to stride out of the hall. Chen swiftly moved to block Lin Tu, her voice icy. "Lin Tu, do not act impulsively. Is your capacity truly so limited that you cannot even spare a thought for a newcomer?" In Lin Tu's view, Chen was pleading for Chen, which only fueled his displeasure. He replied darkly, "It was he who claimed he would kill me." Chen retorted calmly, "However, it was you who instigated this matter first. You seized the opportunity. Your intentions are all too transparent. Moreover, you have lived a life of ease, believing everyone must bend to your will. Do you not realize that such a disposition may lead to your downfall? I do not act for your sake, but rather to prevent Qingfeng Academy from losing a talent." Upon hearing this, Lin Tu's eyes turned entirely frigid. "Are you implying he can indeed kill me?" Chen answered coolly, "Yes, I advise you to take a step back." However, Lin Tu's fury had already ignited, and he coldly replied, "If that is the case, I refuse to be intimidated. My cultivation has advanced to the point where I can withstand the attacks of a golden body stage expert." At this, Chen fell silent. Realizing that kind words often fall on deaf ears, Lin Tu turned to glance at Chen, a sinister grin creeping across his face as he coldly stated, "Chen, is it? Since you wish to kill me, feel free to try it. I shall await you on the life and death platform." With that, he strode toward the exit, and Chen nodded, following closely behind. Soon, the two arrived at a vast square adorned with numerous martial platforms, the air thick with a killing intent. The fourth courtyard's true disciple, Lin Tu, has activated the life and death platform. Your acknowledgement is requested. Lin Tu spoke in a deep voice, imbued with a palpable aura of death. A figure materialized before him, flatly asking, "Lin Tu, must it be this way?" Lin Tu glanced back at the approaching Chen, gritting his teeth as he replied. The newcomer disciple, Chen, the elder who had activated the life and death platform, was taken aback. Frowning as he remarked, "Lin Tu, have you become so domineering that you would not even spare a newcomer?" Lin Tu retorted coldly, "It was he who declared his intent to kill me." The elder's brow furrowed as he turned to Chen, inquiring, "Are you aware of who it is you seek to kill? You are but a newcomer. Have you truly engaged in a life and death feud with Lin Tu?" Making reconciliation impossible, before Chen could respond, Lin Tu interjected, "Reconciliation? Nonsense. I have never seen such an arrogant newcomer. I suspect that joining Qingfeng Academy will bring nothing but disaster. It would be better to eliminate him now." The elder looked at Su Chen and asked, "Do you share this sentiment?" Su Chen shrugged and replied, "I have no preference. Whether or not I kill him makes no difference to me." At this, the elder's lips twitched, his expression indifferent as he stated, "If that is the case, let us activate the life and death platform. You too must first sign the death contract with that." He produced the death contract. Lin Tu immediately scrawled his name upon it, as if he could barely contain his eagerness to see Su Chen dead. "Your turn." He handed the contract to Su Chen before stepping onto the activated life and death platform. Once the formation was initiated, only one of them would be permitted to descend. Su Chen casually inscribed his name before stepping onto the platform. Buzz. The formation was fully activated. After many years, the life and death platform was once more set in motion. Who is it? It is Lin Tu. Lin Tu. That is hardly surprising. This individual is notoriously domineering, leveraging his cultivation to wreak havoc and tarnish many reputations. He deserves death, and he is to clash with a newcomer disciple? What? This newcomer is so bold. Is he courting death? This Su Chen, who just arrived today, as the life and death platform activated, many disciples from the fourth courtyard appeared, their expressions filled with astonishment. Upon hearing Lin Tu's name, they all felt a sense of relief, even praying fervently for Lin Tu's demise. It is evident that Lin Tu's reputation is indeed poor, yet upon learning that it was a newcomer disciple challenging him, they sighed, feeling pity for Su Chen. Boom. At that moment, Lin Tu unleashed his full power, a sight to behold. Having survived the seventh Nirvana tribulation, he was an absolute upper echelon within the fourth courtyard. His murderous, intense soared as he bellowed, "Su Chen, this is your own doing. Do not blame me. You shall perish." He immediately activated his most formidable technique, intending to annihilate Su Chen in a single strike. He had absorbed Chen's words, but was unwilling to lose face. Thus he sought to slay Su Chen before he could even make a move. Whoosh! At that instant, a streak of sword light pierced through his brow, plunging the entire venue into silence. And the horrified gazes of the onlookers. The scene upon the life and death platform was reflected in their pupils. They witnessed Lin Tu's momentum abruptly halt before he crashed to the ground. A genius who had endured 7 Nirvana tribulations was slain just like that. Chapter 68. Kill the young to reach the old. At this moment, the elder who had activated the life and death platform wore a stunned expression, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. A novice at the creation stage, crossing over to slay a 7th-level Nirvana stage expert like Lin Tu. Such a bizarre scene was unprecedented in his life. It must be noted that Lin Tu was no ordinary Nirvana stage cultivator. He had endured years of rigorous training within Qingfeng Academy, his prowess formidable enough to escape the grasp of other Golden Body stage experts in the southern region. Though his reputation was lacking, he could certainly be considered a fierce individual within Qingfeng Academy. Yet, such a person was slain by a newcomer disciple, who truly is the newcomer here. Meanwhile, the disciples observing in secret were left in a daze, struggling to comprehend the reality that Lin Tu had just been felled by a newcomer disciple. Their minds churned with disbelief. The creation stage slaying the Nirvana stage. Surely, Lin Tu's cultivation must have been a facade. There was no grand battle or evenly matched clash. It was merely a single strike. Lin Tu, who sought to instantly kill Su Chen, had instead been obliterated in a heartbeat. They had briefly glimpsed a flash of sword light from Su Chen's hand, which seemed to effortlessly pierce through Lin Tu's brow before he had the chance to react. That sword light was astonishingly terrifying, easily piercing through Lin Tu's flesh, leading to his demise. At this moment, Elder Zhou, who had exited the hall, stood dumbfounded, taking in the scene before him. He then turned to glance at Chen, who was enveloped in silence, her gaze flickering intensely, indicating her tumultuous state of mind. Throughout the history of Qingfeng Academy, there had indeed been disciples who triumphed over stronger foes on the life and death platform, yet a newcomer disciple achieving such a feat on his very first day, slaying one of his own senior brothers. The disparity between them was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, utterly insurmountable. Who would believe such a tale? Nonetheless, the truth lay starkly before them, demanding belief. Suddenly, Chen trembled, her gaze fixated on Su Chen atop the life and death platform, recalling the words he had spoken to her back in the Qing kingdom. Do not cultivate your realm. So this is what it means to disregard the boundaries of cultivation, to ignore the hierarchy and differences in realms, to possess an invincible mindset and with a single strike, slay Lin Tu at the nirvana stage. Considering this, her gaze became exceedingly complex, and she sighed inwardly. And oh wonder, Su Chen claimed that he was indifferent to any faction, even to the esteemed Qingfeng Academy, and perhaps even to the true number one superpower of the southern region. He seemed utterly unfazed. It appeared that, for him, even the entirety of the southern region held little allure. At that moment, on the death arena, Su Chen casually summoned an object from afar, seizing the spatial ring from Lin Tu's hand. He then extracted Lin Tu's identification token, transferring all the Qingfeng points, valuable for exchanging various treasures at Qingfeng Academy, into his own token. Upon inspecting Lin Tu's spatial ring, he expressed mild disappointment, muttering, "Is this it?" Truly a miser, the crowd murmured. Lin Tu was known for his domineering demeanor, and his personal wealth was likely beyond that of many disciples at the 9th nirvana stage. Yet, here, Su Chen branded him a miser? Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Just then, Su Chen began to descend from the death arena. Suddenly, the grand formation of the arena solidified, transforming into a crystalline barrier that ensnared Su Chen within it. This unforeseen development caused the elder who had activated the arena to change his expression and hastily glance around. Was that mentor controlling the formation? Aside from him, only the Academy's principal and a select few golden instructors possessed the authority to command such a large-scale array. A precaution against any rebellious individuals attempting to flee the death arena. However, the current situation appeared far more complex. With a swift motion, a middle-aged man, his temples adorned with strands of white hair, emerged, his shadowy visage filled with murderous intent as he fixated on Su Chen. Upon noticing this man, the crowd's expressions shifted, and a sense of foreboding washed over them. Chen, too, felt unease creep in. She suddenly recalled a legend regarding Qingfeng Academy. Although Lin Tu had gained entry through his own merits, it was rumored that he was the illegitimate son of a certain principal, a secret known to very few. Lin Tu's brazen arrogance stemmed from this connection to his powerful father, Principal Qin. How could you? The elder's expression faltered as he recognized the second principal of the 4th Academy, exclaiming in surprise. The newcomer was none other than Principal Qin Zhanlong, a figure of immense strength, existing at the cave-dwelling stage, a top-tier powerhouse among the Academy's principals. Interrupting the elder, Qin Zhanlong fixed his gaze on Su Chen and remarked coolly, "I never expected that Qingfeng Academy would accept such an arrogant and ruthless newcomer. With you here, could it be that you pose a threat to our Academy?" He continued, "Moreover, although you possess an identification token, your name has yet to be recorded in our Academy's records. Therefore, you are not truly a disciple of Qingfeng Academy." Su Chen responded with a calm demeanor. "In truth, all your words merely reveal your desire for revenge against your son." At this declaration, the surrounding disciples gasped, their eyes widening in shock, igniting a wave of commotion. Chen was also taken aback. How could Su Chen know this so soon after his arrival at Qingfeng Academy? Qin Zhanlong's expression hardened, his murderous intent surging as he coldly retorted, "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? How dare you slander me so casually? I am the principal." Su Chen scoffed dismissively. "To act without integrity and then deny it. What sort of man are you? Besides, whether Lin Tu is your son or not, you must know the truth in your heart. Furthermore, you have stated that I am not a disciple of Qingfeng Academy. So your position as principal bears no relevance to me. If you wish to avenge your son, then come directly, rather than hiding behind excuses." How hypocritical. Boom. Su Chen's words ignited Qin Zhanlong's fury. A terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the entire death arena to tremble violently. So you dare to harm a disciple of Qingfeng Academy? You, a traitor, will surely face death." With that, Qin Zhanlong unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which even cave-dwelling stage experts would hesitate to meet head-on. Qian's face paled as she cried out in alarm, urging Su Chen to evade the impending attack. Yet, at that moment, Su Chen remained eerily calm, standing motionless as if paralyzed by fear. Just then, an ancient mirror appeared before Su Chen, swallowing the punch's energy entirely. A voice, indifferent and commanding, echoed, "Qin Zhanlong, do you intend to harm my disciple without consulting me?" Chapter 69, just 10 moves before the figure arrived. His voice had already reached them, and in an instant, a silhouette appeared before Su Chen, turning away as he waved his hand, causing the grand formation of the death arena to dissolve into countless luminous particles. The newcomer was none other than Nanfeng, Su Chen's unofficial mentor at Qingfeng Academy. "Nanfeng, do you intend to obstruct me?" Qin Zhanlong's anger remained unabated as he glared at Nanfeng. Challenging him, Nanfeng replied slowly, "I have fully grasped the situation here. This matter is entirely the fault of your illegitimate son, Lin Tu, who acted tyrannically and bullied others. My disciple merely retaliated out of necessity." His words prompted another wave of astonishment among the audience. While Su Chen's claims held little credibility on their own, the endorsement of a golden mentor like Nanfeng lent significant weight to the situation. As a result, Qin Zhanlong's actions began to appear less justifiable, showcasing a strong undercurrent of personal vendetta. Moreover, Lin Tu's rampant behavior within Qingfeng Academy had left many feeling resentful yet powerless to speak out. Were they to voice their opinions, they would likely echo sentiments of "well done." Though they were fellow disciples, Lin Tu's arrogance had alienated him, leaving him with few allies apart from a handful of sycophants. Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Qin Zhanlong's eyes turned icy, his anger unabated as murderous intent continued to swell within him. He coldly addressed Nanfeng. "Nanfeng, will you allow me to pass? This individual has repeatedly insulted me, provoked me, and even slain a genius from my academy. If I do not eliminate him as a warning to others, people may think that Qingfeng Academy is easy to bully." He neither confirmed nor denied Nanfeng's assertions. But he was unwilling to let the matter slide so easily. He sought to kill Su Chen. Despite recognizing Su Chen's uniqueness and extraordinary capabilities, having slain a Nirvana stage expert even at the transformation stage, he was determined to end Su Chen's life. Their enmity had already been established. Although he had several children, Lin Tu was the most outstanding and gifted among them, and he had high hopes for him. After investing years of effort, he could not allow Su Chen to go unpunished for taking Lin Tu's life. Nor could he overlook the tremendous opportunities and secrets he sensed within Su Chen. Nanfeng's expression grew stern, shedding the initial calm demeanor he had displayed upon encountering the elders. His aura began to coalesce, and his attitude became increasingly resolute. "It would be wise for you to retreat. Do not bring ruin upon yourself." Nanfeng's voice was cold as he declared, "I will only say this once." As Qin Zhanlong's aura intensified, his voice boomed like thunder. "Nanfeng, since you refuse to stand aside, should I strike and inadvertently cripple you, you shall have no regrets." In his eyes, Nanfeng was merely at the empty realm stage. At most half a step into the cave-dwelling stage, in contrast, he was a genuine cave-dwelling stage powerhouse. The disparity in their strengths was evident. Seeing this, Nanfeng shook his head, saying, "I am impoverished and have no gifts to offer my disciple as a welcoming present. However, your arrival simplifies matters. I see that you, a petty man, will not easily let this go. You are likely to scheme against him in secret or even strike against me. If that is the case, let us engage in a life-and-death battle, shall we?" The audience erupted in shock. Nanfeng was willing to confront Principal Qin Zhanlong for Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes glimmered with intrigue, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was becoming increasingly interesting. Other members of the academy had yet to intervene to stop this. At that moment, the elders present rushed to mediate between Nanfeng and Qin Zhanlong. Both were top-tier, elite powerhouses of the academy. The loss of either would be a significant blow. Moreover, A conflict between two such strong figures would cast a dark shadow over the academy, regardless of who perished. Such bloody affairs were unwelcome. Yet, the more the elders urged caution, the more Qin Zhanlong's fury escalated, his murderous intent soaring to new heights. Nanfeng, you brought this upon yourself. Since you seek death, do not blame me. Sign the blood oath. A battle of life and death at this level required the signing of a blood oath, binding both parties with an oath's weight. Should either party waver, they would be rendered incapable for life. This was a last resort for academy powerhouses when all else failed and they found themselves irreconcilably at odds. Nanfeng casually signed his name and remarked, "Your turn." Qin Zhanlong cast a cold glance at Su Chen, standing behind Nanfeng, and said icily, "Once I slay your teacher, I shall see where you can hide, and no matter where you flee, I will hunt you down." Su Chen, however, chose to disregard him entirely, instead addressing Nanfeng. He. Teacher Nanfeng, if you can slay this Qin Zhanlong within the span of a single incense stick, I shall reward you with something truly remarkable. His words sent a ripple of astonishment throughout the assembly. What immense confidence Su Chen must have in teacher Nanfeng to suggest that he could dispatch Qin Zhanlong within such a brief period. At that moment, the disciples were engulfed in a palpable tension. Was there something they were unaware of? Nanfeng turned his head, a smile gracing his lips. "You speak with such conviction." In that instant, Qin Zhanlong, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Nanfeng, engaging in battle here will only bring ruin to the academy. You should come to my cave domain instead." With a mere flick of his hand, a rift opened beside Nanfeng, drawing him into its depths. Qin Zhanlong vanished alongside him, much to the dismay of the onlookers. Panic swept through the crowd. Teacher Nanfeng had been pulled into Qin Zhanlong's cave domain. Perhaps teacher Nanfeng possessed some hidden prowess, yet a cave domain was the territory of any formidable cave realm master. Even peers would face overwhelming pressure in such an environment. This Su Chen truly seemed a fool. Had he not engaged in conversation with teacher Nanfeng, how could Qin Zhanlong have so easily succeeded? At that moment, Chen wore a worried expression as she said, "Su Chen, the strength of Qin Yuan Master is formidable. He is among the top tier of cave realm practitioners." Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "If teacher Nanfeng cannot defeat a mere Qin Zhanlong, then he is truly slacking. With his full strength, he would only need 10 moves to vanquish Qin Zhanlong." Chen responded, Chapter 70. Do you two masters wish to reflect on your own words? Seeing Su Chen's unwavering confidence left Chen momentarily speechless. Teacher Nanfeng, while a powerful figure as the newly appointed 5th master of the 4th Academy, was still merely at the void enlightenment stage. How could he possibly slay Qin Zhanlong in 10 moves? Was there perhaps more to this than met the eye? It was not that she doubted Su Chen, for many of his claims had come to fruition, and he had consistently exuded absolute confidence. Yet, Qin Zhanlong was the esteemed master of the 4th Academy, a veteran of the cave realm for many years, among the 45 Academy Masters of Qingfeng Academy. His prowess was undoubtedly within the top 10. He had once single-handedly faced multiple cave realm adversaries, successfully repelling them and slaying 2 peers. This incident had reverberated throughout the southern region, catapulting Qin Zhanlong to great renown. And he had grown increasingly formidable, with few daring to challenge his authority within the academy. Such a powerhouse, reduced to a mere shadow in Su Chen's eyes, Elder Zhou, responsible for handling disciple matters, gazed deeply, his voice somber. Su Chen glanced at him and chuckled. Did not the 2 elders just deem my demise a certainty? At his words, the 2 elders exchanged a silent glance, remaining mute as they awaited the outcome. Meanwhile, the other academy disciples were secretly astonished. The events of the day had been overwhelming, each more shocking than the last, from a new disciple slaying an elder, creating an unprecedented chapter in academy history, to 2 masters engaging in life-and-death combat. These occurrences were truly extraordinary. Some even whispered in hushed tones, debating who was the stronger. Could it be true, as Su Chen claimed, that Qin Zhanlong would be slain by teacher Nanfeng in 10 moves? In a mere moment, The void trembled violently, and suddenly, a figure burst forth from a rift not far away. The crowd turned anxiously to witness a sight that sent chills down their spines. The individual emerging was drenched in blood, his aura depleted to the utmost. He bore the marks of grievous injury, his hair disheveled and his appearance utterly disheveled. His face was ashen, eyes wide with terror. As he fled in desperation, the figure was none other than Qin Zhanlong himself. Gone was his previous arrogance, replaced by a furious roar that echoed through the heavens. Nanfeng, you cunning one! I never expected you to possess such strength, hiding your true capabilities all this time. What is your intention? Before he could finish, a colossal hand emerged from the rift, seizing him with an iron grip. As the fingers clenched, a horrific, piercing scream resonated through the air, a sound of utter despair. With a thunderous crash, Qin Zhanlong was crushed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the atmosphere, leaving the world eerily calm, as if nothing had transpired. Witnessing this, all the disciples were left in a state of shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The legendary Qin Zhanlong had truly been slain. His appearance moments ago had been akin to that of a man encountering a specter. Gulping, Elder Zhou could not suppress the tremor in his throat as he swallowed hard, his complexion pale, eyes wide with horror as he regarded the sight of Qin Zhanlong's demise, a once mighty figure. Extinguished in such a manner? He cast a difficult glance at Su Chen, his expression shifting uncertainly. He had known Nanfeng for many years, yet never had he imagined him to possess such formidable and terrifying prowess. Meanwhile, Su Chen, who had only met him half a day prior, had spoken with such conviction that Qin Zhanlong was doomed, and now the prophecy had indeed come to pass.